Hey everyone, it is Deflating Atheism here with another impromptu live stream, kind of spur of the moment thing, but I'm very happy and very grateful to have the fabulous Agnostic, Sage Larage, Saj Larage. So introduce yourself, please, and tell us what you've been up to.
I am the fabulous Agnostic. Reluctantly, by title, I have been up to absolutely nothing because for the past 3 months I have been under house arrest by the government, just like everybody else. I've been trying to get, thank you, my beer has just been delivered. I've been trying to get my poob under control, which I think I've cleaned about 6 times now since we became on the lockdown. So that's my life for the past 3 months, 2.5 months, or whatever. Waiting for the pubs to open.
Yeah.
So I can sell beer to people again.
Waiting for Union Jack to give you the green light.
Yeah. Waiting for our glorious leader, Mr. B. Johnson, to decide what he wants us to do with our time.
And 2020 was going to be the best year ever, but it hasn't quite.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And also joining us is my good friend. They're both good friends. I've done multiple streams with both of them. Chris Lansdown, aka Missing the Mark.
Hello. I've mostly just been spending my time taking care of children who have absolutely nowhere to go but home. So I've been anyone who watches my channel, I've been essentially just missing for a while.
Yeah.
I'm going to be getting back to video production soon, I hope, but it's just been every day has been every day with children is an adventure in a sense, and so it's just been that lately.
Yeah, I think I could speak for all of us is that we kind of had purposes for our channels, and I think we're at a moment in history when no one has this disposable income of attention to invest in these kind of religious theological issues. I mean, current events is kind of occupying the bulk of our psychic space, even though you could definitely tie in a spiritual, theological, philosophical connections into that. But yeah,
it's. I mean, I've got I've got an ever increasing list of videos to make. I've got a text file where every time I get an idea and think, oh, that'd be a good video, I go and write it down, and the list is just getting longer and longer. I rather unintentionally, my video about how robustness and efficiency are enemies is the last. It's just been sitting there, and despite being in some sense somewhat timely, has been. Not all that much viewed, but anyway, yeah. So that's where things have been. Good to actually be talking to people outside my own household.
Exactly. And fabulous Agnostic. I mean, I know. By the way, I need to qualify this. Obviously, my channel is Deflating Atheism. This is fabulous Agnostic. He is a fencer even by agnostic standards. And I'd say about 60% of the things he says sound like they're being said by atheists, to be honest. So very interesting because it wasn't until the second chat I had that I realized you actually are an agnostic. Yeah.
I mean, the first chat was very. I was agnostic theist. Then the next time I was agnostic atheist-ish. Then the one after that was agnostic theist. So I'll play my hand at calling God a magical sky fairy today, if you like.
No,
just to even it out. No, I think as a result of our last conversation, the most appropriate definition of my stance on theism, atheism is probably I concede the strong possibility of the existence of God. I'm just agnostic at how that is manifested. If that's probably the best thing I can do right now.
Okay. That's you're in kind of like a Heidegger question of
Yeah,
God's presence in the world.
It's probably not good. It's probably not good enough for Chris. I'm very nervous that by the end of the conversation, he will force me to out myself as a Catholic or something.
Well, that would have to happen within the space of about half an hour. So he'd have to push the robustness aside and just be all for the next half hour. That'll be the world's quickest conversion. I don't know how the thing is going to figure into it.
Actually, may I ask a question though? Because I'm curious. So, I mean, in general, when people are in that position of true agnosticism, that is to say, the I don't know, not the false agnosticism of I don't know, but this is the answer. But if you push me, I don't know. That in that position, usually in a modern context, different, 2,000 years ago, but in a modern context, that often involves, roughly speaking, grappling essentially with what philosophically you'd call Platonism, but more or less that the world seems to be rationally ordered. And that is to say, the world seems to be intelligible, rationally intelligible. And moreover, things like human beings seem to have a nature. There is actually, and good in some sense corresponds to human beings acting according to their nature. For example, that we have the ability to communicate, and in order to communicate truth, and therefore telling the truth is good, and lying, which is a subversion of telling the truth, is evil. It's a deprivation of that goodness which we're supposed to have by virtue of being human beings. And similarly, understanding is good, and just choosing to ignore things being, a subversion of that and being bad and so on. So that's usually around where people will tend to go, I think. I mean, obviously, I'm talking about sort of in the more intelligent, but let me just say sort of, better educated people, more widely read people tend to sort of go in that direction because it's a very natural place for human beings to go, as can be somewhat evidenced by the chronological order of how you get to Plato and, the stuff leading up to Plato and then moving on. So I'm curious where you are in that sort of question about the degree to which the world does seem to be rationally ordered according to some good purpose.
Mm-hmm. I spent a good chunk of the day. It's been a very interesting day for me. I spent a good chunk of the day talking to one of my best friend, who I talk a lot about this stuff, and I kind of covered the nature of the ability of humans to talk and the ability to kind of tell. I didn't say the word tell truth, but that there is that element to it. And then back to what you said about the universe being ordered in a somewhat intelligible way. I mean, you're talking to a person that is very skeptical over the scientific backing of something like the theory of evolution. It isn't I don't believe in it, by the way. I'm skeptical of it in a scientific framework. And one of my arguments in discussing that, not necessarily for or against it, is that there is some kind of intelligible essence to existence and reality. And I also believe that evolution by its own metric is an intelligible idea. You have to be intelligent enough to understand that as a concept and as a phenomenon. So
I would actually say evolution is a bad example because it's not something we can directly perceive. I think something like gravity or the ability to codify physics and mathematics and all that kind of stuff would be better examples than evolution.
Well, technically, gravity isn't directly perceived, but yeah.
Well, that's fine. That's fine, Rob, until you talk to an evolution biologist whose entire, this is quite maybe a stereotype or a bit of a sweeping statement, but generally speaking, whose entire philosophy is any event can be described retroactively or retrospectively, as if I can find a reason for its existence within an evolutionary framework, that makes that automatically true.
Yes.
And I will proceed until I can't find a reason why that's not the case. And guess what? They never do. So they assume that's what makes it true. I don't want to go.
Yeah.
I don't know if I particularly answered. Probably, definitely haven't answered the question. But I might need you to simplify the question so I can kind of not go all over the place with the answer.
Okay. Well, okay. So I mean, well, even well, okay. The thing about evolution is it's only a somewhat good example of the intelligibility of the world, simply because if you really actually use the proper scientific definition of evolution, it's something along the lines of whatever there tends to be more of, there's usually more of. And that's about as far as the actual scientific definition of evolution can go. I mean, the alternative, the sort of more official definition of what is evolution? It's a change in allele frequency in a population over time. Okay, but that doesn't do. That's not evolution in the same sense that people talk about, like the origin of speciation, for example. And the problem is when you get to the origin of something like speciation. The common descriptions of evolution, which actually make it somewhat more intelligible, are not fully accurate. So like survival of the fittest, for example, is not, in fact, a particularly accurate way of describing the scientific theory of evolution.
Well,
and so
I know he has a lot to say about that. Yeah.
I mean, and Florida is an excellent counterexample, actually. The state of Florida in the United States. The animals that Florida has produced are the weakest, most pathetic animals the world has ever seen, because you can take like anything from any place and you drop it in there. It's an invasive species that's apparently killing everything in Florida off. So somehow they seem to have had... Yeah, I mean, the solution to the giant panda problem would be drop them into Florida and they'll take over, and before you know it, they'll be killing native species left and right, even though they're vegetarians. My jokes about Florida aside, it's the theory. Part of the problem with the theory of evolution is that it is covering, or it is attempting to describe such a giant, multifaceted series of events that there is no simple explanation to it. And so, since the technical explanation is literally the sum of all events that have happened up until this point, or what caused what's happened up until this point. Yeah, no kidding. So
yes, well, what do you want? A medal for acknowledging existence occurs over time? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could add that, like, there's some tendencies that, like, things that get killed off don't tend to have many children.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. True. So it's, in a really scientific way, it's used much more as a creation myth in popular culture than it is a particularly useful scientific theory. It definitely has some uses in terms of things like classifying animals in a taxonomy, rather than the old Linnaean taxonomy of, like, well, what does it look like? There's, now we do, we look at the genetics and see, like, what's related to what, and then put them in a tree based on what they seem to be related to by genetics. Yeah, which is useful if you're into classifying things according to some algorithm. I think to a better direction to go with this sort of question would be, questions of morality, frankly, although they often sound more technical, they're much more human. They're much more natively human. Like, studying snakes and funguses and polar bears and plants is not very native to us. It's mostly outside of our experience. But things like morality, like the morality of telling the truth or lying, the morality of, giving to those who need, or stealing from people, who, nonetheless need, things like that are, I think, much more intuitive. So it might be, I think, more easier to go in that direction for the question, to go in the direction of, what are your thoughts on things like, do human beings have a purpose, and is it possible, do human beings have a purpose beyond what you give to them? And, if so, how do you, in some sense, without going really specific, how do you discover it?
Briefly, on just one sentence, then I will answer the question. even if I were to wholeheartedly jump in feet first into the theist idea and choose any instantiation of a deity, I would still question the legitimacy of purpose from that point of view, and that wouldn't disappear in any way, shape, or form. You know, I could say, well, I can believe in God, and I believe that God has a purpose for everybody, and God has a purpose for me.
No, I asked Mom. Sorry.
That's fine. So that question wouldn't really be answered by believing in God. Morality is probably. I was thinking about this about a week ago. Actually, I thought, well, where does, on my perhaps wishy-washy scale of theism to agnosticism, where does the moral question lie? Because I can take a very a sort of utilitarian approach, which is what a naturalist variety might do, but that doesn't work, and we all know that doesn't work, and there's obvious problems why that doesn't work. But I'm reluctant also to take a super clear-cut version, and the reason don't want to do that is the only point of reference we have for that would be something like Scripture. Now, that doesn't quite answer it for me. I mean, you can say the Scripture is theologically inspired. Now, I'm happy to make that assumption, and it seems to fit. And we discussed this last time we spoke, Rob, about artists and people kind of recreating creation, as it were. That I'm happy to do that, but that would fall. It would fall down at some point, which is clearly why atheists have such a big issue with various points of the Bible. So I think the morality, as far as the best I can do, really, in the kind of potential that I'm working with. Wait.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Daphne, please go see Mommy. Go see Mommy.
Dad, are these 2 of your bosses?
Go.
2?
Later.
2 bosses?
2. Go.
Yeah.
4-year-old.
So what I would have to do is take a more ontological or epistemological nature of morality. Now, I'm aware
there's a marching band going through.
I do apologize.
That's okay. That's fine. That's fine.
I'm used to tuning it out. So
I'm aware of the potential flaw in that as a basis for a moral argument, because the same reason why I'm not convinced in a scientific basis for moral arguments, because they say, well, empathy, and they act like it was this super mic drop moment, you know, like what? You get to just throw out this bumper sticker and automatically the sum of all human interaction is put down to I might understand somebody else in a particular way that I've experienced. What a load of crap.
Yeah.
So I don't buy that as an argument, and the reason why I suppose my little attempt of it falls short is because what if I'm not empathetic towards somebody else? Empathy is an individual, personal, subjective matter. I've been through what I've been through. You two have been through what you've been through. I can only at best sympathize. That doesn't give me the automatic morality that they imagine it would instill into me. So I guess
not even within 1,000 miles of it.
It wouldn't work. I mean, you say, well, there's 1,000 people in Mesopotamia 3,000 years ago who all thought that it was wrong to murder people because they didn't want to be murdered. Okay. Well, what about the Vikings? 2,000 years after that, 600 miles to the west, who didn't mind getting killed in battle, who thought it was a great idea to murder each other, who would happily brutally, murder each other just because they thought it would set the rain on the crops. You don't get to make this as an argument. So it doesn't work. A utilitarian approach to morality doesn't work, and a individual empathetic approach also doesn't work.
Yeah, well,
I just.
I'm sorry. Continue.
No, I'm almost running out, so you might want to dive in anyway. The short answer is I'm not entirely sure where that fits. It is a problem, but I can easily find the same, if I wanted to, find the same problems with believing in a God anyway. There are lots of problems in the world, and we had this discussion last time where people who say, "Oh, I don't believe in God because someone died," or "It's a bad place to live," or whatever, I'd say, well, if it was a wonderful place to live, would you believe in God then? And the answer is invariably no, and they kind of just have a brain tumor when this gets to them as a question. I'm not realistically. I mean, I suffer from mental health disorder, which and part of that is moral questions and all the rest of it anyway. So I'm constantly thinking about things like morality from personally and from a sort of objective, as objective as possible perspective. And I can't seem to formulate a full answer. So I would have to, gun to my head, I would have to say, if you do not exist or behave as though there was an objective moral standard, you will invariably fail, because you will never be able to, the way that humans structure the answers to questions is academically, okay? They try to break, the academic worldview is where you break down things and you try to replace them if it's possible, and then you come up with a new solution. That's what academia is really about. It's not taught anymore. It's not done like that. So when you try to academically deconstruct morality in that way, you try to replace philosophical ideas with scientific principle. And they struggle to do it. And they start asking themselves, well, if this is immoral, should this also be immoral? Well, if that's not immoral, should this also not be immoral? And then they start to play with the idea, well, if this is this even about morality? And if so, why? And then what they do is they substitute, let's say, biblical example with whether or not that's complicit with science.
Well, they
commensurate with science.
Yeah, they've kind of bracketed out moral questions kind of a priori.
Yeah. So
there's another problem actually with moral questions in science, which is if you were to ever propose an experiment to determine a moral question, you'd never get past an ethics review board. We're going to we're going to divide people up into two groups, and we're going to murder half of them, and then we're going to see whatever the heck you're going to see. You're not going to get to that stage because the ethics review board would say no. So, I mean, like whatever question is, like if we want to see, even if you're obviously there's a whole bunch of assuming your conclusion when you start using things like, it's about human flourishing. You're just smuggling in your own definition of what that is. Anyway.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the Nazis had the same idea.
Oh yeah, no, the Nazis were very much trying to achieve human flourishing. Yeah. I mean, there's no question about that.
Okay, we have one live stream where people don't. Okay, this is my channel. Okay, I'm getting demonetized and deranked, and all because people. Every single stream I have, like within 15 minutes, they drop the N-bomb. I'm sorry.
Would it work better if we called them the National Socialists? Is that an acceptable?
Well, you're still more national, so yeah.
Those unhappy chaps from the mid 1900s in Germany. Yes, we'll call them.
In any event, the thing is, to have a science, what's the foundation of science? It's running controlled experiments, right? I mean, by and large, everyone will agree. Okay, lately when you can't do that, you just run computer models or whatever, and pretend that that's some sort of experiment. But leaving that out of account, you need to run experiments. That's experimentation is the basis of the scientific method. And so, the moment anyone's talking about a scientific morality, the question to ask is, what experiments do you intend?
Mm-hmm.
What experiments do you propose running to answer these questions? And so like, are you really going to divide people into a control group and a group that gets raped in order to determine whether or not rape is actually bad for human flourishing? I mean, how do you propose a scientific answer to this question? And obviously no one can do it in any sort of realistic sense. So
Well, that going back to evolution, I always ask people, just as kind of an object lesson, what is the hypothesis of evolution? And around paragraph 2, I say I was kind of looking for like a one sentence hypothesis, but they're never able to provide it.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, and this is the way that evolutionary biologists behave, and I would ask if anyone ever bothered to listen to me or argue the evolution question, is where is the evidence that the central Darwinian claim is actually real? And they go, well, central Darwinian claim is real because random selection, genetic mutation, blah, 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 blah. No, what it actually is something like in a extended period of time, through purely derivative success, something exists rather than nothing. And you don't get to move away from that. And they go, well, no, that's not what Darwinian evolution is, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, well, when evolutionary biologists behave like it wasn't an argument against the religious origin of life, then we'll talk about what that means. But the moment they start going on about life couldn't have existed because God created it or something created or whatever, it created from this long process, you're like, okay, are you aware of any science, any other science other than biology? Are you aware of microchemistry? Are you aware of physics? Are you aware of mathematics? Do you know what? Are you even philosophically literate?
Yes.
Enough to listen to the argument you're making. The argument you're making is over a prolonged period of time, which we have no idea it is, but they have to say it's 14.8 billion years because that's the mantra they've been hearing from physics. By the way, I do believe that to be the case. But I'm not saying it isn't, but that's what they have to say because it's not their area. They have to believe the peer-reviewed papers, just like this other people have to believe their peer-reviewed papers. So they'll say, well, over the period of 14.8 billion years, life has just happened to emerge over a solution of derivative success, right? This is the bike-lock problem. So the bike lock, it's if there's a bike on the road, someone comes along, the likelihood that the person will find the right combination is increasingly high, and every time you add another number, it's another 9,000 or whatever it is. Then the coding is so deep that it couldn't possibly be done. Now, this is where my partner, who's in the other side of the room, I'll have to mention him, he made a very good argument on this one. It's not just that the bike lock is there; it's that the bike lock itself is on. No, sorry, I will phrase that. That wasn't what it was. It's the typewriter thing. The monkeys in a room and a typewriter, one of them like Shakespeare. It isn't that you've just got an unlimited amount of time. The typewriters are on loan. You see, that was his addition. It's very good. It's brilliant because it sums it up perfectly from derivative success. You have so the typewriters are on loan, and not just that. The monkeys can't think for that long in this. Also, when the further you go into this kind of, you take it from a mathematical, philosophical physics and microchemistry level, you basically have a monkey that can only think for half an hour with a typewriter on loan that's only got one arm and only 3 fingers on that arm and has heard for all of its life the Rock of Ages rather than Shakespeare. You don't end up with this. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just saying that it seems very bizarre that you would put all of your pennies in this basket and assume that made a theory, or assume that was the obvious way that life emerged. And people will say, well, it's obvious, isn't it? God didn't make life. Biology made life. What? What? Like, were you born yesterday? What? Okay. So what you're telling me is the sum of all 14.8 billion years of random creation culminated itself together to make your brain. God, it doesn't look good for evolution. Like it's a sad position when you put all your eggs in that basket and you come up with that conclusion. I would not want to be in a position of
The example I grant the premises and I say, okay, a gamma ray hit a protein and suddenly I have like an arm sticking out of my chest. Okay, well that's not enough because now I need nerve endings, of course, to deal with this floppy limb, and I need a set of behaviors to use my newfound organ. So there would have to be another mutation Evo psych, though, where I now have a set of behaviors to use my newfound limb. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, this limb is a constant metabolic drain on me. It's a huge survival disadvantage for the hundreds of generations where the behavior and the newfound trait can kind of come together. So that's always kind of an example I would use.
Yeah, well, something actually to be a little fair to the theory, the thing that they don't mention, because it doesn't actually the thing that's part of the genuine scientific theory that is not very often used in the popular creation myth is that accumulated changes are actually seem to be, well, they're only one portion of evolution, and they may not even be that big a fraction of evolution. That the evolutionary record generally, what we have of the record of speciation, tends to support very rapid changes. Rather, it's
the catastrophism that actually Darwin tried to overthrow.
Yeah, punctuated equilibrium. And the thing about it, in particular, and where the theory kind of works, is it's possible to accumulate all sorts of changes that don't really have a phenotypic effect, and then at some point, they, if they can all add up to a useful phenotypic effect, and you have some change that turns them into producing a useful phenotypic effect, you can then sort of by chance suddenly accumulate some sort of useful feature. The other thing too,
but that would not be Darwinism in action, though.
No, that's the modern theory of the biological theory of evolution in terms of like what would an actual evolutionary scientist talk about? Because Darwin as such is large. Yeah. What you find in Darwin's book is largely rejected because it's there obviously are things like, it actually gets even worse. You can actually inherit traits in an almost Lamarckian sense from your parents, because there's of course epigenetics as well as genetics, and so things like how your parents happen to be expressing stuff affects how you actually express genes and so on.
I remember a few years ago there was a big to-do because they found like some species of amphibians. It went from being a live birth-giving species to an egg laying eggs. Sorry, my brain is version of species. I thought, well, the trigger was probably environmental rather than genetic.
Yeah, there are all sorts of things that complicate it. So, the other thing too, and something to bear in mind with the way the theory works, is that it's because of course, for example, with the eye, like it's not enough to have a photosensitive spot. You need to actually do something with that photosensitive information. But the thing about it is possible to develop something in a way that, so you go along developing it, and then once you've got it, you keep optimizing it. And as you further and further refine it and optimize it, eventually you get rid of some of the steps that are that got you there that are no longer useful. Even to use an analogy, like, to get up into a tree, you might have to, put up a ladder of some kind, or, you have to throw up a rope and stuff, and then you climb up the rope, but then you pull the rope up when you're done. Then you can look at the person in the tree and say, how the heck did they get there? There's no way up, but actually, there was, but it's now gone. So you can have things like that, like intermediate steps where the progression made more sense, but once you have the functioning system, the intermediate steps are no longer useful and so are gotten rid of. So, which is the problem with
Michael-related steps, yeah,
which is the problem with like Michael Behe's black box, that what we're seeing is the end step with all the intermediate steps removed. Now, that doesn't mean there had to have been intermediate steps. This sort of gets the problem that there's the assumption there were definitely intermediate steps because here we are. And therefore proving that, my assumption that there were intermediate steps proves the theory that shows that there had to be intermediate steps. You will see that, but it is possible to do that. So like that's essentially the problem with like Michael Behe's black box, that book.
By the way, I'm sorry, speaking of biology, Wicked Felina is reading in the comments, and she advises you to slather your snake in Purell because it's crawling with salmonella. So yeah. Continue, please.
The other thing, just to be fair to biologists, because you'll find more than one type of evolutionary biologist, and a lot of them are not concerned with trying to explain things in a big picture sense, but rather that, like, as far as they're concerned, the theory of evolution is that species developed gradually or species developed over time through changes that accumulated at not always an even pace. That is to say that, you know, sometimes things change rapidly, sometimes things change slowly, but that the species came into existence not by what had often been assumed. It's one of the things we kind of forget, that like what people thought prior to Darwin, and like the Aristotelian view, and by the way, the common atheist view that the universe always existed. Because it's something people forget too, that before the theory of the Big Bang, and you know, when Father Lemaitre was, you know, formulated the theory of the Big Bang, one reason why atheists really didn't like it was because their dominant model of the universe was that the universe always existed just as it is. It was this, you know, a thing that just went on forever, and in consequence, all species were unchanging in that sort of view. And so one of the big things about Darwinian evolution, the origin, I mean, there's a reason the book was titled The Origin of the Species, or The Origin of Speciesism. I forget which one.
With a subtitle that's like 3 sentences.
Yeah, it's a stupid. He should have used the process of evolution on that title and took out the crap that wasn't really necessary.
But anyway, the point being, because I just have to get going, so I just want to complete that point. That since to them the theory of evolution is just that species originated over time, and then through changes of varying magnitudes, and that's the theory of evolution, in distinction to the idea that species just suddenly pop into existence literally out of nothing, or that the species all were always the way they are and have just always coexisted. And those people are interested just in tracing through the history of how, you know, what was there before, what were the common ancestors, and what were the common ancestors that, and putting together that phylogenetic tree. And they're not engaged in that same sort of assuming their own conclusions or using the theory to prop up the support for the theory or anything like that. They're also not making claims as to how it happened. So far as they're concerned, by and large, when they're putting together the phylogenetic tree, clearly something happened. We don't know what the heck was in between. Like, we have no idea how this dinosaur became that dinosaur, how this reptile became that mammal or something. But if you look at the bones, it looks pretty clear, like this thing had this thing as an ancestor. And so, like, when we write the phylogenetic tree. So, you know, for those people, what they're doing is doesn't have the things that you were complaining about. And there are a fair number of evolutionary scientists who are like that, where they are essentially agnostic to how does this process actually work. We just want to look and see if we can figure out what actually happened.
Yeah,
historically.
Going back to what Fabius Agnostic said before, is I think a lot of them are in this kind of defensive crouch as to what they see as a kind of challenge by a. Of course, none of us here think that there is any challenge between a theistic creation and some sort of, you know, naturalistic processes that would add on to, you know, what species are. But they are in this defensive crouch, which I think, where they think, oh well, if we display any sort of uncertainty about anything, that would be a fatal weakness, and we'd let the God botherers charge through the door. So that causes them not to be forthright about how hugely inferential the kind of, you know, popularly conceived notion of evolution is.
Yeah, like the Darwinism, like literal Darwinism.
Yeah, you use your example of fossils. It's like, okay, well, we have fossils that look the same, and therefore we can infer that there is some sort of parentage here or something. But that's an inference. That's not, you know, something true.
Oh, yeah, no, it's very true. I have to get going in a sec. So if I could just make one unrelated point to this, getting back to something you had said, Fabius Agnostic, because the reason I asked about morality is not because one goes from morality to God. That's actually not. I've heard of it happening. Actually, I remember there's a person by the name of Leah Libresco who, if I recall her conversion story correctly, she was in the middle of some argument and said something to the effect of, "Morality wouldn't let that happen," and then froze and thought, "Yes, I did just personify morality. Let me think about that and get back to you." And that was apparently, you know, sort of how it went. But that's highly atypical. The reason I asked is I'm just curious, you know, sort of how you're thinking about it. Well, actually, I'm sorry. Before I make this point, the one thing I want to mention about evolution, which actually is not commonly understood, but actually the St. Thomas Aquinas' fifth way of knowing God in those famous 5 ways of natural philosophy, natural theology, it's called, was from the governance of the world. And that's actually very commonly misunderstood. But actually evolution gives a really great example of this. So in science fiction, you get, the gray goo problem where you have the nanobots that just eat everything and construct more nanobots and turn everything into nothing but homogeneous nanobots. Well, the thing is, we actually do have nanobots. They're called bacteria. And they actually do things kind of like this. They eat nearly everything and turn it into more bacteria. And it's not just that, but if you look through evolutionarily, there's the very fascinating question of why didn't something win? Why don't you have the perfect predator that can eat everything? And then, of course, food's gone and then it dies off. But, or why don't you have the perfect bacteria that nothing can be immune to that, managed to eat everything? Why did nothing win? Why has there always been this rational balance in which things are always balanced out such that nothing wins and turns the world into a boring homogeneity, but it stays in an interesting balance of different things? Interesting balances are not the way the world in an unmaintained state tends to go. Things tend to, rust into a pile of rust. They tend to, chaotic systems tend towards stable points. Why has our chaotic system been in this weird, unstable way always? Just maintain this instability that keeps the world a very fascinating, interesting place. That's actually what the governance of the world is about, that the world is never allowed to fall so far off balance that it just completely crashes down and is gone. So that's an interesting point about evolution, is it actually ties into the governance of the world. And you can actually see in evolution the governance of the world, that it didn't fail that way. But going to morality, and I apologize for rushing through so quickly, but going to morality, just something to look at actually is, because it's actually from natural philosophy. It's not in revealed theology. Revealed theology is just way easier than natural philosophy. But the thing is, essentially, if you start from the idea that being and goodness are the same thing, that is to say that being, rationally ordered being, where especially in this sense, being in which composite entities have a real existence. So, we're made up of electrons and protons and neutrons. And yet we are more than just a collection of protons and neutrons and electrons. We have rationality, we have thought, we have will, we can be moral, and so on. We are more than the sum of our parts. There is that synergy there where things are rationally ordered to a greater whole. Being, in that sense, is the same thing as goodness. And if you carry it through, and evil is the privation of being, or the inhibition of being, the removal of being. Wherever you see, where you have the destruction of the greater in favor of the lesser, that's what we call evil. And wherever you see the lesser being able to work together to be something greater than the sum of its parts, that's what we call good. So I just want to leave with that idea in terms of things to think about, not because this gets you to God, just because this gets you to actual morality. And you might find that a useful way of looking at the question of morality and how do you found morality and how do you discover what morality is. Because I said, the thing is, you don't, in a very strict sense, require revelation. Revelation is essentially just God giving us a cheat sheet, because the test is really hard, and in our fallen state we're not very good at it, and so God gives us this cheat sheet of like, okay, here, give you a hint: murder is evil, stealing is evil. And it's hilarious when people will say like, oh, obviously. Take a look at actual human history and see how exactly obvious murder being evil actually is.
Obviously, until the Vikings are coming,
Yeah.
Or the Germanic peoples previously alluded to, or in fact, look at. I mean, it's hilarious. Like go and look in the early parts of the Bible, just purely as history, the Book of Genesis, purely as history, and look at the things that these people did to each other. And just the story of I think not Rebecca. I can't remember her name. But one of the daughters of Jacob, if I recall correctly. And then there was this guy who fell in love with her and raped her. And her brothers were so incensed over it. What they did is they actually they went and lied to the people and said, okay, you can marry her, because he came and asked, I want to marry her. Said, okay, sure, but you have to be circumcised. Because we couldn't possibly be one people with people who weren't circumcised. So they said, okay, well, they're rich. Why not? Let's go for it. They circumcised themselves, and then while they were sore from having cut off the foreskin on their penises, the sons of Jacob came and slaughtered them all. So that was that was their idea of what should be done. They lied to these people and then just killed all of the males of this entire group, people who had nothing to do with it, and killed them. And so to go and say that obviously murder is wrong, just learn a little bit of history. I mean, you don't need to look at the big ones. Learn a little bit of history anywhere, and there's a reason why people formed tribes for protection, and that wasn't because it was safe to be on your own.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah.
So unfortunately, I apologize, but I have to get going. I need to start getting children ready for bed, actually. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. That
Thank you.
That revelation is really, at least, I mean, this is the Catholic idea, but revelation is a cheat sheet. It's not strictly necessary, and you can come to understand the nature of good and evil by looking at the world and seeing it for what it is. It's just hard.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm sorry to run so much and not give it.
Thank you so much, Christopher. It's always a blast having you.
Yeah.
Thank
Well,
you.
it's a great pleasure talking with you guys. God bless.
God bless.
Thank you. You too.
So that's kind of what I think a lot of people like you and I in the English speaking world. I think up to a few years ago, we could have said, I would say not in a general sense. It was a lot easier for people to say, well, obviously, freedom of speech is a good. Everyone agrees with this. Obviously, freedom of assembly. These aren't problematic concepts. We can easily ground them in a secular worldview simply because they're self-evident. Now, I think it's changed a little bit. Now we realize, no, these things are not self-evident to everyone.
Well, they're not. Those two examples that you use, I have no idea if you use them because of what's going on in the world, but those two in particular rights are the obvious rights that are right in danger right now. Yeah. This is why I kind of reached out to you, because I messaged you saying I've got a social/political gripe that might interest you. And I hope it can be entertaining.
Right below.
Well, the conversation about God is fine, and that's somewhat inanimate to think. One second, Tom. Get another drink. If you're not busy. Sorry, I'm just shouting over to the barman to get me a drink.
That's fine. I might reach for my scotch.
So I'll kind of a bit of a word essay, I suppose, a bit of a verbal essay on this one.
A disquisition.
I wanted to articulate it, and I articulated it very well on the phone to a friend of mine just before I messaged you. And I thought, well, if this works, thank you so much. If this works kind of while it's something that I really want people to know, I don't really care if people know all about the God stuff that I talk about, but this is something I really want people to know. For a while, I have been saying that we in the English speaking world, we in the West, are one catastrophic, cataclysmic, whatever event between the ghetto and the gulag. And I've been harping on about this for quite some time. Now, I have a passion about the truth when it comes to God and all the religious stuff. But for a very long time, for as long as I can remember, I have had a deeply rooted fear of utopian ideas and arbitrary control from governments. When I was obviously 8 years of age, it didn't manifest in that verbal way, but there was an innate fear there. There was something I couldn't quite verbalize. So much, in fact, that I was scared of talking about the future as a kid, because I don't know what I was scared about, but there was something there. And I absorb a lot of art, and I absorb a lot of films as well. And I do believe that there are lots of films and TV series that kind of cover the material very well. I think I mentioned Orphan Black the last time we spoke. I think there are films like Demolition Man, Equilibrium. They all escape my memory now. But there's lots of films that are utopian in essence that people should see. So that's kind of just where this is coming from. So since the lockdown, since the universal house arrest that we are slowly being released from, and I don't know what it's like over there for you, our government in England have arrested everybody and put them in their homes, okay? They have toyed with the idea of refusing to allow people to even go outside, and they've been open about this as well. They have
like that public minister who drove to another who said,
well, yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. I'll get onto that in a second. I use that as my shoehorn into the next part of the essay, because I flip it onto the other side there, which is that's the gulag. What I'm referring to now is the ghetto, and I use that. I don't use it in a bombastic or humorous way. I mean it seriously. That. This is how it's happened before. So they toyed in not letting us go outside. Okay, they have one of the more dangerous ones, in my opinion, is the government passed legislation within a maybe 24-hour period. This is the same government that have said that, because England is deeply rooted on maybe like 400 laws or something, and you don't get things changed overnight in this country. It doesn't happen, right? And it shouldn't happen that way. Whether people suffer from it or not, you can't just go around manipulating the legal system of this country, because everything will fall apart. And everybody suffers because of that. Even I suffer because of that. As a white male, I still suffer because of that. I'm not immune to it because of my quote unquote privilege. So whatever, you know. So we have these deeply rooted laws in this country, and Parliament don't get the right to just change legislation overnight, but they did, right? This is the same government that will not make gay conversion therapy illegal because it takes so long to decide legislation and move it. But overnight, they can take arbitrary control of the entire country and decide everyone must stay indoors.
yes.
This is the same government that have recently published a statement saying, we expect people to use their common sense, but still wishes to mandate their movements.
Yes.
Now, the point, I've been saying this for a while, they keep using this word unprecedented, you know, and the word kind of winds me up. The thing that's really unprecedented about this entire virus is the government's reaction to what's going on. And they use what I can only describe as propaganda to do it, right? And it is propaganda. Ask my grandparents if they're allowed to go outside, and the answer will be no, because they watch too much of the television, okay? I had a discussion about this today with my nan. She's petrified of going outside. She thinks she's going to get arrested if she goes outside. You can go outside. It's not against the law, but it could be at any point, because they can just decide this overnight. So it became, I've been saying this for a while. My problem was that the government would just take arbitrary control, or use it as an excuse to take arbitrary control for whatever reason. I don't know, maybe sinister, maybe not, maybe stupidity. I'm not entirely sure. And no one listened. No one's listened, really. I mean, my mates and my partner have to listen because they have to listen to me talk crap all day anyway. But like, I talk to people, like I even mentioned this to my doctor, and he kind of raised his eyebrows like, oh, that's not going to happen, you know. Yet here we are 3 months down the line, and we've been asked of things that really we shouldn't be asked to do. And this is where my gripe really becomes serious. As a pub, I'm allowed to open from Saturday, the 4th of July, which is a big day for you in that country, and it's going to be a big day for us in this country. Our independence from house arrest by the government. On Saturday, I can open. But what I have to do to open is I have to monitor people's movements to make sure they don't come in within a meter of each other. Not a grave issue, if I might add. It's not too much of a problem. But I have to collect data on these people. I have to ask them their name, address, and phone number, so that if they contract coronavirus or COVID-19, if they come down with COVID-19, somebody, I don't know who, can come and collect this data and get in touch with all the people who are also in the pub at the same time to inform them that this person has contracted COVID-19.
Yes.
This is, I think, what you would call unconstitutional in America.
Yes.
But it is precisely the beginning of the end that I've been harping on about now for at least a year. I mean, today it's you need to get this information. It's harmless. It's not for anything. Tomorrow it's where'd you hide your Jews?
Yes, exactly.
This is how it works. And all of the control that is being established is done under the hashtag public health. Okay?
Yeah,
the government
it's always for the public good.
Of course. And the way they do this is propaganda. And I'll give you an example in popular culture, in art. This is exactly how Palpatine took over the galaxy. Right? It is exactly how he did it. The reason Palpatine was so successful, any of the Star Wars fans that you might be watching who know about the expanded universe are fully aware that Palpatine turned the entire galaxy against the Jedi by the use of propaganda, by making it a concern for their safety. And this is exactly what the government, I can't speak for America, but it's certainly what the government in England is doing. It sounds like I'm not a conspiracist, but it sounds like I'm going that way. But it's a real problem. And it's a real problem because what happens if this does who's holding this information? I'm holding this information, apparently. Then I have to give it freely to whichever organization desires it for whatever reason they want it. And you go, well, it's just a phone number. Yes, but how long is it before there's a witch trial? He had COVID-19. He had COVID-19. They went into that pub. Everybody else who's been in that pub needs to be identified and isolated. We stick a little mark above their door to tell everyone else not to come in. How long is it before they start shutting pubs down because they're COVID hotbeds? This is a really serious, and the reason I'm not trying to make as many jokes about this is because I'm really passionate about this.
Yes.
I genuinely, this is a deep thing I want to kind of articulate. This is a dangerous precedent.
Yes.
It's a very dangerous precedent.
I just jump in here. I'll make a brief point. Like for me, the more sinister thing is a matter of public conditioning. You're conditioning the people to accept these changes. You could give it the dressing of, yeah, we're doing this for your own good, we're doing it for the public health or whatever, but you have established a precedent where these things are tolerable, you know? And so what if a person uses a public that has been conditioned that way, and the conditioning can come from anything? We have in America, I'm going to veer off topic here, but I think there are two peas in the pod as far as the current situation. The whole thing where you're expected to kneel for Black Lives Matter. You're expected to pipe down and defer to Black Lives Matter if you have a dissenting opinion. Hey, even if you think their cause is justified, if a ruler gets a hold of that, and they have a populace that's been conditioned to accept limitations on their freedom of speech and to accept people kneeling to other people and not kneeling to God, but kneeling to their fellow man, that could be a very useful asset to the tyrant of the future. Yeah, there's also the social conditioning aspect where you could say maybe it's a completely arbitrary government overreach that's well intentioned. Well, even if it's well intentioned, that doesn't mean that it can't be used by down the line by someone who's not well intentioned.
Yeah, I mean, Peterson says this point of talking about communism. He says even if you were this avatar of moral purity, the likelihood that someone would come up behind you and shoot you in the back is almost given.
Exactly.
It's not the way it should. It's not the way the world is. Now you've now pushed us where what I would call this is the introduction to the gulag, and it's not necessarily a gulag like that. It's more of a social gulag, which naturally this very conversation which is going to happen, we're both going to be in. Should the position ever be the case. This one I can make a few more funnies. Well, at least I'll try to make a few more funnies. You mentioned the attack on the freedom of speech, or the right to have an opinion, really. No, we don't have freedom of speech in England. I've been saying this for years. People in England need to stop pretending that we have freedom of speech in this country, or we don't. Right? You can say whatever you like, but the moment you step anywhere near the line in this country, it is mandated that you have to shut your mouth. Even in legislation, you'll be surprised how many things in this country you actually can't say, whether they're countermath to moral monstrosity or not. So, no, that's fine. I have no problem with that. I've already mentioned before that I'm not a great fan of freedom of speech as a bumper sticker, or even overly as a concept anyway, Not that I'm an expert on how to monitor what is okay to say and what isn't okay, but there are some words that I think we should never say. Whether they should be allowed to say them or not is a different matter. So now we have the obvious alternative to this, and I'll start with the connection to COVID-19. Large-scale protests in London, Manchester, name any large city. These are the same people who were foaming at the mouth that Dominic Cummings went to see anyone in his family. These are the same people who, for the past 2-3 months, have been spitting hair that people would dare to go to the beach. These are the same people that would call people all names under the sun to just have an opinion that isn't in line with their personal predictions of COVID-19. And then they come up with this ridiculous slogan. Imagine how serious a problem must be if people go outside during a health pandemic. Yeah, imagine that if people were so worried about the government taking arbitrary control and putting us all in house arrest that they go outside to protest inside a health condition, a universal pandemic. And that's what they did. These are the people that would laugh at people who protested the lockdown and going, well, those people aren't socially distant. These are the same people now. And if you look at the protest, the people that's protested against social distancing, ironically and rather hilariously, actually socially distanced, where possible, these are the same people who now parade the streets in large groups. And have you noticed, I don't know if you've seen this, but I saw it somewhere, they're reporting, there has been no spike in coronavirus numbers as a result of protests.
Oh, okay, it's the exact same situation.
I imagine it probably is.
Everything you said could be applied to America, but it's even worse because they had a study by scientists.
Well, it's all
scientists said COVID actually went down in cities where they had public protests. So no one, any supposed putative expert, no one will believe them anymore. There's a huge credibility problem from now on. Yeah, you can't blame people for believing conspiracy theories if these are the experts you give us, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's like the meme that I saw. Does COVID-19 only exist in pubs or crowds asking for a friend?
Yeah.
You know, yeah. I can't go to the pub and have a gathering of over 30 people because I'll get arrested. But 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people can gather in one space, and because of the social pressure, the local authority can do nothing about it. But not just that, because of social pressure, the local authority have to endorse it as well.
Yes.
What we have, and this is the big thing. It's not
that's my thing about Black Lives Matter and blacking out your avatars is what there's the old saying that anything not prohibited is compulsory. So
yes, well.
They want it to be both a courageous statement and a compulsory statement at the same time.
Yes, well, this is the thing. It's the same kind of people who, and I've argued on Facebook with lots of these people, and it's the same kind of people who say, well, if you don't have something to say on the problem, no, this is it. This is the big thing. This is when you really get to their mindset. If you don't say anything about the problem, then you're part of the problem. Okay?
Silence. No violence.
Say again.
Silence is violence.
Silence is violence. Well, silence is violence, but violence isn't violence. This is the same ideology that lose their minds when someone calls someone fat and they categorize it as a hate crime and violence. All this from the same ideology that say not saying my preferred pronoun is an act of violence, but I can rip down a statue. Personally, I don't care that they rip down a statue, by the way. I'm neither here nor there. If I found a statue to be inappropriate, I'd probably do the same myself. If it was possible, it's not acceptable to do it all the time, but I don't care. Like, they did ask the council to remove it. The council didn't remove it. What do you expect is going to happen? Like, duh. So I had Nigel Farage going on about it being a democratic vote. We put it to a democratic vote. Yeah, like 6,000 people in the council, in the borough of this area, asked for the statue to be removed, and they didn't remove it because there was a philanthropist and put so much money into the area or whatever. So there are people who who don't like the statue. It's a democratic decision. Remove the statue. So you didn't remove it, and guess what? They ripped it down. What do you expect is going to happen? I'm not asked about a statue. There are far bigger things out of this that happen that come out of a statue. But you see people on Facebook, and there's always this, you don't say something, then you're part of the problem. Okay, well, what happens if what I have to say isn't in line with your belief on this subject? You don't want to hear that.
Yes.
What you mean to say is, if you don't agree with me, you're part of the problem. And, fair enough if you were right, if you were absolutely correct that everyone who didn't agree with you was a racist, fair enough. But guess what, sweetheart? You're not right.
Yes.
They liken this problem to like ripping down the statue of Saddam Hussein when people, when people in the Middle East have liberated themselves after years of conflict. You want to liken that to England?
They're astroturf spectacles in any case. You know that there's somebody who has opening the purse strings there, whether it's in Iraq or whether it's in some southern state or in England.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not an expert on geopolitics or historical geopolitics.
Well, I am. So.
Well, that's great. We might learn something this journey. But what really gets my back on this argument, on this kind of worldview. I don't want to use leftist or liberal or anything like that. Worldview. We'll just call them stupid. What annoys me about this worldview is they just don't know what's happened. And I had this big argument. Someone put this meme that said, it's mad how we don't learn that Winston Churchill was a racist or that Britain endorsed slavery. And I commented saying it's also mad that we don't learn in British schools that Britain ended the slave trade.
Yes.
And this girl just
the colonialism actually
just lost her mind about it. And I just every single sentence she said, I was like, look, you're putting your personal objective view of what I said. At no point have I said slavery is good nor bad. I've not made any statements about it. For the record, by the way, slavery is bad, if I even have to say that. But I haven't made any statement. I've just said I think it's equally mad that we never learned that Britain's involvement in the slave trade was to end the slave trade as well as having slaves. Yeah. I'm happy for people to learn that Winston Churchill was racist, right? I am more than happy for people to learn that. But I also expect, therefore, people to learn about the slave trade. If you want to learn about the slave trade, you also need to learn how the slave trade ended. And she tried to say that wasn't even relevant.
Yes.
I was like, do you honestly think that it's not relevant that Britain ended the slave trade in the discussion about the slave trade in Britain? Like, these people are on another level.
Yeah. It's also based in a very parochial view where only white Westerners were guilty of slavery and everyone else was our victims. So I mean, like the city of Seattle, it was named after an Indian, Chief Seattle. Mm-hmm. Of course, Seattle is an extremely liberal city, but as it turns out, this Indian chief was a slave owner himself. Mm. So how are you going through that calculus?
I mean, they come out with this term, this Black Lives Matter, as a slogan, as a sort of calculative slogan with words alone. It makes sense. I have no. Yes, of course, Black Lives Matter. And people are calling someone who says all lives matter as a racist is just benign because people say all lives matter just haven't really thought about it. So I'm convinced, fair enough, the slogan is fine. But the movement, they say, well, the movement was hijacked by aggressive, crazy people. Actually, if you look at the history of the Black Lives Matter movement over the past 2.5 years, you'll find that the movement has now been hijacked by normal people.
Yeah,
who've seen what's happened and think, now I agree. Maybe not how I agree. They've always agreed, but now they want to make it verbal. Fine, fair enough. But in my opinion, the Black Lives Matter hasn't been hijacked by crazies. It was already by crazies, and now it's been hijacked by normal, everyday people who've brought the level to a moderate social level. There are still people, and the amount of basic white people.
You go on Twitter, everyone has that funding link to Black Lives Matter. They have no idea where that money is going.
No. The people who started this bloody movement 2.5 years ago were the same people that advocated for violence on Twitter. Yeah. I mean, Jordan Peterson pointed this out, but nobody tends to listen to him. So it doesn't matter. But, use the amount of basic white people on Facebook trying to dictate about this issue. I had white people telling me I shouldn't talk about it because I'm white.
Yeah.
I think, oh, I'm sorry, are you trans black or something? What, where, where's your DNA put you? I don't know.
Like, if you don't have a uterus, you shouldn't have an opinion about abortion.
Well, I mean, that's great.
Pro-choice men are free to express their opinion.
Well, I mean, even worse. What about male gynecologists? I love this argument. You can't have an opinion on it because you're not a woman. All right. Well, all the male gynecologists will have to just do all the men with the vaginas. I don't know. Like what a bizarre argument.
Yeah.
You can't say anything because you're not it. Actually, what tends to be the case is if you're subject to being part of the problem, i.e., you're the victim, your view of the subject is going to be shifted by the fact that you're a victim. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. Obviously, I'm saying it's usually something that's quite unfortunate. If something as bad has happened to you, your outlook on the situation is going to be one which is less objective.
Yeah.
But they don't like objectivity because it makes them answer questions they don't like. When you bring up the pay gap with these people, it's objective. You don't get to make up the numbers. The data doesn't lie on the subject. But they use the data to push what they want to say. So they'll go, well, you know what? Women get paid less than men. And you're like, no, they don't. And they go, well, okay. And then they've taken this to go, women earn less than men. And that's because of systemic issues that women face since they were 2 years old and they do the blah, 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 blah. What they don't like the information when you tell them that there are certain roles where women get paid more than men.
Yeah.
They don't know this. But, in law firms, women get paid more because women are better at the solicitor jobs than men are.
Yeah.
Greater attention to detail. They work harder, etc., etc., etc. So they don't like this information because it puts their worldview at odds with reality. So what they do as a response to this is they cancel culture.
Yes.
They remove culture. And this is what's happening now. You can see this on Netflix. And I've always said this, the moment the comedian is silenced as a cultural phenomena, it's over, sweetheart. It's
good point.
Done.
Because the court jester is the one who has the obligation of telling the truth. Yes.
Exactly. And everyone doesn't pay attention to him, but knows it's also true.
Yes.
I mean, this one is Peterson said that one before as well. I'm just going to tick off every single time we say something that Peterson has said somewhere down the line.
Well, hopefully he's doing better, but go on. Yeah, we kind of see the head and the heart being at war, and I think in the popular understanding, the head is evil and tyranny, and the heart is everything that is allowing and compassionate and allows freedom. Actually, it's the opposite. This is what I found is. When we use with our heads, we can determine things that are true in a consensus way. If you're going to prioritize the heart over the head, and you're going to prioritize feels over reals, to use the vernacular, then you're going to have to make the determination, well, whose feelings count? Because people feel contradictory things. And so you're going to say, okay, well, your feelings count, and therefore everyone else, their feelings don't count for anything. And so a sort of regime of compassionateness actually ends up being tyrannical.
Yes, and it happens because they. I don't want to do the kind of they put their feelings first before facts or anything like that, because there isn't. It's like that.
You're going to say, police brutality is the biggest issue Black Americans face. That is definitely a feelings over fact statement.
Yes. But what I was going to say is the only thing that's objective is subjectivity, and the only thing that's subjective is objectivity. You know, it's I can select any information that I please, and I can then fix that to my pre-existing worldview, and then say, well, would you look at this? I mean, I could once again, I could take the gay marriage thing, right? It's not a major subject close to my heart, but given my relationship status, it's something that is a, you know, we're obligated to care, right? Not that I wouldn't care. I think obviously gay people should be able to get married. I have no problem with that. But it took a very long time for that legislation to get passed. Now, I could take that as a piece of information and say, well, look at that. This country is naturally homophobic. Nobody wants gay people to get married. Nobody cares about equality. But or alternatively, I could turn around and say, well, you know that the fact that gay people can get married itself is an organic statement that means people aren't homophobic in this country. If there was going to be a problem that gays could get married in this country, it would have been highlighted. And would you look at that? Nobody really had an issue with it. The issue that arose out of gay marriage, I think, probably came, and this is probably anecdotal or maybe an opinion.
I say the fact that we had a black man in the highest office in the land for 2 terms to prove that there's no systemic barriers to black people. So yeah.
Well, the thing is, these arguments. I'm not going anywhere particularly with that. To be honest, with that other little point, it would have been a bit of an opinion piece anyway. I would have been speculating at best. But none of these things are good enough. You know, you go, well, you know, people say, I highlighted this in conversation earlier, and I've highlighted it for before, is this level of this inconsistency, and there's a plethora, a list of inconsistencies on the left, let's say, and one of them that I've highlighted is it's all well and good that if someone was giving us jip and saying, oh, you don't know what it's like because you're white, right, or white people have this privilege, this innate privilege, blah, 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 blah. And we say, well, we don't see that. Well, where do we see that? You know, like, none of us are rich. You know, we don't own a Bentley or whatever. And they go, well, it's not about you. And you go, okay, fair enough. It's not about me. It's about numbers. It's about statistics. But then when you speak to them and you say, well, you know that actually 96% of the population aren't racist, they say, well, I know someone who was called the N-word. Oh, so now your opinion counts, but my opinion doesn't count. Your experience is a valid argument, but my experience isn't, because they don't like it. So they use the bumper stickers and they use the words that they use to shut down thinking. And the thing is, sometimes they use the same bloody words. Fragile masculinity. I was talking about this one earlier on today. They use this. They go, well, it's awful, you know. That there were men out there, blokes, gym goers, and football fans who want to cry and talk about their feelings, which they do, by the way, and they don't need people to tell them how to do it, because they use some of this sometimes, and they have a cry and they get over it and they talk to their friends, and men cry all the time. This idea that they don't is just nonsense. So they cry to their friends, they cry if they've had a drink, they cry if they don't have a drink, they cry to their mums, they cry to their dads. The list goes on. So that they'll go, well, that's fragile masculinity. They put these words in front of masculinity, and all of a sudden that makes it a problem. It's fragile. It's fragile that, you know, men should feel the need to express themselves, until they express themselves in a way that doesn't align with what you want to say, and then in which case you laugh at them, going, "Oh, fragile masculinity! Isn't it funny how men are so fragile and they get so offended that women are taking over and all that?" And they, "Oh, isn't that wonderful?"
Yes.
You get to just use the words as you please, and they do this all the time.
Yeah.
Back to putting words in front of things. Oh, toxic masculinity. They just throw the word toxic in front of masculinity, but they don't ever use the word positive masculinity, do they?
No.
They never use the phrase necessary masculinity when it comes to their seat on the lifeboat. You know. They never use fragile masculinity when the tanks are rolling over the border and someone needs to go and die so we don't lose our culture and lose our society, we lose our lives. You know, that this is just a fundamental. I had that other channel, the Kane Warrior thing, where I kind of wanted to talk about these things. I never really did. So I never really have overly much of a gripe about it. I'm just casually dismantling these problems. You know,
when the whole anti-feminism thing was happening and the whole Gamergate and all that stuff was going on, I mean, it wasn't my issue. It wasn't my cause. So I was like peripherally aware of it, but it just wasn't something where I had any dog in the race. So, but those issues kind of come to the fore. It's reminds me of like what's the quote? It's like, you know, you may not be interested in tyranny, but tyranny is interested in you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the thing.
I'm sorry. Also, you never finished your point about the gulag, but I think your bigger point was that the gulag has been delegated to the populace.
So I mean, it was a bit more of a, I kind of casually delivered that one because it's not really a big issue for me. I see the government obtaining arbitrary control as a serious problem now. I see the gulag being a problem given over time. And what happens when the pendulum swings hard one way, it swings hard the other.
Yes.
And what you have now is a complete willingness for it to swing very far to the left as a result of it being anywhere on the right. So let's say I'll use this analogy. Well, I'll use a kind of a model. If we have somewhere in the middle of a line, and this is society. So this way is I don't know what it is. The screens will flip now. It's messing me up. So this way is right wing, and this way is left wing. Okay. So the moment society, as it currently stands, moves anywhere to the right, its natural reaction of the people, given the situation of the propaganda, etc., blah, 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 is to swing it so far this way. So we have this little traction this way because everybody thinks that right-wing people are automatically the aforementioned bad guys. We mustn't let that happen so much that we allow it to go so far this way. Now, my issue with that, and this is why I say we're on the cusp of the gulag, is because when you go this way, it's really, really hard to pull back this way. Because when you swing this way, which is what happened in societies like the aforementioned bad guys, is everybody knows how to destroy totalitarian states. Okay? It's what humans have been doing for a very long time. And that will go all the way to Aztecs sacrificing people from alternative tribes, to the aforementioned bad guys, to the Empire in Star Wars. Okay, we're very good at stripping down horrible, evil things like that. However, when you go this way, if history of the 19th century and the results of the events of the 19th century are anything of an example, it doesn't go back the other way. It doesn't go back the other way at all.
Decades and decades.
And sometimes what happens as a result of that is the economy fails, or the social structures fail, or whatever. But sometimes it doesn't happen, and you're left with the remnants. And they go, "Well, that's not real communism. That's not." Yeah, well, fair enough. Okay, but your analysis of capitalism is also not true either. So it's bad that for me, if I describe communism in a Stalinist way, but you're going to sit there and tell me what capitalism is, and you're going to get it wrong, okay? Yeah. And there's this, the works of Karl Marx are nothing more than a deconstruction, an argument against capitalism. I can't think of the word, but something like that. And you're like, okay, fair enough. Yeah. But what's the major gripe? What you're referring to is greed. You're not referring to capitalism. You're referring to greed.
Yes.
Because the capitalist system, and I was having this conversation earlier on with my good mate who I was talking about, humans have survived so bloody long on a capitalist structure because it's effective. And what a capitalist structure is, for those of you who are listening and even give a damn, is people capitalizing on everybody else's skill set. Okay? And there are lots of animals that do this. The symbiotic relationship, and this is true on a theological level, under the idea of the covenant, and it's true on an evolutionary level, under the idea of symbiotic relationships. This is just self-evident, right? And no one seems to really look at it like this. We survive well because this guy over here is a really good plumber, but he's a terrible electrician. This guy over here is a really good electrician, but he's a terrible plumber. I can't do either, but I'm pretty good at getting the most out of people. So there we have a little triangle of symbiosis. Yes. So then we make a business, and then we kind of go forward. So a good example is, as a filmmaker, this is it's a stereotypical thing to say of filmmakers, but it's also generically true, because I know a lot of filmmakers, and a lot of them are not good at this. Filmmakers are really good makers of films, but they're terrible marketeers. Terrible marketeers. Because filmmakers don't make films for other people, they make films for themselves. So they can't market what they've created. So other people who are good marketeers have to come in and say, I'll market your film for you, whatever. It doesn't really happen. It's a symbiosis that never actually occurs, because it's all about money, which is fair. I understand that. But filmmakers are terrible people for marketing their film. You say, "Oh, what's your film about?" And they'll either kind of flibble it out, or because they don't believe in their product, or they're not confident enough to believe in their product, or alternatively, they'll tell you about something that isn't about the film. They'll kind of go off on this tangent. It's about this, and we had a really good time on the film shoot, so we thought we'd add this joke, and it was a really good day.
Cinematography or something.
Yeah. I mean, I go to these film groups, and they're great. They're great. And me and my filmmaking buddy, we show our terrible films, and half the room don't even get them, and the other half, who are big fans of ours, kind of laugh and say, "Oh, well, what is it that you tell everyone what you do?" And it's really, because they don't know how to describe it. And
it's say, show and tell only.
Yeah. We kind of just say things like, well, you can often find us outside of bins filming rats or something like that. Because I mean, that's actually true as well. Yeah. My filmmaking buddy has a deep fascination with rats, so he films rats in front of bins, because we use it in footage as well, because we have characters that are rats and all this kind of stuff. So it's tricky to explain. I'm not doing too bad at explaining the marketing it so far, but so I have to even I fall into the traps as well. I kind of go off into the well, this is what also happens, and this character does this later on. I just spoil all the punchlines for everybody who wants to see it. So even I'm not very good at marketeering.
Okay. Well, your description of capitalism, you seem to be describing a village where there's one person who does one job, and I think the more accurate kind of description of capitalism, it's a pricing system where providers are in competition with each other. So I mean, you could say, like I have this fidget spinner. It's like, hey, Rob, I really like that fidget spinner. I'll give you $5 for it. I'm like, I'm sorry, it's worth more than $5. So you say, well, I'll give you $6 for that fidget spinner. Okay, here they go. We've done capitalism. We've negotiated.
Yeah. First of all, I'm concerned that you have a fidget spinner more than I am about the point that you made.
I got a Christmas gift, yeah.
Oh, okay. I should parade my Christmas. I don't get many Christmas gifts anyway. We're not like that as a family. But we tend to buy to the joke presents, actually. But that might be the case for like maybe American capitalism. I don't want to make that kind of differentiation, but I don't really see that maybe in British history. Because if you ignore the fact that peasants were trampled on by knights' horses or anything like that, what you have, I
would say that's with communists, when every success, when they say that like the successes of the USSR in industrializing, and they would count that as a success. Never mind the tens of millions who were slaughtered. They were very good at industrializing. Okay, well, that is a triumph of communism over feudalism. That's not a triumph of communism over capitalism.
Yeah, you're replacing a bad system with a less bad system.
Worth a worse.
But the point that I'm making isn't that you have to, in order for capitalism to thrive, you have to ignore, the way that poor people were treated in the medieval to maybe even early 19th century, because the class system in England was not really deconstructed properly until after World War I, and maybe arguably up until after World War II. But the point that I'm making is, if you look at maybe British history and probably European history as well, the rise of capitalism as an idea, the idea that I was talking about, maybe it's not called capitalism, I don't know, maybe someone who's smarter than me will be able to tell us. Maybe Felina, if she's still listening, can probably
join us. But
so maybe it's not, but as far as I'm going to make the assumption, because at the end of the day, I only care about what I have to say. So I so is you have systems where, because the poor don't get the option to trade in gold, they can only trade in what they can create and what they can produce. So what they can produce is, this person is a really, really good shoemaker, but this person's a really, really good thatcher. And I've got a leak in my roof and he's got a leak in his boot. Let's make a trade. Now, obviously, when you implement money into that system, you're trading that substance for a mechanism of control, okay? And yes, sometimes that could manifest in a negative way, because some people have more control than others. But if you don't have a mechanism of control, you will end up with, I will just take everything that I damn well please, which, might I add, is exactly what happened in Stalinist Russia. And they like to pretend that it was either communism gone wrong, or they like to pretend that it was an honest attempt at communism, but they didn't really execute it very well. Yeah, well, tell that to the farmers who were murdered.
Yes,
by the poor people. The poor people were roused. Say again.
Point. Either communism is intrinsically flawed, or it just has the worst luck.
Yeah.
Failure rate. It's just the worst.
Mr. Communism just can't quite make the break. Yeah. I keep trying with these people, but they just keep murdering the rich people. Yeah. Oh well, man, we'll try again in 100 years. Yeah. But this, so my understanding of the phenomenon that is capitalism is not that. Yes, it will manifest negatively, and I'm happy for someone to tell me that communism manifested negatively. I'm happy for that, as long as you accept that capitalism can manifest negatively, but it's still of very good utility for the human race. And it is what has made us survive. And then you can start to branch off from capitalism. You can talk about nuclear family, which you can then go even further and talk about, maybe like a biological scientific point. And you can branch off into, another one. I mean, the most communism that I'm willing to allow in a good capitalist system is the NHS and the British Broadcasting Communications Association, because a lot of people don't really think about this. The NHS, fair enough, they think about all the time, because in Britain, as I've already said, you better say something good about the NHS, because otherwise your head will fall off accidentally underneath the blade of a guillotine. Now, just like in France, would you look at that? But with the British Broadcasting thing, now the BBC have a lot of problems and a lot of issues that they need to deal with in terms of charging people for things that they don't even watch. But we have documentaries about squirrels on the BBC that 10 people up and down the country are going to watch, right? Those programs cost as much to make, and I know because I worked somewhat in this area. It costs as much to make, requires as much time, as much delicacy as Coronation Street or another documentary, David Attenborough style documentary. That still is required. It's still got a place. It might not have a big place in society, but it still has a place. And that is funded for by the people.
Yeah.
This is what I said to someone recently who told me that Britain was created on the back of slavery. and on the back of black people's deaths or something along those lines. I said, okay. I understand the point that a lot of slave owners gave into their communities, etc., etc., etc. But what about all the philanthropists who weren't in the slave trade who did it? I can name maybe just one or two. A lot of them from Stoke-on-Trent, by the way, which is the city where I'm originally from. And another thing that they completely don't understand is modern day Britain is not built on the back of slavery. It's built on the back of the people. Okay. This is a really good thing that communists who don't really know why communism didn't work, look at our country, look at England, look at Britain, look at the UK. Because the National Health Service is funded by the people. The British Broadcasting Association, the BBC, is funded by the people. And this is very generic for the things that make our country a very, very good place to live. And people go, no, the country's not a good place to live because it's terrible and it's run by racist people, blah, 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 blah. You think, well, it's really not. Calm down, have a cup of tea. And
Paul Joseph Watson, who's like, England is a shithole.
Oh, well, you know what? I mean, look, it must be hard broadcasting from your mum's basement, really. I mean, look, the only reason anyone listens to that guy, he's got a nice pair of eyes, hasn't he? I mean, come on. This is a guy. I mean, look, you've got people like this, and we've all fell into the trap, Well, Sargon of Akkad, he's a nice guy. Milo Yiannopoulos, he's a nice guy. He's a nice English ponce or whatever. These people they're delusional. They, this idea that the Muslims have taken over Britain and they're out there, stealing white girls and all this kind of stuff. You think, well, where? Okay, you found the... I mean, you didn't find it, Sargon of Akkad. You went to the newspaper that found it, and then you ripped off their work. And then you made this about race and culture and all this kind of stuff. You're like, yeah, well, there were bad people of various ethnic backgrounds, and all of a sudden, it's ever so bizarre in this country. They'll go, well, there are communities of Muslims. They're like, oh, yeah, there are communities of Jews and Christians. Like, what do you mean there are communities of Muslims? Did you ever occur to you that there were white Muslims? What they mean, and I've said this word before, and I hope it doesn't get you into trouble. They mean to say there are communities of BROWN people, and that's what gets their back up. There are communities of people that are not from this country, and they go, well, I haven't got a problem with black people. I love black people. Black people bring something to the country. These are the same people who enjoy a curry on the weekend from the local Indian takeaway. And they go, well, that's Indians. They're not from the bad bit of... And you think, what? Where are you from? Like, what did you pluck this crap out of? Like, here's to England.
I'm still drinking Lacroix. But yeah, so I do want you to describe your ghetto gulag point, because
I keep getting distracted.
I want to. When I get my turn, I want to explain chronologically what's happened in the last 3 months in my country, because okay. I've never gotten the chance to get this off my chest.
Okay, that's good. That's good. This is like therapy, and the great thing is we subject people to watch this crap. All
4 people right now.
I mean that's not too bad, really. I suppose. In conclusion, I'll just entertain the 4 people. Hi, you're welcome to the Witching Hour with the fabulous Agnostic and Deflating Atheism, where we discuss all of the world's innate problems and issues. Subscribe to my channel. It has 0 content. Thank you very much. Very nice beer.
You were doing like a read worthy of the BBC. In the BBC, you don't have to compete for people's attention, so you just have these staid, ossifying announcers. In America, it has to be
Yes, yeah. You have to win in America. Everything's about winning, Whereas in Britain, it's just about taking part and having a jolly good laugh.
My favorite thing, we used to have this thing called Scola on cable television, which was all the newscasts from around the world. But none of them had any sort of subtitles or any sort of voiceovers in English. So you just had to watch it and guess what they were talking about. And my favorite were always the Russian broadcasts, who were very, very dour. I swear they would some murder scene, and then you'd like go back to the I would always do now for the lighter side of the news. There is no lighter side of the news.
I much prefer, like, after the murder story, they're like, well, in other news today, I had a very, very nice Domino's pizza. You know, spot on Subway. The guy did the chipotle just the right amount. And here's the weather. Fire. You know, just a complete.
that part is a paid advertisement. Yeah.
So in conclusion, the ghetto and the gulag thing, I probably kind of drained off towards the gulag. I didn't want to come across too serious.
Yeah.
I just, the thing is, we're at the cusp in the Western world where we're about to make a decision as a population, as a group, as a people. And the decision is which way we allow the pendulum to swing. And are we going to allow our governments to ghetto us, or are we going to allow our people to gulag us?
Yes.
And it's getting very, very difficult to not allow either to happen. Why can't we just say no? We're not doing the government. This is what I was meant to say about the thing about the the lockdown. People have rolled onto their backs and given in to this. We have allowed, everybody thinks whenever I say this, they expect tanks rolling down the streets. No, that comes in 20 years, Doc. You've allowed this. This is what it looks like. You know, when they say, well, no, the propaganda would be different than this, it would look like it did in The Bad Guys, and it looked like it did in Stalin's Russia. No, it doesn't look like that. It looks like a miswording of something somebody said, and that means this X, Y, Z. This is the propaganda that we're being fed, and this is happening, especially happening on the gulag aspect of this argument, because we're being constantly exposed to it. And this is where the answer that the feminist types would say, well, it's just your fragile masculinity. Are you really that scared that women are going to have more jobs than you or whatever? I'm like, no. Like, okay, go and do you want to work for me? Because I don't want to work. Go ahead, 3 hours a day is the longest I want to be doing any bloody work.
Yeah.
3 days a week, 3 hours a day. I am happy with that. I'll sit there and drink tea all day. It doesn't bother me. So, this is the point where they chime in and they're, well, you're just saying this because you're a white male and you're threatened. I'm not threatened by this. You person should be threatened by this, because everybody is on the chopping block at the end of the day, either way.
Yes.
Really. You don't matter how far you want the pendulum to go. Everyone's on the chopping block. And you're doing this, and you're not even realizing you're doing this. You're allowing this to happen by going online. You think, well, it's Twitter, and no one really goes on Twitter. Yeah, fair enough. But it's happening on television. Have you ever seen Sunday Morning Live? Or is it Saturday Morning Live? The Big Questions and Sunday Morning Live. These are talk shows where they're not very big talk shows. But who gets all of the media attention? The crazies. Piers Morgan, all right, sometimes everyone likes and hates Piers Morgan. He's a good British treasure like that. He's a good British archetype. We hate everything, we love everything, that's fine. But, they put on people like Ash Sarkar, Peter Lloyd. These are the crazies on either end, and they all sound like they're rational on television. But then you look at their Twitters, and one's trying to sue a gym for letting women use it, and the other literally describes herself as a radical Islamist.
Yeah.
Right? And that was in her Twitter bio until she removed it after some kind of attack, and she thought, well, I better not do that. And she'll describe herself as a communist and a socialist and all this kind of stuff. She hasn't got a clue what they mean. But they're the ones who are given this platform because we're feeding this culture of we must engage in crazed dialogue. We must tell, and we've all done it. Everyone's done this, and I'm not going to absolve myself. We've all gone onto the internet and called someone a bitch because X, Y, Z, and we've all been arseholes on the internet. But we're all engaging in this long-standing invisible feud. It's not even real. It's on the internet, but it's creeping into society. People are unfriending people that they've known for years. People are waiting for one of their friends to fuck up so they can tell them how much of a racist they are. People are banning people from their talks. People are losing their jobs, which has happened recently this week. A chap who started a charity for disadvantaged young people, right, irrelevant of color. And he said, I had lots of black people, lots of white people. I had people from all different cultures, different backgrounds who were, poor, for want of a better phrase, who just needed the break and just needed an extra step up on the ladder. He started this charity. And he made a point that what Black Lives Matter people in England are doing is not actually even relevant to what's going on in America. And the board of governors for this charity, which is hilarious when you think about it, it's ran by a bunch of people who want the money, said you need to leave. Someone was sacked from a charity he started because he doesn't align himself with this. And you get people who go, no, it's not happening. This isn't happening. I can list maybe, if I thought about it, 8 people who've been sacked as a result of not being on the right side of society.
Yes.
And this is important to these people because the moment you start to silence anyone, you get the authority to silence anyone.
Thank you.
And everyone. And these are the people who years ago would have been fighting for freedom of speech. They would have been fighting for everything that we now stand for and believe in.
Yes.
And they're just dismantling it like it was never a thing. You're like, really? You want us to go back to a society where anybody that you decide is cancelled, all of a sudden, like I said, today it's you need to stop talking. Tomorrow it's where do you hide your Jews?
Yes.
Right? This is real. This is real. I'm not a conspiracist, but it's happening. Say again.
I agree with you 100%. Yes. Yeah. I mean, you're basically waiting your turn to no matter how much you ally yourself with the acknowledged victims groups, you're just basically waiting your turn to become the bad guy. Now, this is what I'm going to say. What the authoritarians and what the globalists have figured out is the easiest way to get people to renounce their civil liberties. Boy, isn't that an old-fashioned term? You don't hear that term a lot anymore. Civil liberties. It's like, what is this, the 90s?
It just sounds like you just put 2 words together, doesn't it, nowadays? You're just making that up. That's not something people used to do.
The easiest way to get people to renounce their civil liberties is to tell them that white supremacists are for them. I have noticed this trend again and again. Anyone who stands up for their rights gets tarred as a white supremacist, even if the issue in question has nothing to do with race. Okay, now I told you I wanted to describe the regime of America. So you know the whole thing about in Michigan. There were the reopened protesters. Contrary to the idiotic talking points, these were not people who wanted a haircut. Okay, I need a haircut. I want a haircut. If anything, it would be more accurate to call them the barbers, the hairstylists. These were people who are fighting for their jobs. Maybe they probably have cars that need to be paid off. They have houses that need to be paid off. They have children that need to feed. So yes, from the beginning, we already had a talking point in hand to trivialize any complaints about the lockdowns, which is these are Karens who just want their haircuts. Okay, so these men, I'm sure you probably saw this, went up to the Michigan State Capitol. They happened to have a semi-automatic rifle strapped to their backs. They entered the Michigan State Capitol, but peacefully, and they let their protest be known. Do you know about this?
No, not at all.
Okay. Well, it was kind of broadcasted, and I think it got a little help in becoming a viral meme. Already, a race narrative was grafted onto them. They happened to be white. That's kind of immaterial to it. And immediately the issue was this whole po-faced kind of, oh, well, if they were black, this for the beneficiaries of white privilege is okay. So what actionable, what can I get practically? Even if I grant this as a truth, if they were black, they would have been treated differently. What practicable suggestion do I get from that? That they should be tackled, or that black people shouldn't have the right to peacefully protest? What am I supposed to get from this? No, but it was always put out. I have I have like 6 political cartoons saved to my hard drive. I was going to make a video about this. And all of them were taking these protesters who were fighting for their livelihoods, okay? And already the race narrative was grafted on, and somehow white privilege and all these things were tacked onto it. Again, this was in 2019. There was a Second Amendment rally in Virginia, and before it happened, Virginia is also where there was the Charlottesville thing. So already before the gun rights rally happened, the media were already calling them white supremacists. As it happens, the people who went to the gun rights rally were black and Hispanic. There was all races were represented, but these people were sticking up for their Second Amendment rights, so they had to be tarred as white supremacists. In Michigan, when they went to the state capitol, they were arguing for their right to do business. Okay, we also have our right to worship, our right to go to church, our right to politically assemble. These are all constitutional rights. So they must be slandered as white supremacists. I've noticed the pattern.
No, and you're absolutely right. The same kind of thing happens here. It's a little bit more subtle, though. I've noticed. We're very good at unsubtly being subtle in England with our public seminary statements. So. It's like they will say something like, oh well, I don't know, I don't want to use a name because then someone on the internet might have the name, but Bob Demalier. There cannot be anyone called Bob Demalier out there. So if there is, I'm so sorry, Bob Demalier, for using your name in this context, but there can't be anyone called that. So Bob Demalier, who happens to be a member of Britain First, just so happened to also not like the lockdown, right? And then they'll find something. He also attended this rally 2 years ago, a Tommy Robinson rally, and they do this thing where they don't want to say he's a racist, but they're like, you can make up your own mind, if you know what I mean. They do this kind of thing in the media. They'll go, well, this person is one of these people, if you know what I mean. And they do it also. There was a guy who recently... can
I just say, I noticed the pattern. It's a form of cowardice, and it's also a point where they can deny it. So it's
they shift liability.
Any attempt to defend themselves, it's like, well, I wasn't saying anything about racism, but if that's what you got from it,
Well, yeah, if the boot fits.
Yes, exactly.
There was a guy. I mean, football. It's not my area. I don't care about sports. I have to care because I own a pub. But football players have started taking the knee and putting Black Lives Matter on the t-shirts now. Someone, when this happened, flew a plane over the top of the football pitch saying, I don't know if it's all lives matter or white lives matter.
I saw that.
Yeah, and you think, well, it's a stupid thing that this guy's done. He didn't mean it as a joke, which is a shame, actually. And he was sacked for it. And in all fairness, this guy may well be a racist. He might actually attend Tommy Robinson rallies and not like black people. It's probably a fair assumption. However, if you want to hold the law,
you're probably prickling my audience when you say that. But yeah, just continue.
No, I wouldn't want to say either way. Okay, I don't want to make it known that he is. I mean, I'm doing the thing that I just mentioned, I suppose. But I don't know either way. But I do think, to some degree, they did. From what I've seen, that might be well applicable. But realistically, under the employment law, he should take his employer to court because he was dismissed for reasons that aren't applicable. You can't sack somebody for having an opinion that you don't like. And they say, well, he put something on Facebook. Yeah, well, still, unless he put something about your employment, it's not. We have this invasion now of people having an opinion on Facebook, and all of a sudden they lose their jobs, or they say they make a public statement and they lose their jobs. David Marrakeith is a doctor who was sacked from a very senior position in the NHS because he refused to acknowledge male and female transitioning identification markers, something like that. Now, I think he's wrong, but I don't think he should lose his job because of it.
Yeah,
the guy is a doctor for a reason. If he's a good doctor, then that should come into question more than others. I'm just going to go and I'm just going to mute my microphone while I go and get a drink. I don't know how to mute this. I'm terrible at doing these things.
Left. Yeah.
There we go.
Yes. So it is. Welcome to the Fabulous Agnostic Deflating Atheism show. My name is Deflating Atheism. You are on hour 10 of our broadcast. Fabulous Agnostic is getting himself a drink. He will be back presently. I hope you're enjoying the Deflating Atheism and Fabulous Agnostic and Deflating Atheism and Wicked Felina and Fabulous Agnostic and Deflating Atheism show. Let us enough of this. Let me read through my comments, because in the last broadcast I did, I completely forgot about the comments. Geez. Okay, LO, okay. Wicked Felina says ban Jar Jar Binks in episode 1. Stephen Fetchit character. Well, geez. Destroy Lucas. LOL. Jar Jar Binks. I don't know how you're getting that. I mean, he's not. They didn't say anything about race. Agreed. Just as communist takeover in Russia and super complex governing classes had collapsed in different. Yeah, okay, that's like one of those things. Anything having to do with history, I should just defer to like anyone else in the chat or on the live stream, because I know nothing about history. Obviously, because I'm an American. Obviously, history has devolved worldwide to the Atlantic slave trade. The Brits have way more history than every nation on earth has a history with slavery. And the fact that American social justice warriors think it's unique to America or to white people shows just how parochial and how ironically, it shows how focused on the white Western world they are, since they don't know anything about the world outside of it. Do the British ever care that they are being colonized on their little island? Yep, they went from controlling about 60% of the world to kind of being painted in their corner. What are the various ethnic backgrounds in Britain? It's not the U.S. Whites will be a minority in the UK in the next 50 years. Muhammad is the #1 birth name in London. Yeah, if we can get them all Christianized, that might be a good thing. I think we have been living through an era of propaganda for decades without realizing it. Now I think they've turned up the heat too much, and I think the frogs are jumping out of the pot. We're going to get here without the net. They never were for freedom of speech is the problem. Frowny face. Robert Fried. I love Robert Fried. I should just defer to Robert Fried with anything. Fabulous Agnostic. What a great name that I thought. Fantastic Agnostic is an even better name. You are wrong! Wicked Felina, you're wrong! And you're on drugs. You're wrong because you're on drugs. It's drugs! No, he's fabulous. Haven't you noticed? If Joe Biden gets in power, he'll institute a national lockdown on a federal level, meaning the same rules will apply. Well, I'm not really that concerned with the lockdown after January of 2021. I'm afraid about there being a lockdown for November, and we all have to rely on fraudulent mail-in ballots. There's no blue state. And there's a really scary scenario from Tim Pool was talking about the sub-states have a popular ballot initiative where whoever wins the popular vote in America gets the electors from their state. Now, a swing state, Michigan, going back to Michigan, is run by an extremely liberal, leftist, dictatorial governor whose name just dropped out of my head. But yeah, so what if it goes down to the entire election is decided on the swing state of Michigan, and a proper electoral count would have Trump winning, but since she counts it by popular vote in America, she says it should go to Biden. No, you have two valid claims for who won the election, and that could be the flashpoint for a civil war. But yeah, just talking while you were out.
That's fine. So I got sidetracked. I was just chatting with my partner. I had to wash my hands for 4 minutes because I don't want to catch COVID-19 from the thin air, obviously.
Well, it seems that everything we told about them from taking COVID from surfaces was basically wrong. And that
everything, the government's guidelines for opening pubs even says do not wear a mask. I mean, you can. It says you can wear a mask, but the evidence. The wording is it literally says the evidence that masks are beneficial or reduce the level of COVID or whatever is weak.
Yes.
Which means there's no evidence.
Yeah.
It doesn't behave in that kind of manner. It does nothing. People are wearing gloves and masks and face guards, and it's just not gonna happen. It's getting a bit boring now because everyone knows the truth, but no one's willing to accept it. Everyone knows. Whenever you talk to someone, you point out that the government has said masks don't work. Yeah, I know. And then they can proceed to put the mask on their face. The same thing with gloves. You go, well, I know gloves. Yeah, gloves don't work. And they're wearing latex gloves. It's just kind of, I don't know. It's this whole, the lockdown has demonstrated that people really are just sheep, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like it's not like they're malicious or they're stupid or whatever. They just will, what earlier on we said if you put a bunch of monkeys in a room eventually with a typewriter, one of them will write Shakespeare. Like if you put enough people, normal, everyday, I think the word they use is NPCs.
Yes.
In a room, with a slogan, everyone will just repeat the slogan. Yeah. And this is happening with the Black Lives Matter thing. Really, it's not that people are malicious or stupid or whatever. They just think it's like. It's culturally appropriate for a start. So they think like, well, the race issue is a culturally appropriate thing. So therefore I must get on the bandwagon because I've got to show everyone on my Facebook page how virtuous I am.
Yes.
But other than that, they just kind of think it's like a given. They think, well, obviously Black Lives Matter. I'll just tell everyone that I think that. And I had it. Hey?
the same point I made in my last hangout. You talked about a man who lost his job for disagreeing with Black Lives Matter, and again, here in America, it's the same thing. You lose your job for saying I support Donald Trump. For supporting the president,
I know. Which the majority of the population did at the time, and
with the electoral system, actually, no.
Yeah, well, I mean, even the English political system is a baffle to me.
60 million people. But yeah, what I was going to say is would these people have blacked out their social media accounts if it meant losing their jobs? Would any of them have done that? Would they?
No, because they're cowards.
Matter slogans, yeah.
I mean, look, I like to do this exercise with people when I'm talking to them in the pub, and I will go this way around to the thing. So I can't particularly give it an example because it just kind of flows in conversation. But I'll start by saying like, well, we all surely you will believe in this set of precepts, or you believe in this, or you agree that this is a definition of this word. And they go, yeah, of course, of course. And then I perform this endless litmus test, as it were. And then at the end I say, well, why do you believe this? And it throws them, and they just revert back to their statement. They go, well, no, that doesn't mean. I do a lot with the word feminism, right? So I'll say, well, I'm a feminist and I believe this, blah, 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 blah. They haven't really thought about it. That's fine. I understand that. I don't particularly blame them. The education system is orientated around telling everyone that feminism is good, despite its history. But they won't. You say to them, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? Oh, I agree with all that. Yeah. You're like, well, that feminism is responsible for most of those problems. And you go, well, okay. Yes, of course. Welcome to Murder Stories with Fabulous Agnostic and Deflating Atheism. I might start saying Fabulous Atheism and Deflating Agnostic. That might be a fun twist on the occasion.
Neither of us are atheists, but we're both as it happens fabulous.
There must be a fabulous atheist somewhere.
No, that's what me and Chris Lansdown were saying, that they basically assemble their names up.
Yeah. Well, that was the reason I did the Fabulous Agnostic in the first place. It wasn't that much. I mean, it is somewhat true, ish, but it was more a reflection on the kind of just wonderful atheist.
Yes.
Rational atheist,
rational skeptic, yes.
Rationalist. Yeah. Like it's just skeptic or whatever.
I always say there's a visual grammar that goes along with it. If your avatar could be like an electric brain in space shooting out lightning bolts or something, that's what.
Yeah, well, any of the this is really great, and I noticed this having been an atheist myself. In a previous live, any atheists construct arguments which only they make up. Okay, so, and I'll give you a couple of examples. Aliens, life on other planets, I suppose it's the same thing. The multiverse, all of these different kind of pseudoscience-y type things where they'll go, well, what about aliens? And it's because there's a problem there in their head, and I've done this before, where you go, well, okay, well, humans, maybe aliens. What does that mean for God and all this kind of thing? And it's not really on the radar of theology, so it's not really answered. That's a satisfactory answer for them. So they continue this line of logic. So they go, well, and another thing they do is they go, well, we have brains, and brains do things, and all this kind of stuff. You're like, yeah, okay, fair enough, I understand that. So any kind of motif centered around the brain and the brain's ability to not retain information, potentially after death, it is somewhat self-evident to them. So therefore, I have to use a brain motif in my avatar. So it's part of this range of arguments they made up for themselves, and marketeers, very good marketeers, like Christopher Hitchens are very effective at hashing those arguments. I don't know if I mentioned this in one of the other live streams. I might have done, but at the end of one of his speeches, he talks about it mentions ex nihilo, and he says we can talk about that, but that's code for we're not going to talk about it because it's not going to help me. It just means I'm going to ignore that part of the argument because it's not going to help me. But I have to acknowledge it because I'm an honest person about truth, And he says, and what about the future? We can see the night sky moving away from us. And what he's doing there is he's not touching into people like you who have actual philosophical or religious answers or theological answers. He's touching into atheists who've suffered with the idea that the universe may well die at some point in the distant future. But what he's tapping into very sinisterly is their own fear of death.
Yes,
because we know one of the atheist mantras is, well, you only believe in God because you're scared of death.
Yes.
You're like, well, that's just such a benign statement. Like, really, do you honestly think that me believing in God makes my fear of death just disappear?
Yeah.
Like, did you think before you said that? And I thought this the other day, and you might like this because you liked my other thing, because I like to take the same concept and put it on the other side.
Yes.
Like would you believe in God if everything was perfect? No.
It's showing how completely ineffectual the ultimatum is. Yes.
Yeah, and the ultimatum to, well, you only believe in God because you're scared of death. What you're, by proxy, by implication, saying is you believing not in God would somehow relieve you of being scared of death.
Yeah.
And they do, and they don't even think that.
Okay, I'll go to correct you, is that I think a lot of them really get off on this idea of sort of a machismo, that they can accept the hardcore truths without the false comforts of religion.
I prefer uncomfortable truths than comforting lies.
Yeah,
you're like, okay. I did this last time when we spoke. I said, why, when they say, I like to be rational. I'm like, well, why? What's the reason for reason? Like, what? Why? What? Genuinely, I've never ever been satisfied on this answer. They go, well, I believe in reason. You're like, well, why? What reason do you have to be reasonable? Really, but genuinely, really, and you have the same thing. What reason do you have, for saying there is no God? There is no reason for this. That isn't quite the point I was going to make at the end. I kind of lost the track of it, but it's a funny idea. They always say these things.
Yeah.
What do you hope to achieve? Why is your philosophy of death? That was it. Yeah, when they go, well, I prefer that uncomfortable truths not be told, and reason uncomfortable truths be told, and reason comforting lies. Why? What benefit? I'm not advocating for it. What I'm saying is, they put out these bumper stickers, they put out these slogans, this poetry, this atheist poetry, but they don't use the reason that they talk about. Why that? Why have a problem with it?
There is the added reason that on their materialist worldview, I mean, we are not the result of our own choices. We're just random forces, electrical, chemical forces, which means that all your supposed courageousness in the face of death doesn't really mean anything, because it's not actually you being courageous. It's just a matter that's somehow deluding itself into believing it's courageous.
It's great. I've got two things to say as a result of what you've just said. One is about death, which I'll cover after because it's a philosophical idea. But the other one is I love when they use this anti-free will argument. Now, once again, I will be an agnostic over the concept of free will. I have lots to say on it. None of it is a finishing statement.
We can say that.
Yes, well, we can. Yes, well, we can. Yes. Well, okay, that's fine. But we'll cover it. But what I love about this is they'll go, well, you're just a brain, a meat suit, nerves firing at the end of reactive things that happen in the universe, which, might I add, doesn't work. But I'll cover that at another time. Remind me if you want to know. In terms of physics, really annoys me, but whatever. They'll go, you're just a meat suit, you're just reacting. And you're like, okay, fair enough. Let's say that's true. Okay. Why do you have an issue with me believing in God then? Tell me what your real issue is if I'm a physicist and I believe in God. Why does that annoy you so much? It's not because you actually believe it. You might well do, but that isn't the basis for your argument. You're annoyed because you're an angry person who didn't get enough hugs as a kid. Like really, genuinely. I've got a good mate who I speak to very rarely. He's a bit of a sickly boy at the minute, but he was saying he was talking about people who dismantle prayer and go, well, God knows what's going to happen, so why would you pray? This is the God they don't believe in, whatever. And he said nobody, really wants to do this. They're just people who didn't get hugs from their mummy when they were 4. Like really, this is your professional choice to go on YouTube, and I've made this point at any possible occasion. Really, the sum of your philosophical analysis of the existence of God and effectively cultural Christianity is that people are praying. Oh, boo. What a low place to exist. Go and find somebody, for God's sake. Go and have a drink. Go and, find a nice person to talk to. Yeah, just get out of your mum's basement. Get a job. Cut your hair and get a job. That's a line from an English pop group, by the way. It's called Pulp.
Yeah.
You know Pulp, yeah. Cut your hair and get it. Well, it's common people, yeah. So it's like really, this is your, shave your long beard, right? Don't wear that stupid hat, okay? Don't just take it off, Aaron Ra, And they just repeat this poetry. They're like feminists as well. They just repeat this poetry. They saw it on Reddit, page 1, and it's just boring, isn't it? I mean, I've really, really been mentally challenging the idea of having this channel in the first bloody place, because you're right about the kind of, it doesn't occupy a great deal of time anymore for people. It's not really a discussion. I want to be part of the discussion, but also I don't, because I haven't. What does it matter? If God exists, he doesn't really want me to waste my time on these people, surely. I have other things to be doing. We all got other things to be doing. These people, and I had this thought about Cosmic Skeptic, and as you know, my ultimate gripe with Cosmic Skeptic is that he went to university to study theology. At Oxford. This guy went to the top university in England to study a subject that has absolutely zero career prospects for him. Talk about academic privilege.
He wants the atheist clout, though.
It does. He wants to be this, he wants to be the next, I suppose, Sam Harris, because Harris is one of the only one of the 4 horsemen who doesn't.
They're not hiring anymore. Yeah.
Well, yeah. You either have to be dumb, dead, deranged, or daffy. I couldn't think of a fourth D word. You do, I suppose. Well, the thing is, Christopher Hitchens dies, and they make him a saint of their religion. And we're not religious. We just have a lack of belief. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But the fact of the matter is, you worship these 4 guys, and we know you do because you repeat their mantra. Stephen Woodford, rationality rules. I know I harp on about these people a lot, but because I watch their content and it makes me sick because it's so poor, which is why I can't be bothered with it. It's like he'll constantly quote these people. A quote from the once great, former late dead Christopher Hitchens. You're like, really? Do you not have a mind? The mind that you say you made yourself as a product of your own blah blah blah. The same mind.
I love when they do that. I think at this juncture, I will quote the word. Okay, your cultural knowledge is only that deep. You know what Hitchens said 10 years ago. And these people, they've never read the stuff they're critiquing. Yes.
They've never read the Bible. Never. Because if they did, they wouldn't say, these are the same people who say things like, oh, well, God got prissy because someone ate an apple. You're like, your entire sentence, I'm going to ignore because you don't even know what it is. Nobody knows what it is. It's only described as fruit, the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. Like, we're not talking about an apple. They just don't think.
Yeah.
But they never read the Bible. They never read the work of Thomas Aquinas. They'd never read the works of or even to go as far as say they'd never even read the works of Jordan Peterson. Yeah. Really. They've heard a few things. And the thing is, Jordan...
We're talking about something that was mainly in the pre-Jordan Peterson era.
They don't quote Jordan Peterson. Yeah. Well, they sort of try, and they always get it wrong. It must be the most misquoted person that's ever existed. Yeah. Second to God, by the way, in the Old Testament. like really, genuinely second to God in the Old Testament. I explained that the Bible, as it kind of flows to my friend earlier on, and I think I did a reasonable job. I'm sorry, I'm just going to have to say, I think what happened is that for reasons that, like, one of the reasons was this kind of assumed machismo that they have in atheism, that they're putting their heads over their hearts and they're facing those uncomfortable realities without the false comfort of religion. And so it was marketed from the beginning to young men. And so I think here comes Jordan Peterson with a message that was tailored to young men. And I think it was much more effective. I think Jordan Peterson ended up poaching a lot of the atheist kiddies. And he loses a lot because a lot of these atheists, they're not really atheists like that. They're more agnostic atheists, really. I suppose this might be a gripe for people like you. I'm not sure. Please tell me if I'm wrong, but they kind of, this is why I've got off the cultural Christianity or the Christian atheist train, because like they will say things like, well, Christianity, that's a good thing, isn't it? That's a good thing. We like to use the right things. And Adam Friended from Think Club does this as well. And he'll say, well, Christianity is a good thing, and I believe in Christianity.
Very condescending.
Yeah, well, yeah, he kind of is. So he'll kind of...
I'm sorry, can I plug myself? If you mentioned Adam Friended, watch one of my videos. It's not...
I've seen it.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I saw that before the live stream, the very first invitation you sent it to me. Yeah, I was a big fan of your channel before, so I've seen a lot of the. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. He thought that was good. He commented, say, "Great video, guys," or something like that. I mean, he did say he would have a conversation with me at some point. I don't think he's a particularly arrogant person, but he will say, and the rest of the cultural Christians will say, and they've come out of away from atheism because of people like Peterson, and maybe even Brett Weinstein, I will say, but they still have this idea that it's not true. You see, they go, well, Christianity is good, but it's not true. And they go, yeah, that's fine. So, let's take any Bible passage. You go, well, there's some truth in that, but it's not true. You're like, that's fine, but all you're doing is you're cherry picking the part that is applicable and ignoring the actual context, which is funny because 10 years ago, when you were perusing the internet as a 17-year-old Reddit goer, you were cherry picking the same text saying this means this. Well, now it means something else, but you know what it also doesn't mean? The second thing you came out with.
Yeah.
Because you don't understand the larger context. You don't have any idea of the larger context. I'm not even a biblical scholar. I don't understand the full context. And I understand the context more than the people that they... So I'm not on the cultural Christian train anymore because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, what I love is particularly when they do something from the Book of Job that they pretend to support the flat Earth. They say, well, it says that the Earth is resting on pillars. I'm like, okay, would you care to read the verse before that and the verse after that? That should tell you that this is poetic language. Yeah. I mean, it says, God is feeding. God feeds the animals. What is he there with his hand? I mean,
yeah. Well, you know this one. It's a subject that's relatively close to me as well. It says man shall not lie with man. It's abomination. You're like, well, you know what comes after that, don't you? A long list of other things that are not good. Yeah. Okay. Not that I'm saying man shall not lie with man is good. What I'm saying is Could it be that there is a contextual issue here that you've decided to ignore? Could it be? And the answer is yes, there has to be, because the next few things might seem bizarre. There's a translation issue as well. Might seem bizarre. So you go, well, okay, fair enough. What's the context? Well, actually, God's talking to people because they won't listen to him again. Yet again, they don't listen to him. And he's putting down 157 rules or whatever, 157 rules for life by David, to say this is not a good idea. Okay. And it's not referring to homosexual couples, let's say, however they function back in classical periods. Usually not very well in religions that were the Etruscan or all the way in the Mesopotamian or the Egyptian religions. People think that the world, because there was some kind of ritual male on male intercourse, that there was this wide acceptance of it, but that's really not the way that it was at all in classical times, let's say. But yeah, I'm just kind of blabbing on that point. And the thing about the homosexual thing is there is a different. It's not just contextual; it's also translational as well. Because this is to my knowledge as well. This is anecdotal, but it's to my knowledge. There isn't a word in Hebrew to classify that kind of intercourse.
Yes.
And the wording, it's not referring. Yeah. It doesn't. We have a translational error, and on top of that, we have a historical context error. So we have a very difficult situation. But it's only difficult if you make it difficult by going, well, it says it, so it must mean this, or whatever. You're like, okay. But even if there was a word in the Hebrew, alphabet or language, which had this direct connotation, there's still a contextual thing going on. And even if then, there's still a historical thing going on as well. The ritual, man-on-man ritual intercourse happened a lot. And usually to the detriment of the person on the other end, let's say.
Yeah.
This goes back to the treatment of homosexuals in classical periods under Greco-Romeo type religions. It was usually to the detriment of the receiver, whatever. It's not this. It wasn't this utopian egalitarian world where gays were married, for example. This is the world. The world where gays can get married is this world today. This world that you're moaning about, and you dare to even blabble about pagan. Pagan. I hate people who call themselves pagan. I'm a pagan. No, you're an idiot. You're not a pagan. Do you even know what pagan means? It's not a good thing. Like, it's a pejorative term. Like, it's the equivalent of the N-word, effectively, for people of non-monotheistic religions. You don't call yourself a pagan. Imagine being in the medieval ages and going, I'm a pagan. You'd be like, oh, you're also going to get burned. You're like, just wouldn't say it.
I'm sorry. Do you mind if Felina joins us?
Absolutely not. That would be a right hoot.
Here, you can do your little narration bit while I email her.
Welcome to the third installment of Horror in the Woods with Fabulous Agnostic and Deflating Atheism. We have just witnessed a brutal murder of the red squirrel by the grey squirrel. A red squirrel had more nuts, and the grey squirrel was quite jealous. I should have material prepared, shouldn't I?
Or you could just talk as you're normally talking. That's also
that's always boring, though. No, I mean I didn't really come with the kind of theological or religious agenda today. I wanted to kind of get out my major issues with the political climate and the social issues as well. But I do advise anyone who's watching. Is anyone watching? I'm watching this on the streaming platform. I'm not watching.
Yeah, we have 6 people now.
Oh, good. I don't know if any of them are saying anything or whatever, but I would advise you to watch Orphan Black. This is You know how philosophers and cultural appropriate people have like a reading list. Like you should read these 10 books. And it should be Shakespeare. Anyone who says you should read Shakespeare, by the way, is not a credible person. Shakespeare is just boring. Anyway, so
it's very embarrassing when you're an adult and you're trying to read like one of his sonnets, and it's like I feel like like I'm in 5th grade. It's like, what are you trying to say?
Well,
explanatory at all.
Shakespeare is a great exercise in trolling the English education system, isn't it? I'm just going to make up a bunch of 100 words, and in 300 years, kids will not understand what the hell's going on. Like Shakespeare, thief, a waste of time. Anyway, so my watch list, because I don't read, I haven't got time for it. I'm too old now. My watch list is Orphan Black, the television series. Very good at describing the enemy of ideological groups. Poorly written, by the way, very poorly written, but very good for kind of showing people what really could happen in that situation. The TV series Utopia, which is a British TV series, there was 2 seasons of it. It didn't get remade, didn't get signed again, which is a damn shame because it's bloody good. I advise people to watch the film Equilibrium. Another film where Sean Bean gets shot in the face. That's a great film. I advise people to watch the film Equilibrium. Hello! I advise people to watch Demolition Man. That's probably all I can think of at the minute.
Yeah. Are you feeding back?
Demolition Man. Yes, I am. That's probably all.
No, that's Felina's feeding back. Yeah. Are you feeding back? You're playing it. Okay.
Yes, I am.
That's Felina's feeding back.
This is my new microphone. Is this it?
You're playing it. Okay. Do you have the video playing in another window?
No. This is my new microphone.
I hear this is. I hear myself.
Take it off. I don't.
It's like an avant-garde sound installation. At the
Is this normal now?
It's awful. It's
going absolutely mental.
It sounds like avant-garde music made by people who are on drugs.
It's got to be 2 windows. There must be.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Wicked Felina. She'll be joining us shortly, experiencing some technical problems. And we join Fabulous Agnostic for subscribing.
Yeah, so there's some things that I think people should watch. There's probably maybe a couple of more. I mean, everyone's seen Star Wars, so I don't have to do that one.
Well, Equilibrium, that was a major feature film.
Yeah, it was Sean Bean and Christian Bale. Was it Christian Bale? Christian Bale, I think. And the story, the film is about a society where they basically give people pills to suppress their emotions so they're more productive.
Right.
That's better.
No?
Yes, it sounds better, yeah.
Yes.
You can continue talking.
Okay. Yeah, it's a film where they use pills to suppress everyone's emotions and make them more.
Said it should be changed.
Does Felina know she's on
to DNR just because?
Okay.
That's better. Yeah. Okay. I didn't want her to save some personal information. Yeah, and they use these pills to suppress people's emotions to make them more productive effectively. And I think it is Christian Bale, but I can't say for sure. His son stops taking them, and he stops taking them as a result of I can't quite remember how he knows this woman, but she stopped taking them. There's like a group of people who stop taking the pills, and that's kind of the self-awareness environment. And in the end, he kind of leads the revolution against the kind of the government powers that have been doing this. The reason it's a good film for like utopian stuff is it's kind of rationalism in pill form, isn't it? You know, you're like, once you invoke rationalism or reason or something like that, I use this why reason as a motif personally as like I said to you last time. You walk past a well, and in the well is an astrophysicist and an infertile child, and you know from knowledge that this female child, is infertile. Okay, your initial response would be to save the child.
Yes.
And there's you don't get to escape that, right? Now, I know that their argument would be somehow says, well, I'm just reacting to the way that my mind has been constructed over two. Yeah. Okay, so what you've just told me is that reason doesn't exist.
Yes.
Or reason exists when I decide it exists. So you get to reason out reason when it suits you, but when it comes to superstitious goat herders, you can just remove reason at will, you know, or implement reason. And also, the reason you're implementing has absolutely no foundation for this reason. What do you mean reason? It depends what you mean by reason. That's what Big JP would say. But it doesn't make any sense, you know. And I'm still go on.
Yeah, they'll defocus and just kind of sentimentalize their way out of it, and go for like the empathy thing,
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, we all know what it's like to save the girl. We all see that. You're like, well, no. You like why? They repeat this mantra, and there's not all of them, obviously. Some of them are very honest about their approach, but a lot of them, it's not all of them, but it's a good vast majority, because when you start to chip away at these people's worldviews, it always results in them having to say this at some point, doesn't it? You know what I mean? It's not like they don't hold this view somewhere down the line. They just haven't expressed it.
Say what?
Something like, you get a lot of them who say, well, I'm not saying that God isn't real, you know, and I'm not saying that we don't need God as part of the equation, okay? And you go, well, okay, that's very honest of you. But then when you get chatting, once you get into the real meat of it, they're resulted in having to say something that is not in line with that original premise.
Yes.
Because they have to. So they do this thing where it really just comes down to the biggest question: why? Why bother being rational? You know, and they go, well, it just makes sense. Yeah, well, no, it doesn't just make sense. Anything can be rationalized, okay? And if you don't think anything can be rationalized, why do you think aforementioned bad guy got all the other bad guys to do the bad things, okay? And it really wasn't that difficult for him to do it to a bunch of people who were in a very bad position as a country, okay? And you go, well, that's quite an extreme example. Yes, it is quite an extreme example. Tensions were very high, lots of disenfranchised people, and they looked to him to solve the problem, okay? He just happened to be evil, and he convinced people to do it. But he still managed to convince people to do it. And you've got to take that into consideration. Anything can be rationalized. And this is why I prescribe to the audience Orphan Black. In Orphan Black, what they do, and I talk about art a lot because that's my thing. In Orphan Black, what they effectively do is make two strands of clone, male strand of clone and a female strand of clone. And it's very much the ends justify the means. And multiple times, the organization who created them attempts to wipe out the clones, okay? They do it in multiple occasions in the kind of backstory to it. And the argument is always given, we just follow the science. We just follow the science. And once you start to establish a view where you can decide what science is, or you can decide what ends justify what means, you can do almost anything. This is what artists have been telling the human world for a very long time, in the idea of the mad, crazy scientist.
Yes.
You know, like Frankenstein, this is an old one, the Frankenstein story. And you go, well, it's just about a guy playing God. It's not just about a guy playing God. It's about a guy playing God in a way where he gets to decide the level of monster that he creates. Now, I know in the story, as far as I remember, that it's a damaged brain is the reason why the monster kind of goes a little bit off. But you can kind of, you can look at the abstract and think, well, really, it's not just about a guy creating life. It's about a guy being able to create any type of life he decides. I mean, it's fiction, so it's not really. You have to look at the parameters of the fiction world, but in those parameters, he can create a good guy, he can create a bad guy, and the bad guy could be a lot stronger than the humans can even deal with. And I think they kind of do this with robots somewhere down the line. The problem with the AI thing in art, as far as I'm concerned, is you'll get a lot out of me on this conversation, by the way, because I can talk about films forever. I used to write essays on the subject.
Oh.
Well, I studied it for years. And I liked this area. I liked horror, and I liked kind of dystopian views of the world. And you... What was I going to say? What film did I just use as an example?
Well, she's off the phone.
Oh, she's fine. Right.
Hey, Felina.
Right. Let me see if this will work. Let's see.
No, it sounds you're fine now. You sound fine now.
Yeah.
Wait, I know. I just plugged it in. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It is. I had you on. You guys were talking on another tab, and then I opened up another tab to get into the thing, and I forgot that I still had another tab going. So you were listening to the talking was. I guess there's a little delay, isn't there?
To our own melodious voices. Yeah, well, we're going from North Carolina to England to Connecticut. Yeah, it's. What was the Louis C.K. bit? It's like people are like it's taking so long. It's like it's going into space. It's amazing. It's going into space, and you're annoyed at how long it's taking.
Hey, when the volume shoots through my ears, it's going into space too.
Spinning around.
And it spins around. So where in England do you live? My family lives in London.
Okay, that's fine. It's nowhere near where I am.
Yours.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously. I look out the window and I see London just there, yeah.
What?
Say again.
I said to Americans, England is London and Stonehenge.
Yes, it's never.
No. That's St. John's Wood. They lived in St. John's Wood, and that's in London. I know. I visited them when I was 6 years old.
Yeah, it's a very posh area. That's
yeah.
They drink the nice tea with the nice china, and they all know the Queen, don't you know?
Actually, she did. By the way,
well, it doesn't surprise me.
He was a naval officer, the lieutenant commander of the Royal Navy, and he was at her coronation. And he died a number of years of cancer. He was older than she was, and they were invited to a some kind of lunch or something, garden party. This is what the sit down thing, not what she's having now with all the people rummaging around. This is like just was for the Navy, the highest naval officers. And she sat at the table right next to the Queen, and she couldn't stop looking at her. And dear, it's very impolite. Stop watching the Queen. I can't take my eyes off of her. She's so beautiful. I can't do it.
How gauche can you be?
I know. It's like, but she couldn't. She was just mesmerized by the Queen Mother. So he got all the dirt on the royals all the time. Well, she knew anything that was going on. She knew.
You can make any assertion for the dirt on the royals in this country, and everyone will just assume it's automatically true.
That's true.
I mean,
I believed her because she kind of was.
And the thing is,
and other nobles, she knew other nobility there.
Yeah. You never know who to believe, and you never want to make the assumption that the royal family in England are basically the Clintons. You never want to make the assumption. You never really want to say, well, they did that awful thing to that woman. you know, in the tunnel.
Nobody's the Clintons.
Well, yeah. Well, I would like to suggest that you two stop talking about it. Otherwise, your screens might just disappear. You know, I might just they will find you. They'll come for you. I'll get done in by the Clinton England branch. Well, where I go on a hunting trip and never return.
Yeah.
I was thinking that the reason Prince William and Meghan Markle decamped to Canada.
No, Prince. No. He said Prince William and Meghan Markle.
Okay, they've renounced
anything here. We must educate him.
Well, this is. I mean, look,
he's a spoiled brat.
In this country, you could never call him Prince because he wasn't the son of nobility anyway. Apparently.
Should I say that?
No.
Wales until his father becomes king.
Yeah, well, they don't. Well, I'm making the allusion to the fact that his father isn't his father. Do you not know of this scandal? Wow.
Wait.
I'm sorry, Americans.
I know
his father and his grandfather have the same bone structure. He looks like genetically.
You know who else he looks like?
I'm not talking about Prince Andrew, who looks like Lord Carnarvon there.
Well, that's indeed.
He looks exactly like him.
No, I mean he looks a damned good sight like his mum's best mate back in the day as well.
Which one was it? Wait a minute, you're talking about Harry. You're talking about
no, I'm talking
James
about
Hewitt?
Maybe I've got them wrong.
This is how much
I care about my own monarchy.
And you look at this. If you look
I see what you mean. My apologies.
Look at this. You can, and you look at his grandfather. We're talking Prince Philip.
Yes. Okay. I stand. We have this discussion point mostly in England as well, because you don't really talk about the monarchy. I
think you'd like to get rid of Harry. I think that'd be kind of
well, it's a running joke actually in England that Americans know more about our royal family than we do, and I stand to that point.
It could be it.
Can I also mention this? Whenever I go,
do we know? I wonder why. Let's see.
Can I also say this in response to your point? Whenever I go to the Daily Mail or any newspaper website like that, at the right-hand column is all American celebrities. So I heard you guys care more about American celebrities than we.
There he is. There's Prince Andrew's father. He looks exactly freaking like him. In fact, there's a scene. There's a picture of him Andrew running up to him when he was alive, and they were both in these tuxes, exact same tux, and they look exactly alike. I'm sorry, the Queen, because he was her Portia, Lord Porchester. Oh, Fabulous Agnostic is gone.
I suspect he's going to be back with a surprise.
Oh, geez. I've got more books on the royals than he does. If he wants to have some kind of, I can match him.
We need to see your library.
Videos, I've got everything. Oh, wait a second.
Oh.
That is Kate Middleton.
That's a sign of obsession.
Not.
Well,
no, it's not. Say that.
She just has it on hand. She just has it on hand.
I'm just lying around. I'm a British man who drinks tea. No, proper tea through a strainer. And I have not a stretch on your ability to be fake British, Felina.
I love Doll. But I love the Queen. You want to know why I love the Queen? Because she's like me. We both love horses and dogs.
She's also a very big fan of gin as well, by the way.
Oh, I know that.
Well, that's the only.
No, it's mixed every night. mixed as a tonic. She has that before dinner, and then she has champagne before she goes to bed.
Well, gin is a very, very delightful drink to have before dinner.
It's got a lot of herbs in it. It's got juniper and all sorts of things in it.
I'm a big fan of actually, I rephrase. I was going to say I'm a big fan of gin, but I'm a big fan of all alcohol. So, I wouldn't. I do not
alcohol. I have balls.
I do not. Yes, I might. I'll just go to my cabinet. I will show you my. I've got it. I might change the scenery since my partner's disappeared.
I think I'm going to get into the scotch myself.
This is my.
Very nice.
Oh no, it's all from downstairs.
Nice.
I just brought it upstairs from downstairs. No,
nice. They're little bottles. It's a tiny.
They're not little bottles. No, that's because they're far away, Felina.
I mean, how are you supposed to have a good night's sleep after that one?
Well, there's more than one, so it's okay.
Unless you got a whole box of them.
Well, I do. I
own
a pub, so it's not a grave issue to me.
Oh, you want a pop? So there you go. Those are just decorations.
I just empty bottles, really.
Oh my God! Of course. There's Merlin. Where's Merlin? There's Merlin. Yes. I always books on Merlin too.
Our long-standing cultural icon. And what? Sorry.
And Wales books on
Wales. I'll tell you an interesting fact about Wales that the Welsh won't tell you.
Tom Jones was number 3, voted number 3.
Yeah.
The top 3 Welsh people.
Great. That's
all time.
So out of all five of them, and he's top 3.
Well, Richard Burton was 11th on the list.
Oh, that's all the people. That's all the people in Wales, though. Like just 11 of them that live in this little village. I've got a lot.
One still walking around. You got number 3.
I have a good few Welsh friends over the years, and there's a very, very thick skin on the Welsh people because there's a very heavy level of banter really on Welsh people because Wales is not officially a country. It's a principality, and there's a big discussion about whether or not Wales has ever really been classified as a country. We have other conversations in England about this.
Didn't they killed Llewellyn the Last, and they took the title of Prince of Wales?
Yeah, we have this.
The Saxons.
It's a very odd situation on that. So there's a long history.
Well, they never let it be. Well, it was probably. I'm sure it was. They thought it was a country before the Saxons came in.
Yeah, but we have this. Yeah, I mean it's a long form discussion, which always
there's a lot of people from Brittany that are it's like the same DNA, and also a lot of the same dishes. You'll find a lot of French dishes in Wales because the DNA. Yeah. Intermingle back and forth.
Well, speaking of the kind of French thing, you I don't know. I'm going to be telling you something you will probably already know. But the difference between beef and cow, the French word originally the British would call all of their beef as meat, cow, but then they changed it to beef because it's French, and the French were
a lot of words are the same.
They preferred the sound of beef rather than cow.
A lot of the words in English are French, French origin.
Well, we usually have a French cognate and a German cognate, and the French is more kind of arty, and the German.
Well, English is a Germanic language.
Yeah.
That's why it's got the cognate, because English is a Germanic language.
I'm going to very, very quickly be brushed under the conversation rug.
No, you won't.
Wait, can I say you guys were having more fun together? I mean, just listening from the bathroom, it's like, oh my God, these people are having more fun together than I was with either.
I forgot my dolls. love dolls, and
Well,
I love Queen. One day I want to look like her. I love her. Why can't I love her? I do.
Well, we're doing
She's a little girl. She said what she wanted when she grew up, with lots of dogs and lots of horses, and she's just a woman after my own heart. You know what I mean? That's I said, oh geez. And then when she grew up, she got lots of dogs and lots of horses. She's very down to earth. She pulls the tip out of in the fire.
She was the only monarch who did this in sort of the modern era. She used to ride
the table.
Yeah. She used to ride her own
car
horse.
Oh, she rode her own horse.
And there was a moment not that long ago. I mean, in the Queen's lifetime of like 2,000-3,000 years.
I
mean, they keep. You think they keep pumping drugs into Hillary? I mean, the stuff in the Queen, because she must be 50% machine, more machine than
her
man.
Knees have been replaced.
Say again.
Her knees have been replaced.
Oh, well, it wouldn't surprise me if, like the hamster in Recess, the Queen has been replaced with a lookalike. But she used to ride her own horse during all of the kind of public services and all the.
Oh yeah, that's right. In there,
there was at one point somebody fired a gun during.
Tried to shoot her. That's right.
Yeah, and the horse had lost control, and she managed to retain control of this galloping horse. And they're big. They're Shire horses. The hooves are like this, and she kind of controlled it. And I think since then she thought, I'm maybe a bit getting on a bit now. I don't want to. That was in her 700th year of running the country.
But that's pretty good. I mean, she can rebuild a car engine or truck engine.
Yeah, she's a real woman. She's a real monarch.
Yeah, she is. She's really
she's the sort of monarch you imagine gallivanting on the back of a horse into battle.
Right. She was like a real. Even Elizabeth I, and she had a speech, but she didn't ride into battle.
No.
This one would, because she's really
very hands-on. She's very hands-on. I mean, she's falling apart. Unfortunately.
Is she? How's she falling apart?
She's
to live till over.
She's in and out of hospital, and every time she comes out, there's a new bit of plastic put in, and.
Well, Charles was falling apart too. So yeah.
Well, Charles has recently been quite ill, and I think he's okay now.
But he had COVID. Didn't he have COVID?
I think yes, he did have COVID. Yeah. He's fine now. It's amazing what you can do when you have lots of money, isn't it? Really?
What is Camilla falling apart?
Camilla's been falling apart since 1997, dude.
They're British. They're all falling apart.
I know she's had many surgeries to look as good as she is looking now, because she looked really bad there for a while.
Mm-hmm. So, Camilla's been falling apart. I mean, this is this is the staple ability, the staple long-standing ability of all the posh people in Britain. They're all falling apart. There was a dark joke which I will not subject.
Oh, well, it reminds me of what's his face? It's who's the comedian? I can't remember his name. He's like, you need to air out the genes. That's the thing, is that they're just too much of the upper crust aristocratic class. They need to have a little more variety in their genes.
Well, I mean that's the dark joke that I was alluding to before. Their genes are very similar.
Yeah.
Very, very far back in the line.
But so Kate is distantly related, but very distantly. Yet all but I think Trump, all the presidents of the United States are related to royalty. They're all related to Charlemagne. They could trace them all back, even Obama. But Trump, they think, might be the only one that isn't. Which is kind of interesting.
Which is why the swamp hates him.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah.
He doesn't do the skull and bones ritual. What's it?
He didn't belong to Yale.
Yeah. Well, what's the secret society? I'm blanking out on everything.
Oh, they've got the skull of Geronimo, and then they lie in the coffin, and they have to tell all their sexual exploits. It
So
sounds
they can be blackmailed later on.
anxiety. Well, the Yale was a slave trader, and he used to beat the slaves as he brought them over, and then he killed a 16-year-old boy for stealing something like a little tool from him. He hung him. I mentioned like some stuff that he did in a video a while back, and two people was like, "You were so smug, I turned you off," and the other one just said, "Stop it, just stop it." Really? Like I'm gonna be nice on a slave trader who beat slaves, owned slaves, and killed a 16-year-old boy for stealing a trowel? No, I'm not going to be nice.
And now Yale is the disseminator of wokeness. Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to be a little smug, and I just think they deserve it to be so. This is only lemon.
What a shame.
Sugar made into syrup and water, so it's lemonade. It's fresh lemonade. No alcohol. I was going to buy alcohol today, but I didn't because it was raining, and I would have had to carry it home, the bottle, because I was walking.
I bought some. I just got some beer today because I've actually.
You're drinking beer?
That's what was in my glass.
Yeah. What kind?
Say again.
What type?
That was an orange IPA.
Oh.
Because naturally I have a ponytail, so I must engage in the culturally appropriate beers to fit my aesthetic. No, it's just I'm not a great fan of craft beer and craft ale. And we're going this is the way we're going. That's fine by me. But they all taste effectively the same. And you're talking to somebody who effectively is a super taster. Like
you're super taster.
Yeah.
I think you have your palate
very distinct flavors I can pick up on. I'm not a boaster. I despise ego, but I'm
intrigued because I'm very interested in people who can get the layers of both taste and smell, because I feel
I'm a good smeller
that are unavailable to me. Like I read fragrance websites. I read like fragrance reviews, and it's like description. It's like Arrowhead descriptions of trips, of like LSD trips. I have no idea what's going on.
You could be making it up too.
People say to me because you're not on your own now. A lot of people, I'll taste something or whatever, and they'll go, I don't really get the difference. My good friend, the one I've mentioned earlier on, just doesn't taste lots of different things. Whereas I can't even have chicken on pizza because it spoils pizza for me. Because I don't like the taste of that
pizza.
Yeah, well, it's a thing with barbecue chicken pizza. But I just
barbecue chicken pizza.
But I can't
sauce.
Yeah,
or grilled.
No, it's barbecue sauce.
Okay, what if it was grilled, smoked chicken?
No, even worse. I can't bear smoke.
Too much flavor.
It's too strong. It's too strong. People think super tasters. I mean, it's not really a thing. We're not like
you just need a plain pita.
It's just a nice pie, steak and ale pie or something like that.
Yeah.
Because we eat, except for with curry. When it comes to curries, we don't want bland curries. We want to taste the different flavors. That's why we always go for things like vindaloo. It's the spiciest, but also it's the greatest profile of flavors, so you get them. And this is why this might just be the way that I've kind of conditioned myself, though, so be aware of that. But I find it difficult to eat and not drink alcohol with food. And I will sometimes eat certain types of food to pair it with alcohol that I might have.
Alcohols that they do complement the food.
Well, they do, and there's a couple of myths that I can very quickly. If you want alcohol-related myths dispelling, I will do that very quickly, and I do it very effectively. So if you have any that you
make you drunk.
That's true. That's not a myth. But it's just alcohol makes her drunk. I says that's
no, it
true.
doesn't make you drunk.
Just okay. No, that's
it makes you drunk if you think about it.
I've always
Okay, so myth number one: different types of alcohol make you drunk in different ways.
True. It's not a. The reason why is, I'll give you an example. People of Chinese and Japanese descent find it more difficult to break down gluten-based alcohol products
Because they don't have three.
they don't have
Rice.
yeah.
You don't need bread.
And reverse that, rice wine and rice beer for people in this country gets us drunk in a very different way, right? And this is a test that people can do. Go and buy a real Japanese beer like Hitachi no Nest. Which means the owl's nest in Japanese. Buy the red version because it's made with red rice. It's red rice beer. You will find that you won't even know that you're getting drunk. Your mind is fine, but your body is not working. You will walk the long way around to your chair and you won't even notice it. You'll go, why am I not responding properly? It's bizarre. It's very, very bizarre.
Doing things you don't know.
I don't mean doing things, you're not going to all of a sudden punch someone in the face, but like you find yourself feeling a lot more okay than you would on, say, average, like whiskey or whatever. But your body is responding like a drunk person. You're sort of swaying, but you think you're fine. Oh, I'm all right. Why am I? It's very odd, very odd. So different way, and also you have long historical heritage style drinks as well. So like the Irish and the Scottish are particularly good at drinking whiskey because the conditions to make whiskey are very, very prolific. They're very easy to make whiskey. Whereas ale, the reason English people ale is a bit of a staple in England, as you probably will know, is during the medieval era and post the medieval era, there was the water was not very drinkable. There was very, very short supply of drinking water.
In Egypt,
so they would
kill bacteria, right?
Yeah, so they would drink beer. They never realized, because the British people didn't care, that actually the reason they could drink it, they were like, oh yeah, we'll have to drink the beer because it's the only. Oh, would you look at that? They didn't really realize it's because they were sterilizing the water to make the beer. I used to make beer as well, so I know the process. So beer is a very traditional thing in Britain, especially in England. But I mean ale. I mean traditional style ales, because they're very old and they've been refined over a very long time in Britain. And the technology, England must have developed technology to serve beer before they developed an oven.
Yeah.
Right? They must, because it was so widespread, everybody would drink ale.
But a good ale has got a lot of protein in it too.
Well, it has wheat proteins. It also has they put vitamins in beer to condition the yeast as well.
Yeah, so
and it also contains yeast because it's ale in England. I would show you, but I don't have any in my cellar at the minute because I'm waiting for my delivery. So maybe one day we have in the ale. It's a living product. It's classified in this country as a food product, not a drink product, because you have to ignite it to get the ale live again, because there's yeast inside the barrel, and when you do what's called tapping the barrel, you knock a peg into it, and that basically activates the yeast inside the barrel and makes the ale a living product. That's what gives it its flavor profile, which is why the same batch of ale made at different times might taste completely different because there's the conditions it was made.
Does that have to do with the reason why Scotch stops aging once you bottle it?
Yes, but also that's kind of the other way of looking at it, if that makes sense.
Okay.
That is the same kind of process, but you wouldn't look at it that way. You would just look at Scotch as a whole different idea, if that makes sense. They're part of the same kind of thing, yeah. Because when you keg beer, not casket, because casket is what they would put it. When you keg beer, that's when that's a final product, as they call it. It's in its final stage of existence. It will only be drank from that barrel, if that makes sense. And what happens in those barrels is they're sealed barrels, and you put a coupler over them, and your gas supply pushes into the barrel. It's got a rod inside of it, and it pushes the beer out, and that's carbonated beer that you drink behind from a tap, which is a free pour tap. You don't have to pull it to bring it out of the barrel, the cask barrel. So that's a final product. That's not living. The yeast in that is dead, and it's been stabilized, so the yeast can't reignite. What a lot of older men find in this country is they have a lot of like thrush and yeast infections as they get older because they drink a lot of what we call bitter. Bitter is the actual flavor profile, so it's called that, if that makes sense. But it's kind of a colloquial now for ale, generic hand-pulled ale, and they find themselves getting a lot of not severely, but a sort of yeast buildup in their throat because they drink so much ale.
A lot of it for that too, and someone would have to be very low because it's not getting.
Yeah. Well, this is why a lot of them prefer to drink lower percentage beer ales as well. A lot of ales do come in at lower percentages these days because they have this phrase now that the craft beer folks have coined, which is sessionable. It's a sessionable beer. I've got a session IPA, which I'll show you in a minute. And it basically means I can drink it all day without falling over.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
And you think, well, the craft beer, this is where me and the craft beer trend really apart. And I went to a beer tasting thing once, and people assume
you have a badge saying that you're a super taster when you go in.
Yeah, and I despise pretentiousness, by the way, which is odd because people think I'm pretentious. If you spent 10 minutes with me, you would know I'm not pretentious. This is just the person I am. Despise pretentiousness. Now, I used to drink a lot of wine. Wine was my thing. That would be what I would drink if the bar. I always said your drink is what you would drink if the bar was free. And I would drink wine. And I know a fair bit about wine. My first business was a sort of wine bar, restaurant thing. And I would train the staff in the only three important things about wine. I would train them in that. And there would always be some egocentric turd who pretended to know lots about wine, and they would just repeat this plethora of bullshit information about wine to make themselves sound good.
Like the Faker died to wine, yeah.
And it's they never mention really. They don't mention maybe one of the three things that I say is important about wine, but they always mention maybe one of them, but not the other two. And it was a fine year. You don't know it was a fine year. You haven't got a bloody clue what the weather was like in Chile in 2016 in that particular region. The Google won't even tell you that. You don't know what you're talking about. So that's what you see it. But nothing is more pretentious than craft beer, right? They have taken the reins of wine pretentiousness because the selection profile for beer is far wider than wine. Now, wine drinkers will stab me in the face for saying that, but I speak as a wine drinker. Well, I speak as a drinker. That beer is a wider selection of flavor profiles. However, the craft beer craze, you could take any craft beer, and let's say we went out to a craft beer bar in my hometown or whatever. There aren't many anyway, or maybe I was over there. My bet would be that we could pick three different beers, three different styles of beer as well, and there would be a generic taste across all three of them. And me and Tom, my partner, we did this test. We went to the craft beer bar in another town that's not our hometown, and I had a craft lager, and I had a craft IPA, and he had a craft lager, and they tasted almost the same. As Rob disappeared.
I'm here. What, you can't see me?
I can see you.
Okay. It says I've got trouble connecting. Maybe Rob's...
it's your computer. Yeah, I can see you.
I can see you both fine.
Let's see if it might...
It might iron out.
Come back.
Yeah.
The internet says it's fine. I don't.
Well, it's like you couldn't see Felina before, so.
Oh well. I don't.
Continue talking.
Oh no, you back? Can you hear me, Rob? Yeah, I think I lost. My computer decided to stop being a. It stopped sending it into space, obviously.
Yeah.
So I have no idea. Yeah, they're very similar craft beers in my opinion. Whereas ales, traditional ales, aren't really. And people say, well, they all taste the same. Yeah, they don't. They really don't. They don't at all. But with craft beer, I do notice a very generic taste. And what I call that is commercial. Right? I call that the taste of commercialized beer. Because what happened when the craft beer market boomed, a lot of these craft places, these craft breweries, stopped being craft breweries because the demand was so high that they had to expand.
Yeah.
So they stopped their small batch varieties and just had to pump this stuff out. Now, you can rush beer. You can rush the beer making process by adding additives to it. You add finings, which are believed, and if you might like this, Felina, actually. It's believed that the ancient Egyptians discovered finings because they would keep their wine in bags which they would make out of the inside of fish guts.
Yeah, something about the amino acids.
The amino acids inside the fish gut. What they do is they take the gallbladder of a fish. I can't remember what the fish, a very particular kind of fish, and they grind it into a fine powder, add water to it, make a solution, and that solution is what clears. It's called finings, and it clears beer. Once you do that, though, you don't make ale because you need the yeast and it settles it all. Now, that you add that one low-level chemical, fair enough, but then you have to add stabilizers which prevent yeast reoccurrence, and you have to add a bunch of other chemicals to speed the process up or slow it down or whatever, and you end up with basically a commercialization of the product.
In Egypt, the beer was very thick, had a lot of protein in it, and it was very, very thick. It was less of what we think beer is.
Yeah, well, beer is a very complicated chemical construction. It's kind of another thing that you might like. And the very first live stream we had, Bob, I briefly mentioned this, that in my opinion, you two might just completely scrap this. The reason wine is the mechanism that Christ uses is because everybody can make wine. It's a very universal drink to have. And a lot of people at home would make wine. Even to this day, wine is very, very easy to make. It's very difficult to mature because you have the right conditions.
Yeah, my grandfather used to make wine. We have a wine press and a big one.
Okay, yeah. But
wine cellar with all the whole jugs and barrels down there.
Yeah.
And he made grappa too.
Grappa is a very interesting drink.
It's really
every time there's an Italian restaurant that we used to go to, every time we'd go, we'd always have. Well, we wouldn't have grappa because they never had it. And when I asked for it, the woman who worked there was very polite, very jolly, very jolly. She was always surprised that I knew what grappa was. So they would give us another digestive.
I know most people don't know what.
No.
Grappa too.
Yeah. And she gave us another digestive, which I cannot remember the name of. But she liked us so much that it was more of like a big measure of this rather than just a digestive shot, let's say. It was very, this one's on the house. And you think, that's the 10th one on the house now. I will be on the house if I keep going, Very, very fun restaurant, that. Very, very, very down-to-earth, bistro-style Italian. Very good food, actually. Very good food.
Well, if we are ever let out of the country again, I don't know if they're going to allow us to fly anywhere again.
Yeah.
Good, we bring back COVID.
Well, I mean, if you ever wanted a
Hello. Are you? I think we lost. Okay, now I'm not seeing.
Oh yes, he froze.
Fabulous Agnostic froze.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, he's coming from England. He's got more of an excuse to freeze than me.
Should I eject him and re-invite him? He has a good pose there. You know, if I froze out
Yeah.
my mouth, you know.
We could say something about him behind his back now. Let's say all. He comes back. Oh, how are you doing?
Very flattering. Very
Never know.
Should I? I mean, will he be hurt if I eject him?
It seems like he doesn't realize it. Usually I can tell right away when I'm frozen.
Oh, he ejected himself. Okay.
Oh, he ejected himself. Okay, so maybe he'll try to come back. I just happen to have these dogs.
He just had them on hand. Dude.
Wait a minute. Okay. What did he say? Something about somebody's a snob or full of themselves, or
No, he said he's repulsed by pretentiousness.
Oh, he is. So am I. Oh yes, very repulsed. Very.
Have you noticed that, like, all things that are aspirational to girls usually involve a tiara?
Oh yeah. Okay. Looks kind of cute on the back.
He messaged me. He said, "Bear with me, I will return."
Oh really?
I'll give him a
You won't tell him about the tiara. This is actually a crown, not a tiara.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't it pretty? I think I'm going to start knighting people.
Can I get in on that? I need a
Hey, I'm actually related to nobility, Italian nobility on both sides. My mother, she's full noble.
Well,
I mean, she's been poor, but she's 100% literally.
I'm related to the people who are sweeping out the stalls. Yeah.
Oh, really? Well, you know what? You never know. You never know, because a lot of people are illegitimate too, and they're related. You know,
the nobility had to sow their wild oats.
Oh yeah, they did. But you wouldn't. But it took me a while to figure it out, and I go, wait a second, and then it's like you just hear things, and I go, I never think, oh, I'm a princess, and you just like hear things, and it doesn't click. And then when my aunt Anne went into deeper discussion about it, and then it still didn't click, and I said, oh my God. It's weird, because you just you're not living a royal life, and nobody's calling you a princess. Nobody's treating you like a princess. It doesn't click. And so now I'm thinking, why don't I just start knighting people? They're going to take me away so fast. Oh, he missed all the fun.
Oh.
What we were saying, when you had a great freeze frame. It was very flattering.
Oh,
it was cool. It was cool. We all on for a while.
Something, yeah. So okay. So we show and tell. So I'm drinking Clyde Mays from
bourbon. See, if you alcohol.
Bridge, Alabama. So that is what I'm currently.
Is that moonshine?
No, it's just bourbon.
Bourbon, yeah.
Which you know how much Alabama.
The difference between bourbon and whiskey. When they say, "Well, what do you like to drink?" they say bourbon. They don't say whiskey. So bourbon is the difference, that you would call it bourbon rather than whiskey.
Bourbon is the particular style of whiskey.
Yeah, well, it's not regional in the way that champagne is, where you can't legally call it champagne if it's not in the Champagne region, but it's kind of like
sparkling wine, yeah. Bourbon is only made in the South,
yeah,
in the moonshine region.
There used to be. I don't know if you'll be able to answer this. There is a law in America that governs this, though, that bourbon must be made in the correct states in order for it to be called bourbon.
Yeah, but it's not a regional thing in the way.
Yeah. It could just
Right. Yeah. See, they use bourbon when they make the for the Kentucky Derby, is it the mint julep? Do they use bourbon in that? It's the drink of the Kentucky Derby is bourbon.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate bourbon. I do. I just don't like it.
I've never had it. So
I had a bourbon. I liked the bourbon called Wild Turkey.
Mhm.
That's quite a nice bourbon. It's not too sweet. It's there, but a lot of bourbons that I've had, it's a bit smoky, a bit sweeter.
I like smokiness. I just like sweetness. Like I had like Elijah Craig. It was overly cloying and sweet. Yeah.
smoking tequila.
I don't. I used to do tequila like no one's business. In my third year at university, I spent like £100. I don't know why I said that, because you don't even know how much that is in value. But like, I don't know why. It's a good bit of money on a friend of mine once, because my friends knew that I had this past with tequila. It's like recess, where Gus happens to be like the best dodgeball player or whatever it is. Like, that's what I had, that kind of reputation. Like, you don't challenge him with the tequila because he can drink tequila.
Oh, I found the secret of drinking a lot of tequila.
Yeah, it's just to do it.
Oh, no,
you
well,
just don't.
This is how you do it, and you don't get a hangover. And you can drink a half a liter and you won't even know you've drunk a half a liter. I think it's because the way I did it was I'm replacing everything you're losing. I put half of it is orange juice, and then you add lime, of course, and a lot of salt. If you add the salt and the orange juice, you've got your potassium, because the alcohol removes potassium from your body and also removes vitamin C, and the salt keeps your body hydrated. So if you mix it the way I mix it, and before you know it, you're just there drinking. And I don't think I can do it anymore. This was when I'm much. All of a sudden you've drunk half a liter, and it's because you just keep mixing it, and then you're never drunk. It's weird. I shouldn't be saying this to people who are alcoholics.
If they're alcoholics, your advice is going to go over their head, and they're going to drink anyway. It doesn't make any difference.
True.
Yeah.
It's true.
There's a very large misconception over hangovers in particular regarding the consumption of water, because water will not hydrate you if you don't have the salt to metabolize the water.
Salt.
It's the salt that you need, and you need a fair bit of salt as well. It's not like I need a little, but you need a good teaspoon of salt per pint of water to rehydrate your body. So when you wake up in the morning, which they do, and they drink a load of water, you're actually contributing to the hangover, because your body is using up whatever salt reserves it has. You will, because your body can't deal with the amount of water that needs to be metabolized. Your warm salt water would be the fastest way to rehydrate yourself. But on the flip side, people think that alcohol, a hangover, is dehydration. But a hangover is actually alcohol withdrawal. Because what happens when you drink, there are two active ingredients that occur as a sort of byproduct of alcohol. One is from the yeast, and the other is from the effect on the brain. They are thiamine and serotonin. Okay, so a lot of alcoholics suffer and they have to have thiamine tablets. Right, it's just very similar to what happens with type 2 diabetes. So when you drink, what happens in your brain is yeast is 90% thiamine, or I think it might be pronounced thiamine, but I'm not sure. And thiamine is what regulates. You know what thiamine is. So what happens is their bodies think, I'm getting thiamine from an external source, so I stop making thiamine.
Yeah.
Which is why they need the thiamine. And the same thing happens with serotonin. You have the boost of serotonin, which is the effect of a drug on the brain. So the hangover is your brain not producing enough serotonin, which is why when they say the air of the dog, which is having another drink, will boost it, that is somewhat true, but it will not help, because you'll just be pushing the problem further and further along. A hangover is a lot of different things, but it's not necessarily dehydration. That will not help naturally. But there's a lot of vitamins and a lot of minerals that are lost.
Yeah,
Not so much minerals because there are minerals in beer, but it's predominantly the drop in serotonin, which is what makes you feel sad, because what they call beer fear, or how did all the and thiamine is the major ingredient which the brain cannot produce after years of alcohol abuse.
Oh.
Can I say that Felina's getting good comments way up? G. Will said that you are more ravishingly beautiful than ever.
Oh, no. I looked at Janis Joplin before she died.
He's such a
and if I could find this comment, Res Joe, I think he's a new one. Hey Res Joe, Wicked. I dig the Christmas lights in the background. Yes, I have Christmas lights too. Yeah. Okay.
You've got that's right.
I'd just be showing you curtains with flowers on them. Sorry.
I love more.
Okay. These were in the pub when I got here. They're horrendously awful and ugly. So I moved them upstairs so no one can see them.
So, you live in an apartment above the pub?
Yes, I do. Yeah. Yeah, we say poob.
Yeah.
Poob.
Well, that's convenient. I would love to have.
I remember Uncle Roy would go to the pub every night, but I don't remember him saying poob. He didn't say it. They told me where he went. He was going. I think people think having a poob is great fun and all the rest of it, and it is. There you go. No, it's. We have these conversations. I've been interviewing for this pub for the past 2 days. I've got interviews, what would be now today for me, but tomorrow effectively. And you hear people say, "Oh, I just want something different," because there's always something different happening in a pub. Lies. It's the same shit, different day with the pub. People think, pardon me, sorry. People think that pub. That's the beer. That's the sessional beer. People think that it's like this fun, exciting, fast-paced place to work, and there's always something happening. You just go down. He went down to meet his friends just to talk and have a glass.
When you work in a pub, you deal with people, and people are just nightmares. Just nightmare. And you add alcohol to that, and then it's just a disgrace. Oh my God! We've had people come in. Oh, I just want to get in the job, and I want to socialize. I despise customers who waste their time just chatting at you at the bar. Go and sit in the corner. I'm obviously a great pub operator, But like, I
have absolute contempt for your customers.
I have for you to do, and so many things for you to think of to keep everything going that you can't really stop and chat.
Yeah, and the legislation in this country is so strict now that not that I would want to do anything that is wrong anyway, but it's so pressurized. That you drop the ball in this game, let's say, and you're shut down before you know it. And I know a few, not a lot, but a handful of operators who've had their licenses revoked because of something that happened in their premises. There are every now and then, touchwood, this doesn't happen. Touchwood, I don't want it to happen to anyone. Every now and then, someone will die in a late bar venue. It happens in pubs because old men have heart attacks and things, but it seems to be not really a problem. But when someone dies in a club, the immediate assumption is one of two things. One, they died of a drug overdose, and the other is they were stabbed. And if that happens to you, you will never, ever establish trade again in that premises. You just have to leave because you'll never get. It's just. Well, it kind of is as well, especially if it's the latter. If it's drugs, you will get shut down anyway. If it was to be drugs, but if it was someone being stabbed, it's because you're the licensee. It's your premises. You're supposed to know whatever happens and everything that's going on. But a lot of these large-scale clubs and late bars are owned by companies who don't give their licensees the power to make their decisions in their own premises. So they're putting their jobs on the line in favor of money effectively. And so the security companies that these big clubs and these big nightclubs use, the companies, sometimes aren't particularly adequate, and they don't get the landlord, as it says, doesn't get a say in what happens. Now, really, this is a problem. It's a very mini problem for landlords, but it's a problem for licensed premises holders, because in English law, within these four walls, I am God. Okay? As long as I abide by the rules that I have to uphold, because I have a personal license, you have responsibilities, then I am in charge of this premises. I can refuse anybody for any reason, as long as it's not protected characteristic style reason, not discrimination. But if someone comes in wearing the wrong clothing that I don't think is appropriate, they have to leave. Now, when these big companies they employ these premises supervisors, as they're called, designated premises supervisors, their job is on the line to do as they're told, but they never invoke the law and say, well, I'm responsible for this, I'm not doing that, because then they lose their job. But whenever something happens that's serious in the premises, it's them who receive the punishment for it, you see, because they're in charge of the premises. As far as the law is concerned, it's your pub, it's your bar, it's your responsibility. So their jobs are on the line, or their financial stability is on the line. Does that make sense? It's a bit of an awful, it can be a very awful situation, because there are two laws that govern. Well, I would say there's two, but now there's three, because the government mandate that I have to take people's information, but that's a slightly different problem we talked about earlier on. There are two laws that govern my job, which is the Licensing Act of 2004, I think it is, and the Weights and Measures Act. They're kind of, well, maybe the Consumer Act as well, because we're selling something to the public, But those two laws are the ones I have to be mostly mindful of, because they govern how licensed premises operate and what are the weights and measures of I can't put too much alcohol in one particular glass, etc., etc., etc. Not that I would want to anyway, because it's a waste of money. But you have to bear all this stuff in mind. That's a long, boring analysis of the legal system in England. Sorry.
No, it's interesting. It's interesting.
You don't have to lie. It's not that interesting.
No, I'm the kind of person who listens to everything and enjoys to learn everything. I should thank him for, even though I say, I think I look awful. It's very kind of him to say that.
G Will is just abandoned me now. Then, I used to be the favorite, and then Felina came along.
Oh,
with her nice hair. And just swooped all of the fans away from me.
Next time I'll pull it back in a bun.
I don't think it's a sexual thing with G Will. I think he's just an appreciator of human beauty, and so he sees both of you as the radiant specimens that you are.
Shut up.
Never been described as a radiant. I might change my YouTube channel to Radiant.
Radiant in a cup.
the exemplary specimens of human beauty. Not non-sexually appreciated. just objectively radiantly beautiful.
I feel like we need a topic. How many people are watching now?
Oh boy,
we're talking about beer. We're talking about.
I don't want to bore you with.
Okay, well, this. We're talking about craft beers, and so I live in a town, like a lot of towns in the South. At one point, we based our economies on textiles and tobacco. Well, it's tough times for both of those. So what's happened in my town is that, all the textile plants, basically the textile plants basically all closed by the 80s, and they've been hanging on. So what we've replaced these things by is dozens and dozens of craft breweries. So in my town, it's a city of 300,000 people, but we have like 40 craft beers and microbrews and stuff.
Really, 40?
Well, maybe I'm exaggerating a little. It seems like 40.
39.5.
It seems like there's like one going up every day. But yeah, some of them are very good. I've told some of them, if I were a millionaire, I'd just dump all my money helping you to make this a national thing. But
they can't. Well, they're not. This is the thing; they can't do that because the moment they reach a certain level, they lose their craft ability. Their craft status.
You can't scale it up indefinitely. Yeah.
You know, a lot of this happens with the term small batch whiskey or gin or whatever. It has to. There's a criteria that needs to be met by that. Well, exactly. You know, it must be. I did notice in England it must be under something like 80 hectoliters or something like that. Like hectoliters.
You know, you're speaking Greek to Americans.
Well, hectoliters is the measurement that HMRC used to calculate duty tax on beer. Basically, what that means is how the government can steal money from the pub industry even more.
Yes.
Than they already do. But a hectoliter.
Taxes on our alcohol here too.
Say again.
We have heavy taxes on our alcohol. And they add it. It's included in the price. So when you go to checkout, there's no tax added on. It's already added. So you think that you're buying alcohol without tax, and they do. They've got some hefty taxes on it.
Britain has the highest duty tax in Europe and third highest duty tax in the world.
Really?
Yeah, it's a big.
Highest?
Say again.
What's the highest?
I can't remember, but it's somewhere like. It's somewhere like. Well, I don't care. I think it's something like Japan, because it's not really a culture there. I think number 2 is something like. I'm sure it might be Australia or New Zealand.
Us big drinkers.
It might. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But yeah, it's not a good position because there's a cultural movement here called Save the Local.
Yeah.
And they come up with all these statistics like 2 out of 10 people meet their love of their life in a pub or something like this.
Really?
I don't know.
They always advise against that. Don't meet anybody in a pub.
Well, that's to be honest, every single time I've ever heard that, it's been an American saying it.
Because you're drunk when you're meeting them.
Yeah, well, yes, that would be. Yeah, I mean, it's not a great position in England right now to own a pub. Well, it isn't right now because they're not open. But aside from all of that, there is a lot of issues that this industry is facing, and some of it is the responsibility of the people, some of it's the responsibility of the landlords, and some of it's the responsibility of the government. And to collectively, they've let the pub industry down. And what they've started to notice in Britain, I've probably said this to you before, actually, Bob, what they've noticed in Britain now is as the locals have declined, as in the local pubs have dropped in number, suicide rates have gone up. Lower reportings of community consensus have gone down. You know, people don't feel like they're part of a community. Crime in terms of community cohesion has dropped.
Like domestic violence and all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. Now, that domestic violence is one of the arguments that the government gave to lobby against the pubs. Because they would say that most domestic abusers are drunk when they are, which is true. However, well, they are. They are. Yeah, but they are in England,
but not the ones that I've known.
But in England, it's true. Domestic abuse. The domestic abuse numbers do go up when there is a cultural phenomenon where people drink. However, the most domestic abuse numbers happen and occur by men to women who are drunk from buying alcohol in the supermarket, not from drinking in the pub. And
It's more expensive. You drink more.
It's more expensive at the pub. There's also someone monitoring my actions at the pub as well. Whereas at the supermarket, I can buy it for cheaper. I can buy lots of it. No one monitors me, and I can drink it in the comfort of my own home. Right. That issue is also an issue. I'll move away from the domestic abuse thing because I think that's a slightly different conversation. That you can't use the pub as an argument or alcohol as an argument in that, because what's happening is happening anyway. Does that make sense? It's a different kind of issue. Removing alcohol isn't going to stop that from happening. It will reduce it perhaps, but it's a different kind of issue.
No. I've been beaten up by guys that were totally sober.
Well, so but the movement of buying alcohol in a supermarket is almost single-handedly crushed this industry, because you wouldn't be able to get spirits or wine in anywhere but the pub or a wine bar. A wine bar, traditionally, you wouldn't get gin in anything that wasn't a gin bar, for example. They used to have different licenses years ago. A gin bar would have a different license, and a wine bar would have a different license, and a pub would have a different license. Over the years, they've merged licensing together.
It's a beer and wine license or a full liquor license.
Yeah. That's
They've got the beer store, they got the wine store, they got the liquor store.
Yeah. Well, it's that partly because of the duty they wanted to charge people, but also an element of market control as well. So they know they knew that, say, the beer drinkers were going to be slightly more of an issue than maybe the wine drinkers. So wine licenses were a bit more lenient on their timings. A wine bar could open from maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon straight through till the night time, whereas a pub could only open at lunchtime, then have to shut and then open for a few hours at night. And a gin bar would have a whole different kind of licensing structure. Whereas now,
United wins, the wine bar is doing just fine. Yeah.
Say again.
I was trying to make an appropriate joke. I said when Manchester United wins, the wine bar is doing just fine. Yeah.
Yeah, so you used to have these different. Now it's not a thing, and everyone just licensing now, which is more probably to do with money than it is to do with trying to make it cohesive, let's say. But what happens and what's happened in this country is a wide selection of reasons have come together to destroy this industry, and what they're finding now is they are not reaping the rewards of that. Because one thing that the government did is that the NHS had produced statistics that said that if you close pubs, the number of alcohol-related deaths and fatalities and problems will drop. Now, that's not true. What they found is that the numbers...
liberal thinking where there are no unintended consequences.
Well, exactly. Even without the unintended consequences, what they actually found was that the numbers were higher in certain types of problems. So the number of assaults, let's say, people getting into bar fights, dropped dramatically. But the number of alcohol-related liver illnesses went up. That's because people were buying, when you go to the supermarket, you don't buy beer, which is a low-level alcohol, you buy spirits. You buy vodka for £8, which is very cheap, by the way. A bottle of vodka for, I think that may be something like $12.
I believe it's 2.5 times our dollar.
Yeah. I think like the dollar and the euro are kind of at parity. So yeah.
Okay, so something like $18 for a bottle of vodka. It's crappy vodka, but if you want to drink, you don't care. So what they found is that's what's happening. Another thing that they found is that they said, well, the alcohol-related deaths will drop. Yes, fair enough. But then the number of male suicides between the ages of 30 and 60 went up because they didn't have anywhere to go.
They couldn't numb the pain. There's no way to numb the pain. Yeah.
But this and then, as I said, community cohesion dropped and a bunch of other things. Now, some of the reasons why that happened.
So basically, what you're saying is you're the linchpin of your community. Yeah.
Well, not anymore, but they used to be the linchpin. My intention is to be the linchpin. But the thing is, another reason that's happened is pub operators have not been able to deal with market demand. So what we have, there's this word that they throw around in this industry called premiumization, which is the idea that people drink less but more expensive products. Okay, this is true, but it ain't true everywhere.
Yeah.
It's true in the major cities. It's true in the culturally appropriate cute bars, the cafe bars, the funky places where everyone looks like this and all that. It's not true. It's not true.
Because we're going to end up spending too much. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So they have one or two more expensive, more premium, and then they go off to Wetherspoons to pay £2. Wetherspoons is the generic cheap bar in this country. So they're finding a lot of these issues, and operators can't move with the times, you know, and the pubs themselves get run down, and then they put somebody else in quickly to get somebody to run it, which is kind of what happened to me here, actually. And then they have to get it going, and they can't look after the beer properly, and they're not really into it, and they're not sure if that's what they want to do with their life, and then they end up leaving, and then they get in this cycle. And a lot of local pubs now have ended up being corner shops or, you know, flats or apartments or houses or whatever, because they don't do any business. So the pub industry is on its way to another kind of thing. But and like I say, it's the customers. Another area of this is the customer's responsibility as well. They always kind of harp on about how the pub is the hub of the community, blah 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 blah. But they don't come in. You know, you want the pub to do well. In our first pub in this village, and villages are weird, really. Villages, I don't know what it's like. I don't know if you have villages. I don't even know if you have villages. In England, villages, they're like 30, 40, 50, 100 houses, and everyone's weird. Really strange people. This is Wales in full. That's a joke for Wales.
A lot of people marrying into each other. It's because
they don't like outsiders. Villages. So we got to a village. Now you have to bear in mind there was 3 of us at the time. It was me and my partner. We owned the business, and our friend worked for us. And she's sort of, you know, tattoos and piercings and all the rest of it. So you know, a couple of gays and their gothic friend come to run this pub. You know, it turns a few heads in a village. So we would get people, you know, well, you know, it's just I wish this pub would do really well, and I wish you all the best. And we never see them again. I'd see them in church, and they want to come when I'm doing something that doesn't cost them any money. But it's odd. It was very, you know, they don't go into the pubs, but they harp on that the pubs need to do better. Well, if you came into the pub,
right, that's the only way.
We would know what you wanted for a start, and you would be putting money into it, and we could do more stuff. We're not conglomerate. You know, I'm not the monopoly man. I don't want lots of money. Well, I do, obviously, but that isn't my.
Who doesn't?
Well, exactly. I'm not doing it for lots of money. I'm doing it to have a pub, to do something, to see people, and all the rest of it. I'm not a money grabber, not a pincher. I just want a nice pub going, you know. But if the customers don't use it, unfortunately, they lose it. The same thing is happening in a lot of English pubs, a lot of English churches as well.
Yeah.
The congregations, you know, everyone goes, oh, it's nice that we've got a church in the area. They don't go to it.
Yeah.
They don't go to the fundraisers. They don't go to the whatever. Yeah. They do in the villages, I will admit this, but they'll do that so everyone can look at how wonderful they are. But the churches are massively suffering. The smaller type churches like the Methodist.
Yeah,
the ones that don't have a heavy backing, and a lot of them become very, you know, sort of congregational churches because they lose their financial stability and they can't employ a priest or whatever. So it's kind of ran by the people, which I suppose is not a bad idea. It's early church type environment anyway. But it's a sad situation for the churches and the pubs in England. British.
There isn't much tourism. That's the thing that feeds all of that is tourism. Come to a quaint little pub or quaint little cottage church. And tourists just love that. Oh, we sat.
Yeah, they do.
Listened, you know, or turn it into a little museum. And if you want to say a prayer and light a candle, there's the box. You know, but if you drove, somehow you could drive tourism, but it seems like England hasn't really been an open place where people really want to go, other than Stonehenge.
Have you been to Stonehenge?
I've not been to Stonehenge.
Oh, don't. Google it and enjoy that. Stonehenge.
You have to watch a cheesy little presentation before you're allowed it.
No, there's no. It's just horrendous. It's just an open field with a bunch of stones. You walk past it. I was years ago. I was in the Army Cadet Force, and we were in the area. I can't remember the name of it now. We're in the area, and we were on sort of fake patrol, and we walked past it, and none of us knew it was Stonehenge. There's no signs saying this. We even walked past Woodhenge. That's more interesting. Honestly, it really is.
They've got short
it's shorter and it's a bit sort of decayed. And, but Stonehenge, it's just
Well, it was rebuilt. It's like in the late 1800s or the late 19th century, they rebuilt it 3 times. They took the stones away. They weren't quite sure how they're supposed to stand.
Really?
They took all the stones away. They attached cement to the bottom of the stone. So they would stay in the ground and none of the stones would topple over. Some of the stones were worn. So there's this, if you look closely, just go online, you can see it. You can see that there's a square bit of cement that's stuck inside the inside of the stone. So whatever it might have been, and you've got all these Healy groups going there, and they think this is like, this is the way it was built. The Druids, that was the Druids. The whole thing is bullshit about Druids.
Yeah.
It was in the
it wasn't even the same
century. Some guy decided this is where the Druids were, and Merlin made the stones float over from Ireland to Stonehenge. And it has nothing to do with Druids. Druids would always meet in like a grove, an oak grove. That was oak, not stone. But that's why all the Druids go there, and they're all in their garb and things on their head, and it looks so stupid. And then the Reiki class, you could spend like thousands of dollars and get a Reiki class there, learn how to heal. And it's like, I hate to tell you, people, and and I see pictures of them feeling the stone because they want to feel the energy from this. Like, I hate to tell you, people, before I knew all about this history of moving the stones and watching these pictures, I said, there's something wrong about that place, and I don't think it's got the energy that they think it has.
Yeah.
And then I found out, every time I get this gut feeling, I'm always right. And they found cremation beds that they might have either sacrificed people there or was really a burial ground. And Woodhenge, they sacrificed stuff. It's like, this is not the kind of Healy place you think it is. If anybody did any sacrificing or buried dead stuff, this is a graveyard, essentially. This is a graveyard.
Well, there's a great irony and we've covered this briefly, and one of your conversations, you kind of covered this, but I think you used other cultures where this kind of new age pagan, which is just not a word that you should be using if that's your identity, your religious identity anyway.
People in the village.
So it doesn't mean what they think it means.
Yeah.
And this kind of new age, these religions, they were egalitarian, they were wonderful. I'm like, do you know what the Druids were like?
The Druids, they would cut their heads off because the soul was in the head, and they attach it to their horses, and so they'd come home from a battle with all these heads, and they'd hang them up on posts because that's where the life force is, in the head. The priests that were wise, and the last bard, and he's about to throw himself off the cliff, and it's so sad because they're coming to get him. It's like, no, these people were bloodthirsty warriors.
They would, you know, the one of the earliest forms of British social shaming was you didn't get the option to turn up to the sacrifice. Like I studied classical civilizations, and we studied classical Britain, and then we read the Iliad and the Odyssey and all that nonsense. But we studied this, and the Druids, if you didn't behave yourself, you would not be allowed to attend the sacrifice, the sort of community sacrifice, where they would obviously round up whoever. And it wasn't really hard for the Romans to rally Britain villagers against the Druids because they were sick of being sacrificed.
Yes.
Like all the time.
Yes.
You know, the Romans had chased the Druids to the Isle of Man or the Isle of Wight. I can't remember. I think it might have been the Isle of Wight. They chased them.
I just remember seeing that where the last stand of the Druids occurred.
Yeah,
the Romans met them, and then that was it.
Yeah, well, it's just such an uneventful. They just didn't care, and that they didn't invade. They didn't invade Caledonia, which of course is Scotland. They just built a wall because it was so full of Druidic tribes that they thought, we're never gonna let them do their thing. The Romans did not care about the Druids. They were not. They did not. They feared them, but they feared them because of the social power that they had. But there were so many of what they called client kings, which were the kings of the local tribes, would be offered something by the Romans to help them, which is the story of Boudicca. Her husband.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. She was. They raped her daughters, and
they raped her daughters. They whipped her after her husband died. She went to them to kind of ask for help, and that's how they treated her. Then she sort of led this revolution. And Suetonius Paulinus was the Roman general who quelled her rebellion. But they had these client kings, and the client kings had absolutely no issue at rooting out the Druids for the Romans, because they were just sick of being murdered. The same thing happened with the Aztecs as well.
That's exactly what I was saying. The Aztecs, the same thing. You know, all they did was go to war to just get more sacrificial victims.
You know, when the Spanish turned up,
were bad.
They went where you know, help us defeat. Yeah, they're over there. They live there. I'll come with you. We're sick of being sacrificed. You know. They're throwing babies down the stairs or whatever. You think it wasn't really hard to rally the locals to stop this craziness?
Well, now there's a new reading of the whole thing. Like Frida Kahlo led this. She's the one who always painted herself with one eyebrow. She probably had one eyebrow, but she wants to bring the pure Mexico back before the Spanish invaded. It's like, and she was a Trotskyite.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
how stupid can you possibly be? There is a monument with 136,000 skulls in it. They used to sacrifice 5,000 to 6,000 people a day by either flaying them alive, because they had a god that would wear the skin, and then it was very shamanistic because you'd absorb their energy. You know, so everybody's into that now. Or they would cut your heart out, throw your body down the steps, and they would cannibalize the body. That's what happened to Christopher Columbus.
Yes, that was. I thought it was because I watched your first conversation where you covered that. That's something you just don't know.
Yeah,
you know, and you think it's
bizarre. So twisted, because if people looked and said, "You're not supposed to sacrifice yourself to the gods. Here's Christianity. It's not perfect."
But it's a damn sight better than what you operate.
And there's two more tribes that they found that sacrifice children exclusively. The Millers or the Millers and the Chillers, something like that. It's like, boy, and you keep finding them, and then they find the bones that they can tell that they've tortured these people for 2 weeks before they killed them. And up in the Americas, there's about 500,000 people that were killed by other tribes that would come in and just massacre the tribes and then torture the women and the children, not just the men, to death. It'd take days before they actually killed them. And nobody wants to mention, I mean, even the state where I live, the Pilgrims, what they did was they friended with the Massachusetts tribe, and the Massachusetts tribe that said that the Wampanoags were taking their braves and then flaying them alive. They would flay them alive too. And so they said, look, take some guns, I'll help you out. The Iroquois Nation is a combination of 5 nations, Native American nations, and it's basically centered in Canada. And they decided, or the guy, I forget his name, decided that he was sick of all the slaughtering because his family was slaughtered, his children were slaughtered. He was sick of nation going against nation and slaughtering each other. So they said, why don't we build some kind of peace pact? And they say they were claiming that our Constitution was modeled after it, but it actually isn't, because it's basically like a monarchy. You cannot be one of the heads of this tribe unless you're the son of the person before. So it's not really like a way America was set up, where you could be born a pauper, yet you could become president. So it's a little bit different, but people still say it's Native Americans were all living here peacefully.
Yeah.
Not if you look at the
it's brilliant. They come out with this quotation, because I think I mentioned this before, but I use a phrase which is when people say things that they think is culturally appropriate, because it's kind of edgy, and I call it reciting the chattel, or part of the chattel, and it's where it's like and like you can use this anywhere, right? You can use this any kind of example, and they'll go,
more wars have been,
religion has killed more wars than people, or
religion has
whatever.
killed more wars. Gee, that sounds great.
It's killed more people. Well, actually, that would be probably a reasonable statement to make. But they kind of come out with these statements that they think they say in the pub with their mates to make it, and one of them is the world was just awful before it was wonderful before Christianity.
Yeah, there was no sacrificing.
Until Christianity came along and started telling everybody what to do.
Yeah, it was all patriarchal.
And you think, do you know anything about history? Yeah, well, this is it. That they weren't, and you said this in the female goddesses were a class below the male gods. But also, they were gods, so they were a class above the people as well.
Yeah. It had nothing to do with
nothing. These are, and also if you look at
sacrifice them, as well.
Well, either way, it's bizarre, and they don't know. I mean, look at Christianity as a widespread phenomenon. I don't know a great deal about it in, say, the Middle Eastern regions, and in the African regions. I know a little bit. I know about it in England, in Britain. And I know about it in Japan. And Japan's relationship with Christianity was not positive for Christians, okay? It really wasn't positive for Christians. The missionaries would be executed upon landing on a Japanese soil, or sand, should I say. And there were... what they would do is they would preach, because the Japanese were a warrior culture from as early as possible.
They were also a close culture. Nobody.
This is the thing, that it was the feudal era in Japan was not that long ago, really, and it was
Nippon.
16.
It was Nippon before the war.
Yeah. But it's not long ago. I think it was 1603 when the Western world, as a kind of different, because there were lots of trade, they were all kind of rushing to get there to sell them. Because the Portuguese sold them guns first, and then it was like, well, we'll go over as well. The Portuguese got there first, and the British were like, well, this is a really good piece of trivia for you. I sort of used to be a martial artist. I used to teach jiu-jitsu. And there's always this idea that the word jujitsu means the art of softness and all this kind of wishy-washy meditative yoga. It's the word jujitsu is a metaphorical fuck you to the British, to specifically the British, because when they invaded Japan, they said, "Oh, we like all of your mystical art, your archery, all these different things that you do," which they did on the battlefield against the Western world for a very long time. Well, I say a long time, 100 years or so like that. After they'd finished their own civil war, the invasion of the West kind of turned on the West, which is fair because it was an invasion as well. And the British said, "Oh, well, teach us all of these things," and the Japanese went, "No." And the British went, "With a gun, it teaches all these things." And they went, "Okay, fair enough, we'll teach you all these things." So they were learning all of these different skill sets and blah, 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 and all these different words and terminologies. And the British couldn't understand it. So, well, you've got a word that we can use to kind of sum up all of this stuff. And they went, "Oh, it's like they look on the back of a cereal carton and, oh, yeah, jujitsu, that's the word." But then people in England, when you're learning jiu-jitsu, they'll give you this nonsense about how it originated. And it was this one guy who came over, on the back of a dragon or something. And the word Jew means soft. And it's a soft way of putting people down in self-defense. It's all nonsense. This was taught and utilized by the samurai warrior class to kill people. And a lot of the joint manipulations, etc., were used because the weaknesses in samurai armor, so arm locks and wrist locks and things, aren't a way of subduing your opponent so you can put them down soft. They're a way of subduing your opponent so you can take out your wakizashi, which is a small dagger weapon.
And doesn't it go right under here?
And stab them in the neck. So it's this idea. I used to go to the jujitsu. We do traditional jujitsu here. Well, unless you're riding on the back of a horse with a naginata, which is a long spear, curved weapon, you're not doing traditional jujitsu. But jujitsu doesn't even mean anything because it was a bastardized word that just was a culmination of different things to give the British something. Then the British took it away, and the earliest form, when it was taught, was called Barrett Jitsu, which was fighting with a cane, because obviously a lot of the British upper classes would have a cane to walk through the streets, and if they were attacked, they would be able to defend themselves with a cane rather than the people who were attacking them, which had knives and potentially even guns. So I don't even remember why I got onto that, but
we were talking about Madame Butterfly and how General Pinkerton got her pregnant, and then she was dishonored, and then she had to kill herself with the. First, she read the sword, and it said "con onore e non posso verbito con onore," which means to die with honor than to live. It's better to die with honor than live in dishonor. And then she calls her little child over that she had with General Pinkerton, and she holds him, and she sings her aria, and then she goes, "Joka, joka, go play, play." And then she takes her and she kills herself. And then Pinkerton starts yelling out in the background. You hear him, he's coming, "Butterfly, butterfly." And as she's dying, she's holding her son, and then he rips her son out of her arms as she's dying. That's what you were talking about, right?
That's why I'm not laughing at the story. I'm laughing at the creativeness of the situation.
It means butterfly, butterfly in Japanese.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about.
You should know these things. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I stopped being a weeb some time ago when I stopped watching anime. And we were talking.
This is opera.
Not my area. I'm not cultured like that at all. I know the history of jiu-jitsu, but I don't know a lot about the rest. But I know a good chunk of history.
All knives, okay.
I have the opera libretto.
Oh,
I'm not.
Vestila Juba. You got Vestila. I bet you got that in there.
I've never watched an opera. I don't like gigantism in art, and people are like, wow, if you played like the entire Wagner Ring trilogy, back to back, it would last like 3 days. I'm like, I don't want to listen to any of that,
I went.
Wagner is different. Hitler liked Wagner.
Can we?
He would. We don't call him that. We call him the aforementioned bad guy.
Yeah,
that's what we.
This is my pet peeve. Whenever people on my okay, you're in my house right now. Okay, I'm not in your houses. You're in my house. Every single time, people insist on dropping the N bomb and the H bomb. Okay, do you know what Alphabet Corp does to people who drop these words? Okay,
He's a bad guy, very bad guy. We hate him. We hate this man.
You don't have to pay for it on your channel. It's on my channel. What? They think I'm promoting hate speech.
He's just bitter about.
I just hate fedora weebs. That's the only people I hate.
Oh no.
Okay.
He's a bad guy. Everybody knows that one.
By the way, I'll tell you this: the comments are flattering to you guys, so will you listen to them?
You gotta have some fun, You gotta have some fun.
Okay, well, have your fun without using words.
Well, I used to give money to the Holocaust Museum. I used to give free tickets. They said you can stand in line without waiting if you donate to the Holocaust Museum. It's great. So some people, you have to stand in line in Washington for this big long line. Well, you can get right to the front if you get free tickets if you donate money.
Yeah, but who's not donating to that? So surely everyone.
Please donate to the Holocaust. You're right. Everybody should be in line. Maybe there's one door they have open and another door.
You ever see like they're like taking selfies at the Holocaust Museum? It's like
that door for Goyams. They keep that one shut.
Okay, can I please read through the comments?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to listen.
Yeah, read through the comments. Tell us what it's. I can't see the comments.
I can't see them.
I'm having to go way up here. I'm sorry. Okay, so Res Joe says, I almost hated to bring it up again, but those Christmas lights in her background are such a trip in a very good way, and not in the silly or sarcastic.
Well, thank you.
I think I'm going to have to say, Michelle.
What?
I think Res Joe is on drugs.
What are you talking about? This
he thinks they're a trip. He's on drugs.
They just have fun.
Okay. So Aaron says, my God, are you guys are still on? How do you not get antsy sitting there for hours? Well, I took a little walk before I got on. I had to take a little walk, but yeah, it takes a lot of stress off of us since we have 3 people here and like one person could go to the bathroom or something.
Yeah.
I've done the marathon thing with 8 hours, and yeah, it's
really, you've done 8 hours.
Always with the fabulous agnostic, because this guy.
There's so many things he talks about. I think we only have 2 breweries in town, and they're both very good. I like a dark beer.
Okay, this is going way over my head. Deflating atheism, stating the obvious. You have heard and or read it all before. Okay, maybe the fabulous agnostic can understand this, but England needs more folks like D. Martin Lloyd-Jones, John Scott, and others of that ilk.
I don't know who any of those people are.
Okay. Okay, sorry, Res Joe.
Are they British men? Is that? I don't know. I don't know who they are.
England needs more folks like D. Martin Lloyd-Jones, John Scott, and others of that ilk.
Maybe they do. Maybe I do, because I don't know them. What are they? What kind of people are they? I don't.
He said this half an hour ago. So
okay. What was it?
Kitchens.
Say again.
You need more like Hitchens.
D. Martin Lloyd Jones, which is like three names too many. Yeah.
Dean, let's have a look.
John Stott, Stott. I said John Scott. It's John
The
Stott.
entire cast of Monty Python. You should.
Oh, I know Dean Martin. He's an American actor.
I mean, Dean Martin?
What was it?
Dean Martin's an American actor. Yeah.
So-
Dead.
Dean
He's
Martin.
gone to the Rat Pack.
Lloyd Scott. Dean Martin was Dean Martino. He was a paisan.
Yeah. Him, Sinatra, Peter Lawford, Sammy Davis Jr. You know, they all belong to the Rat Pack. And Sinatra did a thing that was way ahead of his time that he allowed, because Sinatra, you know, cross Sinatra. He was involved with the
mob, yeah.
But he let Sammy Davis Jr. join the Rat Pack, which was basically, he's saying, during those times, that was a very head of its time. And you know that John F. Kennedy's father would not allow Sammy Davis Jr. to sing at the inauguration because he was black.
Robert Kennedy Sr.
Oh, wait a minute, they're Democrats. How could that possibly happen? Isn't that sad? I mean, Sammy Davis Jr., come on. He's like the best. Did you ever see him do Mr. Bojangles on the Flip Wilson show? I've seen another performance where he's kind of like getting old, kind of going downhill. But he was in peak. That's the best performance ever. And I even say that even more than Elvis. That was the best performance I've ever seen, Mr. Bojangles, because he kind of dances a little bit in it. It's acting. It's smooth as it could possibly be. So if you ever catch that, Mr. Bojangles.
Jiu-jitsu smooth, yeah.
On the Flip Wilson show. It is just, I've seen it a million times. It brings tears to my eyes.
Wicked Felina is a connoisseur of song stylists.
Is that what I am? He's just named me what I.
So Aaron, I think this is going back to our Stonehenge discussion. I think he was talking to Stonehenge. That's where all the cool level 120 night elf druids would hang out and get. Okay. Pick up your pants. Patrol says it's official. I will never be able to catch up with Deflating's content. There's not much content these days. They're these. And okay, so this is my thing. I've been trying to get Hangouts up and going for 3 months during the whole lockdown. I could not get anyone to do a Hangout with me for love or money. Now suddenly I have a little success with it, and all the people in my comments are wanting to join. Okay, I guess that's kind of expected, but yeah. So I'm only recently been having success with these Hangouts.
You asked me to join your little exclusive men's club.
I asked you. Silence.
It's been Will's been trying to get you to have
that I ignored you.
What?
Hey, you went complaining to G Will that I ignored you. I asked you, I emailed you, and I got nothing.
I didn't get the email.
I know, your spam catcher or something, guys.
Yeah. Well, you should have known how to get a hold of me, for crying out loud. I don't take that as an excuse.
Okay, so Rez Joe says, I gather Miss Wicked knows.
You had my Facebook account. You could have messaged me anytime.
I tried getting through to you on Instagram.
I don't do Instagram.
Instagram.
But if you just left a message on any of my videos, I would have gotten it.
Oh, okay, well, see, I don't want to give you my private email.
No, you could just leave a message.
Yeah, I did that.
I'm trying to get a hold of you. Maybe my email's in your, you didn't have my email.
Out now. Okay.
You couldn't email me. You didn't have it. The only thing you had was my Facebook account. You did have that. A long time ago, you had that because you messaged me once there. And I messaged you back, and then I didn't hear from you again. So whose fault is it really? I mean,
I did not hear from you.
Honest.
We're going to get back to the comments.
Yeah, I'm glad you've had your couples therapy now. I'm very happy for you.
I'm gonna
You're wrong. You just
go there and get into a car accident with my 1996 Corolla. Yeah, it has a built-in cassette deck. That's the what's the term? Okay, so getting back to the comments, I know Miss Wicked knows a thing or two or 10 about Riki, so I ain't going there. The Druids were vicious loons. World of Warcraft lies to me. This goes out to so Res Joe was talking about. Okay, so Res Joe says, while owning quite a bit of material related to the occult, I'm first in line to say it's not exactly an uber whiz about that area. That said, pagan egalitarianism is a joke. I'm sorry.
It's a huge contradiction as well.
Yeah. Some people like JMD Apologetics and Robert Fried have been asking to join. That goes back to what I was saying before. No one would go on my live stream 2 months ago. Now everyone wants. It's the hottest ticket in town.
Do you know it's really interesting because you have all these people, and I'm like, I know these people. I've seen their I'm a big fan of these people.
Yeah.
And I'm sat here on the live stream. They're not.
You're like, can I say this? I say this.
So very interesting things to say.
I was thinking about this in all honesty, in all sincerity. Okay, I'm going to have my little Dean Martin moment here. No. So
you got to have a glass of martini. You got to have a,
a glass. My Glencairn glass. That's the best I can do here. But
you know what? He was never drunk. He faked it. Did you know that?
It was apple juice. It was always apple juice. Yeah.
Oh no, he really did fake it.
But I'm going to say this because the other day, and very sincerely, I am so flattered by the company I keep because I'm surrounded when I do these things by extremely intelligent people. And when you guys are talking about history, I have to mute my microphone, turn off my camera, just go take a piss because I can't contribute to these discussions. But no, I'm truly flattered by the company I keep. There's not a dim bulb among you.
Well, you're pretty smart. You say some big words sometimes.
I'm like,
it too.
Maybe Italian praise for Madame Butterfly.
Hopefully, after maybe a few months of talking to us, we might do the months of the calendar with you. We might go through all the primary colors. Maybe Felina could spend some time helping you count to 100. That's no problem to us.
Well, what I always had problem with was the toy where you put the shapes into a hole. I could never figure that out.
Look, I will rebut your statement, right? I have no problem saying that I am every single live stream that we've had, right? There's a few, and they're long. I am always way out of my depth with the people that you've had on this channel and you,
except for me.
No,
I'm the only one.
Because I'm clueless to half the stuff that is mentioned. I'm not as learned as all of you. So
yes, you are.
No,
you know
no.
about the jiu-jitsu and the soft samurai.
No, it's all. I'm
and
just
the
making
big
it up.
curvy sword.
Well, here's an interesting one. Okay, so there's a big myth about where the katana is actually from. I have a katana, but it's a bit crappy. There's a big myth. Everyone thinks the katana came from China. Okay,
because Japan stole mostly everything from China.
A lot, but yeah. But the katana is an exclusively Japanese production because there's a bunch of names that completely elude me, right? And if you want to know this, you can read A Short History of the Samurai by John Clements. Okay, he wrote a few years ago. Great book. I haven't read it all because I don't read everything, but I did the primary bits that I know. But the katana, when the Japanese had a deep rivalry feudally in their feudal era, the Sengoku period as well, where there was just constant war. Now, before that, there was a sort of civil war between the North and the South of America. of Japan, and the far northern tribes used to use a metal blade rather than a stone blade or a long spear like the southern tribes would use, and they would use a thick. It was more like a broadsword, really, of a curved blade, and it would curve because of the construction mechanisms they would use when they quench the steel that they would use. It would curve because it would chill so quickly that the steel would tense up. So they made these very thick, heavy blades, and the southern tribes were just getting mowed down by these what they called barbarians at the time. Because they lived in a colder type of region up in the mountains, and because it's believed that the Japanese, the people who
the real
Ainu from
and that
Russia
people who are Japan now have moved in probably from Korea.
So it was.
They're not really the.
No. Yeah. So there was a sort of ice bridge that people came from Russia down to Japan, and they had this sword.
Caucasian.
Yeah. They had these swords that were really, really strong. So what the southern tribes did is they mined ore that they found, and they spent years and years crafting the katana. Now, everyone thinks the katana is the greatest sword that's ever existed. That's not true, by the way.
That's like the wood steel. Is it the Vikings and the?
Well, it depends how you want to classify it.
They say the Arabians. They may have
the scimitar style. Yeah, very good.
Something else with it. And they're trying to figure out how they made these swords.
Well, they had a greater variety of metals, whereas the Japanese only had whatever they could have on their sort of landlocked tiny, plot of land, and they purified that steel, that iron, to its greatest degree, and thus they created the katana. They didn't call it katana for a long time. It was originally called a dachi because they were bigger than katanas, because they had to kind of cope with the other tribes and longer spears and kind of things like that. It was originally called a dachi, and then it was called a tachi, which is slightly smaller, and then it was eventually called the katana, which it's got a meaning. It's got a very poetic meaning, but I can't fully remember what it is. And then they created there's a sort of style of appearance where you would have a sword, a katana, and a wakizashi, because the Japanese used to. Have you ever seen the way they wear swords?
Yeah.
The samurai. The samurai would have the katana this way, go so the blade faces upwards. Now that's primarily only because they used to ride horseback, and to draw the sword up, it would cut the ears off the horse. So drawing it outwards, they could pull it up and then strike down. But that was rare. People think that they had this holistic view of the katana. They did, but it was more an arts and culture type thing. For battle, they didn't care. They used to use guns and all this kind of stuff. The Last Samurai, they did. The Last Samurai, the events of the Last Samurai film are untrue, because there was a big battle, but they used guns all the way through because they were far superior to bows and all the rest of and katanas and swords. So the tachi, which is the sword that was like a ceremonial realistically, and they would wear that with the blade facing down to walk the streets. That kind of thing stopped when the samurai were being effectively oppressed by the powers that be, the police, effectively. So the samurai started to wear the sword facing upwards to be very more traditional. And then they had developed aido, which means the art of drawing the sword, and they developed the technique called the quick draw, which is where they would kneel and draw the sword very quickly to basically cut you with the midriff before you would even think about what you were doing. But this is when the samurai become unarmored, and it became more of a cultural revolution to keep the samurai way, which was effectively trodden out by the most part by Western influences. I don't remember the reason for telling you that story. I think I was just blabbing, really. But that's the katana. That's the history of the katana. It's not a very it's not like a divine history like people think it is. It's kind of this weeby culture. That the katana was this wonderful weapon. The katana's not actually that good. It's just the most refined version that they had available, and they crafted it out of basically respect of the northern tribes who had this original type of katana.
Well, G. Will says that the claymore is the finest sword ever made, and Aaron says, "I love how everyone is talking highfalutin history stuff, and Rob is just sitting there like, I read turtles."
I'll every time you say something about it, I'll make a compliment for you. You were struggling with the idea of what to do with your channel the last time we spoke. I think this is a really good thing for you to do.
I love this in the community aspect. Yeah, I love it. But the fact remains, I mean, these live streams are getting like 200 something views. That's not very good. So.
Oh, I guess either you could make them shorter.
Well, that's not going to be a possibility. Yeah.
I mean, I nod and I agree.
I'm sorry, I just have to interject is that the last person I did a live stream with, I said, well, yeah, we could do a live stream with me, K.A. Hochin. And he said, what is this going to be, 10, 15 minutes? I was like, no, it's going to be at least 90 minutes, you know. So, yeah.
Well, 90 minutes is not that long.
No, he was expecting
4 hours. You know,
but yeah, no. What I was saying about the format is like I had to seriously reconsider. I'm talking about like in 2021 or something. I was thinking about like doing car vlogs or something where I could just pump in content into my channel because the algorithmic gods are not looking kindly on me right now.
Well, they change their mind based on various things, and the thing I mean, one thing that's nice is 200 people are still watching them, and they're dropping in and they listen to some part that they might enjoy.
That's because people move in and out, and then they might come back later and watch the whole.
Well, I tend to notice, especially the last time, they kind of listen for the first hour or 2 hours, and then they drop off, which is about the sort of time that our non-good conversations maybe, or our lower, and then they sort of join us for the last few hours when everything gets really obviously after a few sherries, it starts to elevate.
See, I'm the only one who doesn't have alcohol. I don't have any alcohol.
Well, I wouldn't want to say you're missing out, but you are missing out. So.
Spoken by a true Brit. The Queen has 5 drinks a day, I hear.
Probably, yeah.
Keeps it going, I guess.
Yeah.
So, so one person whose name is an Arabic script says, "What do you discuss about religion and atheism?" We were talking all about.
Go and look at the 21 hours worth of my crap on your channel.
What religion does he want to talk about? I study them all.
Yeah, I mean, he could throw a topic in and we'll fight over it.
I don't even know what orthographic system that is. It just looks vaguely like what I would identify as Arabic script. Yeah. So, two fabulous agnostic. G. Will says 2 words for you: nodachi and killage. NODACHI and KILIJ.
What?
Well, the chat is here for everyone.
Yeah, but I can't see it because I'm technophobe. I don't do these things. The first word was what?
Nodachi.
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 The nodachi is a smaller version of the odachi, which is the great sword, the Japanese great sword. And what's the second word?
KILIJ.
KILIJ. I've never come across it.
Okay, so is there any kanji, Japanese kanji, any of you? Kanji dictionary.
Oh my God.
It's huge. I even have a Japanese dictionary in there too. So I can't get the door open all the way. Can you see that?
That is
anything. You name the word. We can find it in here. I know who has
What is the word for an autumn leaf that is half green and half brown as it drifts halfway between the tree branch and the ground? Yeah. There's a kanji character just for that.
Oh, there is.
I'm BSing you, okay?
It sounds something that the Japanese would think.
Well, no, because that's the whole Nootka language where they would say, well, there's 20 words for snow. Well, yeah, it's because they don't have a distinction between nouns and verbs, and that any process can be described in they're basically describing processes. So
yeah, I love it. I love it when people say things like that. It's kind of the chattel thing. It's like, great, you've just given me some trivia. Okay, what do you want me to do with this information? Like,
you knock them backwards at the poop is what you do with it.
Well, I mean, what the obvious conclusion to that is I put it in a pub quiz.
Yeah,
because I do the pub quizzes for pubs that I have. But I like, thanks. And there's always someone. I mean, that's the pinnacle of their interest, isn't it? This is how amazing they are. This is the entire sum of their intellectual ability is to tell me that the Inuit tribes have thousands of words for one thing. Thank you very much.
Wait a minute. We're up with the Inuits.
I'm just plucking.
Eskimo anymore.
I'm just say again.
We can't say Eskimo anymore.
I don't know what we're allowed to say anymore.
They took Eskimo pies off the market in America,
yeah.
Which was ice cream covered in hard chocolate shell.
The best thing ever, yeah.
And they just pulled them from the shell.
What's so offensive? I don't know anymore.
Because Eskimo, why would Eskimo be offensive? What about it is offensive?
Look, if you ask these people, there's a long-standing academic answer to all of these questions, and it all revolves around the same thing. I decided this on whim because of a culture that I have no idea about. I don't know anybody from that culture, and nobody in that culture is offensive. They do this with little girls who want to dress up like Pocahontas or Mulan, and you're like, do you honestly think that that's a problem?
Well.
This is
it's honor when a little girl wants to dress up like something. Like, I can't wait to be, and they look up to that person, or they learn about that person. Oh, let's learn about Pocahontas. I think a child learns by dressing up and playing games, but if you can incorporate learning into that, you're interested in Pocahontas, let's learn all about her. Maybe let's learn what she might have eaten, how she may have started her day. It's what animals did she like. There's so much you can springboard off from that a child can learn, rather than saying it's not your you're co-opting their culture. No, they're trying to learn, and it's a child's way of learning.
Yeah, but the Borg doesn't care about culture. You see, the Borg cares about the Borg.
Yes.
See, and this is the greatest thing, and this is a really good tactic you can do with these people. You say to them, "I grant everything that you've said is 100% true. Now, what do we do about it?"
Yes.
Right? And you watch them. They fall apart because they haven't got an answer.
They take all the Eskimo pies out of the freezer.
What do you actually want? What's the end result here? Okay, so nobody can do anything that sits outside of their cultural barrier. Fine. Okay, let's live like that.
Have an image of a Native American on butter.
But
an honor. Can't it be an honor?
But then these are the same people who will say, we all originate from Africa, so we shouldn't be racist. Well, we don't need you to tell us where we're from to not be racist. Well, what do you want me to do with that information? You know what I mean? Like, what do you want me to do with any information that is not that I am one particular brand of cultural human being? These are the same people who advocate for multiculturalism.
Yes.
Yeah. And you can't make a taco unless you're Mexican.
Well, exactly. You go to
the store, they're gonna have. This is the way what's going to end up. You're going to have to take a DNA test, and you can't shop in this aisle or this aisle or this aisle unless in your DNA you've got Chinese or Indian or Mexican in you, then you've got to shop and only buy American foods or meat, Italian foods. You can no longer make that kind of, because it's cultural appropriation. So it's like, let's see your DNA. If you have some in you, maybe you can shop in the Indian spice aisle.
Well, there's a very obvious problem. I think about 15 or something % of the American population is mixed race. So in the whole Black Lives Matter, where black people are the victims and white people are the oppressors, and we all have to pay reparations for, where does this other group of people sit? Where do people, and you hear the BLM narrative, they almost pretend that Hispanics or Asians or Jews or whatever, they don't even exist. It's basically a Manichaean entirely mindset where black people are the victims and white people are the oppressors. It ignores like everyone else, and there are a lot of other people.
Yeah, well, you can take the
population. Yeah,
you take the idea of appropriation, and you can limit everybody based on this thing, and you will as a person, you yourself will take various forms of this appropriation at different points in your life. Does that make like I can't hold a walking stick because it's appropriation to old people.
Yeah,
I can't braid my hair because it's appropriation to people, black people. I can't eat what, these are things you can take this so bloody far. Like, you can't drink tea, English breakfast tea, because you're not English.
No, that's from India.
Even though it's a rip-off of tea from other parts of the world. Anyway, this is the thing. So it's not, you don't, like, where do you take this? So we all go right back to where we came from.
Yeah.
Africa.
There's I mean,
great. What do you want me to do with that information? You know what I mean? They don't answer the questions. They just recite the poetry. Go on, Rob.
Well, I think where it originates, if there is a valid complaint within the cultural appropriation, it goes back to vaudeville and minstrelsy and people basically dressing up as, white people dressing up as black people as a form of mockery. And so that seems fairly self-evident to me, that if you're appropriating in that way with an intention of mockery, as they were occasionally in vaudeville, okay, well, there's your problem. If I'm appropriating from a culture, but there's not that element of mockery, there's nothing problematic about it. And it goes back to what I was kind of saying before, is that the social justice warriors and the people who ask us to mind our white privilege are always the most parochial, white, Western-centered people there are, because
they were woke before. They said it before you. As long as they call racist first, they have the right. So that crazy woman who was probably having her period or PMSing, and she's yelling at black cops about her white privilege and how they didn't understand.
Oh, I saw that.
And it was like, what is wrong with you? And it's like they had to understand that she has white privilege, and she's screaming, they're black. Yeah. They're black. And what they should have done was, thank you so much. We have waited for so long for the white people to.
Okay, so that's not
their privilege. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I won't touch your hand.
It's
Ryan. Thank you.
White people have agency. No one else has agency, and they're depending upon a white person to acknowledge their victimhood to give them any sort of power. It's a completely white person-centered worldview.
It's the thing.
Absolutely.
I'm going to say something dangerous now, but I thought about this many, many years ago. Why is it that it was somehow, and for some reason it's no longer, because Obama wants to make Spain not white, but the Spanish conquistadors are the ones that came over here.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of crazy, but it's like they're saying, when you say the word agency, it's saying that all these other peoples and their tribes. You're actually putting down these tribes because you're saying that you hold the white civilization and Christianity to a higher standard. It's these people, they don't know. They don't know what they're doing. Because you should know better, because they're the ones saying that white people are, and Christianity is.
It's the same mentality.
It's a dangerous thing to say, but that's the only thing that you can take from this.
I agree with you.
You may expect more from Christians and the white civilization because they advanced the way their technology advanced. Yet at the same time, you're saying that it's better. The tribes that were massacring and slaughtering each other somehow were shamans, and they were in tune with all the something.
Well, this is evidenced by the fact that to people on the left, it was more offensive to them that the men with semi-automatic weapons strapped to their backs peacefully entered the Michigan State Capitol. That got their panties in a twist. They had much less of a problem with BLM and Antifa people burning down neighborhoods. So that shows you their very much paternalistic, condescending attitude towards anyone, even though the Antifa kids are white anyway. But yeah, that goes to thing.
You heard of the thing that happened in St. Louis about
the couple
breaking into those people through the gate into their house. Basically, they wanted to kill them. The guy came out with a gun.
Well,
the attorney general said that they were resisting. The reason why they should be arrested is because they were resisting the protesters.
I did not hear that.
It allowed the protesters to break into their house and hurt them.
Yes.
And this is the attorney general, who is, I don't want to say anymore. The attorney general clearly has taken a side here. And so we're supposed to let the protesters destroy their home and beat them up and burn it to the ground. What is going on?
Yeah.
In this, why are they so scared of Antifa and BLM that everybody's just jumping on the bandwagon so they won't burn their house down? Downtown today, and there was this old bank that had been converted into it's called Urban Outfitters, like a clothing shop. And outside was this huge, you could tell they did it there, huge board that was higher than halfway up the building that said Black Lives Matter. And I'm looking at it saying, you put that there so they won't come here and burn your building down. That's what it is. It isn't that you are really jumping on the bandwagon. You are afraid of these people.
What? That's a matter of fact. And I've heard that it's basically the way it was in the Eastern Bloc, is that you had to have communist propaganda in your windows so they basically wouldn't raid you. And it's the same thing. You'll see it in Portland and San Francisco and these other cities where there's a heavy leftist population, and all the storefronts all have some anti-Trump poster, painting or something. It's basically saying, when the shit hits the fan, don't burn down our stores. Basically, what it's trying.
Getting rid of the police.
Yeah.
But when you get rid of the police, it's the sheriff of the county that takes over.
That's the whole thing. That's so.
They have responsibility, so they're going to hire more sheriffs because you have to have policings, and that's the way the law works. So you can defund my town without anybody burning anything down. They just said we're $700,000 we're taking away from the police department. They just gave in. They just gave up. It was all over the headlines of the newspapers. So you're doing this so nobody comes and burns this lovely town down. It's unbelievable. This If you don't have
I'm a little more conspiratorial about it than you. I think this is all kind of arranged. I think all these mayorships across the country doing the exact same thing. Once they download their NPC instructions, it's like, okay, so leftists hate the police now. Well, geez, 3 months ago they loved the police, but now they hate the police, and they've downloaded their new instructions. I think this is all according to a plan. I don't think it's as improvised as improv.
No, it does seem like a plan.
Yeah. So this is the thing. Okay, so whenever I criticize hashtag defund the police, I get called a bootlicker by the people who were applauding when Roger Stone got arrested by 38 FBI agents.
The elderly man was in his
People are now calling me a bootlicker. So are you so stupid? Are you so stupid as to think that defunding the police is actually a sustainable, stable, long-term plan? No, what it is a
Look how Chaz worked out so well.
For a future national or supranational police force to occupy the police vacuum. So I'm not a bootlicker. I just realized that when you defund municipal police forces, you're inviting some national or supranational. You're going to be under a bigger boot. That's all.
Right. But Obama said that we're going to have a national security force that's just as strong, just as well trained, and just as well funded as the U.S. Army.
Yes.
He was talking about the United States version of the SS is what he was talking about. So, I mean, we could see, I saw through that. Was it, how long ago was that now when he was running for president? That was 2000.
Years ago, yeah.
I saw through that. Oh my God, who's he talking about? We have a police department. We have a National Guard. We have sheriffs. What is he to? Oh, he's going to hire his own people. And his people, the brown shirts, Antifa and BLM, those are his brown shirts.
Yes, and everyone has to capitulate to their demands. So, I don't have a problem with BLM because I don't have a problem with black people.
The name that they don't have a problem with. You can't have a problem with black. Of course, Black Lives Matter. It's not, has nothing to do with it. It has to do with destroying the nuclear family. Yeah. It has to do with Marxism. You know, it takes a village.
Well, that's the thing, is that they're getting people to accept mob rule, vigilante justice.
Yeah.
All well and good when it's attacking things that you think should be attacked. But the thing is, when whoever's controlling the mob then turns it against you, well, then you don't have any recourse.
Yeah.
Well, there's always a new bad guy for these people.
Yeah.
And you can see this happening. I'll mention the LGBT circle because it's a circle that I've had the daunting pleasure of operating in for about 10 years now. And there's a term for it, and I can't remember it. Someone called it me the other day, and it's expressly about gay men who what they use the word shut the door behind them on oppression. And the people who use this terminology are, the only way they can use this is just absolutely crazy. Okay. Because what you have in the LGBT community is the largest group in the LGBT community is gays, okay, gay men, okay, and the reason, to be honest, I don't really know the reason why that is the case. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if there's any scientific reason, any social or cultural reason. I don't know, but it happens to be the largest group in the LGBT. It also happens to be the most dominating group in the LGBT as well in terms of the ability for funding, okay, and there's a term that me and my friend coined, which was the pink pound, because gay men, when they get employed, because they are relatively charismatic, which is a stereotype, but it does happen, they work their way up the ladder because they're more charismatic and they engage in customer service type roles and PR roles and marketing roles, and they don't have any engagements with family unless they adopt children. And
they're dicks, what they call
young gay people tend not to adopt children, and gay couples tend to adopt children at a much later time than they would have children biologically. So let's say 35 plus. So there's a lot. There's plenty of money floating around 25 to 32-year-old successful gay men. Okay, now there's just one aspect of this. It's not all gay men. There's obviously not that's not that happening, but it does happen a fair bit. And there's a very subtle movement in the LGBT which points the finger at gay men and says, well, actually, they're not doing too bad now out of the collection of oppressed people. Gay people can get married now. Gay men, as far as I'm aware of the LGBT groups, gay men make more money than the other groups. The lowest, by the way, is bisexual people, male or female. They are the lowest in terms of, because they use the wage thing as one of their metrics, don't they, to measure how oppressed you are. Then they use mental health as well, and taking away from the gender dysphoria, because I think that's slightly different. I think gay women, lesbians, have a higher rate of mental health complications. So they kind of look at this and go, well, the gays are getting it sorted, the gays are getting it together, and everyone's loving the gays, but they're not loving us now. So they need to go from the group. And it's very subtle. And I said this 2 years ago. I've watched it happen more and more and more. And we have this culture because gay men, because don't forget the assault here. The assault is not about egalitarian principle. It's about the destruction of masculinity. Okay. So what they do is they made priority the destruction of masculinity with masculinity, because gay men are interested in gay men, they're not interested in women. Okay, so that's their new structural. That will be their next attack. I will now tell you their next mistake. Eventually, and it's already starting to happen, the LGBT community will make the fatal flaw and suggest that sexuality is not innate. That's my prediction. Mm-hmm. The next thing they will do, it's kind of happening, but the next thing they will do is they will say, because they said the same thing with gender, mm-hmm. and then therefore sex, they will say, well, actually, there are lots of people who experiment and they're just whatever. I mean, there's the bi plus community, but they're so tiny and they just make noise on the internet that no one takes them seriously. If you want, I'm bi, by the way, I'm not gay. So I know what it's like to be bi. It's not easy. I'm not pulling the oppression card, but I get the gripe of the bi plus community, but you need to go about it in a way that makes sense. I'm very, like I'm friends with you, I'm friends with a bisexual activist in England, probably the most prominent bisexual activist in England, and he struggled with this area as well because people they're spending most of their time attacking the use of pronouns. I mean, I don't like Milo Yiannopoulos. Milo Yiannopoulos made this point that remember when the gay magazines were about HIV and now they're about pronouns. And this is the problem. The LGBT has stretched itself so far that they have collected other groups, and the other groups will eventually start ostracizing the more powerful of those groups. Yeah, and the gay men have, on record, data-wise, they're happier, they have more money, and they have more. They tend to have more stable relationships for a longer period of time. On paper, this is, by the way. But that's simply because there is a very... The expectation of promiscuous gay men is dropping, but there are other societal expectations on the other groups that the other groups are letting get to them. So they're engaging in, not attempting to make long-term relationships or anything like that because they're being told it won't be a successful thing. This is what I identify in the LGBT community, because I move in these circles. I know what it's like. I know what it's like for bisexual people. I know what it's like for gay women, lesbians. I know what it's like for trans people. And it won't be long before the Borg turns its attention to the one group within the group which is not doing too bad anymore.
Yes.
And they go to the next. And they move. Yeah.
It seems like the alphabet people have kind of upset the apple cart in kind of the LGBT rights community as much as they have in the feminist community, because when feminism is infested with the ideology that if I call myself a woman, I'm a woman and I could perform in women's sports or whatever, that almost completely invalidates all of second wave feminism. So now, within the feminist community, the TERFs, what they're called, the trans exclusive radical feminists, have been ejected from their own movement. Effectively, is that these new people come to the movement and ejected the second wave feminists, much as like these same exact people, the alphabet people, have injected themselves into the gay rights movement and basically ejected the original settlers in the movement.
Well, that Me Too movement. Oh, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you go. No, I'm just.
The interesting thing about the Me Too movement, first, it was all the women against Trump because Hillary didn't get elected, so they wore the pussy hats on their heads and pussy costumes, and it was all about angry women and crazy hormones. And then, very shortly after that, that group started to hold classes for white women to teach them how they've oppressed women of color their entire lives, even though they didn't know it. So this is, I think, when I saw this woman screaming at these Black officers about, and she's literally having a panic attack, and it's like a panic attack plus PMS all thrown up in there.
I saw the video, yeah.
She's yelling about her white privilege. I think it's because here these women thought that they had this group. It was us against, women are strong and we're angry women. And it's against Trump, bad men are bad. And then all of a sudden they take the white women and tell them how they've been oppressing women of color. And so now they don't have anybody.
Yes.
And they just, to belong to anything, they belong to BLM. And they're screaming in the street because they aren't accepted anymore. They are outcast now because they're white.
Yes. So I'm going to make this point, and I'm going to throw it back to Fabulous Agnostic. But yeah, there is no stable ground in allyship. There is no stable ground in victimhood. Okay.
Even communism.
When there was an article, there was an article that came out and it got a little press in the conservative circles, but I could have told you what was going to happen. There was no surprise in that they said within the African American community, what is it? Straight Black men are the white men of Black men. Because
yes, I heard that.
Straight Black men. So basically, they're going to slice and dice you until they find that aspect in which you are the oppressor, in which case you are you're not the victim, and therefore you have to make
a Republican or a Trump supporter. You, even if you're a Black woman, you're stripped of your minority status.
Yeah, it's a constant psychic pressure because you're never on stable ground, that you're just waiting your turn to be the enemy. Now, I was going more humorously. I was going to you're talking about how the language changes, and nowadays we talk about the 1%. If you remember, during the Occupy Wall Street days, it was actually the 2%. That was the talking term, is the upper 2% of the population. But I think the people at that 98th percentile kind of resented that they were with the 99th percentile, but they weren't actually as rich. So they made it as the 1%.
1%ers. The only thing I remember Bernie talking about is 1%ers. I don't remember 2%.
If you go back 10 years, the talk.
I should know everything. I just don't remember 2%ers.
Bob, I'm sorry. We need to give it.
things change so fast, so quickly that I wrote a screenplay and actually had this idea around the year 2000. It was about gay men because all of them were gay. All the main characters were gay men because I was thinking to myself that it's of all the groups, they accept two women doing it. Guys will watch it. People are more comfortable with seeing women naked for some reason, but two men kissing, people find that much more uncomfortable. So I thought, I want to make a screenplay where they stop seeing what gender anybody is. This is way before this whole gender thing. I've got it, and I could even show you on my computer. That you stop seeing them for gender. You're just seeing them for their personalities, who they are, if they're good or if they're bad. You to fall in love with them for who they are, and to see just two people loving each other and no longer seeing. And if I was able to do that, that would be great. And there's a lot of stuff I threw in there, and even one of them was gay, got elected, and he was a minority, not African American, but he was really handsome too. I mean, really handsome. But it was
Roger Agnostic has written a screenplay with all gay men, but it was extremely obscene.
And it had mysticism in it, and that one of them went off and wanted to be a mystic because he was very abused as a child. And the secret of the whole thing is that all these young men, but this is before the Pride movement began. All of a sudden there was a lot of violence against the gays, and so the priest said, why don't you leave this country? They're graduating from high school. Why don't you go to France to this monastery, and there they study mysticism, and then from there they come back because they said that things are getting really bad in America, and you've got to come back and you've got to fight the battle. And what happens is he puts all his books on mysticism in the attic, and then he falls in love with, he finds one man, he sees an alcoholic, and he's got this younger man who's very sweet, and he's very gentle, and he's been abused his whole life, and the group sees that he's being abused, and it's in P-Town, they kind of draw him away, and then he obviously finds a companion he falls in love with, and then one day he finds the books on mysticism, and then one day, oh, this is wonderful. I won't tell him that they're mine, but nobody knows this, and he realizes that he says, I don't want to have sex anymore. And he says, the one that was the mystic who came back said, that's all right. We don't have to. He loves him so much and he feels that he has to do this to purify himself. And it kind of like one of them, their past kind of comes back on them. But at the end, they realize that it's because the young one ends up dying sooner, and he realizes that it's kind of a mistake because you can love someone. And then he never realized that Raffaello, they call him Angel. I actually named him after my great-grandfather, Raffaello Angelo. And everybody calls him Angel. And then Antonio Arco, that's my grandmother's name. So Antonio Arco. So I named him Antonio. And he realizes that it was a mistake. But he says he'd never realized. And then he starts to read it, and Angel starts to finish the story. He goes, I never finished that book. Could you get that book out of the show? I never finished that book. And Angel takes it out, and he opens the book, and he starts to recite it without reading it. And Antonio had no idea that this was actually his book, and he knows all about this, and he just kept it a secret. So this is now, I sent it, my cousin started the Human Rights Campaign, which is the LGBT movement in this country. And the interesting thing is that he said way back in the beginning that when we overcome, or when we get past calling people, if we look at a Black person We don't say, oh, that's a Black person, or that's my Black friend, or that's my gay friend. We remove all labels.
Yes.
And everyone is just a human being without all these labels. This was the platform that the Human Rights Campaign started on. And this is many years ago. And I know this because my cousin started it. And he later worked for the Clinton administration and Obama. He's like a bigwig, and raised a lot of money. A lot of producers in Hollywood were dying of AIDS, and they gave all their money to the Human Rights Campaign, and he got that from them. And so knowing this, we've completely, the whole idea of HRC and what he said, because he also marched with Martin Luther King, and they had wanted posters with his face on it. If you see him, kill him on sight. He was that big in the Martin Luther King movement. But so he was into both these things. And to end all of it, we must get rid of labels. And everything now is about labels. And pronouns. What is this pronoun that you can make up? It's totally turned on its head. Wouldn't it be a wonderful world if we just looked at somebody, oh, that's a beautiful person. And we say it's a beautiful person because it's the way they're acting. It's what's emanating from them. And I don't notice if somebody's unattractive unless they start acting unattractive. And then I say, that's even if they say, okay, maybe they could be on the cover of Vogue, but there's something so ugly about them. That's what it is. So I don't know. Are we going to go to the point where we've gone so far that we go back? But they never reached we were trying to reach that point where we could drop all these labels and we could just see human beings as human beings.
No, because that would mean people are out of jobs at that. That would mean all the race baiters.
But that's what the whole LGBT HRC Human Rights Campaign started on. That's what the movement for civil rights started it on. Not the color of your skin, but the content of your character. You remove skin color, you remove ethnic. Is this a good person or a bad person?
Bernie Sanders, when Bernie Sanders was at his campaign stops, and he mentioned the fact that he did march with Martin Luther King and Selma, his audience revolted. Because Martin Luther King's ideas are out of fashion. Right. If he wants to talk to today's progressives, they don't like the idea of Martin Luther King. His ideas are out of vogue with them. Yes.
Yeah, and the Black Panthers.
Yeah.
Because Martin Luther King rejected violence. And it could be the reason why he was killed. Or it was a white supremacist act to try, and then they gymmed up all the riots to say, see, you have to, see, this is what happens. These people go crazy. So it's basically I think they say 41% of BLM is white women, is young white women. Only 17% are African Americans.
Which is about the population of African Americans in the United States. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's mostly crazy women. So it's not really what people think. Yeah. Yes, they're nuts. They're losing their minds. It's like, what's wrong? We're human beings. There's only one race. It's the human race. I know.
Yeah. I think we all had aspiring film careers at one point. I was thinking 15 years ago. I was thinking about writing it's way beyond my wherewithal, but like writing a screenplay, like you were saying about Gaiman, where all the characters are Black. Because every time I watched a Black movie, even if it was a great Black movie, there was always some sort of hat tip to a Black stereotype. Like there was always some cousin who was like a wannabe rapper or something. There was always some sort of concession to those stereotypes. Like, well, what if you wrote a movie that featured Black characters that didn't make any of those things? That was my aim, was like no stereotypes, maybe one or two, but basically the main, so people can see as this, these are two people who love each other, and these are souls who came into this life
to fall in love with another
Yeah.
soul, and this is the soul he's supposed to fall in love with. So we see past the whole gay stereotype, and at that time, a gay man was it was very hard for people to watch two men kissing or a love scene, and I wanted them to get to a point where they're watching the movie and they're no longer seeing it. So I sent a piece of it to my cousin who worked for HRC, and I sent it to his brother, who is the head.
I'm sorry, I just realized the human rights campaign is also could be Hillary Rodham Clinton.
I know. It's like it was so. The funny thing was that my cousin Michael, who worked for the Peace Corps, and he was one of the higher uppers and professors, really, really smart. All my family, they're smart except for me. And so he writes me an email and he says to me, because basically the part of the character Antonia was really kind of like, was really me, was really what I experienced in life. And he said to me, how come you know so much about your cousin's life, personal life? And I don't. And that's the thing. And I realized that I had achieved what I set out to do. You have something that's interchangeable where this happened. This is the life of a woman. And I just made the character a man. So it means we all experience the same sorrow, the same heartache, the same abuse. And
that's kind of like what you were saying about like Tennessee Williams, and like he could
yeah, it was he put himself into those characters. Yeah. You kind of know it in a way. You know he's a gay man. You kind of know it in a way when you see Blanche, and then you see pieces of him, but also pieces of his own sister were in his characters as well.
I think we need to check our hetero privilege, and we fabulous agnostic. We apologize. We are listening. We will not. Better. We will not try to erase you. Yeah, we're talking about gay men, but we've been having this discussion.
Well, I know much more about gay men than you do, by the way. I just have you know.
Okay, let's check our privilege and let's let fabulous agnostic. He's working with all sorts of disadvantages. I mean, he's British and he's gay and yeah.
Well, I mean, what would you like me to say?
I'm sorry, I thought you had something to say. Yeah.
No, I mean, I also had a script, but one of the first scripts that I ever actually created, or script ideas I created, because I actually, to some degree, I'm a script writer and a script consultant as well, in the way of looking at other people's scripts. A script consultant on film. More of a script doctor, not a script consultant, because script consultants do a very particular role on film sets. And one of the first ideas I had was 6 interweaving stories of different kinds of LGBT categories, which we've never made them because it requires a lot of work to do. Making films is very difficult.
That's kind of what I kind of gave up, because there were so many characters, and every single one of these could have been their own screenplay. It was just getting too big, and I had too many ideas, and I was researching a little too much. It's like I have to either make this a book or just stop, or just don't do this. So I just put it down, and I never picked it up again.
Yeah, I never see an effective script about these kinds of things, actually. In fact, I never see I've rarely seen very, very effective scripts, to be honest with you, but people used to send me all sorts of rubbish. And every script that kind of had something about gays or lesbians or transsexual always kind of missed the mark. And it's either because it's being written... I'm not one of these people, by the way, that says you don't know about it, so you can't talk about it. But I always noticed it missed the mark because it was either written by straight people or by gay people looking at it from an oppressed lens.
Yeah, I was going to say a political. Yeah,
And it has an idea. The most political script I ever wrote about gays, let's say, was a couple attempting to come out to his parents. You know, he's with his partner, and his parents just don't care. And they just don't care so much that they spend more time looking for the television remote than they do about listening to him come out. You know, one of the lines is, "We don't care. Have you seen the remote?"
yeah.
Because I just thought that would be.
That was also the title of the movie, but yes.
It was. Well, I'm really bad. I have an endless list of scripts because I used to write them a lot, and I've just stored them up over the years. Some of them are sort of timepieces. Some of them are points of my life which wouldn't be applicable now because I was a student. Some of them are very student-related type scripts, you know, set in that environment. But I'm terrible at naming scripts. I'm very, very terrible at this, right? So a lot of them are literally like gay couple or vampire girls, or they're just called a quick two words that I can remember.
A working title, yeah.
Yeah, well, like Lazy Kids is one of them. And like I just come up with these names because it's what I use to remember the script. Only a handful of them have a useful, an actual title that would be of any benefit. I have nothing else to say on that.
Well, I enjoyed having you on this. So yeah, thank you everyone. Subscribe to Deflating Atheism. These two talking. No, I'm kidding. Okay. It's kind of funny where you can see the discussion just.
Well, I do very well with questions. Sometimes I can just. Well,
what I really envy is guys like Sticks Hexenham or 668. You can always tell, and Steve Turley is like they always it's like they're having a discussion. They're going a mile a minute, and then like the parachute deploys and they drift very gently to Earth. I always love that.
Peace out. That's it.
Yeah, that's about it. Peace out. I always like reaches in. It's like, peace out. And I think it's funny. That was always the thing that jumped out to me, is that he would always say, I think it's funny. Vaguely amusing, yes. But yeah, I always
all of a sudden.
What's that?
He gets serious all of a sudden. Well, he's laughing in joy. Oh, the Hillary or whatever is going to happen to them. Peace out.
Well, see, you know what we're talking about, right?
What?
Hexenhammer, I'm talking to Fabulous Agnostic. No,
Six Hexenhammer, yeah.
You've probably seen him. I
probably have. But the thing is, there's lots of things, like it doesn't have to be American. There's lots of things in England that people tell me, and I don't know who it is, but then I know it because I have seen it, but I don't know who that is. You know, like I'm not a film buff. Actually,
no, we're talking about political commentating.
No, I know. No, I'm using as an example, right? So I'm not a film buff. I studied film, and I talk about analytical theory of film, right? Predominantly horror films. And whenever I talk to people about films, they think I'm a film buff because I studied it, and they'll start talking about actors. And I don't know who that is.
No.
They'll go, "Oh, he was in this film that you've seen." Like, which one? Who? Which person? What for? Like, they'll go, "Oh, it's." And I'm like, we play these games like we name celebrities, and it's part of a little drinking game and stuff. And no, I don't know who that is. No, well, you should do. You're a film student. Yeah, well, I don't. I'm not actually, to be fair, I did study celebrity culture as well, but that wasn't my theoretical understanding of celebrity culture. I didn't know all the I didn't know all the film people. Do you know what I mean? And I'll go, well, have you seen this director? Who the hell is that? Well, he wrote this. I don't know who this person is. Like, I'm a film analytical theorist. I'm not a film buff.
It's different. And
I have no idea. People,
actors.
Celebrities are basically, to a lot of people, I think celebrities are basically people with whom they have a non-reciprocal friendship because they know everything about this person's life, but that person doesn't know anything about their life. But it's almost relating to a person as a friend, you know.
Yes, I agree.
So it was great having you guys both on. No, I'm kidding. I could go on for 3 more hours.
Really, you could?
Yeah. Fabulous Agnostic. Yeah, I don't. He has to.
With him, no, definitely not with me.
I could. I'm just entertaining what my day is going to shape up like, because I have to interview people in the next 5 hours or so. And I woke up yesterday at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning here.
So you haven't slept
No.
all the way.
Well, I mean, this is just the life of super famous people, isn't it?
Super fabulous.
I just, you have to get up, and to be honest, I was drinking most of the day as well because we were celebrating. So I was drinking before the live stream, and I haven't had a lot of alcohol during it. So I'm like tired, but not tired at the same time. I'm just trying to work out whether or not I can go through the rest of the day fine. If that makes sense.
You tell me, but I'm not your so, I'm not gonna be your
spider.
You're an adult. You're an adult who can do these. No, my elbow hit the tip of my glass. So
Ooh,
I didn't know what that was.
Oh no.
Yeah, not my Glencairn glass.
Okay.
Well, I think I will sort of close up myself now, because I probably should get a little bit of sleep. I'm genuinely the sort of person who can do a good day on very little sleep anyway. Don't get me wrong, I don't like doing it.
Yeah.
10 hours, no problem. But I'm always quite good at 4 hours. 4 hours is the minimum I can sort of function on. Then I have a little lie down later in the afternoon. So if you've got any more questions, then.
No, I think I wish you to be well rested when you're interviewing people for the poob.
Yeah, it's going very well. I've
Yeah.
interviewed a fair few people.
I imagine you just have like a fireman's pole and you could just slide down the phone.
I've had to change.
There's a change of wardrobe. It's like you're in your pajamas, you get down, you're like wearing a tuxedo. Yeah.
I spend a lot of my life wearing suits, and I had to change my interviewing style for this, because my traditional interviewing style, in my first restaurant, that's why my friend was here today, because he used to work for me, so we kind of do it together. And my first interviewing style, I kind of sat like I am now, usually with some kind of drink in my hand, either coffee or maybe a whiskey or something like that. And I would say, "You want a job? Come back tomorrow and get behind the bar, so to speak, and we'll see what you're like." But I don't get the option to do that now, so I have to organize questions that I think are appropriate. And I despise questions such as, "Why us? What do you bring to the table?" Like, what kind of egocentric display of wonder? Tell me how wonderful you are that you get to work for me in my fabulous establishment. You run a pub. Get over yourself. Like, really, and I have to kind of say to people, because I had a lot of applicants, so I had to filter. You have to filter them out, obviously, because you can't interview everybody, because some people live so far away, it's not even applicable, etc., blah, blah, blah. So I interview people, and I say, look, it's just a conversation. It's just chit-chat, really. It's all I can do at the minute with what's going on. I can't have you do a shift behind the bar to see what you're like.
Is it the kind of place where there's a strong preference for attractive women? Is there
every pub, every establishment? You want to talk about privilege, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The top privilege is attractiveness privilege,
yeah.
Okay, and then it's Western privilege, and then it's academic privilege. It's in that order, right? Everybody knows that attractive people get jobs more than everybody else, because everybody wants to employ attractive people, because everybody likes attractive people. So yes, it's one of those places where the blokes would like to see what they call teeth and tits, which is the most derogatory way that someone would refer to, but I mean, the pub model in Britain was founded in the late Victorian, early Victorian era, because what would happen is we live in terraced houses. Now, terraced, I don't know if you have them in America. It's basically lots of houses in one row, a very particular style, very easy to build style. And what would happen is
or something, yeah.
The people who own the local factories or the works, whatever, would build them for their workers to live in the Victorian era. Big houses, easy to live in if you multiple families or lots of people living in one house. Now, so many of those plots, they would turn into pubs so that people would have something to do while they weren't working. Now, advance that by maybe 60 years, 70 years, all the way up to maybe 100 years, up to maybe the early 70s, the 1970s. The pub model was the men would sit in the smaller bar room and usually smoke, where the ladies would sit in the lounge room and maybe smoke cigarettes and catch up this kind of idea, you know. That died, thank God. But now a lot of pubs are left with these two-room facilities, and a lot of pubs don't know what to do with them, if that makes sense. So we will probably have a very much, and some people do come in from that era and sit in the bar and they talk and they expect to see, you know, a chatty person behind the bar, and it makes them feel happy.
Old Andy Cap comics or something.
Yeah, well, you know, it's that kind of thing. Yeah. So it's an interesting model, the pub industry in Britain, because it's such a deep thing. Well, France were building restaurants, Britain was building pubs and inns and taverns and things like that. And that's just how we've kind of.
Well, because I was on, because you were talking about it, I don't think there's really any easy American equivalent to that, where you're serving, you know, cheap food and you have, you know, alcohol, you're pouring out pints. There's not really. We have like dive bars, but it's not quite the same thing, you know, because the emphasis is never on food, as it seems to be with the boob.
Well, the pub, the new. This is one of the things that what I want to be doing with my business, because this isn't just my business, there's other things to it, is to take over small pubs like this and have a very traditional pub setting in one room and a dining area in the other, a casual dining, not like, because the only way to make money and to survive is to do food now. The old pubs are slowly dying. Anyone who has one of those pubs is very lucky. If you have a pub that you can open in the day in this country and it's busy without doing food in the day, your days are numbered, but you're lucky to have what you've got. Yeah. And a lot of their custom in the next 20 years will no longer be with us. So we're about to face another change, and if people don't shift with the market demand, they will fall under the radar and the pubs will get sold and become just corner shops or flats or whatever. But it's a very interesting model, because it doesn't really exist anywhere else in the world. Yeah, a pub is where you would go, is now where you go for an inexpensive meal, whereas in most places it's a bistro. And in France it's a bistro. A bistro is it used to be called the bistrot, which was a very cheap affordable. Sorry, I'm tired. Restaurant where you would live above, you would live above upstairs, and downstairs you would turn into a restaurant. So people would help you pay for your rent and things, because living in Paris around this era would be very expensive. So they would get money from the local tourism and all that kind of stuff. That's how how the bistro survived. That's what the bistro is. The brasserie, these are words that you hear in England and you go, they're fine dine restaurants, but in France they're not. A brasserie is literally a pub. A brasserie means a brew house. So they would make their own beer. They would sell their own beer on site, maybe to the other pubs as well, or the other brasseries and the other establishments. And people would come in and drink beer and maybe have like a burger or something, what we would now classify as pub food. Then you have a restaurant. Now, a restaurant was a fine dine establishment in French culture. So they are the different levels, and depending on where you were, and most bistros are wine bars, brasseries were ale bars, whereas restaurants would have wine and beer, depending on the different kinds of cuisine that they would specialize in. So the restaurant system is French, whereas the pub system is British by creation. So America, I would presume, and don't know American history, has a culmination of these different things coming together, taking maybe what works from that, but the pub probably didn't work in America because it doesn't have that community.
And we had pubs for a long time,
Okay.
but now there's a law that all establishments
bar versus club.
food, just so that they don't leave intoxicated and driving a car. You eat food, it's better than just drinking.
Yeah.
Alcohol in your system. So they've changed them all over to like you get some food. It might not be good food, but it's better to have something than just alcohol.
Even if it was, chips, fries, or chicken or something.
Yeah, like
usually a carb.
I remember one of the local bars here. It actually had a custom menu. They actually had a chef, but I ordered like the mozzarella sticks, and it was like $6, and it came back. It was like 5 Ore-Ida, like Ore-Ida, like microwave mozzarella sticks. I paid $6 for 5 microwave mozzarella sticks. Yeah, but this is a place that would do a very nice like tuna fish sandwiches and stuff. But yeah, so sometimes you just get gypped with bar food is kind of a pejorative. It's not supposed to be good. But if it's hipstery enough,
bar food in Britain is either light bite type dishes, sandwiches, chips, and things that you would have if you were out shopping or whatever, or it's and this is a new surgence of these things with places that aren't bistros but they're not restaurants, and then there's cafe bars as well where they do what would traditionally be a fine dine style restaurant or a specialist style menu. A good friend of mine owns a cocktail bar which does light bites types things, but it has like chicken katsu curry, which are very specialist style dishes, and they're very pretty, and there's edible flowers on it and all that kind of stuff. So you have these two different ways that bars go in England. And the rise of the cafe bar as well. So these are places that are cafes in the day, so they do sandwiches and paninis and toasties and things. But then at night time, they turn them into sort of bars with slightly more intricate dishes. If that makes sense.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, yeah.
And that kind of model is working in like Manchester. If you go to Manchester in your lives, they're everywhere. They're getting a bit dull now because they all look the same. They played themselves off as though they were this, not commercial, hipstery, trendy, yet they all look the same. They're dark.
You're eating and drinking.
Hipsterism. That's the essence of
What are
it.
you eating?
I always have chocolate with my bourbon and scotch.
You drink alcohol and eat chocolate at night. Isn't that an acid pit for your stomach? Aren't you gonna have nightmares?
Yeah,
Do that to your tummy.
I have been part of my nightmares all the time.
He has this nightmare where two people invade his house and call him stupid. Early hours at the
I mean, look, it's 12:53 at night. You should be eating a sandwich. Have a nice sandwich. Really, have some food, actual real food.
You always come in with the etymological stuff. I'm smiling and nodding here. No, actually, my nighttime routine would horrify you since you are opposed to eating whole carrots. This is what okay, so normally like I try to alternate proteins and non-proteins, or just
chocolate. What category is chocolate? Those are both sugar. Alcohol and chocolate is both sugar.
I'm being scolded.
Acid.
I just read that scotch and like a fine scotch and chocolate just
turns into roast beef in your stomach.
Look, okay, I'm
where are you gonna go with this?
I'm not going to do roast beef here, okay?
Only to gargle with it. Only if you think you've got a cold coming on, you take scotch and you gargle with it, and you're supposed to spit it out. But if it's very expensive, then swallow it.
What the
it's
hell?
actually good. for
No.
you.
No, I drink scotch. Scotch is for drinking.
If you drink scotch, it's better never to have a glass of scotch every day than take one Tylenol, because one Tylenol can cause liver failure. So it's better to drink one glass of scotch a day than take one Tylenol.
Well, then I'm way ahead of you there. I drink a
That's true.
gram of scotch.
But you should really be eating food. That should be absorbed in some kind of food. I understand your need to be intoxicated. I'm all for it.
It's not like that.
But it's a candy. You shouldn't be eating candy at night and alcohol.
And so please describe to me how my life has suffered and been upended.
Well, I think it probably has been, and none of us have known about it.
Mum and Dad, please don't argue on television.
Clawed to death by horrific monsters. Yes.
Oh, gee. Oh, and that's what is it? Oh, that's dark chocolate. White chocolate's horrible. That's all sugar. That's bad for you.
Right. I will retire. Now I'll leave you to domestic.
You're not eating chocolate.
I'm sorry that I'll miss out on the rest of this, because I would love to stay, but I do need to,
Okay, we loved having you on, even though
you.
I think we perturbed some of my readers with all of the gay talk. I'm joking. No, they were joking.
Oh.
So we love having you on. We'll do it again. We'll get other people in combination.
Yes.
Free and have grand old times.
Agreed. Marvelous. Well, thank you very much. It was lovely to meet you. Really
lovely to meet you
and
too.
I will hopefully speak to you again another time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good morning.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
That's right.
Yeah. So this is like I try to alternate proteins and carbs or some sort of non-carbs. So yeah, like at bedtime, I'll maybe when it's kind of wrapping up, I'll have peanuts or almonds, and then I'll eat a carrot, a whole carrot, and then
what does the carrot do for this process?
Well, it fills me up because I don't, not having
the carrots. You don't digest raw carrots. You have to cook them or juice them.
I know you mentioned that before. That's why I bring it up.
Yeah.
And then I have a cottage cheese, and I put some little fruit snacks or some oatmeal or stuff in the cottage cheese. There was an African bodybuilder at my gym.
Cottage cheese is good.
A meal plan for free.
Yeah.
And I mean, a lot of people pay a lot of money to have a customized meal plan. He gave
me somebody to tell you to eat cottage cheese. I could have told you for 50 cents.
Let me tell my story. So the African bodybuilder, who was, of course, he was like 7 feet tall and was just a complete teddy bear, of course. So he was asking me to describe what I eat. And I said, well, when before I go to bed, I have a little cottage cheese. And he goes, no. So he didn't like me eating cottage cheese before I go to bed. But it has casein protein. So that's what I understood, is it releases the protein as you sleep. Actually,
yeah, if you have a little bit of protein before you go to bed, it's supposed to help you sleep. That's true. If instead of having, of course, sugar and alcohol on your system. So, if I was drinking...
But that's the thing, alcohol doesn't help me sleep,
No, it doesn't. It wakes you up after a while.
Yeah. But at least if you have to pee or something like that.
Glass away. You could have a glass web. That's what I've been drinking a lot is whey with milk and then some coffee and chocolate in it. And then I mix that up in a blender. And so you got all your protein, and then you've got real cocoa. So it's got all the antioxidants in it, and then real milk. I mean, it's not like a sugary thing, but it's actually kind of healthy. But I wouldn't recommend, you shouldn't even have chocolate because chocolate is very acidic. You should never eat that before you go to bed because that will keep you up. Even I have this Hasidic rabbi that one of the Hasidic rabbis.
An Hasidic rabbi or a Hasidic rabbi?
Hasidic. acidic. And he said to have dark chocolate only in the morning. Never take dark chocolate at night. Like he's an acidic rabbi, but he's all into all this herbs and healing and natural, good, healthy foods. So I trust the rabbis.
Yes.
I do. I'm not Jewish, but I trust the rabbis.
Acidic rabbi.
Acidic rabbi tells you something. I used to call him up, or he used to call me up, and then he'd go, or he'd call, because I was trying to learn from him, take classes. And then I would hear, and he goes, marry me. It's like, I'm here to
You were the chicksa.
And knew what I said to him, because he told me as I was chewing some gum, I said, I just put a chiclet in my mouth. And he said, chiclets aren't kosher. And I took the chiclet out of my mouth and threw it away. And I told him, I'll marry you if you send me kosher gum. So 2 days later, I get this huge package in the mail. No note.
Yeah.
It's filled with kosher bubble gum. Because it's all in time for Passover.
Yeah.
So all the good, like mint, like adult gum, that was gone. If I have one package left, and it's got the Hebrew letters right on it. It's real, authentic kosher gum. Can you believe?
Circle K. I mean, that should mean it's kosher.
What?
Isn't there a little branding, a Circle K?
There's all sorts of. There's a lot of this. A U and a circle and a P and a K and there's several different signs that mean kosher. But no, this actually had the Hebrew letters on. Yeah, that was like, I was just like kidding.
That reminds me very much of
He's serious.
Well, about the Chinese gum, and Jerry was wearing the myopic glasses, and so he thought he was handing him $1. It turned out to be $100 bill, so he got $100 worth of gum.
Oh yes.
They just had
gum.
too much gum. It was $100 worth of gum. Yeah.
You go Lloyd Braun.
Lloyd Braun.
Lloyd Braun, like whatever Lloyd Braun does is because he lost his mind.
That was an ingeniously constructed episode. Actually, like my favorite episode was actually a few episodes before the series premiere, which I think was the only Seinfeld episode that was structured in a more ingenious way than Lloyd Braun, was the one where they had the deli slicer. And so Elaine's boss, Kramer's wearing the butcher's coat, and Elaine.
Oh yes, and he took a slice out of his, and he thought it was melanoma.
Yes, and that's the one where
he pasted the fake picture of him.
Exactly. And so he went to the photo developer the guy who had a crush on him, and so he injected him. So yeah, so that was all just like a beautiful clockwork plot. Yeah.
Oh God, a lot of them were. So it's your contention, whatever it is. It's your contention that Shakespeare was a fraud. Yes, that is my contention.
What was that?
Remember, he went in to get the jacket. There was a jacket.
Yeah, it was being fumigated.
Oh no, that his mother dated some guy that went to prison. But there's this jacket from like the early 70s that gets women. And so he pretended that Elaine was his fiancée, Dr. Penobscot. And he pretended he was, because Elaine was the daughter of this person who took the jacket or owned the jacket, had this daughter who was dating Dr. Penobscot, whose big contention was that Shakespeare was a fraud. And so the landlord said, so, Mr. Penobscot, and he's got this.
That was Kramer. Yeah,
Kramer with this pipe in his mouth. So your contention is that Shakespeare is a fraud. Yes, that is my contention. And he says it with a pipe in his mouth. And it's
so like Pennypacker, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so what may be my favorite sign, and it shows what an excellent actress Elaine Ben Julia Louis-Dreyfus was when Kramer reads the book. What's the name? What's the name of the book?
War and Peace.
The country boy who experiences love and lust and unbridled enthusiasm. Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up. Well, I don't have to open up Safari. Okay.
Oh yeah, and she has to explain it to her publisher.
Okay.
Because she didn't.
I'm trying to remember the name of the book, but
I know what you're talking about, and so Kramer read it for her, told her what it was about.
Yes, and so she had no other knowledge about the book, so she had to recite. And what I love about it when she's with the publisher, she takes a swallow.
Unbridled
story of love.
It was so hard.
And that is such excellent acting on her part. It's just a wonder. Now, I know, like, my sister doesn't like the scene, but it shows you what a great actress she is. Maybe it's not the best comedic scene, but where her boss is mute or something, and she's feeding him the Yankee beans. And so she has to carry all the dialogue by herself. Can you imagine having to deliver a comedic scene where you are the only person there, and you have to carry it all by yourself? I think the writers were challenged her when she was feeding him the Yankee beans. Yes,
because he had a stroke, right? He was a famous writer.
Billy Mumphrey. I'm not even seeing a result.
Billy Mumphrey, yeah.
Mumphrey was
a cockeyed enthusiast, or
yes. Well, some might call him a cockeyed enthusiast. But yes, there's always some life. There's always some life situation. There's always a Seinfeld episode that's analogous to it. So.
I know, and it's funny because sometimes these are things you've thought of yourself. Even a lot of the humor, and I go, I've already thought of that, or I already said that, and that's everybody. I think that's why a lot of people liked it, is because it was so close to life. Yes,
exactly. I know it's why it didn't need to go, wow, there's one person watching us at this point. So it didn't need to go beyond 9 seasons, because they covered the entire gambit of human experience basically in 9 seasons. There was nowhere else for them to go unless, they were going to do the Simpsons thing and put, Kramer in outer space or something,
Yeah, which they could have done.
Yeah. That would be jumping the shark at that point. Yeah.
It's when Larry David left. Was it 2 years before it completely closed, or one? The writing went downhill. It really was his genius. When he left, there was a change, and it wasn't that funny anymore.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you. It became more cartoonish, and I think that's most noticeable in George's character. George became more of a buffoon.
Yeah.
He became more of a Homer Simpson. When you watch, so I actually saw a video about this. When you watch the very earliest episodes, George was supposed to be Woody Allen, basically. He was supposed to be a neurotic.
Yes, you can tell that. Yeah.
A neurotic, insecure New Yorker.
Except they say that that's really Larry David's personality.
Yes, but
it was very Woody Allen, but that's all the same. Kind of.
But Jason, he did not understand that until Larry David told him that that's how Larry David would act, and suddenly it clicked, and said, "Oh, So he was consciously modeling his character after Woody Allen, but said, no, I have to be consciously modeling it after Larry David.
Yeah.
So it was no longer Woody Allen, but it wasn't Homer Simpson either. And so towards the end, and I think there were great moments from every single season. Like I said, my favorite episode is only a few episodes out from the season finale, which is the Deli Slicer. That's my favorite episode. But
what about the clown and Pagliacci? What about that episode? Or Mel Torme and Jimmy's jumping mentally challenged.
I think that was a fairly late episode too.
I died. I'm going, this is politically incorrect to laugh at, but it's Kramer. It's Kramer. Well, he might not notice. It is him. I
never actually heard that. Okay, so the Jimmy, I'm telling you, this is a late episode. Yeah, season 6, episode 19. So, okay, it was kind of towards late mid episode. Yes, we have 2 viewers now, so our Seinfeld discussion is faring well. But yeah, so this is my theory, and this is not something
Manzier or the Bro. That was an excellent episode too.
Yeah, so there are a whole bunch
in the front, 2 loops in the back. Nothing more you need to know.
A Frank,
you got your A, you got your B, you got your C, and then you got your D. And the D is the biggest. I know the D is the biggest. I base my whole life on the D being the biggest.
Quizzing George, yeah.
I thought that was a great show.
So this is my theory.
Around touching people's material. It's insanity. I loved his mother. I loved his parents. They were the best.
They are my parents. They're my parents. Yes.
I can't sleep on it. When she found the condom, I can't.
No, is that when he was masturbating to the Vogue magazine? You're treating your body like an amusement park.
I want to see a psychiatrist. And then when they thought he was gay, the opposite one. Okay, Bob, it's time for your bath. Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking about the thing where was his mother was in the hospital and the 2 sex.
Yeah, it was like a dual thing. First, it was the masturbating, and then it was when that college reporter, heard them talking, and Jerry and George talking, and she thought that they were lovers.
Yes.
So she wrote up, and so then the mother sees that and she falls and go. So it's like a mirror episode. One, he's masturbating to a glamour magazine. It wasn't Playboy, it was a glamour magazine. And then the other one was she fell and was in the hospital, and the other one was her thinking that he was gay. And so she was in the hospital. And then the guy comes in, the male nurse comes in, and he's behind the curtain and he's going to give a sponge bath to a guy. And in the one where he's masturbating, the female nurse comes in and she's going to give a bath to a woman. Ooh, that feels so good.
Yeah. Okay, I never noticed the parallelism there.
You didn't see there's a parallel.
Separate episodes, so you have to You're talking about 2 separate episodes.
2 separate episodes, but it's there are parallel things. And Steinbrenner, that was hysterical.
Yeah.
Big Stein wants paisanos, the pita pocket. That was Larry David, by the way.
I know.
Yeah.
Except it was actually George Steinbrenner. They actually got him for an episode.
They did get him for an episode?
Yes. And,
I didn't know that.
Because he actually had a frontal appearance. But yeah.
Because there was the one when he said the anti-George, So your savior would be the Antichrist.
Okay, I'm going to have to Google this stuff. We could talk about history and religion all day and just spout off and not research this stuff. We're doing Seinfeld. Okay.
And you have to Google Seinfeld. How about that? I know, that's right. I could talk history, religion, politics, current events, Seinfeld.
Okay, so George Steinbrenner, the actual story. Okay. And sometimes referred to as Big Stein.
Big Stein wants a Frida bucket.
Okay, the real appearance. The real George Steinbrenner had filmed the scene for the Seinfeld season 7 finale, The Invitations. But
the season finale. Invitation to what?
Oh, okay. So wait. Okay, so it was left on the cutting room floor. Okay.
Oh, I'm a genius again. I knew I didn't see it. There you go.
Okay, so if we have poop trivia and the category is Seinfeld, okay, I'll just step aside.
Yeah, that's right. Defer to me. Always defer to me.
Yes. But this is my theory. When you look at the names of the characters, okay, Elaine Bennis, it sounds like she's Hispanic. George Costanza, it sounds like he's Italian. These are never really brought up in the show.
Well, the reason why they did that was because they wanted to explain Judaism, like the Jewish culture, to goyim, to people who are not Jewish.
So that's
why they're explaining the whole bris thing and the things that they don't understand, the Jewish, to make it funny, to how people on the outside see it. But if they were all Jewish, there would be no explanations needed.
Okay, so that was my theory. Is that I think
they are all Jewish.
NBC. Okay, we'll get back to that. NBC, I think, was nervous because they thought people in Kansas weren't going to watch a show about 4 Jews. They thought it was too far outside of their realm. As it turns out, people in Kansas loved Seinfeld. People across all demographics loved Seinfeld. It was the most universal show that was on the air at the time.
I remember Jerry Seinfeld saying that that's the reason why they made these characters not Jewish, so they could explain the whole.
Okay.
And they didn't understand, and Kramer had to save the baby from the bris. They had to explain to Elaine why she had to find a mohel. But they weren't supposed to be Jewish. Remember Elaine's father? They only had him appear once.
I did not like Elaine. I did not. I thought that was a bad appearance. I thought it was a bad episode. I thought it was a bad character.
Oh, Elaine's father?
Yeah, I didn't think the characters' reactions to him were good. I just thought that was bad.
We had a funny man on. It was a gun runner, blew his brains out over Italy or someplace. Nothing funny about that. That was my father's favorite episode, by the way.
Okay, I thought that was a misfire, honestly.
But he never was on again because supposedly he said something on the set that was kind of crazy.
Yeah,
but
they didn't like him. He was not a hit among the cast. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was something else. That episode. Yeah, my father just had to see that. Every time that episode was on, he had to see it. Laughed his head off.
Yeah. And so I mean, George, I think he made one reference throughout the series run about being Italian. Otherwise, I'm
a Pazan like you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's a very Jewish theming family. Yeah.
Yeah, you could tell they were all Jewish, but that's what made it work. What's it? The famous playwright wasn't Arthur Miller. Was it Arthur? The one who wrote
To the Tropic of Cancer.
No. I'm talking about a real playwright said there was a movie. I forget the movie. I know it starred Robert Redford and starred Jane Fonda. I think it was called Neil Simon. God, I haven't heard that name. He used to write a lot of plays that were comedies.
Yeah.
They were very good. They were all very good. And his his motto was write for Gentiles, make your cast Gentiles, but cast Jews, or something like that, or make them all Jews and cast Gentiles. It was something like that. Something about that opposite to putting that together works.
Well, because it seems like Jewish comedy kind of took over. It went from the Borscht Belt to mainstream America until comedy became Jewish. Because when you look at like a lot of like comedy and you look at like what was comedy in Hollywood, it doesn't really age well nowadays because that Jewish sensibility has kind of taken over comedy as a whole.
You know, most my sister's first husband was Jewish, and he became a doctor. And his family didn't like Seinfeld because they said it was too Jewish. A lot of Jewish people don't. And Jackie Mason, he's one of the. He's a. You ever heard Jackie Mason? He's really funny. He was a rabbi. He's an Orthodox Jew, and he's conservative. Orthodox Jews are conservatives. And what happened was he would have, his sermon in the synagogue. What happened was more and more Gentiles heard about how funny he was. And so the synagogue was getting so packed that the Jews were leaving and going somewhere else. And it was just packed. His sermons was.
Well, that reminds me of the Seinfeld episode where he became Jewish for the jokes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The dentist violated him under the gas.
And he says, does this concern you as a Jew? No, no.
As a comedian. Tim Watley. Is it Tim
Watley? Yes.
Jackie Mason used to say that most Jews didn't come to see his shows. They'd say, what do you think about him? Too Jewish. It's like, they're too Jewish. They didn't want to see it. Like Jewish, the husband would show a beautiful house to his wife, and she would look around. She would go around the house, and for some reason she couldn't find the kitchen. So now they're building homes specifically for Jewish wives with no kitchens. Oh God, he's so. Oh, if you ever hear his, a lot of times he'll be on they ask him as a commentator because he's conservative. He's always been for the conservative candidate, and he's still pretty funny. I think he's still alive, but when I see him on TV, even though he's talking about politics, he's still very funny. But catch some of his old shows. He's really, really funny. He goes, the smart, intelligent son becomes a doctor. The smart son, or the average son, becomes a lawyer. The retarded son becomes a CPA. And he goes, and even in a Jewish family, even if the son is a truck driver, he's not a truck driver. He's controlling the vehicle. He's a truck controller. It has to be anything but. That's why the humor is so Jewish, because it's so true. Which I've always admired that about Jewish people, because they build up their children and they expect them to succeed, but then again, they build them up because they have the culture, the genetics. These are the children from thousands of years that the Jewish people have been on earth, and they feel that, yes, my child is the smartest, my child is the best, and they're proud when their child does anything. And in the Gentile community, it's mostly like, no, you're nothing. Very few parents really build their children up, but they really do build their children up. And they expect them to succeed, and they succeed. Yeah. Most of them succeed. And I think it's how you're raised, how you treat your children, and how special you make your children feel. My house, It's actually like George. My parents, they always said I'm not special. Which is the opposite of Jewish.
Yeah.
They weren't supposed to be Jewish. Oh yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to jump tracks to a Simpsons episode, which I didn't understand at the time. The Simpsons, where it was the backstory of Krusty the Clown, and he alienated his mother and father because they didn't think a Jewish kid should grow up to be a comedian. It was disgraceful.
Yeah,
I didn't understand, but that's actually true to life because so many great American artists are Jewish, but for a lot of them, that was profoundly opposed to what their parents would have wanted.
Yeah,
To be a bohemian artist or something was completely anathema to a Jewish parent who would want their.
Well, that's changed a lot because I've dated several Jewish men that were bohemian artists, and it's pretty much the parents buy the house for them. The parents are already rich, so they kind of support them, because they know they're never going to, so they can do whatever creative stuff that they do, and the parents are always, getting the money. Otherwise, they really don't earn any money on their own. So so those bohemians. And I'm sure there's bohemians that can do it, but I suppose if the kid gets an idea, hey, I don't have to make my own money. I can get my parents to pay it for me. What kid wouldn't, I suppose?
Yeah, like you said, I think that's something that's changed within the last 40 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I know, like Philip Glass, he
that was before.
Yeah, very
hard the people I'm
talking about. To be a composer. Yeah.
Yeah, Philip Glass. I remember Steffi saying, I went to see a Philip Glass performance with this guy that was kind of engaged to. And he was in Northern Italian, so he looked down on me. I wasn't as smart. It's like, what the frick is wrong? What day and age are you living in? It's like, you're such an idiot. So it's like, we go.
You're red-haired, I would think. Yeah, that's not.
But he was half Polish. It wasn't 100% Northern Italian. It's, and his name was changed, so it sounded Irish. But anyway, the parents, I visited the parents and the grandmother. The only thing they could cook was roast beef. And then the daughter goes, she put some kind of creamy mush on the table. And she said, oh, I made this. This is, what's that Italian restaurant that's not Italian? It's a chain of restaurants. The Olive Garden.
Yeah.
It's just like the Olive Garden. I'm going, oh my God. It's like I come from real cooking. It's like you're trying to make your food taste like the Olive Garden. That's like if you have a relative from Italy, never, and they come to visit, never take them to the Olive Garden. So he takes me to this Philip Glass concert, and Philip Glass does the music for the silent film Beauty and the Beast. And I was there I just thought it was like, I'm watching it, and because he's like, thinks he's like this intellectual. When someone thinks that they're and acts like they're really, really, like he couldn't.
I do it every day.
And I said, oh, my sister put together her master's in 2.5 weeks. And he goes, oh, she must have gotten one of those easy masters. No, you're a lazy. So it's like, so I will go the opposite. If you pseudo and you pretend that you're really, really smart. Oh, and Philip Glass, he's up there. He's such a great composer. And I sat there and I go, hey, have you ever seen the Disney version of this? I just sit there and say stupid stuff. Because I just like, if somebody thinks that they're really, you're smart, you're lazy. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm the exact same way. I get chafed at pomposity, and I'll just try to puncture it.
I know, I go the other way, and I'll act really stupid on purpose. So I have fun. And I'm just having a lot of fun. So I told Steffi and her, And he goes, "Oh, Philip Glass. Jerry hates Philip Glass."
I'm not a fan. I'm honestly not a fan. I think I think as far as like minimalism, I'll say music for 18 musicians is an unassailable classic of 20th century music. That's at that point when Steve Reich did music for 18 musicians, I think that was about all you needed to say about minimalism.
Yeah.
It kept going for 40 years. And every time I hear a minimalist piece, I'm like 15 seconds into it. I'm like, okay, this is every other minimalist.
You might as well listen to the wind chimes or singing bowls that they have playing at, in healing environments at any massage table.
Yes.
But he was getting trying to get his master's in music, something or other. He just wasn't doing it because he was he was really lazy. Like I would used to have big gardens in back, and here I am dragging these huge bags of lime, manure, peat. We're talking the biggest bags you get. I'm dragging them down the lawn, and he's sitting on the grass, and then he's going, I realize I get really tired after I eat. It's like, ew. And I'm, digging holes in the soil with my hiking boots and pulling roots out and changing that. Nothing, just sitting there. And he gave me his class ring. I think it was had to be a high school class ring because he never finished at that point. And I said, I have had enough of this lazy. I just had enough of it. And I just said, here's your ring back. Get out of here.
Wow.
I said, that is enough. It's like, you can't be that lazy and condescending. It's just, there's just so much you can take. He would also get mad at me. I said, hey, let's go to church. I used to go to church more often. And we arrived like 2 minutes late to mass. And he got really mad that I dared enter mass. I was like, you don't go to church during the week.
At all.
Guys. And then he gets mad at me for kneeling during the holy, holy, holy. I just feel like kneeling instead of standing. For some reason, it's my personal thing that I'm in prayer mode and I'm paying my respect to God. And for some reason, holy, holy, holy God power just makes me feel like I need to kneel. And he said, you're just like the Pharisees who do talk pious in front of everybody, and they're not really they're just they're self-righteous.
He calls him Pharisee when he's the one who's performing for other people. Yeah,
it's like, it's like my religion was so sincere. It's how could you? And he's even witnessed me giving away. I used to go to all the churches on St. Teresa's feast day. I used to buy over 600 roses, and I would give them away to everybody, and then bring them to people's homes who didn't go to church. Shut-ins, little old people. And it's just like, there's a little old French woman. She used to drive me everywhere, but she was sick that day. And I brought her all these 24 long stem roses, and she was holding them like this. It was about as tall as she was. It was so cute. It's like, who are you to say that I'm not religious? You see me give nearly 700 roses away in one day. And then every week I give roses away to the rosary, all the people who attend Our Lady of Fatima rosary thing, because the end of the world, and they're all elderly people, you know what I mean? It's like, so I give them, it's like, really, I'm that bad? It's like, then I thought to myself, maybe because he's doing nothing and he's actually angry at himself,
Oh, okay.
He claims that he's all fancy, he's all religious. He tried to be a monk, but they rejected him. I don't know how you get rejected from that. I said, no, this isn't cut out for you. I almost became a nun, but I realized that I would probably have to give up my dog. I had my dog chosen. but I almost became a nun.
No dog vow, yeah.
Saint Teresa of Lisieux, and also Saint Teresa of Avila. They were both Carmelites. But there's a Carmelite monastery in the state above, one state up. But I did realize that, I would have to give up my dog. And then about a year later, I thought, I really would like to get married. I think I do want to get married. But I don't know. Maybe I should become discalced, that which means they don't wear shoes. And they're contemplatives. And they pray all the time.
Here, speaking of Jews, Robert Fried. I don't know if Robert Fried is a Jew. He just sounds Jewish. I'm going to give him a link.
How do you spell the name?
Freid.
That's short. That's what that's called in the Jewish community. They call it mayonnaised. Like Rosenberg shortened to Rose. They when they short, like Katzenberg is shortened to Katz. They call it mayonnaise. When Jews came to this country, they mayonnaised their name.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of the scene in what is it, Hannah and Her Sisters, where Woody Allen converts to Christianity and he takes the shopping bag home and he takes out a Bible and then a crucifix and then the mayonnaise.
That's it. That's right. This means Americana.
Yeah.
American.
But I didn't understand that was actually I thought it was just a joke about mayonnaise.
No, it means you've become Americanized.
Yeah.
You're no longer Jewish, you're Americanized.
Okay, I'm not Jewish. I'm half Comanche Native American father's side and half Swedish mother's side.
Comanche, that's the Mexican government before Texas. It took 10 years for Texas to come into the nation, and the Mexican emperor wanted
mother's side. You mute him until he figures.
Okay.
You're feeding back, Robert. So,
Hi.
If you have us, oh, okay.
Hey. Yeah, sorry.
Hey.
Hi.
I'm not Jewish.
You're not.
Hey, I'm not Jewish.
You'd like to be. You'd like.
He came here to tell us he's not Jewish.
Huh? No. What happened? How I end up with a Jewish last name is really fascinating. On my mother's side, they came over from Sweden, about 1915, circa the 1910s.
Frida.
Yeah, Frida. It's
Swedish name.
But what happened? See, their actual last name was Ekström with the two dots and the U. Like that's common Scandinavian.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, when they got to the U.S., they had to go through the process known as Americanization, right? And so they chose the name, their new last name. Yeah, it shows that they're American. They chose a new last name, which was Smith. But eventually, I guess it was my maternal great grandfather or something like that. His parents died, and he ended up with a Jewish couple. And they had the last name Fried, and that's how he ended up with Fried, the Jewish last name.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And my mother never married my father, so that's how I have it.
Oh, but you gotta have the father's last name.
Yeah.
Oh, you could convert, and they'd you don't have to tell them that story. You just say, yeah, see, Fried, I'm Jewish, and they'd let you right in.
No, I mean,
no, not you.
No, I'm happy. I mean, I'm part of the Comanche tribe, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
my father was.
You don't want to be a Jewish Comanche. You don't want to mix those. Didn't a Heusenfrau in Blazing Saddles, whatchamacallit, Mel Brooks plays the Native American, and he says a Jewish word, but he yells it like it sounds like it's a Native American word. I forget what it is, Heusenfeld or something like that.
I forget. I haven't seen that movie. So,
have you ever seen Blazing Saddles?
Maybe like a long time ago. I watched when I was a little boy. I watched a movie called Smoke Signals, which was about these Native Americans on the reservation. And it's about the different issues that reservations face. and she wanted me to watch that so I could get more in tune with my Native American side, so to say. And I recently rewatched the film, and I was appreciative. I wasn't appreciative as a little boy because I just wanted to dick around and play, whatever.
Yeah.
Have you? Do you have? You should. If you're 50% Comanche, that means you can get tribal affiliation.
I am registered.
Oh, you are good. Good. As I was telling you about the people don't know how did Texas become a state. That the Mexican emperor was inviting Americans to come to Texas to live there, and they thought that they were going to build up Texas like the places they had been living in America. But that wasn't the case. The Mexican emperor wanted to keep Texas frontier land, and he wanted to drive particularly the Comanche off the land and any other Native Americans that wanted to live in Texas. How about that? So this is like that's flipping on its head. Like Frida Kahlo, Ocasio-Cortez, whatever. Yeah. What? This can't be history. So what happened was they were tired of the repressive. They didn't want to do this. And they were tired of, because in Mexico, they could just, if you had land, they would just take it right from you. It was a very oppressive regime. That's the reason why a lot of Mexicans fought for emancipation. They fought with America to break away from Mexico. And so Texas did that. They fought war with Mexico and seceded from Mexico. And these were Mexicans and Americans that fought against Mexico. And then America didn't want to let Texas back into the Union because they didn't want to make the southern states stronger. They didn't want to make the slave states stronger. So it took 10 years before Texas was allowed into the Union. So that's when you say Comanche, and just have that's something that the Comanches suffered, and it wasn't by the hands of the Americans. How about that?
And Texas wasn't.
No, we used to raid deep into Mexico, almost to Mexico City, and there's old headlines written in Spanish that talk about wild Comanches.
And also the Seminole tribes. The emperor also tried to get rid of the other Native American tribes to take their land from them, and they fought them. In fact, they had more than one battle that they fought the Mexicans, and they lost. The Native Americans lost. Mexico took over. They wanted to keep their tribe, and the elders wanted to remain elders. And then Mexico won that, and they learned battle tactics from the Spanish. And then but they were pretty disorganized. So that's the reason why they didn't win Central and South America. They started to move down into Central America, and they were fighting them, those tribes. They were trying to take over them, and then they were going to take over South America. And then you always hear about American expansionism. We have the right to go this way. Well, I'm sorry, but Mexico was doing that and did that to Native Americans too. But
it was my tribe, Comanches, that stopped them from going further north.
Well, that's good. You see that they tried. So he's collaborating what I'm telling you about history. It's a shocker to people. What do you mean? Mexicans are part Native Americans. So it's not really taking land away from anybody.
Indigenous people in Mexico and other parts of Latin America, they're treated like garbage. They're like prime targets for like death squads and shit.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. And South America got 95% of the transatlantic slave trade, which means 9,500,000. Yeah. And America got 500,000. And one of the reasons why they took so many is because they were working under such horrible conditions. They were dying en masse. So they had to keep going back and buying more.
Well,
and
also,
your America is bad. It's kind of like, it kind of goes, when you hear all of history, and plus the Spanish are the ones who first took the states, California, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, all those states, Native Americans were living on them, and it was the Spanish that took over that, and they're the ones who kicked the Native Americans off of that land first. But America gets kind of blamed for what Spain did, and what the Mexicans were doing. It's kind of like you can blame us for what we did, but not me. My people weren't here yet, but you can blame America for what they did do, but don't blame them for what other people did.
Yeah, well, recently
I'm not
the saint who ran California missions, and now they're toppling his statues.
Yeah, Juniper Serra.
Yeah.
Yes,
No, I will say, I'm not a big fan of destroying statues, but Serra was not a good person. I'm sorry.
Tell us about him.
I mean, he operated the mission system in California, right?
Yeah.
And many natives were forcibly assimilated into the Spanish Catholic system.
That's when they took the children away from the tribes and
kind of like in Canada, they had the residential tribes, or the residential schools.
They did that in Canada too.
Yeah, that's what I just mentioned.
Yeah. That's I know the town my father came from. We had like 2,400 people in it then. When his mother moved back there, and it still has about 2,000. Moscaninje, and it's a Native American name, and it was mostly Native American, like 3/4 Native American.
But what's kind of a lot of Native Americans really don't like Christianity because of people like Junipero Serra, because he did do a lot of bad things to natives. Now, that being said, I do not hate Christianity at all. I love the Eastern Orthodox Church because when they converted the natives up in Alaska, they had a totally different approach toward the Native Alaskans and some of the ones on the western coast of Canada. I recommend everyone look up Saint Herman of Alaska. He was an awesome Orthodox saint who brought the Native Alaskans to Christianity without any kind of brutalization or force.
Well, originally the missionaries in the Americas sent word back to the Pope saying that the Spanish conquistadors were not treating the native population.
That is true. Bartolome de las Casas, yeah.
And the Pope sent a letter back saying that these are children of God and stop doing that.
What was that encyclical? I'm trying to forget what it was called. Sublime Dei, that's what it was called, which forbid the brutalization of the natives.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people, like new atheists and a lot of like Native Americans who are basically like ultra nationalists or ethno nationalists, they hate Christianity because of some of the bad stuff that happened, but they don't consider it. The church itself was actually opposed to a lot of the cruelty. It was usually the Spanish viceroyalty that did this kind of stuff.
Right. If people get power in their heads, they can have a good thing and they can take any good thing, and then they become the leader and they rule. They stop reading what the religion is all about in the rule book, and they just they stay with their own rules and what they want because people get polluted with power. Unfortunately, and people say, well, Christianity is bad. Well, actually, go back to the source itself and not what these people are doing, because that's what they're doing on their own. The source says a completely different thing.
I will say that when most Native Americans did not die from brutalization, they died from Eurasian diseases.
The diseases that they brought over that they didn't realize. And actually, recently, actually past year, about a year ago.
Weren't there massive famines like in the few decades before Europeans even came over?
I heard something like that.
There's a lot of things that, and there was also a disease that was killing off the Spanish too. There's also and as it turns out, the dolphins brought some kind of a disease over, and the Spanish and the native people died from it too. But that's something that's like in recent history they figured out. So it's not, and if you are bringing a disease that you have no idea you have, like twice Europe, 3/4 of Europe was killed off by the Black Death and bubonic plague, which
from the Mongols too.
Came from Asia. on the
Yeah, it was brought over by the Mongols.
The rats brought it in.
And they say that the Mongols may have weaponized it at the siege of Kaffa. They may have flung the dead bodies infected with the plague into these Ukrainian fortresses, and that's how it spread to Europe, which killed off 60% of Europe.
I read this whole, I've had this whole, studied this whole thing on trying to find like the source of that plague. What happened was the rats were on the ships and the fleas on the rats carried the plagues. And what happened was when the ships docked, there was a rope attached from the ship to the dock, and they would come down the rope. And if you had a cat in your house, when people had cats, it was more likely that the cats intermingled with the rats trying to kill them, and then the fleas jumped on the cats. And that's how it spread, because it came through Italy first. And it was the Asian ships that docked in Italy first. And it did. It came from the ports of Italy first. And they have, they figured out how long it took to go through Italy and then to go through the rest of Europe. I know there was a movie, a Monty Python movie about bodies with the plague being flung over over a wall, but I think that might have been a story that might not be true. You know, that might because I guess recently they studied this particular, and why the doctors didn't catch it. First thing they did was wash their hands. The second thing, they have this hat they were covered, and they had this hat that almost looked like a bird, a long beak, and little spikes on it that went up this way. So when the germs fell, it would be pushed away from when they're breathing in, and their eyes. For some reason, the design, and no doctor got sick with the plague because
they were highly effective for their day.
Insisting that the patient gets washed and wearing this particular mask, and it's kind of wild. And clothes, they were completely covered up.
That you actually see.
Yeah, those masks were. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say in Eyes Wide Shut, that's one of the costumes they wear is the mask. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I didn't see that movie.
In fact, that's the main Dr. Ziegler is the one in the plague mask, I think. But yeah, that's beside
those Black Death masks were very effective for their time.
Yeah, that's pretty ingenious. Like, how did I think of that one? You know,
and people
I would.
And people say the medieval era was the Dark Ages.
And they say it wasn't. They say the Dark Ages weren't actually dark. They call them, for some reason, they call them the Dark Ages, but they weren't. There's a lot that came out of them.
A lot of the documentation did not survive. So it's what we know of it is kind of in dribs and drabs. That's why it's called the Dark Age.
Yeah, they found a lot of archaeological evidence, things carved into stone, and poetry and literature, just things that were just ahead of its time, and was from that time period.
Well, and it
were more enlightened than they realized.
It gave us the university system. They got all the classical Greek and Roman literature. It was all transcribed. You know, they were keeping the intellectual tradition alive, you know.
And it was the Catholic Church that actually started the universities, because the whole idea that God could be learned, that we could understand creation. And the university was to teach you how to understand creation. So that is the Catholic Church is. Actually, the universities is what's killing this country, because academia is poisoned.
Right now.
You can blame the Catholic Church for that one too.
I really wonder in 10 years' time, is a degree from Harvard gonna hold any value?
I hope not.
Yeah. Degrees are being undervalued right now. They're increasingly becoming undervalued.
Yeah. Well, you're going to get yourself $100,000 in debt for basically being indoctrinated.
What's the point? That's right. That's right. More homeschooling. If I had kids, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
Homeschool.
Yeah. But a lot of see, I'm part of a Native American club on my campus, and a lot of them really don't like Christianity because they've been kind of indoctrinated, saying that it was the European Christians that killed everyone because they hated it, you know, that kind of story.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's
And
like
so-
then you go back a little, you find all the human sacrifices going on in North America as well as South America. So that wasn't good either. I mean, what it is we're talking about, like, take the names of the religions off. What we're talking about is people who held too much power and control, and to know how to control their people by fear. And man has done that since the dawn of time. And Christian leaders take Christianity and have done the same damn thing. You know, not quite the human sacrifices, but still the control or the abuse. And that's innate in man. And it's a shame because we don't know. The sad thing about Native American history is we only have a very small slice of it. We don't know the music before. We know what it ended, but we don't know what happened before. We don't know what they ate. We don't know the histories. We don't know the religion. We only know this small page in Native American history because everything else has been wiped out.
Yeah.
So you kind of wonder what was before this. How did it get corrupted? Did a bunch of the whole idea of human sacrifice? Who had this idea? When did this idea come about? What was before this? You know,
they say that part of the reason why human sacrifices were so common in both Andean and Mesoamerican native civilizations was because they were on the Pacific Ring of Fire volcanoes. So they were at their mercy. So they would do that in the hopes that the volcanoes wouldn't act up.
You kind of think the amount of people they killed, it wasn't working. At a point,
how many more bodies do you want?
The likelihood is to put fear into your populace so you can control their populace. That's what Hitler did. That's what Stalin did. That's what Mao did. That's what it's like. The rule book of time. How do you put fear into your populace so you can get them to do what you want them to do? And then they ate the bodies. They cannibalized them. That way, it's shamanistic. You consume their spirit.
Yeah, that was more common with the Aztec nobility and the Aztec priesthood.
Yeah, there's Aztecs, but you got your Mayans, and they found 2 more tribes that exclusively killed children, and you've got the Olmecs and the Toltecs and the whole going down the whole continent. You'll find human sacrifice was just the thing, and not just
very common in America.
We see one thing begats another. It doesn't. It means that, you know, it's some were more extreme than the other. You know, the Mayans, the maidens,
the Aztecs were really common.
Go into the well, had to die into the well. They found all the bodies of the bones of the virgins that had to be sacrificed to the god down there, and jewelry they found at the bottom of the well. And then the Mayans used to put their children on top of mountains, and they said, and they would the children would freeze to death. And there was a little boy that they found that had diarrhea and vomit all over him because he was so afraid he knew he was going to die. And her name is I think Dulce, and she's all dressed in her garb, and her head is kind of tilted, and she's frozen in time. She almost looks like she's still alive. But they feel, hey, they just came and we're just sending them back. It hasn't been that long since. You know, I would think that if there's a huge problem with the tribe, the food, they weren't growing enough crop, or the sun wasn't going to rise, don't you think that the shaman who talks to the gods all the time and has all the answers, don't you think that the bigwigs should have sacrificed themselves and say, look, I'm going to go talk to the gods? But then again, the shamans also took hallucinogenics, and they would go into trances, and they would go up and they would talk to the gods, right? So why did they need to sacrifice anybody at all? I just thought of that. Thank you very much. See how smart I am.
They were on drugs.
They're on drugs.
You got to consider this war on drugs in Mexico, or the Mexican drug war and Colombian drug wars. It has its roots in pre-Columbian times.
I wouldn't
Because
get
even in pre-Columbian times, hallucinogenic drugs were a huge issue in pre-Columbian Americas.
Yeah, how did they?
Particularly the Native Americans.
I think personally, it's like that ayahuasca thing. I think it's a way, and I think it's really funny, because all these intellects from all over the world, all these white intellects from all over the world. I say white because I think it plays a part here. They say, "Oh yeah, ayahuasca. You take it and you go and you purge yourself of all this stuff, and the more you do it, you go to the realms, and then you learn things, and your whole soul changes." But when you take ayahuasca, you're vomiting and going diarrhea for days.
Yeah.
And you have to have a shaman there sitting there watching you, and he's probably going, "Come on in here." Look at the white people.
Well,
They're vomiting, they're shitting. It's like the perfect way to get back at them, make them think that they're doing a shamanistic
and it's all the Silicon Valley people, and
And Graham Hancock, he goes all the time.
Yeah,
He used to be a big pot smoker. He said pot was just the best thing ever, and he used to do tons of pot. He lost his first wife because he was just.
Oh, this is the guy you were talking about the other day.
Graham Hancock was. He's from. I mean, it's like when he was doing the pot thing, if anybody called to talk to him and they kind of they said, "No, I don't think you're right about this," he would get angry at them. He would get pissed off at them and tell them off. But that was at a time when he was taking so much pot, a huge amount of pot, that he's probably getting paranoid. But he said this ayahuasca is good because it's cleansed. He's getting more his soul and all that. Yeah, you sit there and you vomit and you're going diarrhea for days, and you got these shamans laughing their heads off watching you, and you're paying them a lot of money. I'm going, that's beautiful. That is the way to get back.
Well, pot just makes everyone brain dead. That's what I learned.
Yeah.
Well, Felina here could go on a rant about that, but yeah, ayahuasca is just chemically, it's just DMT that you would buy off the street.
It's 3 herbs that are mixed together, or
they're
plants that are mixed together, and they can't figure out how they get it out. You know, this time, test, experiment, and testing, and actually, the most interesting is how when you see a coca bean and you see the coca pod, to actually get it from that to cocoa powder is a very long, drawn out process. How they figure that out?
Yeah,
we still don't know. But they put it in. They actually put it in food. They didn't sweeten it. They put it in chili, and it was the nuns. See, nuns they couldn't have sex, and there's a lot of things they couldn't do that they prevented them from doing. And the nuns got a hold of this chocolate, and they're the ones, women having their period, they're the ones who got this cocoa and decided to put cream and sugar in it. And they were so taken by it, that's all they did was eat chocolate all day long. So the Pope had to let go an edict. The nuns to this day are forbidden from eating chocolate because it made them so. They weren't doing their prayers; they were just eating. Like the poor women give up everything; they don't even have sex. It's like, let them have some chocolate. I mean, you must help them when they're having their periods. You know.
I was wondering, are you Catholic?
Oh, I was raised Catholic. Yeah.
Okay, are you? But you're not Catholic today.
Oh, I study all the religions. I study everything. So it's kind of hard. Like, let's see what's under this. Let's see the book under here. This says protection spells. Oh, the book of talismans. This is about the bards and the druids. Oh, this is the Druid Golden Dawn. Oh, look at this. Wealth, Witches of Wales. Oh no, Merlin the Magician. Can I go on? Gypsy sorcery and fortune telling. Oh, this is
Nice.
this is a grimoire. That's a grimoire. Oh, and look, here we go. This guy was Princess Diana's butler, and this is how you entertain with food the royal way.
Yeah, she has her
I
figurine.
my room is a concoction. Of
I love that it's all within arm's reach. That you have like dolls of royal figures that you have to walk up. It's just in arm's reach.
It's what we see. I don't have anything fancy. I've got this Chromebook, and I've got these books underneath it to hold it to a certain height. That's why they're in arm's reach. But these, I look at these dolls, and I live here with my dogs, and sometimes I just look at her and I say, Kate Middleton is a very polite, very well-mannered, very warm person, very kind person. And she's somebody, I don't know, she's kind of like, if more people were like that. So I kind of like think to myself, I'd like to be more like that. And she talks to people, not like me. She lets them talk, and she makes, and they feel like they've been heard, and they feel good about themselves. She kind of reminds me of somebody I'd like to be. So it's kind of like some people have statues and things. I do. I even got Marilyn Monroe. I got Kuan Yin. I've got Isis. I've got what's her name? Tara, the goddess of Tibet. And I also have.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
I've got a lot of.
I've studied a lot of Tibetan history.
Yeah, my room is decorated basically in Tibetan. I've got wall hangings of all these great Tibet. I worked for a little while in a Tibetan store. I was the only white person they ever asked, "Could you come in and work here?" I was the only white person who was not Tibetan and white, because it's like if you have to be in an in group. Tibetans feel like they are separate, and they only incarnate as Tibetans, and people who are not Tibetans cannot ever enter that in group. And for some reason they asked me and they wanted me. It was really weird. Let me show your friend something, which I don't know if it was also kind of in arm's reach, and this is kind of funny. It's not really funny. What's funny? Okay, that is a teddy bear. This teddy bear's name is Tony. And this lovely, 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 lovely girl. See how old she is? Wow. Really old. You know who she is? She is, when I was very, very, very little, I said, I want her. She's a Native American doll. And her name is Lon. I named her after a Vietnamese orphan girl named Lon. And Tony, I named him Tony after a Vietnamese orphan boy. But of all the dolls I had, I slept with these two all the time, and I took them everywhere I went. And I didn't even realize at the time that, bears were totems of Native Americans, that they actually kind of go together. These were, of all the dolls I had, and I had white dolls, I had African American dolls, I had all sorts. These are the two that were my most special. That's why she looks so darn old. And this guy just feels like there's powder in him. This is, and I didn't realize how diverse I was. I wasn't trying to be diverse. I wasn't trying to be anything but this is just these two were special to me, So I know that if I told this to any of those woke people out there, they'd say, "Oh, you're just making this up.
Yeah,
this isn't true." But it is. If my mother was still alive, she'd tell you. My sister might know. I don't remember. No, she'd say, "I don't remember that." She's got the PhD. She can't remember anything. But
yeah, I have many books too at home. Let's see. I have Religion and the State in China and Russia by Christopher Marsh. I have The Hidden Tibet: A History, Independence, and Occupation by Sergei L. Kuzmin, who's a Russian scholar. I have Sacred Causes: The History of Religion and the History of Humanity and Politics in Europe, from the French Revolution it's from the Great War to the War on Terror by Michael Burleigh. Also by Michael Burleigh, I have Earthly Powers, which talks about the history of Christianity in Europe from the French Revolution to the World War I.
So it's the Anthony Burgess book.
Huh?
There's an Anthony Burgess book, a novel called Earthly Powers, yeah.
Yeah, but this one's by Michael Burleigh, who is a historian, British historian. I have Hitler's Monsters, a supernatural history of the Third Reich by Eric Kurlander.
Don't say the word Hitler. We're not supposed to say Hitler.
Again.
Don't say Adolf Hitler. Don't say Nazi. See, these are words you're not supposed to say. Don't say
German individual in the 20th century.
Or Auschwitz. You don't say any of those.
Okay, make your point.
Don't say the SS. Okay, don't ever say that because he'll get demonetized. See, when I say
shadow banned is what
I'm just giving him the lecture you always give me. Okay, he has to know this.
We were 15 when they dropped the N-bomb, yeah.
Oh.
But I don't see, I am
shadow banned. No, I am shadow
from a historical perspective.
No, well, history is hate speech. So,
yeah.
As far as we're concerned, history began 4 years ago when Antifa and Black Lives Matter.
It's year zero now.
Yeah.
Like in Cambodia. Oh, but that's not hate speech.
Well, Antifa started during Occupy Wall Street. They were called the Black
Bloc. Yeah. Black BLOC block.
Yeah. So they've been around for a while, but see, and they started under Obama, and he never stopped them. So I kind of wonder, is that the civilian security force that's just as strong, just as well-funded, just as trained as the U.S. military? Is that it? That's the first thing I thought.
I would say on the face of it, no, because there are a bunch of losers who can't do anything. Yeah.
Well, there are some that pretty much got the job done on looting and burning and beating people up. See, that's what the brown shirts did. The brown shirts they were crazy people.
Yeah.
And that's why Hitler let them go at night to terrorize
Hitler, though.
People.
You're not supposed to mention Hitler.
The Red Guard, the Mao's Red Guard, all those, the Red Army, Red Guard, Khmer Rouge, there were young people that were crazy. They lost their minds. And then you have to bring back order, and you have to kill the Night of the Long Knives is when they killed the brown shirts. And then Mao killed all the Red Guard. You have to kill them off to bring order back. And the most likely the people who are going to survive it are the people who are law abiding.
Yeah.
Most of us, a great chunk of us will die, the law abiding ones, because we obey orders and we want to live in order. So they most likely will survive, not the ones who start the revolution, the ones who never finish the revolution. Those are the ones, because they're crazy.
Yeah, well, there's always some vanguardist group that, when the revolution happens, they're first against the wall, basically. Yeah.
Well, and religious people. I would say that religious people, from what I've studied, are like the first to go, actually.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because the religious people put God first. If you put God before communism, atheism, Nazism, as long as you put God second, you could have your religion. It was weird. I'm not saying it's better, but you had to put God second.
The Nazis were only they were only a little less religiously intolerant than the communists. They were very intolerant.
Yes.
They would put the war above. And
H was very antagonistic towards the church. The Soviets were very antagonistic towards religion in general. So
communism, no religion at all. Yeah.
The Russian Revolution was in 1916.
1917. 1917.
Oh, okay. Well, there are a bunch of little revolutions there, but as far as I understand, the real purges of the Orthodox churches, that was in the 30s. So that was like 15 years later.
Well, it was ongoing. It was
It was
They had
ongoing.
different-
It really went in full swing like 15 years later. Yeah.
Yeah. Early on during the Lenin era, there had been 40,000 priests added between 1917 and 1923, I believe. Yeah, 1923. And then later on in 1936, about 150,000 Russian Orthodox priests were killed by the regime, plus countless laity who died for their faith.
Yeah, there's an interesting story to one of my videos. Is that I had Max Kolbe, just a rant from him. This was before we even did anything together. I took a clip of him speaking, and I had some film footage of the Moscow Cathedral being destroyed. You could tell me what the name of that cathedral was.
Oh, Cathedral of Christ Our Savior.
Yes. And so I also chose a piece of music. The name of the composer. Oh, geez. Okay. I'm gonna have to Google this. Okay, Ruth Crawford Seeger. So she was a modernist American composer, and she wrote this beautiful. If modernist music is your thing, a beautiful string quartet. And so I use a kind of well known as far as atonal modernist music. I use this movement of the string quartet to accompany the images of the destruction of this cathedral, because of those very dramatic music that would go under. As it turns out, by kind of a sort of kismet, the destruction of the cathedral was in 1931, and the string quartet was composed in 1931, and it's even in its name, String Quartet 1931. So I thought that was a very, very odd, very interesting, perhaps significant coincidence. But yeah, I'm sorry, that's all I had to say.
Yeah, you mentioned something about Max, though.
Yeah, well, because I used it as accompaniment. I used it as visual and musical accompaniment to him talking about the evils of atheism throughout history. And as it turns out, the film and the music were both from 1931.
Okay, yeah. Well, I was going to say, according to Alexander Yakovlev, who is the head of the Presidential Commission for the Victims of the Repression in Russia, he estimated 200,000 Russian Orthodox priests were liquidated, i.e. executed, by the Soviet state between Lenin and Stalin.
Yes, including 85,000 in 1 year. You'll find that on...
In just 1 year alone, yeah.
Yeah,
and then not to mention the hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of Russian Orthodox laity.
You want to guess what that 1 year was? 1931, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say 1931. And also in the 30s, you had a massive purge in Mongolia, which was Asia's first communist state before China. And Mao came to power in 1949, but Mongolia was what happened is that when the Russian Revolution happened in Russia, that turned Russia into a communist state, and then there was some former imperial czarist officers who made it to Mongolia. The Bolsheviks sent in, this is like one of the last cavalry charges of the 20th century, and that turned Mongolia into a communist state, like I said, first communist state. But in the 1930s, under Marshal...
It was run by native Mongols?
Well, it was a satellite state.
Okay.
Yeah, the Bolsheviks came in and they installed a communist regime in Mongolia. And like I said, this was Asia's first communist state.
Yeah.
But later on in the 1930s, the Soviets put a really horrible and drunken man named Marshal Choibosan in power, and he purged the Mongolian Buddhist Sangha, and I'm trying to think. And 18,000 Buddhist lamas, which are like monks, were shot by the regime under his rule.
Yeah.
And it was 1936. It happened and that was the same year that many Russian Orthodox priests were shot.
Yes, yes. So basically, they were trying to build their Eastern Bloc up. Then they knew, they kind of at all sides. Yeah.
Well, during the interwar period, there was only two communist states, and that was the Soviet Union and Mongolia.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. I actually have a documentary about the repression of Buddhism in communist Mongolia in the 1930s on my YouTube channel. It's an old BBC documentary from 1991, and it was happening as the Soviet Union was collapsing.
Yeah.
And the documentary is called "The Secrets of the Steppe," and the presenter is a man named I forget his name, but he was a BBC presenter. And yeah, he went to Mongolia and discovered many of the mass graves of Buddhist lamas there, which are monks.
Okay, so the USSR was basically instrumental in China and Korea and Vietnam all becoming communist, right?
Yeah.
And I think Cambodia was kind of its own thing, but yeah.
The Khmer Rouge were supported by the Chinese communists.
Okay. But then
oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say they were more like agrarianist than communist per se.
Exactly, as Mao was too. Yeah, and Mao Zedong sent 15,000 military and technician advisors to Cambodia to help the Khmer Rouge seize power in the 1970s. Yeah. And Pol Pot, in my opinion, was probably the most brutal communist leader ever.
Yes, with a smaller population, but yeah.
About 1,500 were slaughtered in the killing fields, whereas Mao was about 78 million of his own people.
Yeah, well, it was actually in Cambodia. It was almost a third of the country was killed. 1.7 to 2.3 million people killed. Also, there though, the entire Buddhist hierarchy was killed as well.
Of course, communist dictates that.
Yeah.
Well, I was having this discussion with Wicked Felina. If we think the 2020s are shaping up to be dismal, I mean, imagine what it would have been in the 1930s when in addition to
we don't know what 2021 is going to bring.
Yeah,
it could be this is just the beginning. Communism started.
You got to consider 1930s. You had Hitler, the H-man, come to power in Germany.
Man, that's right.
Bad mustache man. Let's call him Bad Mustache.
Bad mustache man come to power in Germany. Then other bad mustache man in Russia came to power.
And Armenia, the Spanish Civil War, that stuff.
Spanish Civil War, the Great Depression.
Yeah.
You have all kinds of like. Oh, go ahead.
No, I mean, and then all the stuff in Asia that we talked about, the USSR. Yeah.
If you don't want to say Germany, in India, and the Vedas, they mapped out the whole world, and each part of the world had a name, and the particular name they have for Germany, we're talking ancient script, is called the land of the demons. Isn't that very odd?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I just figure I'll just tell you some Vedic history.
Okay. So this is like I heard something once, and this is way like something like astrological, that if you mapped the constellations onto the globe, it's like you'd have a bear Ursus on the USSR, and you'd have like all these things. It's like an eagle on America. I don't know.
Well, I think that wasn't that
like the
prophecy? That wasn't that biblical prophecy.
Yeah, well, the stars fall to Earth. It has something to do with that, but yeah, it's somehow the constellations line.
Yeah, when they speak about the lion, which is England, and bear.
Yeah. And the Seven Sisters somehow map onto Italy, and
the Seven Hills.
Yeah,
of Italy, which we think they celebrate. The Seven Hills has something to do with the mystical continental Lemuria that may have sunk. They used to have a festival in Rome called the Festival, the Celebration of the Seven Hills, and it was about the drowning of this mystical continent that may have been attached to India, and it may have fallen into the ocean. It's like a lost
Atlantis.
Well, that was off of Greece.
What?
Yeah.
Atlantis.
Oh, yeah, I said Atlantis.
Oh,
but,
Atlantis? No, we were Atlantis. Well, this is Lemuria. It's a different one that fell. Nobody knows where the Atlantis is.
Yeah.
Hard
But it's always amazing whenever I study Cold War era history, and during the Cold War you had so much shit going on, and it's amazing how one day that all just ends, and now we're in this, end of history according to Francis Fukuyama.
Yes.
And now things are building up again.
Yeah, it's history is starting again. Oh no.
Yeah. But I believe that history is very dynamic. Like I said, all throughout the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, at any point, the world could have just gone to shit.
Yes.
Because of the nukes in the Soviet Union and Cold War tensions and the Soviets supporting the Arabs during the Yom Kippur War and whatnot. But it never happened.
Well,
but now...
This kind of it goes back to what Chris Lansdown was talking about to the Fabulous Agnostic. He was saying there was never, throughout the biological history of Earth, there was never any super predator that wiped out everything else and just dominated the Earth. There was never any germ, a bacteria that just consumed all biological life. So it was just all this bacteria. There's always been an equilibrium that's been maintained at the end of things. And
yeah.
He made
98% of all species that have ever lived on this planet have died out. So I'm not sure about that.
Well, given enough time, 100% of species on the Earth will die.
Only 2% survived. That's 98% is a huge amount. So if there is any bacteria or any disease or whatever, that's pretty much nearly wiping off everything on Earth. And it can happen again, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I mean, I hear that like atheists say that to try to prove that creation is inelegant, is that they say, well, all these species died out. Well, it's like, I say...
If it's the truth, it's the truth.
100% of species. So you could say it's completely inelegant if that's going to be your standard. I mean... But I don't think, yeah, I mean, death is hardwired into the Christian belief system. And I mean, considering that species are simply individual organisms in aggregate, it doesn't pose any challenge to Christianity to say that species go extinct.
Yeah. Doesn't the Bible talk about pre-Adamites?
People lived before Adam.
Yeah.
Well, there may be in the Talmud. In the Talmud it says that God created Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, but he also created the Gentiles at the same time. But they were outside of the garden, and they were a lesser soul, a lesser species of human. And while the Jewish soul has the soul, when he breathed life into Adam, he breathed part of his soul into Adam. That's why the two are separate. This is coming from the Talmud and Hasidic rabbis. So I'm not pulling this out of I'm not making it up or trying to make them look bad. This is what's actually written there, unfortunately. But the Talmud was oral tradition, but they say oral tradition, that's just a bunch of hearsay or stories that were made up. But it was supposed to be an oral tradition that was sacred, that was never supposed to be let outside of the rabbis, the teachers, the ones, because most people didn't even know how to read or write.
Yeah.
So,
but my whole point about history is that it's very dynamic. What works in one century in one country may not in another century in another country. So I don't know. I find this all fascinating. What's these world trends that are going on, and populism and nationalism versus globalism.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you don't know if it's not getting better. You wake up every day and you think, is it going to get better today? We're going to see some signs of hope today that things have quieted down and people, I mean, what is the fight? It's like they all want to be heroes. They all want to be Martin Luther King. They all want to be the one that's remembered in history, but little do they know that people who die in the revolution are just nobody knows their names anymore, and their bodies are completely, they're cremated, they're forgotten, they're gone, and they think that they're going to be remembered, and they're going to be the great one, and they're going to be the next statue. They pull down the statue and they think theirs is the one that's going to go up. Little do they know that they are going to be ground into dust like the rest of them that started the revolution. And that's the sad thing. But it's like, why start this war? It's like racism was dying down. That's why we voted Obama in twice, just to kill it off. Oh, you're racist. What a fool you are. The president's black. Hey, it's like, it's over with. Just like, you're being stupid. Come on, let's just come up to date now. And there was very few people left. And then all of a sudden, we'll start hating the white people now. We'll make them the fountain of all evil.
I noticed this, and I've never heard anybody else kind of put a finger on it. But first off, as I said before, if you're going to start truly, Martin Luther King Jr. showed the way forward is, judge people by the content of their characters, not by the color of their skin. If we were to consistently apply that principle, all the race baiters, all the people who are self-appointed advocates would be out of jobs. So that's not an acceptable solution. So now they invent these non-corporeal enemies. And you call these non-corporeal enemies things like white privilege and systemic racism and the patriarchy. And so now you have these demons to slay, but
that are intangible.
And abstract. So when can you say that your mission has been completed? Since we can't touch or feel or look at the patriarchy. So when do we know the patriarchy or white supremacy? White.
They're just going to keep inventing it because everybody wants their statue. Everybody wants their place in history. Everyone wants to be the new Martin Luther King or Gandhi.
See, this has always been my gripe with this idea of progress and progressivism, which is, when does progress end? Because even if you went back to like the 60s civil rights, in the the 50s civil rights, they would have laughed at the idea of LGBT rights.
Yeah. Well, in
civil rights, everybody has, in the Bill of Rights, everybody, regardless of anything, is supposed to have rights, inalienable.
Right. I'm talking about the LGBT,
yeah. Well, so what Wikipedia says that's endowed by their creator. That's an intrinsically theological idea. I'm not going to say it's a religious idea, but it's an intrinsically theological idea. And I think progress towards what? Well, as Christians, we have a good answer towards that. If you have some idea of progress, as Marxists might do, that's unmoored by spirituality or some sense of the transcendent, then you're going to be on an eternal goose chase, basically.
Yeah, and this is why I've gone into looking at anti-Enlightenment ideas. The Enlightenment happened in the 16th, 17th century, and it's about rights and all that. But these rights really do not exist when we think of it. It's just kind of concocted by my cat.
We want to see the cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You put the kitty on the can. You should put the kitty on the can. If you don't want to appear, that'd be so cute. You'd be talking and the kitty's face would be there.
Yeah. Hey, hold on, I think.
Okay, well, now we're not hearing anything.
Oh,
I think maybe the kitty had to take Robert away.
oh, kitty wants.
Sorry, yeah. She just had a hairball, so I had to tend to that.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to clean that up real quick. But yeah,
Poor little
what
kitty.
was I saying? Yeah, I was looking into inline, not post alignment, but anti-alignment ideas. And like I said, these rights that people like John Locke, I've learned that they really don't function as they claim to. Like this whole idea about free market of ideals or ideas, that doesn't actually work, because who controls all the ideas is what sets the policy and standards. Like, for example, the left right now controls academia, they control the entertainment, they control much of the government. So they're the ones in TV, they control that. So they're the ones who set narratives. And this is why, even though when I was growing up as a boy, we supposedly had this conservative president, George W. Bush, it always felt like we were moving leftward. So consensus making is determined by institutions, not by so-called free market of ideals.
Well, because I mean, when you have you have the letter of the law and you have the spirit of the law. So we have freedom of speech as guaranteed by law, which means the government can't censor us. But that's not really the purpose. That's not the purpose of the law. Is something about government, is because prior to that is this idea of the free exchange of ideas, the open market of ideas. So if you have some private concern that gains monopolistic control and then can use that monopolistic control to limit what people are allowed to say, that would be a violation of the spirit of the law, because the spirit of the law was always, we have to have this open market of ideas. Whether the you could consider, government is whoever has the biggest guns, that's one way of looking at it, or whoever has the most control. Well, this is also why I'm not a libertarian, because any cartel of people can assume control. It doesn't have to be the government. It could be a technocracy or whatever. And so the thing is always to have that open marketplace of ideas, whether it's censored by the government or whether it's censored by Alphabet or Twitter, is not really all that material.
Yeah, but how many times have we heard that it's not government censoring people, but it's these private entities that are doing it?
Yeah, well, suddenly and very conveniently, they become free market libertarians. And all these self-professed Marxists and communists and people who rail against the 1% have no problem with the 1% being able to control what ideas are allowed to be expressed. So it's all very convenient for them and all very opportunistic and exploitative as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, like I said, government is one form of control. It's not the only form of control. And that's where I part ways with both the left and the libertarians. I think they're both operating under bad assumptions.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I've been thinking about too, or I've been looking into as well, because I don't believe that freedom is just doing whatever you want as long as you're not harming people. Yeah. Because there's a lot of things that harm people but are not physical. Like, for example, drag queen story hour. I think that's hugely detrimental to society, but it doesn't physically harm people.
Can I just jump in a second, Robert? I want to ask you a question. You seem you're a very interesting person. The way you speak, I can tell that you're a genius. You're very intelligent. And I wonder what do you do for a living, or what kind of education, or are you self-educated? Because you just talk, the way your mind works, you're speaking like you are a genius.
Oh, thank you.
Really?
Thank you, but
That you know how to retain.
I'm going to college.
There's a
The
certain
thing of it is, I was
thinking that
self-educated.
he has.
I'm sorry, you got.
Yeah, well, I was self-educated for a while, but I'm going to college and I'm about to get my degree. So I'm like, I have to do a summer course. After the summer course, I graduate. So, and I'm studying history, but I'm also doing a minor in cultural anthropology.
Mm-hmm.
And I read a lot of books because I don't really have a lot to do.
Well, so you can retain it, and you know how to put it together. Some people can't keep the different parts together. They can read a lot, but they don't know how anything fits. But you have, I can hear your thinking. I can hear the way your brain works, and you are a genius. I can tell.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I've been
Robert.
I'm not going to say that about him.
Yeah, but I've been reading a lot of them.
Smarter than I'm surprised how smart he actually is.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I've been reading a lot of philosophy and ideology outside of classical liberal assumptions about the world, because so much of modern conservatism is classical liberalism, which is basically liberalism.
It's what I call a 90s liberal. I've only heard that fairly recently, classical liberal.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been reading Julius Evola's Revolt Against the Modern World. Really fascinating stuff. I don't agree with everything because he's kind of like one of those might makes right neo-pagans, but he does have a lot of interesting analysis about modernity and society and how the democratic process really kind of ends up with a situation where you actually have oligarchs, just like in monarchies, but people are kind of duped into thinking they're free.
Yeah, and they don't have any term limits. That's part of the problem.
Well, even Hegel kind of noted how societies will kind of veer leftward and leftward and leftward as time goes on, and I think a lot of people have perverted his ideas, but I think a lot of his analyses of history were essentially correct.
Were we given too much freedom by our founding fathers? This was a grand experiment, and we gave them so much freedom to voice, to riot, and to voice their frustrations that we needed a little bit more control.
I would have to say, from a religious and theological perspective, no.
I would like to have lived, but when you've got people like this, order isn't being.
The problem is always threats to my liberty. That's my concern for 2020 is threats to my liberty. The problem is restrictions on my liberty, not too much liberty. And so I think as creatures made in the image of God, I think we're capable of ordering our own affairs.
Yeah, but when these people who feel that they're all self-righteous and they feel that they can destroy someone else's property, that they claim that this is one of their rights, and the people in power are allowing it. Instead of the people in power saying, "Stop," to quash these crazy riots. Why aren't they quashing them? Why are they allowing them? And the only road you can go down is the road of the H-man, or all these other countries that have fallen to communism.
Well, I will say one thing. Maybe this is a bit Pollyanna, but what we're witnessing are select events that are kind of amplified through the media. So they seem bigger than they actually are when we see these things going on in St. Louis and Minneapolis, and they're all broadcast.
Are saying that they shouldn't have resisted the rioters.
Yeah, that's
on their own property, and they're about to kill them and burn their house down. You're supposed to let them because they have to vent their. And these are people in power saying this. Of course, this is all coming the year that Trump, this country was better than it ever had been. The world, the economy, everything was so good that more people were employed than any other time in history, that they had to tear it down.
Which is why I think there was a lot of pre-planning involved in it.
This is really scary. And, the problem is that the polls might actually be correct. I was listening to Howie Carr today, and there's that might, we think, that they're, because even I'm feeling, why didn't he quash these things from happening right away? Send in the National Guard right away. Why
it should have been done the day of these riots happening. The
second, and then we expected him to. Is it because that there's been such a coup going on to try to destroy him, and the threats? A long time ago, I said there's one thing you can threaten him, but there's one threat that might take him down, or several certain kind of threats that will take him down. And I heard the other day that he has gotten these threats. And no matter how tough he is, you can't let anything happen to those you love. And that's all you have to do. And that could be what happened. This is not like him to not squash.
Yeah. What was the story with him being moved into the bunker? I mean, we still don't know all the details about that.
Well, what happened was you had a bunch of protesters that turned into riots, and 60 security service agents got injured. That's when the security service themselves determined that Trump had to go underground to that bunker, that Cold War era bunker.
Yeah.
So I see a lot of shit libs on Twitter saying that, Trump cowered away into his bunker. It wasn't his decision. Yeah. They actually had to drag Dick Cheney out when 9/11 terror attacks happened.
Well, and it goes to all the shitlibs who complain about toxic masculinity are the same ones calling Trump a bunker bitch. It's a same hypocrisy.
Yeah, definitely. So I almost think that this was like an attempted revolution, what we're seeing.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like.
Well, I would say a coup is probably the more accurate term.
Also, the military sent a letter that they were not going to, even if Trump gives the orders to put down the riots, they were not going to follow through. And that is scary, because what happens in those situations is some kind of coup.
Do anything. It means the army is turned against him.
Yeah, and that's actually what causes many revolutions throughout the world, is when the executive head falls out of line with the armed forces, the elite.
But that's where Obama turned. He put a lot of people in power that didn't have the creds to be in power. He just put people who had no creds at all in power. What Trump should have done was elevated some people who were real military men. But he destroyed the. Do you know that one of the policies that Obama put in place was that military men had to wear a fake baby bump and walk in high heels, so they.
I heard that. Yeah. I remember that was back in 2016 and Paul Joseph Watson.
I heard that from Michael Savage, and I was like, "This sounds right. It sounds right." He humiliated.
And this was during the middle when you had ISIS running around beheading people, and
he opened up he said, "Oh, you could join the military and get a free sex change." So people were joining the military to get a free sex change. He destroyed the secretary in charge of all the Air Force was a woman who never had any experience flying. So you put these people in charge, you have destroyed your military. Trump needed to get those people out or raise up other people. Like I say, You've got, all right, we've got enough generals. We've got all the secretaries. You just put someone else as the secretary. You raise other people with merit into the position of general, or you give, there's 1-star general to 4-star general. You give another star, a few more stars to people who have merit. So you've got some people in control that the soldiers will listen to. And I think he was fighting too many battles. There was too much with the Russia collusion and the Mueller. They kept throwing stuff at him that he had to keep fighting. And he was trying to take care of the country.
Yeah.
He was trying to raise up the economy, and that you can't take care of absolutely everything. And that's
also there's the optics issue too. There's the optics issue too, because if he does send in the whatever, the national police, or whatever
times our presidents in history have done it 12 times, and during the LA riots, the military
insurrection act. But if Trump does that, he'll be seen as the orange man, a man.
But it's happened, and all he really has to do is get on TV and put it out there that this has happened 12 times in history. And these are
give the crowd 48 hours to disperse.
People are destroying businesses, burning them down, beating people up. And we're talking about Black-owned businesses.
Yeah.
The reason why it's Black-owned businesses is because, you see, they're working with the American system. They're living the American dream. They're living in the capitalist system. So even though they're African American, they hate them. It's like you're African American and Republican, you're stripped of your minority status. That's why they don't care about destroying their businesses. This is not Black Lives Matter. This is simple Marxism, nothing more, nothing less. Straight up.
Well, Black Lives Matter on their Facebook page, their web page, they call for the abolition of the nuclear family because they claim it's like a white supremacist.
Anti-Israel, they're anti-Israel. It's all spelled out there on their website.
Well, they aren't. The women who started it have children. I don't know if they're their own children, but they're not nuclear families. They I don't know if you know a little bit more about who they are, and you would say that you could understand why these women wouldn't want a man in the house.
One of them is a convicted terrorist who lives in Cuba.
What was that again?
One of the leaders of BLM took inspiration from a convicted cop killer who is like hiding out in Cuba.
That's treason. That's treason. These people are committing treason against America. They could just see, if you call it Black Lives Matter, how dare you throw these people in jail? They're called Black Lives Matter. Well, it's like calling.
Well, no, but the BLM leader
by something else that's nice. You just change or the KKK named the KKK the Sesame Street Gang.
Yeah.
Ooh, how could you possibly put the Sesame Street Gang in jail? That's what it is. It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Well, the BLM leader went on cable news, on some cable news show, and he said, if you don't,
destroy them,
our demands, we'll burn the entire system down. There's a word for that. It's called terrorism. That's what Al-Qaeda uses. If you don't submit to our demands, we will burn you down. Okay.
Yeah.
That's terrorism.
And the president vowed to protect America from all terrorism, foreign or domestic.
Yes.
So, or domestic, which means if Americans are committing terrorist acts, he can call out the military. That's it. He vowed to do it. It's in the books. He's not going against anything. If anyone has ever seen an inauguration, they know that.
It gets a little complicated. It gets a little complicated because when you deal with groups like Antifa and Black Lives Matter, you have to establish some sort of centralized command. And maybe a lot of the BLM protests were peaceful, and they had these agitators that infiltrated them. And so all this
they were letting out a lot of the criminals have been getting let out on
during the quarantine
because of COVID.
Yes.
But they could have been let out, and then they could have been
weaponized. I truly believe
brought in to do this.
Why do all these liberal? Why do all these Democrat governorships and mayorships all follow the same orders? When the orders came down, hashtag defund police, 30 cities across the nation defunded their police. Is it because they were just moved? They just suddenly thought it was a good idea to defund their police?
They hate Trump. They want to turn the country communist.
Well,
that's the bottom line for everything. It's it.
Because 30 mayors across the country just don't suddenly have the same idea. Oh, let's slash our police budgets. No, that's not a sane or
because this happened when Obama was running for office. We must have a civilian security force that's just as well funded, just as trained, and just as strong as the U.S. military. This has been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's coming to a culmination at the moment. That's it. You thought that he didn't do it? Of course he did it. He had Black Lives Matter in the White House over 100 times. He even had the Muslim Brotherhood in the White House, and he gave them $6.8 million. Then they went and they chopped the heads off the Coptic Christian men. I mean, this has been going on for a long time. And
interestingly enough, Obama also sent millions of dollars to a neo-Nazi militia in Ukraine that were fighting Russian separatists, known as the Azov Battalion.
Yeah, well, when the goal is the destabilization of a society.
USAID, yeah, he took USAID 8 times. First time when he was a junior senator, to get the president of Kenya elected so he could enact Sharia law over a country that was not majority Muslim. He used USAID, which is our taxpayer dollars. It's supposed to go to help countries for political. He could be put in jail for that alone. And then he used USAID 7 more times with George Soros to destabilize countries, to fund rioters, to break the currency. And then George Soros buys up the currency, and it ensue a socialist regime comes in. It takes out the duly elected government, and it brings in a socialist Islamic type state. And they've done this. I did a whole video on this. I forget what the news source was, but it was a very legitimate news source.
I would say more of a
is the name of the video.
Well, yeah. Think about what great optics it would be, and what if tomorrow they did a perp walk of George Soros out of his Long Island mansion. That would send all the right signals to people on the right wing, and it would not put up the alarm bells to people on the left, like you put handcuffs on Hillary Clinton. Of course, there would be a revolt if you did something like that. But I think it would send all the right signals if you perp walked George Soros.
George Soros he funded the whole women's movement, the whole pussy hat.
Yeah, the whole pussy hat women's march.
Yeah. By ridiculous, like billions of dollars, hundreds of $285 billion. It was a ridiculous amount of money, but he funded it all over the country.
Yeah, he funds a lot of these weird organizations throughout the world. I mean, he funded Femen in Russia, but at the same time, he's also funding like a neo-Nazi militia in Ukraine.
Yeah, and so it's like so you take Roger Stone out, an elderly man with his slippers on in the middle of the night. You got a SWAT team. You got CNN out there, and nobody's doing anything to George Soros. You know, when I first did my videos, started doing my videos, I would put in the tags George Soros. And then I would go back in and they erased them. They even erased Hillary's last name. I think that's really, really strange. So I'm going to suppose from the first time I put up a video, I was already flagged.
Yes.
The stuff I was talking about. I should never have put George Soros's name in. But I'm going.
Soros also funded. He also funded the. Are you guys? Do you guys remember the Arab Spring?
Yes.
You don't hear that.
A color.
You don't hear that anymore, do you?
Obama was all for it. Oh, it was just a bunch of young people with cell phones. And then they beheaded some Coptic Christians. And then the Muslim Brotherhood was ushered in. And they didn't like it because they liked to free Egypt, a more Americanized Egypt. And then Americans were afraid to go over there and see the pyramids and all that. They made so much money on our tourism from all over the world. That stopped.
Yeah, Egypt was a close ally during the Cold War. Egypt was a close ally during the Cold War when it changed from Anwar Sadat, who had previously aligned Egypt with the Soviet Union, but under Mubarak.
They shot Sadat.
Who?
Sadat?
Sadat was assassinated.
Yeah, it was assassinated, yeah. I heard, yeah.
Yeah, but Mubarak came to power in 1981, and he aligned the country to the United States rather than the USSR. And that's Mubarak was overthrown, and he was in 2012, or no, 2012. That's when the Muslim Brotherhood came in for a brief time.
But it's good that people
also
are very proud of people.
Yeah, the CIA under Obama also funded the so-called Free Syrian Army, which is what caused the Syrian civil war, thereby causing the refugee crisis.
Yeah, and of course what he did to Libya, and of course by removing all the troops from Iraq and then leaving all our equipment there and all our military vehicles there.
Yeah, I got ahead of that, or got
moved right in.
Yeah, I got their hands on.
Brilliant. Really
and then when
we broke it, we bought it. We needed to stay to make sure the country was built up and stable. And then you break down.
Obama unnecessarily broke Libya for no freaking reason.
Well, Libya, the reason why, it's simple. Gaddafi said that if you take me out, you're going to have a flood of immigrants or migrants from Africa into Europe, because he was policing the Mediterranean. He was actually helping us. And then you take him down and you bomb Libya for 10 months. We'd bomb Libya for 10 months. And women used to be able to go to college and drive a car. And then they start putting the Black Africans on auction blocks, in cages and on auction blocks. That's what our first African-American president did. Thank you. It makes sense.
Back the trade.
Bird statue up, KKK bird statue up in the Capitol Rotunda.
Yeah.
Who's the racist?
Yeah.
Who's the real racist?
I want to say that flood of migrants become their own destabilizing force in Europe.
Right. Europe. They are. They're destroying Europe.
Yeah, they went through two countries that were considered transit countries too, which was Libya and Syria. Which conflicts, in Libya we overthrew Gaddafi, and then in Syria we attempted to overthrow Assad and his Ba'ath regime. And those were both through the so-called Arab Spring.
Yeah.
But what it did was create a bunch of conflict and a bunch of terror attacks like ISIS and a bunch of refugees everywhere.
He gets the Nobel Peace Prize before he goes, because he's the first half African. He was not descendant of the African slaves in this country. His father came from Africa. Different. What did he do for the Peace Prize? At least Martin Luther King Jr. worked for it. Unfreaking believable. And of course, what's his name? Al Gore got it too.
Oh, he can be insurance, and he flies around in his airline, his private jet.
Sean King is going to get it next year.
I'm sorry. Does climate change still exist? I haven't heard about that for a while. Does it still exist? Is that still a concern?
Yeah, I haven't heard about coronavirus either.
If you can turn the world globalist, that's just a means to an end, and they're moving towards it. And since people are going to be voting from home because of this COVID thing, it's brilliant. Of course, Biden is going to get elected, And whoever
Please, no, I'm going to eject you. I'm going to
go globalist rule because
please.
I'm going to be running a damn thing. So who we don't know who's it's going to be, that's George Soros and the secret group running everything. And once our borders fall,
even after he dies, even after Soros kills over, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to replace him.
Oh, he's got sons. He's got sons.
He has slush funds, but I think it would be great optics if two Trump's bait, if you can throw a pair of handcuffs on them, and there's ample justification for doing so.
Oh, he better make it.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna need to make it stick, obviously, but I mean, I think that would be so powerful if you could do that.
I know this Syrian guy who I used to go to a liquor store he operates. He was a Syrian Orthodox Christian. This is one of my first experience with Orthodox Christianity. But he hated Obama. He grew to hate Obama because of what Obama did to his country. He was an immigrant who came over in 2004, long before the conflict. And at first, he was very optimistic about America and even optimistic about Obama as being this, savior for the United States. But when the conflict broke out in Syria and he found out that Obama helped fund that conflict, he was pissed. And I remember he ranted every day. Every time I'd go down there and I'd bring this up, he would be really pissed.
Was it Sirhan, the one who shot? They say shot.
Yeah.
He was a Syrian Christian.
Who? Yeah.
Sirhan, who they claim that he was brainwashed. But where he was hit, there were several other people in the room that surrounded him, and he couldn't have been the one that killed him. And it doesn't make any sense that he would come over from Syria to shoot Bobby Kennedy. That's
baloney. Yeah, but this guy I was just talking about, he used to own a liquor store in a small town in NorCal, and he grew to hate Obama because of what he felt his administration did to his country.
That's a big thing for Arabic Christians is owning liquor stores, I've heard.
Well, because they're not Muslim, so they could do they could technically sell alcohol.
A lot of Sikhs own liquor stores too.
Yeah, a lot of people from like the Indian subcontinent.
They're smart. Makes good money. Business. Yeah. All the family works there. It's good. Hey, they're hardworking, really hardworking people.
Yeah.
So I guess so are Antifa. They're working very hard.
Yeah. Well, I knew this guy I knew another guy who was from India, and he had actually fought. He was old, but he fought in the 1962 war with China. They had a brief border war in 1962, and that's what aligned India with the Soviet Union. They started purchasing Soviet armaments because, because China.
India and Pakistan were having a nuclear standoff.
Yeah, that happened later in the 70s, and there was even some conflict in the 90s that occurred.
Okay, guys, I'm going to say we're at hour 7:55. This thing might cut off at 8 hours. I'm not sure.
Okay, let's say good night. It's 3:07 in the morning. Oh my God.
Well, I'm up, so I don't need to go to bed anytime soon. But yeah,
I do have to go see my father.
Okay. Yes, everyone, please say a prayer for Felina's father. I don't know. I haven't been in contact with you for the past day, but yeah.
Yeah. If he recovers, his brain might not be all there. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like doesn't seem very whole. And my sister wants me to pull the DNR, do not resuscitate, and he insisted on it. I was there when he signed it, and he insisted that all measures. And she said, "Oh, it crushes his." It'll crush his lungs, it'll crush his vertebrae.
Which is true. And I said when my father was in a similar position, they said CPR performed on a man of his age is almost always fatal. Yeah. But
then this other nurse said, well, if you were there and this is what he said he wanted, maybe we should have a talk with your sister. I go, I'm being pulled in all these different directions. It's like she's trying to convince me the other direction. And I'm going, oh, because I had said, all right. I said, no, my sister, all right, Natalie, yeah, all right, I agree. And I called them, I said, okay. And then this one says to me, well, you know, if you were there and this is what his wishes were, I just like, I don't need this. I am so tired. So anyway, talk to you soon. Good to meet you, Robert. You're very intelligent. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. You too. You too.
Thank you. Yeah.
And you're leaving me too, Robert.
Well, you said you were going away.
Well,
this might be shut down. This might be shut down in 2 minutes because
he wants to wait till it shuts down.
Well, no, because I won't get a chance to say it. We'll already be shut down. But yes, we've got.
You want to wait to the last second when they shut us down.
I don't know. That used to be Hangouts. It would close it out at 8 hours. But you even on
was that Google Hangout though?
What's that?
I think that was Google Hangouts that would do that though.
Google Hangouts. Those Google Hangouts, but you still have time limitations on StreamYard. So I don't know. We might. Well, if either of you want to go to bed, that's.
You're living on the edge there, Rob.
I'm living on the edge.
What is this? This is new alcohol. What is this?
Irishman. I'm drinking the Irishman.
That's like some red shit I've never seen before.
It's Irish whiskey. I like
zero alcohol here. Zero. I've had alcohol and wine was the last thing I had about 2 months ago. Look at you. You've been drinking all night.
Yeah, I have, honestly, yeah.
And you're not acting like you're even drunk, affected. I would be totally affected. Oh,
I have my tolerance in a good place, you know. That's what I've been doing during lockdown. I've been keeping my alcohol tolerance in check.
Oh,
that's what I was going to say. I don't get hungover. That's never been a problem for me. I think one night, it was my birthday. A guy kept feeding me shots of 151, and I was drinking I had a dozen 151 shots throughout the night. Some of them were double shots. People have died from less alcohol, and the friend who drove me home at the time, he woke up after I did. And I was on the computer. He was like, why are you up? And I'm like, I'm up. I decided to get on the computer. But yeah, I don't get hungover.
Well, lucky you. It must be the Irish in you. Keep that up.
That is offensive. That is gravely offensive.
Oh, that's right. The Irish never drink.
Oh my God.
Especially whiskey.
They drink beer.
which for a budget whiskey is pretty good.
Some people do have a really high. If they say the more you drink, the more your tolerance goes up.
Yeah.
And then when you stop drinking, it goes to the bottom.
I would like to see a drinking competition between an Irishman and a Russian. See how long they last.
I bet the Russian would last longer.
Yeah, I would do the same thing.
They're hard drinkers. Let's see, we should do a drinking contest. I'll start to drink and see who gets drunk first. See how quickly it takes me to get drunk. That would be such a funny stream. Oh my God, you think that I brought out the dolls now. Show you more dollies.
No, we're going to have I'm going to have an apartment tour competition with Wicked to go through our record collection. By the way, we have passed hour 8, so they're not going to cut us off.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a 10.
By the way, I heard some guy went to a Russian nuclear installation where they have the ICBMs or whatever the Russian equivalent of the ICBMs are. Just old guys just drinking vodka all the time.
Yeah,
that's very common in that country. So know that. Go to bed knowing that.
Yeah, I know.
That's very common in the country. Go to bed knowing that.
Well, like I said, it's such a miracle that we're in the present and nothing like that has happened. You know, it's there's been catastrophes, So good has won every time so far.
Well, maybe they're lying about the Russians, but this seems so real because people are crazy. They're just, of course, if you let, I expected when you let people out of prison that have violent records, violent felons out of prison. And what do? I said the first thing I thought of was the brown shirts. That's exactly what you do. You have crazed felons that will do anything, especially if they're getting paid. Now, Howie Carr said that he saw them. It's a kind of Rolls Royce car that it was filmed that these people are coming out of.
Yeah.
And then they would destroy a building and go back in it. So they're being paid.
Yeah.
And it's organized crime is what Howie said. This is what, and he was he's the one who dug up all the information on Whitey Bulger, and Whitey Bulger tried to kill him. And he's a real investigative reporter, though he's funny, and he's a really good friend of Trump's. He said, this is organized crime if I've ever seen it.
Which is why I have no problem with saying that most of the BLM protesters are peaceful, but they have these agitators that get within them. Yes.
I don't know some people I think hook onto it thinking that it is peaceful and they want to fight for Black lives. But I think the core of the organization is violent. Otherwise,
I agree.
Why would Sean King? Why would they be taught? Why would their manifesto say what it says? Why would Sean King say just go out and destroy?
Well, I
statues.
We were talking about the Arab Spring. I do think the majority of the Arab Spring protesters were people who were peaceful and wanted to change. It was the core that wanted all this like violent Islamism, and that's I think how it is with BLM.
Yeah, there's a bunch of young people just got together organically, and it might not have been that way because it did usher in the Muslim Brotherhood.
But they were being taken advantage by the Muslim Brotherhood.
There's more evidence that was probably organized, and they sold it. I mean, if Obama keeps saying, "Oh, it's just a bunch of young people with cell phones that organized this," that sounds like a lie. That sounds stupid. I mean, there may have been some people said, "Oh, yeah, Arab Spring." There may have been some people who hooked on thinking that this was going to be a good thing. But
they were useful idiots.
Well, Mubarak was actually pretty good for the country. I mean, he brought in a lot of tourism, a lot of money. People had a lot of jobs. He was good friends with America. America was giving Egypt a lot of money for support. So there was no reason to throw Mubarak out. Nobody really had an issue with it.
No, and Mubarak, like I said, Mubarak had been an ally of the United States during the Cold War. Yeah. He shifted the country. Egypt had previously been allied to the Soviet Union during the Anwar Sadat period. But Mubarak took power and he aligned it with the U.S. So I don't see what was the point of overthrowing them years before it ended.
Sense. Why would these young people with cell phones care about who's running the country as long as they have enough money to get their cell phones and, live a decent life, well-educated people too. My two people who used to be my dentists were Egyptian Muslims, and they were very, one was very with it, very American. The other one wanted to marry me and wanted me to be his third wife. So,
well, what a romantic gesture. My third wife, yes.
Yes, like that sounds great. I can't wait. He was one of those. He looked like an ancient Egyptian too. He was bald and he was very handsome. It kind of had this handsome sexiness to him. And I go, you're one of those dangerously. Have anybody tell you? Yes, they tell me I'm dangerously sexy. Yes. He said, "When will you marry me?" And I said, 5 years.
Has it been 5 years yet?
Oh no, I'm not kidding. I wasn't good at getting. Oh my God. Into that. I think he wanted free citizenship, an easy way. That's how his brother got citizenship, is that he had to marry someone.
Well, that's what many Russian women do to get into the country. Is that you remember those like Russian bride services?
Well, we have a 90-day fiance now, so
yeah.
Some guy I dated was looking into Russian. to Russian brides. It's like you can't tolerate women, period. We are Russian.
Okay. I have in the course of doing random Google searches, not because I was searching it out. I just so happened to stumble upon a Russian bride website.
Oh yeah.
Gorgeous women you have ever seen.
Of course they look gorgeous. Of course they only take pictures of the gorgeous ones.
Well, I'd have to buy them from the bargain.
Divorce after 2 years. It just like you have to be married for like 2 years and then that's it. You can get divorced.
Yeah.
Well, and most of them are kind of like scams. They're just trying to get into the country. Like,
yeah,
if you do it as soon as they get in the country, they'll leave you.
Well, that's the thing. Everything I've seen with them is they have faraway eyes. They're just dreaming of something else. Yes.
Well, yeah, I've seen Russian women too. They're beautiful. They have like that silky blonde hair. Really gorgeous women.
Certain age, and then they look very, very different. They no longer look like
Well, okay. So you know Maria Sharapova, right? They have her mom in the stands. Her mom weighs about 400 pounds.
That's what happens. Yeah, there's a lot of women after they get married, they have kids. That's it, and they don't care, and they don't even care if the men cheat. And I keep myself in shape. I would try to do everything, and it would be entirely my fault if my husband cheated.
Well, I don't know if that's a Russian thing, because I always say, look at Maria Sharapova and then look at her mother. But Maria Sharapova is not exactly a spring chicken at this point either. So I mean,
well, she's gotten older. I mean,
yeah.
And she plays tennis, doesn't she? Yeah, so that probably took a toll.
Tennis has to be the most exerting sport. I mean, you have these guys, they're playing in like the Australian Open in 140-degree heat for 4 hours.
Oh my God!
What other sport do you have to put yourself under those strains?
Imagine if you had to wear a hijab or hijab. Those people have to be covered top to bottom in loose clothes in the heat.
Yes.
It's unbelievable. I don't think I could do that.
Well, in Saudi Arabia, they wear white. That's why they wear white, is to
help reflect. Well, actually, I thought when they stoned him. Do you ever see those films of women when they've done something bad? They have a stadium of people, and then they so you can see the blood coming through the white. That's why it's white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, it has a lot to do with the sun too.
Oh, the sun.
White.
Yeah. But
in Saudi Arabia, they also have public floggings there too in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
I prefer to search for Russian bride websites, not look at images, videos of public flogging. That's not my bag. Sorry to say.
Oh God. Yeah. So, but usually those were like I said, those Russian bride sites. Those were like scams. They were really popular in the early 2000s.
Yeah, they were scams.
As a joke, like in the 80s. Yeah.
Oh, look at him drinking. That's a brandy sniffer.
You're drunk. No, but there's now part of the drink is I can't remember any names. I'm sorry. So someone please take this from me. I can't remember the name.
The name of the whiskey.
No, just say whatever you're going to say.
I wasn't saying any. I wasn't going to say anything. I was just watching you drink. He's drunk. It's hit him. It's total. He can't say it's hit you.
Robert Fried.
You're reading his name. That's the only reason why you know it, because you're reading it. What's my name?
Well, I'm not going to dox you, so I'm not going to.
Well, he's reached good-natured inebriate stage here. Good-natured inebriate level. So that's okay.
Yeah, don't do what Antifa does with his doxing people.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. I didn't think you drank that much.
Oh, yeah.
You are a pretty hard drinker. What does it do for you? Does it
okay, so you're talking to me like Mel Torme talked to Kramer when he saw him wearing his orthopedic shoes. Okay, well, you are very independent. You are very independent. Yeah.
How long have you been living alone?
The whole world sings with you. We were talking about Seinfeld for about half an hour here.
Oh, I hated that show. I'm sorry. That show to me was so boring. I used to have a foster brother who loved that show. I couldn't stand it.
Yeah, he has a whole zoo over there. He has a kitty and a dog. But the kitty, the kitty meowed right before he caught the hairball. So maybe the dog is barking right before he.
That's not me though.
Oh, that's Felina's dog. Okay.
Yeah, teddy bear. Teddy.
Yeah.
You have to go outside.
I was gonna say I don't have a cat, or I don't have a dog. I have a cat, but not a dog.
Well, I don't have any animals in my apartment because it's 400 square feet, so they would not be happy here. I don't think.
Yeah, but no, I was never a big fan of Seinfeld. I always thought it was kind of boring.
You're the only human being I've ever heard say that.
Really? I used to watch Cheers.
No, I'll tell you, that's not right because at a flea market, I got a cassette tape of Robert Anton Wilson. Robert Anton Wilson used to put out these cassette tapes. It was kind of like podcasting avant la lettre, and so he would just ramble about things and kind of an old man kind of talk about whatever I want thing. And so he got on the topic of Seinfeld, and so he liked Seinfeld. People were telling him that not to watch Seinfeld, and so he started watching Seinfeld and he liked it. The person I was thinking of who didn't like Seinfeld was Camille Paglia. She still doesn't like Seinfeld. Yeah, that's the only other person.
I'm familiar with Camille Paglia because she actually made a lot of writings in defense of Christianity.
Yes,
so which surprised me.
Yes, and she had a awesome conversation with Jordan Peterson, and that's highly recommended viewing.
Yeah, I think I saw that too.
I got fresh mozzarella, not alcohol.
What a paisan!
No, it just is better than alcohol.
Mozzarella, yes.
You know what I do? I make, because if I don't have the milk to make paneer, I got a cheese press.
You can tell she's Italian because her eyes widen when she's talking about food.
I use fresh mozzarella and chop it up into cubes if I don't have enough milk to make paneer, Indian cheese. It works beautifully in Indian food. It's a shortcut. So there's a little cooking tip.
Okay, well, cooking.
I'm hungry. I didn't have dinner. I didn't make myself anything. So it's like I had a glass of lemonade. You had lots of alcohol, and I had lemonade and water. But I didn't eat.
Cooking for me is like making a tuna fish sandwich.
That's you. That's your Irish in you. Doesn't the Italian in you want food? Well,
I mean, yeah, I could throw pasta into boiling water too. I mean, I could do that.
Well, it's just more than it's a lot of things you can do. So you want tuna fish, and don't use the mayonnaise. You have and you can.
I'm not fancy. I'm starting to put horseradish into it.
What? No, listen. This is the Italian way how to do tuna fish, okay? And it's easy because you're going to keep everything in the cupboard. Nothing has to be refrigerated. You can do it like that on the spot. You have, you got some dry basil, dry parsley.
I don't like basil.
you're going to go get it. And then you got some garlic powder, or you can even get the crush that you can put in the refrigerator. Sometimes you get the squeeze thing. You can use a little of that, some salt and pepper. You take a little lemon juice, and then you take some extra virgin olive oil, and you mix that all together. And then you have a nice thick Italian bread, nice toasted, solid Italian bread. You put that in your sandwich. You can have a tomato in there. You can put some sun-dried tomato in there. But that's what you eat, and you don't add mayonnaise, and it's delicious.
Okay, that sounds like it takes like 7 or 8 minutes to prepare.
Seconds. You just go like this. See this? You see how you shake? Shake, shake. It's really, really easy. My grandfather did it all the time. He hated mayonnaise.
He did not get mayonnaise. He did not get mayonnaise.
Yeah, he's Italian. Lived in, came from Noci. The town was Noci, which means nuts. My grandfather came from nuts. My grandmother came from Turi in the Provincia di Bari, in the Puglia region.
Did they ever live through the fascist era?
Jeez.
They
can't help himself.
They lived pre-Mussolini. See, during the time they lived in Italy, every single province had its own dialect. So no province could understand each other. So this whole idea about this Stregheria, the Wiccan, the Irish, not Irish, Italians, Strega, the witch, the goddess religion that was all over Italy. Not true. Nobody could understand each other. It was a bunch of little city-states. And Mussolini actually connected them all and made the Italians speak the pure Italian and got rid of the dialect. So everybody, and he made the trains run on time, and he didn't do anything to the Jew. He didn't round up the Jews. So in the beginning, it wasn't as bad, but my grandparents weren't there anymore at that time.
Okay, well.
And the king of Italy okayed the fascist rule to come in, and I think he probably had a gun to his head. And then the monarchy had to step down shortly after that.
Yeah. Well, I know Italy, it was unified in 1870 under, it was known as the Reggimento, I think it was called. That was the Italian unification. So,
but they were still speaking all these different languages, and then you had different principalities, like the different monarchies, northern. And
like all Romance languages is that they would like convene, and then they found after they would convene year after year that they were speaking slightly different languages, whether they were from France or Italy or any of the Romance.
In Bari, they spoke. It was mixed with Arabic, and they cut off the vowels at the end of the words. So when people listen to my mother speaking to her sister, are you speaking Arabic? Because that's exactly what it sounded like. That's why nobody could understand each other. It was that separate. So the Sicilian Principality fell, and then the Lombardies, they were still holding their own. And then they had to leave after Mussolini took control.
And then Mussolini standardized the language.
Yeah, he made everyone speak the correct Italian.
The French Revolution also, a similar thing happened in France too, because like you had different dialects in different provinces, like in the Vendée versus Normandy versus Brittany versus the Paris area. But what happened is that when the French Revolution happened, they forced all the provinces to speak the Parisian dialect.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to go on Jeopardy?
No.
Yeah, I think you could win, don't you think?
I know, well, especially if it's history, yeah. Step aside, yeah. Our final Jeopardy category is ding! European history. It's like, yes!
Well, I studied world history too, and I find the Eurasia sphere very fascinating. Eurasia referring to Europe and Asia, so there's that.
Well, that is my fatal weakness.
Gee, that Genghis Khan killed a hell of a lot of people, huh?
Oh yeah,
and the bad
millions.
the bad mustache.
Ancient weapons. He killed more people with ancient weapons than we do with modern, you know. Isn't that crazy? But he fathered mostly. They say that mostly all Asians are they're
parented. Yeah, there's a lot of
because he had so.
Well, many Russians are too. Many Russians are too.
Oh yeah,
many Russians mom blood because of that.
You think Yul Brynner had a little Genghis Khan in him?
Who?
Yul Brynner.
Yul Brynner. I don't know.
He's a Zoomer, okay? He doesn't know who Yul Brynner is.
Oh,
yeah, I'm 26, so.
Yeah, you're not a Zoomer, but yeah, you're a millennial.
A millennial, technically. I was born in '93, so that makes me a millennial.
But he's famous. Everybody knows Yul Brynner. He's good, really good actor. He's from Russia, but he could play Asian people really well. Watch them get rid of him now.
Russian Jewish?
Yeah. He's not Jewish. I looked him up. Supposedly he's not Jewish. He says he's Russian. I think his name is shortened. It's not really Brenner. It's something else. It's like something ski, you know. And people, it was just not good for Hollywood to pronounce the real name. So
that's for the people behind the camera, not for the people in front of the camera. Yeah.
Yeah. People, you gotta mayonnaise your name. Well, no, it was very. I think it was very Russian, and a lot of people think that because Brenner is a Jewish name. Was it B-R-Y or something? Anyway.
Yeah, but I
read it in a long time, so I don't remember.
Well, speaking of Robert Fried here, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you want to combat a lot of bad, new atheist arguments, study history because they use a lot of it.
Oh, God. They're wrong about everything. Name one thing they're right about.
Even an atheist, Tim O'Neill, has a website called History for Atheists. Where
he did that to set the record straight. I was really glad he did that. Especially from a fellow atheist, or you know. So yeah, and he also has some things on the papacy during World War II, which I find fascinating. So I highly recommend those.
Yeah, debunking the whole Hitler's Pope thing, and yeah.
You're swaying a little bit.
Am I listening?
What do you mean?
Starboard? Yeah.
Can you see Rob swaying a little bit? He goes.
I'm listening to Starboard here.
He doesn't know. He doesn't realize it, but it's the drunk sway.
You're gonna fall asleep right now.
You should go to bed. It's dark out.
No, I'm up. I woke up at like 4 p.m. So yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I have to stay up because I have to take a walk in the woods. That's my daily thing.
You walk in the woods.
And I consort with my woodland friends. And so I'm actually very content.
That sounds like a plot to a bad Disney film.
I know.
I feel very blessed in that I do what I love. I write music and I take a walk in the woods and I consort with my woodland friends and I hold out my finger and a bird alights and sings.
And does Clarice from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer come out and start singing "There's Always Tomorrow" for dreams to come true, and the little chipmunks, and the squirrels, and then they sing along with it,
Yes.
Way from side to side.
Here, I will show you. These are the. Okay. This is what I see on my woodland journeys, on my daily woodland journeys. Oh, I have a lot of pictures here because my mom went to see a tiger at the zoo, but that is artificial. Okay, so.
Are you sure it's artificial?
Oh, crap. Okay.
You are drunk. How much have you been drinking? How many glasses?
I have been drinking continuously for 8 hours.
No wonder why you've been doing this stream
That's
for 8.5 hours.
That's true.
Because you've been drinking for 8.5 hours.
Well, I was going to make a joke. Okay, so this is what I see on my woodland.
Oh, isn't that nice? Oh, it's a doe. Sometimes I see them in my backyard. Oh, and they're eating.
You make a good venison.
They're so gentle. Oh, that's Clarice. She's going to sing a song. Clarice, remember she had the red bow with the white polka dots on it on Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
I honestly don't remember that now.
Claymation? You don't watch Claymation?
I prefer to sport with actual animals. Hello, not
No. When you were a kid, didn't you watch Claymation? Did you watch Rankin Bass Claymation Christmas specials?
I was a kid. No, I'm kidding.
What?
No.
That's what Christmas was all about.
Oh, okay, says the Christian. It's all about the Rankin Bass specials.
They want Christmas. Make Christmas without Rudolph and Santa Claus is coming to town. And
but I was shocked.
The little drummer boy.
Like when I see these things now, I'm shocked that they were only half-hour specials. They managed to shoehorn a lot of plot.
I think a Santa Claus is coming to town was an hour.
Okay.
Like the little drummer boy was a half an hour.
Yeah.
Also, when you're younger, your time perception is much larger.
Yeah.
So a half hour feels like an hour or whatever.
The drummer boy.
I think the peanut specials had to have been an hour.
No. With the tree that was the stick.
Okay, that was half an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
It was good though, and the Grinch was only half an hour.
I saw the Grinch. I saw it as a kid, and maybe I didn't like it, but it is so jazz age. It is so Rat Pack.
It is so cool. I love the Grinch.
In like that whole martini-soaked 60s kind of Rat Pack mentality, you know.
But it's good.
It's good.
Good, yeah.
We need to get Wicked Felina. You have wine. Come on, let's.
I don't have any wine. I don't have anything.
By the way, my StreamYard time is limited, so I'm going to use up my month's allowance on this one stream.
Huh.
So
hey, Robert Fried, do you have some Manischewitz spritzer you can drink with us here?
I only have sweet tea.
I don't have alcohol.
Oh, okay. So on hand, you have Dolls of Royalty. You have Books of Spells. She doesn't have to reach 3 feet for a wicked book of spells. A grimoire. What's a grimoire or whatever?
I got a crown.
All within arm's reach.
I am a pretty, pretty princess.
You are a very pretty, pretty princess.
This is my hijab. Hijab.
Ajib.
Hijab. My hijab.
Yeah.
See, hijab. No. I'm not kidding. It's really a hijab.
Oh, really? Wow. Did you ever see that German commercial?
Or a babushka. It could also be a
babushka. Yeah.
You're supposed to cover all the hair. You have a cap.
Yeah.
Put a cap underneath it so nobody sees the hair.
Well, you're wearing it more like a babushka, so you should.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of women in Eastern Europe wear it.
Yeah, you should tell Zapruder what actually happened with JFK's assassination.
Oh, that's right, I'm the babushka lady.
And you can tell Mr. Garrison what happened. Yeah. I was not carrying this discussion. I had.
You're not carrying anything, but I'm
not carrying anything. The fabulous agnostic. I had you. I had Christopher Lansdown. I have Robert Fried. Every single one of you knows more about history than I do.
There was too much blood in your alcohol system tonight, huh?
Ba-da-ba. So what's that? The old what's it? Count Basie. Someone spiked our liquor with punch or something. I don't know. But yes.
Candy is dandy, but liquor is quicker. Who said that? Quick.
That was Willy Wonka.
He's my hero.
And what I always use is the gif of him saying, "No, stop, wait."
Don't wait, come back.
Whenever anyone threatens to like leave Facebook or something, or they throw a little tantrum or something, I always use that. Animated gif.
When he plays that little tune to open up the door, it's the beginning of the Mozart's Magic Flute, and then Mike TV's mother goes, Rachmaninoff. Like she knows. It's hysterical. Most people don't even know that's the beginning of the Magic Flute. They think she's right.
Yeah. Well,
Augustus Gloop, the prize of Dusselheim, an example for the whole world. Yeah, here's Augustus Gloop right there.
That was a good German accent.
Thank you. Well, I've seen Willy Wonka a lot. You could just repeat that line, you know.
I haven't seen that movie in years. I mean, not since I was a little boy.
All four
in the 90s.
Four grandparents were bedridden. Grandpa George, Grandma Georgina, Grandpa Joe, and Grandpa.
Yeah, I remember that.
And
then they made the remake.
Tickets. He leapt out of bed. Yeah.
And they ate cabbage water. The only thing they ate was cabbage water. And he brought home, because he found some money in the street, he brought home a loaf of bread. And the mother says, "Oh, we'll have a feast tonight." What happened to the cabbage water? What happened to the cabbage? You're so poor. You can't even have the cabbage. The water is... I'm sick of cabbage water.
Even at the time,
don't say that.
Even at the time, like, how can it be that possible to be that poor in a developed country?
I know. And then she's cleaning the laundry in this big wooden barrel with like the soapy gray water, and then she's got a big wooden paddle that she's stirring. She's so poor that she can't even wash clothes in a washing machine. She still has to wash it with a barrel and a big wooden paddle. I thought that was... And you're in the middle of the Mike TV, you're in the middle of the modern world. Dad won't let me have the real one. Not till you're 12, son. I bet he couldn't quote one line from Willy Wonka.
Are you talking about me?
Such a kind deed in such a weary world. When did he say that?
I have no idea.
Who stole?
I'm gonna guess in the intro was like when they first arrived at the factory.
Well, at the end, when he gives Charlie, what are you doing? He takes out the everlasting gobstopper, and after he throws, he takes out. Everything is
okay. I can quote a line.
Even the safe is cut in half, and he.
I will tell you the best line of Willy Wonka and possibly, arguably, of movie history. And that line is, "You lose! You get nothing! Good day, sir!"
And then when he starts speaking in Latin, half Latin, because he's reading Spectrum Delicata, etc., etc. He's got the hat.
Oh yeah, it's the boiler
of the contract.
Yeah, the lorem ipsum. Yeah,
And that's why he turns around and takes the everlasting God supper out and puts it on his desk, and he puts his hand on and says, "Such a kind deed in such a weary world. You won! I knew you would win!" You know, and they get in the Wonka Vader.
Okay, so that gets us to the core problem of communism, okay?
What?
Because all Charlie wanted was candy. Now he owns the means of production, okay? That's not what anyone wants.
But don't you think that Wonka was a capitalist?
He's not an expert in his field either.
Well, no, because I'm using it as an illustrating point about sometimes what we don't want is to own the means of production. Sometimes we just want to get our wage. And so I think it illustrates Charlie is a little boy. He doesn't want to own the means of production. He wants candy.
The everlasting, it's all
He owns the back.
Well,
Charlie is going to have to start like paying taxes because he owns the chocolate factory.
Well, that chocolate factory made a lot of money, you know.
Oh, well,
and he didn't have to the Oompa Loompas. The Oompa Loompas.
Also true to any communist system.
You know,
also true to any communist system.
What's that?
I was going to say also true to any communist system is that he puts in charge someone who has no idea what they're doing.
Yes.
Oh, he said that's why I wanted a young boy so I could teach him my ways of doing things, because his ways were special, obviously.
Well,
that's why
the little boy wants that responsibility. That's not any prize.
What's not a prize?
Having that responsibility as a little boy of running a chocolate factory.
He was going to teach him until he was ready to run it himself. He said, I wanted a little boy, a child that I could teach my way. An adult wouldn't want to do things my way. That's why I wanted a child, because a child understood the humble ways, the magical ways, the secrets to making chocolate and all those candies. An adult would pervert all those recipes.
Slave Oompa Loompas.
Oompa Loompas. God only knows what he would do with the Oompa Loompas if it was an adult. You had to have a child to appreciate the Oompa Loompas. You know that.
I don't quite what you. So you have to be a child.
A Wayne Doodle would eat 10 for breakfast. Remember when he said that?
No.
So he said, I had to take you away from the hornswogglers and Wang Doodles.
Oh, okay.
You know, safe. Did you know in the book they actually come from Africa? He got the Oompa Loompas from the heart of Africa.
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, and I tell you that's kind of inappropriate by today's standards.
Yeah, but I don't know. They're orange with green hair.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like, really? They just lived in a faraway land where there was hornswogglers and Wang Doodles and stuff like that.
Okay, so talking about a book to movie kind of, when you transfer one from a book to a movie, a central concept of the Wizard of Oz movie is that all the characters Dorothy encounters in Oz are the parallels to people in her real life.
In real life,
right? They underline,
because it's a dream.
They underline this by using the same actors to play roles in both.
Because it's a dream.
Is this in any way?
It's a dream. She was knocked out. Remember when the house was going around? She was knocked out.
I'm not a retard. Okay, I'm not a retard.
It was a dream. She was hallucinating.
I got you. Okay.
That's right. Dreaming of.
I thought you were calling me a genius. You were calling Robert Fried a genius. So you obviously your low opinion of me is made.
Yeah. You're drinking so much. Remember that. You kind of make a really good point here. Going, it's a dream.
You're on drugs. Okay, can I make my point? So
ruby slippers. You know what I got these? You know what I got these? I'll tell you when I got these. When my Uncle Angelo, the day my Uncle Angelo died was the anniversary of The Wizard of Oz. April 16th, and they were showing it at the Calvin, a local theater. And I walked in with my fiance at the time was half Italian. My Uncle Angelo on Angie wanted me to marry him because he was half Italian. And we walked in, and they said that there was going to be 3 prizes, first, second, and third prize. And the top prize was the ruby slippers. And so we both signed up for the raffle. And when the music started to play, I started crying my eyes out because my Uncle Angelo had just died. And my Uncle Angelo was the kind of guy who would do anything. If a child wanted something, he would go out of his way and do anything. Like I saw one of his wife's dolls when she was a child. It was a bridal doll, beautiful dress she got from the fair. And it was in the attic, and I wanted it. And so my Uncle Angelo just took it and gave it to me for my birthday without even asking her. This is the kind of guy you want. Yeah. And so they were calling out. They're calling out third prize, second prize. And I was, as they were calling it out, I was praying, Uncle Angelo, if you can hear my voice, I want those ruby slippers. Please, Uncle Angelo. I was praying to him. And then all of a sudden, first prize, Michael Grasso. And that was my boyfriend. And I looked at the people next to me and go, I was praying to my Uncle Angelo because I want, and if he doesn't give me those ruby slippers, I'm going to kill him. So that's all. Isn't it a miracle? That's like totally a miracle. Of course, Italian. He wished, but he was turned out to be, well.
By the way,
go into it, but it was, couldn't work out.
I have to.
Aren't I magical? Isn't this room magical?
Yes. I want to again. Please note well, note bene, Robert Fried, the audience at home, all one of you. There's one person watching. So note well, she had to lean a little to the side to retrieve the rubies. It's all within arm's reach. She has the royalty dolls. She has her grimoires. They're all within arm's reach.
My dolls. The queen, my crown. Yeah, everything's
there. I have my cat. I have my books.
It's like a
do you have Xi Jinping? Is he within arm's reach?
Right here. Well, first, Secretariat, my favorite horse in the world. And there's Xi Jinping. Ding, ding, dong.
Why don't you put an H-Man's dash on him?
No, definitely not.
All right.
That's really remarkable, all these things that you have just within arm's reach.
I know. Well, it's fun to look at my dollies. I go to bed at night. I see. Well, you know what? When you live alone, it's kind of like what?
We were just talking about the Wizard of Oz, and you just so happened to have.
I had a Wizard of Oz story. That's unbelievable. It was a miracle.
So, okay, this was my question.
What?
So, it is made clear in the Wizard of Oz movie that the characters she encounters in Oz are parallels of the person in her life. And they spell this out by using the same actors in both.
Right.
Is this theme present in the Frank L. Baum book?
Is this theme correct? Yeah, of course.
How do they underline it if you don't have the if you can't use the same actors like they use in the movie? How is this spelled out in the text?
Because at the end of the story, she wakes up from it and says, and you were there. You were all there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And she realizes there's no place there like home because she points to them all and says, and you were there. Yes, that's
okay. So I mean,
come on.
The reader could be forgiven if until that point
he forgot to read the last page because he's been drinking too much alcohol.
I'm not.
I didn't know that could happen.
until that reveal at the end, the reader can be forgiven for not making that connection.
Not if they read the last page. If they
that's why I qualified as saying until
Auntie Anne isn't there, Uncle Henry isn't there. And do you want to know a fun story? Here's a real story. It's a real story from the making of the Wizard of Oz. It's not about any midget. It's true, you know, but when those midgets got together, because midgets don't know other midgets because they live all over the place. And when they all got together, they finally found mates with the same height. And they were having sex all over the place. It was just, they went crazy. Can you imagine Munchkin sex? I can't imagine it. But anyway, you know, in the beginning, when she meets the professor with the thing, the traveling salesman, and got the, you know, puts the hat on, and he has this long coat on. Well, in those days, those are the, it's kind of like now productions I've been into. They said, you know, go out and could you find your own clothes and find some antique clothes of the day? Because at that time, in used clothing stores, you could still find clothes from the turn of the century, pre-century. Because that was 1939, you could still find them. So he went into a used clothing store and he found that long coat. And then he put it on. And he stuck his hand in the pocket and pulled, you know, when you have a pocket made inside the pocket, you can pull out the pockets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The inside lining of the pockets. Well, sewn into the inside lining was a tag that said L. Frank Baum, the writer of The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
Did you just get the story that I just told? He went, the guy who plays the wizard, they told him to go find a proper used clothes from that time to wear for the movie. And he went to a store, said, oh, this would be perfect.
With the character, yeah.
This would be perfect. And he bought it and he pulled out the pocket. And because then clothes were made, clothes were tailored for the person. And so the name would be sewn into the clothes.
Yes.
Because everybody had different dimensions. Nobody went and said, oh, let's go to a department store and buy a bunch of, nothing was the same.
Yeah.
So isn't that weird? And it's a true story.
Yes.
Yes. You're too drunk to really appreciate this. This is a great story.
It's a great story.
Yeah, I'm listening.
The shoe with my Uncle Angelo. That was a great story.
Great story. I'm not denying your thought.
It was a miracle.
Yes. How many people were in that theater?
There's a whole theater full of people.
Yeah.
At least a few thousand people.
A few thousand.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people in that theater. Yeah. Calvin. Yeah. Yeah.
I agree.
I got another story about my other uncle that died. You want to hear this story? Can you believe this?
Yes.
Well, it worked once. They both died the same year. My Uncle Angelo, my Uncle Vincenzo, which everybody called Jim.
Vincenzo, yes.
And so I was very close. I was very close to both of them. Very close to Uncle Jimmy. And I remember when I was a little girl, I used to go in and see, my Aunt Verna died many years earlier. And I used to go to their house and I would go into my Aunt Verna's room and I saw this picture on the wall of women dressed with the high-waisted Grecian dresses, like it the Napoleon age. It was the 1800s. It was like Jane Austen kind of thing. And I love that picture. I just love the picture since I was a little girl. And then they moved into town, into a converted parochial school, into apartments for the elderly. And of course, she died, and then he was left, and then he died. And I was thinking to myself, I always wanted that picture. And I go, how I knew that the sons and their wives were going through taking out all the good stuff, anything that was worth anything. And I said, somebody's going to take that. And well, I went in because they said to my cousin Jerry said, yeah, you go through this stuff. It was a bunch of crap that was left over from the kitchen, you know. And I was going through it, and they were laughing their heads off. They go, hey, Michelle, look at this, look at this. Why don't you take this? This is salad spinner. This is good. And I would say, I guess I could take that. Yeah, that is pretty good. So he kept, and he's laughing his head off. At my mother's funeral, he kept saying, hey, where's the gabagoo? He kept saying this, and my mother's lying in a casket. And he kept saying, hey, where's the gabagoo? And I kept laughing, and I'm going, I'm sorry, it's funny. I can't stop laughing. That's the kind, my uncle, funny people.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so he's laughing. I didn't realize he was laughing his head off. And he was with my fiance, Michael. And they kept calling me. And then I was in the front room. And then there's this hallway. The end of the hallway was my Aunt Verna's room. And then I hear my cousin Jimmy call, hey, Michelle, come in here. Do you want this chair? Come in here. Well, I don't know. I says, come here and sit in this chair. So I went into the room and I sat in the chair. I sat in the chair. And if I didn't sit in the chair, I turned my head this way. And I saw in the corner of the room on the floor was the picture that I always wanted. Before I did this, I went outside in the garden and sat on that wooden swing. And I said, Uncle Jimmy, I miss you so much. Could you please talk to me? If you can hear my voice, please give me that picture.
Yeah.
I said this before I went up there.
Yeah.
But I wasn't thinking about it. I expected somebody would have taken it. And I looked at it and I said, is anyone taking that picture? No, we're going to throw that out or give it to Goodwill. Do you want it?
Yeah.
Because I prayed to my Uncle Jimmy and I said, I want to know that you can hear my voice. I want your son to give me this picture. And that's it. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
Want to see the picture?
Oh, she actually has to get up to.
No. Well, it's near my bookcase. It's not far away. Look at the beautiful frame. Look at this.
Here.
Oh, wow.
Look at those dresses. This is so old. This is so Napoleon.
I'm trying to put you on. I'm trying to figure out how to put you in full frame. I'm sorry. Could you do that again?
Oh.
I don't know how it works. Okay.
But that is that's Napoleon era.
Yeah.
And she kind of had this in her family for a long, long time. And she loved it too. And so she kept it and she always put it up. And the frame on that is it's so old and so intricate. And I was just a little kid. When I was a little kid, I appreciated I loved antiques. And I appreciated really nice things. And nobody else wanted it. They were going to throw it out. They didn't even know what it was. I said, look at this. This is Jane Austen time. This is turn of the century, around
Romanticism.
What's that?
That was the art style. Romanticism was the art style of the early 19th century.
No, this was early 1800s. This was
that was romantic.
Jane Austen. She wrote the end of the 17th century, early 18th century.
Well,
like the turn of the century there.
Yeah, you have a dynastic title on it. You say it's not Victorian. It's
pre-Victorian. Yeah. Yeah, it's Victorian.
Yeah, the early 19th century. The early 19th century Romanticist period. That's where you get that famous portrait of Napoleon on his white horse with a sword drawn out.
Early 19th century.
You would use it for a painterly style. I'm not sure what you would use it for a style of dress.
You would use it
It's empire waist. It's a Greco. a Greco Empire waist. In fact, it's reminiscent of Cleopatra wore dresses like that. It's like a redo of that particular time period.
Yeah,
that was neoclassicism. That was common in the 18th century.
There was a classicist revival. You could see it in the White House.
It's Greco-Roman revival.
Yeah,
and that was something, that was a style that Cleopatra wore.
I mean, Greco-Roman revival in like Washington D.C. That was like a style that was very current. And
yeah, that's right.
It was also in Europe throughout the Enlightenment era.
What was that?
It was also neoclassicism was also in Europe throughout all the Enlightenment era. Romanticism emerged as kind of a reaction against that.
Yeah,
because neoclassicism tended to focus on intense rationalism, whereas Romanticism wanted to kind of return to like the medieval period art style.
Yeah, well, in music, neoclassicism has a completely different meaning. It was a trend in like the 1930s, you know. But
yeah. Well, that was music, but yeah.
Yeah, so these things like when you were talking about like style of dress, I don't think you would use like a term like romanticist to use like style of dress.
I know it's Empire waist, Greco-Roman.
Yeah.
That's what I know of the fashion.
Okay, I thought you were talking about painting.
So because I mean, classicist, you would use it to use antiquity of Greek and Roman culture, but classical could also mean Mozart,
right, which would be earlier.
Which would be like late
18th century. No, Mozart was 17th century, wasn't it?
No, he was late 18th century, and so the neoclassicist was actually in the 20th century. So it's you.
No, 20th century was last century.
Yeah,
and that the turn, it was the end of the Victorian age, and then she died, and then her son Edward took over. So the beginning of the turn of the 20th century was Edwardian, and then it was Georgian.
Okay. I'm taking your word for it.
Edward, her son, became king.
I don't know anything about royalty.
And then George is the King George rule, and then it was King George V, and then then Edward VIII, and then King George VI, because Edward VIII abdicated
to Wallace Simpson.
Yeah. Oh, and as it turns out, that is the most interesting story ever. Not only was she just as vile as everybody thought, she had 3 husbands. She was still married to her last husband. They would get together, and they were socialites, and they used to go and have parties with King Edward. And what they would do is basically they were trying to get as much stuff from him as possible. And at the beginning, it was the 2 of them. And then he wanted to be alone with her. And the husband said, go ahead, see what you can get. Get as much as you can. So she hung out with him. He, of course, was falling in love with her. But she was like controlling him, basically, so that the 2 of them could make some kind of profit off of this. And what happened was she realized she was in love with her husband. And she tried to leave him. And he said, if you leave me, I'll commit suicide. And so she got herself caught, and she said, all right. And she basically lost her husband, but he said, hey, you could be Queen of England. And we know all of this is because they've discovered all the letters that she wrote. Every single one was wrapped in non-acidic tissue paper, wrapped in ribbons. And so the whole idea of what he abdicated his kingship for love, the whole story, and maybe she was really in love with him, and we should have said, oh, so what, she was divorced. She was manipulated from the get-go. When she was young, she says, I want to get married because I want to find a guy with a lot of money. So she was a socialite, and she was using everybody as a step. She was just as bad, actually worse than we thought.
Yes.
Because we have everything, all the diaries, all the letters. Historians have piled through the whole thing. She was no good. But it looked like he didn't really want to be king either. He would have just mucked that one up. And of course, she never had a child, probably because she had a lot of male lovers, a lot of sex. She probably got an STD, and it made her, what do you call it, infertile. So he would have never had a child anyway. Elizabeth would have been queen anyway. So in a way, it was good. What happened was good. He would have been an awful king, actually. And we have Queen Elizabeth, and her father was a very nice man. I mean, he was just a sweet man who really loved his family. He was the first one who said to his children, they had to curtsy in front of him. And he said, stop, my children don't curtsy in front of me. So sweet. It was a very sweet man. So it's a nice story.
Yeah.
It's a nice story about somebody that was nice that became king, but he died at the age of 52 because of a lot of cigarette smoking. You know, he died of lung cancer. He lost one lung and then lost the other. And the last thing he did when Elizabeth and her husband went off to Africa, he was really sick as a dog. He was about to die. He went to the airport and stood there on the tarmac and watched her plane fly away. He knew he was never going to see her again.
Yeah.
It's so sad. He aged really fast too and got really gray really fast because of the cancer. So it's a nice, in a way, it's a nice story, you know. And she's been a hell of a good queen, I'd say.
What?
And you're drunk, and you know what the hell. I'm gonna ask you when you're not drunk what I said, and see if you can remember anything. And I saw a shoe.
On it.
I saw a shoe, and there was something about Napoleon.
I vividly remember the
Willy Wonka gave him a chocolate bar.
where you said Wallace Simpson had many sex partners. Yes.
And then I saw Napoleon get on a refrigerator raft with his nephew Greg and float down the river.
And he reached into his coat pocket and he took out the
and he said, "I Frank Bomb," and he realized he was going to be in the Wizard of Oz. It was actually Napoleon as the wizard in the Wizard of Oz. There you go.
Napoleon.
And when does
Napoleon was not shorter? Napoleon was not as short as he's been portrayed as.
That's right. He was actually of normal height. Yeah. They have his body is not decayed because they were giving him arsenic. They're trying to kill him. And arsenic actually preserves the body. So, he was normal height. You're right.
For a Frenchman, yes.
For a Frenchman.
For someone living there.
Well, you go into any like old 1700s house and like the door frame is like up here, so yeah, you have to like duck underneath.
Well, like if you I guess in the 18th century during the Revolutionary War times, it's a little bit low. I've been in lower ones because we've got some houses in my town that are from that time. And they're not that low. They're actually not that. In fact, when I passed by one of them today, I turned my head and I looked at the name Parsons House. It's the name of the house is Parsons House.
Where I live, we don't have anything over 100 years old built.
Oh, really?
Old.
These are about 350 years old. So
see, you have some history. I don't, which makes me jealous.
Yeah. My town. Well, of course, it's in up north, so we've got towns that are that are older. But yeah, actually 350 years old, about 10 years. It's about 360 years old, this town.
Yeah.
Well,
Where I live, NorCal, most of the infrastructure wasn't built until like the 1930s.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. Even
But if you go south to,
Deco, everything. It's a Deco era.
or
yeah. But if you go south to like, oh, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say,
What were
are
you
the
gonna say?
California missions even that old? Yeah.
Yeah, I think those were like, you know, those were what was they, early 1800s?
Yeah, the gold rush.
Yeah, Gold Rush was 49ers, yeah, which is
Yeah.
where that football team comes from.
Yeah, I've seen I've been in like the houses, little bed and breakfasts that the gold miners used to stop and stay in. They're in Marin County. Now it's converted over to a restaurant, but it's lovely to go up the stairs and see the rooms and where the gold miners stayed. And Marin County used to be beautiful. It was all mountains and little inlets from the ocean where you have these little private beaches, you know, and it's like you look far. I did several, I don't know where the paintings went, but I did a bunch of paintings. I took a lot of pictures because I thought it was just beautiful. And paintings of that. But it was a magical place, not anymore.
That's what pisses me off is that I was originally born in Anchorage, Alaska, and I lived there for like the first 7 years of my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I vaguely remember seeing the old Russian Orthodox churches from the Russian colonial period. And I thought they were beautiful even then as like a little boy. I was mesmerized by them.
Well, that's pretty old in Alaska. So Russia, obviously we bought Alaska from Russia, right?
Yeah.
$100,000 or something like that, or
25 cents per acre.
Yeah. And then they built some churches there. That's amazing. They'd already built that. That's pretty old. That's pretty neat, actually. You know, it's such a pure place to live too, Alaska.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really, I remember living there, and like Anchorage is one of the most beautiful cities in my opinion.
Oh, really? They say it is really beautiful near the coast. Yeah, they hear that the Polynesians, they try to trace where the Polynesians came from. And before they actually settled, in the Hawaiian Islands, there's remains of them in Canada, you know, on the right side of Canada. Was it British Columbia? They're for some reason they settled there for hundreds of years before they decided to leave and then go to the Hawaiian Islands, which I think is kind of
allow me to make a correction.
You know.
Yeah, allow me to make a correction. Alaska was purchased 2 cents per acre from the Russian Empire.
So how much did they pay in total?
They paid $7.2 million overall.
Boy. Well, in today's standards or then?
Then.
Wow. It was Louisiana that Thomas Jefferson bought from France for $100,000, right?
Yeah, that was a Louisiana purchase. That included other states too, or other would-be states.
Well, that was a good deal.
1803. Yeah. That was because France had been bankrupted from the French Revolution.
Well, of course, it was later when we bought Alaska. It was much later than that.
1867 was.
But 2 cents an acre is actually a pretty good deal.
Yeah, the Russians ripped themselves off.
Why didn't Russia want it anymore? That's weird. That you think Russia would have kept that so they could have a foot.
Well, wasn't it in the Soviet era?
No, not at all.
It was pre-Soviet. We bought it from the Tsar.
It was during the Imperial. Yeah, we bought it from the Tsar Alexander the Third.
Actually,
that was
we owned it before it became statehood. Became a state because it only became a state in like 1940s or 50s.
No, we owned it before it became the Soviet Union. Became the Soviet Union. We bought it from the Tsar, which was that was very almost destiny, because otherwise the Soviet Union would have a foothold.
Yeah.
On our
North America.
In the Americas.
Yeah, in North America.
That's pretty. I know. Is anything going to save us now from what's going on? That was well and dandy. Now we need another miracle.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom, she went to Alaska in her teenage years, and she had me there when she became a young adult. And during the years of the Cold War, Anchorage was keyed into the nuclear missile system of the Kremlin.
Yeah.
It was a city that was going to be destroyed.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Ballistic missiles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because contrary to like what a lot of people think, the ballistic missiles couldn't go all the way over to hit, New York and Los Angeles and all those things. They could hit a limit.
Only from like Cuba. Yeah, they could be fired from Cuba, which is where the Soviets had military bases, but they could be fired from as far away to Alaska.
This was about.
Yeah.
We had a button. He had the button. So if once we're alerted that we're going to get hit, we were going to hit them. So that's why the fact that we both had the button is what prevented disaster.
Mutually assured
That was
destruction.
known as that was the hotline you're referring to.
But isn't there a button, the nuclear button? It's actually like a football shape.
Yeah, the nuclear football that's kept.
And that 5 generals actually carry around with the president.
Yeah, well, that's what they say. If you get a tour, if you get the tourist tour of the White House, you pass by a very inconspicuous closet. But in that inconspicuous closet, there's the nuclear football, and it's very
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Alaska during the Cold War was referred to as the icebox curtain, in reference to the Iron Curtain. Yeah. Because there was actually a lot of military activity between the United States on one side and the Soviets on the other.
Close. Why wouldn't it be, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe she really did see Russia from her house.
Well, she was from Wasilla, which is kind of by the Anchorage area, South Alaska.
She didn't say that. It was like Tina Fey made that up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, who kind of mocked her.
Yeah.
What's really sad though is that many Native Alaskans who were kind of living on the islands between the Soviet Union and the United States, originally before the Cold War, it was actually relatively easy for the natives to kind of go between the borders of the USSR and the United States because there wasn't a whole lot of not prison guards, border patrol or whatever. But when the Cold War started to ramp up, the militarization of the border happened, even though it was kind of imaginary. So you had families that were totally disconnected for generations throughout the Cold War and were only reconnected in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really sad because many people who had family on one side ended up being lost or being disconnected for generations.
Yep. Kind of Inuit kind of Native Americans.
Inuits, Aleutians, Alutiiks. What other ones are there? The Aleutians were the ones who were mainly on the islands there. So they were the ones who mainly got disconnected from their families for generations because of the Cold War.
We need to get you. We need to get you on Jeopardy, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
there were the Oh, go ahead. Also, there were the Yupik and Ayak and the Tinglet. Those are all the different Native Alaskan tribes. I know. I actually spent a lot of time with the Native Alaskans when I was a little boy because my mom thought they were kind of similar to like North American natives.
Oh, that must have been amazing.
Yeah.
I think a lot of my sister, when she got her master's degree in Native American ethnomusicology, and she lived on a reservation.
Oh, wow.
And she made a book and a CD, and that was like the first time anybody had actually recorded the music of the Native Americans. And then she did that when she went to India, music that nobody had ever heard in the West, and also Islamic music that nobody had ever heard in the West.
Oh, wow.
She's a big fancy one. She's very, very loud.
Well, we're not going to get into
harsh. It was the Hopi Reservation, and her husband at the time was a doctor in residence, and he was working on the reservation. She said, "Well, why don't you work on a reservation? Because I'm going to get my master's. This is what I'm studying." And so he said, "Okay," and then he did his residency there. It's just kind of neat. It really is.
Yeah, I remember a lot of the Native Alaskans. They were generous people.
I bet they were.
Yeah.
It's just sad.
My mom said that I used to have a friend. Yeah, my mom said I used to have like a Native Alaskan friend, and she was, she was like a little friend of mine, and her name I remember was Aleka, which is a Russian name. A lot of the Alaskan natives have Russian names, and I remember like we used to watch like Pokemon together and whatnot. This was the 90s. Yeah. So, yeah, I spent a lot of time with them. Generally, like I said, they're cool people.
That's too bad. Nation-hating nations separated people that have nothing to do with either nation apart. I think that's pretty awful.
Yeah.
You know, it's just just let them all at least go to one side or the other. Just say, look, we're going to cut these people. Either you go to one or else you'll never see them. Give them a chance at least to make a decision. You know?
Yeah.
That's crazy because it's not their nation that they pulled apart.
Yeah.
Well, they were never asked. I mean, and originally during like the 20s and 30s, you know, they could easily do it even though the Soviets were a communist state then, because there hadn't been a whole lot of patrol there. But due to the militarization of the Cold War, things heated up, and you know there was patrol boats everywhere, and so yeah, it was kind of
Moscow, which is a European nation, and they're a continent away. You know, they're actually restricted by.
Yeah, because there's China there. You know, it's like, yeah, well, they own all the top. They say there's a lot of gold there. There's probably a lot of oil there. There's a lot diamonds. They say there's a lot of stuff. That's why they're, even though we think there's nothing there, that there's a lot of
Where? Stuff. What area?
What
area are you talking about? Or?
Siberia. They say.
Oh, Siberia.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they did DNA evidence, and there's a huge relation between all indigenous peoples of the Americas and Siberians. In fact, they say that virtually all Native Americans in the Americas could be traced back to what is now the Autonomous Republic of Altai in Russia.
Well,
which is kind of by
So I would imagine so, since they went across the land bridge of the Bering Strait. You know.
Yeah.
It would stand to reason.
Didn't they that the Solutarians came over from south of France, and then somehow they met up because they could tell by the arrowheads. The arrowheads the Solutarians made they were double-sided points, and they're very finely made. And the arrowheads that they found from the Bering Strait and into the Americas were completely different. They were just one side. But then at one time they found each other and kind of merged and formed the Clovis.
There's a lot of when it comes to pre-contact theories, there's a lot of evidence that supports and contradicts the Solutarian thesis.
Because they found, was it 22,000 years in Florida, they found human remains settlements in Florida. And there's the coastline used to be 50 miles out with the Ice Age.
Yeah.
And it's just that
it's a huge possibility.
Yeah, the arrowheads, and it's the same type of flint that's found in southern France that they found over here. And that's why they say that there's this evidence, and there's probably more archaeological evidence, but it's underwater now because the coastline is no longer 50 miles out because the Ice Age is done. And it's interesting, in the south South America's the mix is different than North America, because you do have Polynesian. There was Aborigines that probably came over from Australia and possibly even from Africa. And there were some elongated skulls that they sent to 4 labs to test to see where did these people come from. As it turns out, 3 of the labs reported back. The lab from California would not report back. These 3 labs say that the origins of these people were between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. They were white, they were green-eyed, and they were redheaded. And we're not talking about the entire South America. We're talking about this group of people that have these funny skulls that came over a long time ago. Of course, we do have the cocaine mummies, and we have found cocaine is indigenous to South America. So there may have been trade between Egypt or Africa and South America. There may have been people going back and forth. And we think that the only way they could come through was through a land bridge during the Ice Age, when people, they say that they could do a lot with skin boats. And it's probably the Aborigines from Australia that lived in the Indian Peninsula, lower Indian Peninsula. And their origins are actually Asian. And they have Denisovian origins. That's the Mongolians originated from the Denisovians, which were found in the cave in Siberia. But they say that skin boats, and they have carvings in the rocks of these boats that they think the Aborigines got in and were blown off course. And that's how they got to the tip of South America. But these Aborigines, they have also rock carvings of the native people that were there, that these Aborigines came before. They found evidence that they were there first. And they have rock carvings of peoples that they met with, native peoples, or what we'd call other people that came down that killed them off, according to these rock carvings. This is a PBS special, so it isn't like this is a Trump special. This is as liberal as you can get. And it's kind of, though they found like little bits of DNA still from these people. And they have these ghost, like these ghost dances, like these mock things that they do in the dark. And they say that they try to convince the women that they're ghosts and they're not real men. And they say, we have to do this because at one time the women ruled, and we have to keep the women in the dark. And this was passed on. There's 2 women that are still left that have this DNA from these ancient Aborigines that came, and that maybe there's only 1 left at this point, but these are the stories that were passed down, which I think is kind of interesting, that the mix of the Americas could possibly be a little bit more. And also, they did find in Canada, they said there is a question. See, native DNA is very complex because they have found European DNA mixed in with native DNA, which could be that the Vikings came over at one point, and people come over. We know they reached Greenland. So once people come over and they want women, you're going to have some DNA pass. I'm not saying that they set up the Native Americans are the Vikings. It's just that there's bits of DNA that are from European origin that are unexplainable, other than the 2 people met each other at some point, which that's what happens. Humans. That's what happens.
Yeah. I think that's highly possible, but from what I read, most DNA evidence shows that Native Americans are closely related to Asiatic peoples.
Oh yes, the majority of them. But I'm saying there is bits of DNA that they kind of have a question about. Where does this come from? This is European.
Sure, yeah.
It just
Yeah.
That's just what people do when they meet up. But the majority, of course, originally it comes from Siberia, and then these.
Well, why, when we have these questions of DNA evidence as random mutation, never invoked as an explanation as to why these DNA is such and such? If random mutation can be explained, it can be invoked to explain biological traits. Just say, oh well, no, there's no parentage involved. It was just gamma rays hit the proteins, and so maybe it has the illusion of having some shared ancestry, but it's actually just.
Also, Native Americans, they have what you call the founding effect, where originally thousands upon thousands of years ago, when they first migrated to the Americas, there was only like 250 of them originally, and that's like how they and they spread out, and that's how they became inhabited.
They said that they lived in the Bering Strait for thousands of years. They didn't just march over. It was a very gradual move because they find they find evidence of bones and also cooking.
Ancient Beringians, they're called. They call them ancient Beringians. Yeah, those are what you call the ancient Beringians.
Oh yeah, that's fast. So and as they were crossing, they evolved more. They evolved differently. That's why there's a difference between, they're related to, but they're different because they'd stayed there for so long. They kind of evolved differently.
Yeah,
and
I don't know if you noticed, but
their own people, basically.
Yeah, many if you look at many Hispanics and Latinos, they have what you call the epicanthic fold, which is oftentimes what we associate as the Asian eye. Yeah. To use a more formal term is the epicanthic.
That what do you call it? You know who had that? John Denver had that, and supposedly had German origins, but he was from West Virginia. It's quite possible he had some Native American DNA.
Well, if he had that, it was probably because of Native American DNA. Yeah. It's only appeared in a few times in Europeans as a mutation, not as the genetics as it does in most East Asian peoples and Paleo-Indian peoples.
Yeah, they say it was the sunlight. It was to protect the eyes. Yeah. There was a reason why it. I read all about that. Why that?
It was because most Asiatic peoples come from what is now Mongolia, which is a steppe country. So there would be a lot of sandstorms and whatnot. So they say that's how it possibly evolved.
And the people who had that survived, right? Were more likely to survive.
Yeah, it was a evolutionary adaptation.
It was nice.
Much like blonde hair.
I actually like it.
Blonde hair is a mutation.
The Tibetans, if you look at Tibetans, that you could see they look like, sometimes you say, oh, are these Native Americans? But it's so close, the look of Tibetans to Native Americans.
Well, many my ex-girlfriend, who was Cambodian American, if you put her in traditional Comanche dress, she would look just like a Native American, even though she's Cambodian American.
They look exactly Asian, as if they just came from Asia. It's like there's such a variety of looks. I've looked at many Native American faces, and there's such a variety in their looks, which I think is interesting. And some look very Asian, and some don't look as Asian. And you kind of wonder, how did this happen? If it's a group of people that came over the Bering Strait, do you think that there would be more similarities when there's so much variety to them?
Yeah. Well, like I said, originally the founding population of the Native Americans, when they first crossed the Bering Strait, was only about 250.
Yeah.
Virtually every Native American in the Americas, doesn't matter if they're a Comanche in Oklahoma or if they're like a native Bolivian in the Amazons, they all trace their ancestry to that founding population.
Yeah,
thousands of years.
I've read so many DNA studies on the Native Americans, and yeah, that was the last. I think that was the most recent finding that they found that they all trace back. Because I tried to get to the most recent finding for the most accurate results, but well, it's been so many thousands of years. People over time develop and change. Just we're talking thousands of years, and what people eat, the terrain they move over. Some live in the what do you call it?
Well, you know why? It's kind of similar with the Europeans, for example. The reason why so many like Germanic peoples have kind of that light skin, blonde hair, and blue eyed is because it was an evolutionary adaptation, because they're living in much colder climates where they didn't need all the extra melanin and whatnot.
You can get to develop DNA and vitamin D to prevent birth defects and all sorts of health problems. That's what that's right. We're all like, if we live near the equator, we'd evolve with dark skin. It's the only melanin or race and all that. It's just, where did your ancestors live in proximity to the sun? What did they eat? What terrain did they move over? What did they have to combat, and what type of body shape survived better in that environment? But we're all human beings, and we develop differently, but we're not different. We are the same race. It's like, I'd like to say there are some people that are not as good as others, but we're all human beings, and I wish we would just like wake up and just drop this whole melanin thing. And I never believed in, it's like I never believed anybody was, never at any point in my life. I never was taught that.
Well, what's funny is that the H-man believed that blonde hair, blue eyes was superior, but he didn't realize that people who are blue eyes have all kinds of eye issues as they get older.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong; it's unique, but
they say that they know what time in the past, how far back it went, when all of a sudden the DNA shut off, a part of the DNA shut off, and then the blue eyes developed, because they find in Babylonia and pre-dynastic Egypt. In Babylonia, they find statues that are white with blue eyes, and in Egypt, small gold statues. They're about this big, and then they have blue eyes with whites around them. And then the Rahotep and Norfret and the scribes, those particular statues have crystal eyes, and the iris is blue. So but in Africa, once in a while, unfortunately for them, because there's the practice of voodoo, sometimes someone is born with white skin and white hair, even though their parents are Black Africans. And in voodoo, they think that that's magical. So they cut pieces of their body off and boil it for a magical potion. So anybody you find that's an albino in Africa is somebody walking with crutches who doesn't have arms, because they keep chopping pieces off.
Yeah, those are what you call the pygmies. Those are the pygmies.
The what?
The pygmies. Those are the pygmies who get.
These are fully grown. These are full-size Africans. So we're talking about the voodoo practice in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
They believe that if you're born an albino, you're magical, and that they make magic potions they chop parts of your body off. So it depends on where you're living. If you're living there, it's not so good to be white. You know what I mean? They say, oh, this is a magical gift from the gods, we're going to chop pieces off. And so those people think that they're better than the person that's unfortunately born white.
Yeah, well, you see, before colonialism, many of those Central African peoples never even seen a white man or white woman.
that's true. But we're talking about somebody who's born albino. This is just
Right, yeah.
The whole thing. The person is actually albino.
Yeah. I see you. Yeah.
Yeah, and what's interesting in South America, they said that the reason why they accepted the Spaniards, who were white skin, blonde hair, and all that stuff, they accepted the Spaniards because their gods that came earlier were white skinned and had beards. So I don't believe that their god, the god that descended there, was white. Like, what happened? Did people from Europe visit there hundreds of years before, or 1,000 years?
Yeah, I've heard something like that. That mythology and oral tradition does have elements.
They accepted them.
Yeah.
And so the Moai have beards too. They say the shape, it's actually a beard. And they said that the royalty, the legend of the Wapa Nui people, the legend has it that their royalty were the long ears, and they had white skin and green eyes and red hair. This is their legend. And the long ears, the Buddha and Bodhisattvas are shown with long ears. Shown with long ears either because one, Buddha could, his wealth, the ears pull the lobe down, but all Bodhisattvas have it. So it probably means that they're saying they can hear the long ears, they can hear the cries of the world, the sorrow of the world. So the long ears may have moved from Asia to Easter Island, and they were the royalty, but at a point the people rebelled against the royalty and killed them off. I think that they were doing something that wasn't so great, but they called them the long ears, which is kind of interesting. But that this long ear through, from Asia.
Yeah, Professor Jared Diamond points out that because he uses the Easter Island collapse as an example in his 2004 book, Collapse: How Societies Choose to Fail or Succeed. And he argues that the reason why the Easter Island people, the Rapa Nui society, collapsed was largely because they were running out of trees to make boats, their boats for, and for other environmental things
and
too.
Overfishing, they say the coral reef.
Yeah, overfishing too. He points that out too.
Coral reefs around Easter Island are all dead and still dead. And it was some European people that landed there and took them to Europe as indentured servants. And then they're free now. But if that hadn't happened, they actually would have died off because there was nothing left for them to eat.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like one of those unfortunate events, but at the same time, we still have them, and we still have the stories, that have passed, instead of having them die off. I guess like indentured servants, meaning they were working as help for very wealthy people in Europe. Hopefully they were treated well, but now they're returned and they have their history. And I'd say thank God for that. Wish that they weren't taken as indentured servants, but it's a shame that the land had been, they say, if you look up deforestation, you will see Easter Island on there. But, that's right. The topsoil, they know because the root system isn't holding the topsoil, and that they found in the caves underneath that they had resorted to cannibalism. They could tell that they had been eating humans. But if you get to that point, what happened? Why did they overfish? Why did they build those statues to begin with? Were they ancestors? Were they gods? And the language of the Rapa Nui, it's similar to script in Afghanistan. They found this script in Afghanistan carved into a rock that looks similar, but they can't decipher it. And if they could only decipher it, that would be just fascinating.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
What's he doing?
Eating,
drinking more and eating. He turned the sound off so we couldn't hear something. There
No,
was
I
something-
was eating Pop-Tarts.
What kind?
Strawberry. But I honestly, I wasn't savoring it because
Have you had any protein today at all other than sugar? Alcohol is sugar. Chocolate is sugar. Pop-Tarts are sugar. Carbohydrates turn into sugar in your system. Alcohol is acidic. Chocolate is acidic. Strawberries is acidic.
Okay. So some guy asked me to be a third wife.
Do you have a hole in your stomach?
I'll tell you, I am the picture of health. I am the very picture of health.
He's drunk out of his mind. Here's a picture.
I'm not being funny or sarcastic at all. My doctors, they take my blood pressure. They have to wipe a tear from their eyes.
Oh, really?
Such a beautiful, such spectacular blood pressure in their lives. Yeah. So you've had a man ask you to be his third wife. I have a better. Will you be my mom? Because you seem to have a lot of suggestions for how I should live. So yes.
You have a mom.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
But yes, I have had protein because I start every day with a tuna fish sandwich. It's not a fancy tuna fish sandwich.
You're supposed to have protein more than once a day.
With mayonnaise and horseradish and a pickle. And then I use
salt and fat.
Okay. And then I follow it up. I had a Pop-Tart. I followed it up with a Pop-Tart. And then I had Greek yogurt with
a little protein in that.
No, Greek yogurt has a lot of protein with sparkling water. And I had another I have like 3 sparkling waters. And then I started the live stream and I had another Pop-Tart.
And then you had more than sparkling water during the live stream.
Yeah, I drank scotch, bourbon and American whiskey, yes.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. This doesn't sound like an intellectual pursuit to me or the road to health at all. You're supposed to have protein at least 3 times a day, and you need it to keep your blood sugar level.
I try to alternate. I eat a protein, and I eat something that's not a protein, whether it's a carb or just a vegetable or something, and I have a protein. I try to alternate through the day. If I'm doing a 10-hour live stream,
I would definitely have protein.
Rules are cast to the devil. So, yes.
I would have protein to keep my blood sugar level. Why don't you drink whey? Why don't you have a whiskey and whey shake?
Here, I will show you. I will show you. I have not used this in ages. Okay.
There's this point. He's not going to prove any point. First of all, you're drunk. You can't. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, she's having to get up for this. It's not like her ruby slippers.
No, it's not like the ruby slippers.
She's having to go to another room. Can you believe that?
Okay, because I don't keep food in my room.
Wow.
Exactly the same.
What flavor?
Chocolate.
Okay, this is vanilla ice cream. Okay.
Double rich chocolate.
To be honest,
flavor.
Making it and having to use the blender to make it is such a pain in the ass. I haven't actually drank this stuff. No, I did. I made 1 pitcher of it since the lockdown began. By the way, North Carolina is the only state where the gyms are closed. by order of the governor, all the gyms in North Carolina are still closed.
Massachusetts.
So that means you can't get healthy.
Even in California, the gyms are open.
No, in Massachusetts too. They shut the guy tried to keep it open, and they shut the water and electricity off to it because he wanted to keep it open for his clients. And
But gay night is still open.
was that very recently? Because I heard North Carolina is the only state where the gyms.
Well, I forget what town.
A while ago, yeah.
Or something like that. Yeah, they shut it down. They shut the whole, so he couldn't open it up. Because he tried to keep it open.
Yeah.
They just shut it down. Yeah, but they let the riots go on.
Oh yeah, did you hear that there's some like the medical scientific community, quote unquote, is saying that Black Lives Matter protests are not spreading the coronavirus. Studies prove this.
Racism is the worst disease.
And beyond that, they said where the BLM protests happened, there's less COVID. Yes, it's like
bullshit.
That's why I said I saw there was a meme that says the world's newest religion has its first miracle. Yes.
No.
Yeah, exactly. The virus doesn't care what you're protesting.
It's not like just everybody in this one town over there.
Yeah.
They come from all over and then do their protest. So there's no way to.
Well, theoretically, a virus doesn't care what you're protesting. Doesn't care if you're going to a Trump rally or a BLM protest.
Yeah,
but 48 hours after the Tulsa rally, there's like, well, Oklahoma is posting its worst COVID numbers ever. Okay, so everyone who went to the Tulsa rally got infected, got tested, got their test results back, all within the space of 48 hours, when you're telling us that the reported number of COVID cases is actually an indicator of what was happening 2 weeks ago? Okay, how
also the coronavirus incubation period is like on average is 14 days.
Yeah, well, not quite 14 days, but when you get the test back, it's about 14 days after the fact. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the average.
Yeah.
The test only takes 15 minutes now. It's a very short, very quick test.
But normally you contract COVID for a few days and before you become symptomatic, and that might be 4 or 5 days or something, and then you get sick. Yeah. You get so sick that you get tested, and by that time, 10 to 14 days have gone by. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, most people are asymptomatic, especially the young people.
They're finding that's not the case.
They're just saying that they have no symptoms.
The asymptomatic warriors thing is I think being disproven.
Oh, really?
That's what. Yeah, that's what
I heard that the death rate wasn't going up.
Oh, the death rate is actually going down. Yes.
Yeah, which could mean that the virus is weakening.
Yes, it's mutating into a less.
And like the Spanish,
which happens.
That's what happened with the Spanish flu. It died off. We didn't have a cure. It burned itself out.
Yeah.
There weren't enough live hosts to keep it alive.
I'm sorry. What was that?
There weren't enough live hosts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Also, most people who died from Spanish flu, they died from secondary infections like pneumonia.
Exactly like COVID, yes.
Like COVID, like AIDS, it's always secondary.
If people in 1918 had the technology we had now, the death toll for the Spanish flu would have been much lower.
Yeah. They're not quite sure where it started, if it was here, if it was somewhere. No idea. They still, to this day, have no idea where it started.
The Spanish flu or the 1918 influenza, yeah.
Yeah.
They say it might have been
here, could have started with the military. They discovered it.
Brought over by U.S. troops who were going to fight in World War I.
Yeah, it's a possibility, but they're for some reason.
But it's likely it originated out of Asia.
Was it killed 1/3 of the world's population at the time? was a huge.
No, it killed 2 to 3% of the world's population.
Oh, 2-3%.
But it infected,
like 500 million.
yeah,
So-
yeah, that was at the time. Yeah, it was the death toll was, the mortality was 2 to 3% of the world population, and something like a third of it got infected.
Mm.
Oh, a third of it got infected and 500 million died. Okay.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
50 million actually.
Oh, 50 million. Oh, well.
Yeah.
What are
Yeah,
we?
because the world population was barely 1 billion at the time.
The world, we're a lot higher now. We're
Yeah.
going near 8 million, and we're moving towards 8 million now.
Oh, we're at 7 billion, moving toward 8 billion.
Yeah.
With a B.
Yeah, that's what I said, billion, yeah.
I think like
Yeah.
7.7 billion. Yeah, it's closing on 8.
Yeah. And the mortality rate for the Black Death was somewhere between 40 to 60%.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like you're pretty much dead at that point.
Here it was a third of Europe died or something like that.
Yeah. 1/3 to 60% died. And for the Great Dying, which was the when the Native Americans died from all the different Eurasian diseases, that was 90 to 95% death toll overall. Yeah.
Wow. But there were diseases among the Native Americans before the European settlers even came.
Yeah, but it was like it was things like syphilis that were indigenous to the Americas, because what causes diseases throughout history was the zoonotic, what is it called, animal to human transmission. This is how flu came from pigs, I think, originally. Measles, I think, came from cattle. And so because all these animals had been indigenous to Europe and Asia, it caused so much death and misery, thereby, the process of natural selection killing off people with weaker immune system in the area of what we call the old world, Europe, Asia, and Africa. But it didn't do that in the Americas because they didn't have cattle or pigs or, any of those kind of animals. They had llamas and alpacas, but they didn't really have a whole lot of disease to them.
Wild boar? Do we have wild boar over here? Or was that introduced?
I think that was introduced. I think that was. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I know the major animals like cattle and pigs that cause so much human disease throughout history, those were indigenous to Europe and Asia. This is pointed out by Jared Diamond in Guns, Germs, and Steel.
Iran is where domesticated cattle, they found that's where it originated from, is Iran.
What disease?
No, domesticated cattle. It originated in Iran.
Yeah. The Sumerians and whatnot, or
the Persians.
What was it, in the Old Testament? Yeah, that's another thing where it talks about the unicorn. That's the I forget what's the Hebrew name, but yeah, they think it's the progenitor of the modern cattle. Yeah.
Was the unicorn was the progenitor? Progenitor, right?
Progenitor, yes.
Okay.
Yes. What? Okay.
Progenitor. Well, we could shorten all the words. We can do that.
So, yes. I'm trying to remember. Yes, I can't remember the Hebrew word. Yes, but yes.
You can't remember much. Not without a barrel, bourbon, and whiskey, and sugar.
God. She's so disgusted. It's not the alcohol she's disgusted by. It's just the sugar. Just too much sugar.
Yeah, it's true. It's the sugar.
Oh my God.
You're gonna burn a hole in your stomach. Holy, seriously.
I'm sorry. Well, it's a 10-hour live stream.
But I haven't drunk anything but water.
I had sweet tea.
You've had sweet tea?
Sugar.
Yeah.
Well, that's still not like what he's been doing. He is, I mean,
I think she's saying I'm a silly goose.
I don't know. I'm just sitting here watching him drink all and then eating Pop-Tarts and candy. It's like, you can't do this to your body. You just can't.
Well, I'm the picture.
You're not the picture of health. Okay, you're not.
I'm
got sunglasses on to cover your eyes because you don't even want to see what you look like.
I am the very picture of health. Okay.
You know how he says it like he's totally drunk? That's like, I am the very picture of health.
I'm I'm the I'm the progenitor.
You're the progenitor of health.
I'm sorry. She looks terrified and helpless at this point. Okay, so I'm going to read Joe Cesarano says, "Good morning from Treasure Island, Florida. Very interesting new world we are living in with new discoveries replacing old textbooks. Cocaine mummies prove early trade from unknown means. DNA, too wild." Mr. Dynasty says 9 hours. Joe Cesarano says no box for human in the last census question, so a new box was drawn. Good point.
The what?
Oh, I was just reading comments. New box was drawn. Good point.
Okay. You're getting harder to understand as time goes on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I maybe the alcohol is affecting me, and I just, I'm a little, can't hear you as clearly.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Wow.
Robert Fried?
Last time, I don't think I've ever seen you drink like this before.
Oh, no, you've never seen me drink at all, but I have on previous 8-hour live streams, yes.
Oh, well, I'm sure you're very proud of that too. Well, Godspeed, Yeah, we have no idea what expression Robert has on his face.
I know. I'm trying to think of
Will not let us know.
I tried reading
What
that
expression?
That didn't salvage the.
What he's thinking.
Do you? I mean, we have Joe Cesarano here.
Okay, what about Joe Cesarano?
He's talking about the cocaine mummies.
Are you saying the name right? Because how do you spell his last name?
Cesarano.
Okay, that sounds like that could be right.
Oh my God, she's amazed. She's amazed that I actually pronounced.
Yeah, I just don't. I just not gonna
Okay.
anything here. So yeah, that's right. The cocaine mystery of the cocaine mummies. So there's other things that were from the Americas, I think even hemp, that they found in the mummies that say there must have been trade. There must have been transatlantic trade a long time ago. And why would it look if we've got a civilization that built the pyramids, that moved huge statues? I was like, why couldn't they travel the Atlantic? I mean, come on.
But you got to consider humans were more migratory during the pre-Neolithic period because they were hunter-gatherers. Whereas when you get to the Neolithic period, people began to settle down and farm and do agriculture and form civilizations. So
the trade was pretty far and wide. You know,
yeah, usually, I mean,
Silk Road, and you know, we got all the spices from India and all sorts of stuff.
yeah.
We
But like,
further, and even the Chinese travel. They have evidence that they navigated the seas much
yeah,
farther.
Shanghai,
and
yeah,
uh,
the Ming treasure voyages.
yeah. The guy who was a genius of it was he a Chinese Muslim? I think there was something
Shanghai
about him.
Shanghai, yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. Shanghai was the Chinese Muslim who was a
Okay, so we're thinking about the same things. They were far more advanced than we've realized. I think
that's kind of
you can't put anything past. We think, you know, we think just because we build plastic and computers and things like that doesn't mean that the peoples of the past couldn't figure. I mean, if you can figure out how to build a pyramid and you can move those huge statues, except they didn't have the wheel. Egypt got the wheel from, is it Babylonia?
would have been a Near Eastern civilization.
They didn't have the wheel yet, but they have.
But what I was going to say though is that within Eurasia there was a lot of trade, you know, from the Eurasia sphere. Like
people in Ireland had Egyptian beads. They found people buried with Egyptian beads.
Yeah.
People got around much more than we give them credit for.
Yeah.
And those
that's why when you had the great when you had the great contact between the Europeans and the Native Americans in the 15th century AD, all of the people of Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and in India had those matchlock rifles, but the natives did not because the technology had diverged due to the fact, you know, you had the giant ocean in between.
Let's say the rifles, like we're kind of like pre-rifle time, you know, like very ancient times. I think people traveled much farther. Also, the Perry.
Yeah, they did travel in ancient times. Yeah,
they had their stuff on the Perry Reese map that they came from much older maps. And how did they know what South America looked like? How did they know what Antarctica looked like without ice? You know, because they made these maps from very, very old maps. So you know, there's like something. So that means people were navigating the sea, and so.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there should have been a mass die-off of Native Americans from diseases like thousands of years ago. Then.
Well, then maybe they repopulated. Maybe it wasn't all of them. It could have. They could have repopulated, or maybe the people who traveled there didn't bring the disease. The diseases don't always exist at all times. They mutate, they develop. At the time when maybe people traveled the seas, those particular diseases had not developed yet.
So but even like in ancient Rome, scurvy among sailors was high.
That's ancient Rome, though. I'm talking about further back than ancient Rome. I mean, that's more, you know, ancient Rome was good, obviously. I mean, they invented a lot of stuff.
Well, the problem I have is, though, like if you're talking like any time from the Neolithic Revolution in Eurasia, which was about 12,000 years ago onward, I have a hard time believing that.
Well, now didn't they find in Morocco, they found the oldest human civilization so far, and it's pushed it back another 100,000 years, and they're much more like humans, and they probably crossed the Strait of Gibraltar was probably connected to Spain, and that's how they went around the Mediterranean and possibly migrated into Iran and ancient Babylonia, and then maybe came in through the Fertile Crescent into Egypt.
What wasn't the entire Mediterranean flooded? Didn't the entire Atlantic Ocean just flood through a broken?
And then the Black Sea, and filled the Black Sea with, it was fresh water one time, then filled the Black Sea, and then flooded civilizations. Yeah, and the Black Sea now has salt in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, at one time, yeah, that did break through and flood the Black Sea, and they said that it did kill off some civilizations that were there. Yeah, but that was a local flood. It wasn't a worldwide.
How many thousands of years ago? Just wondering, do you think that was?
I don't remember. They say that could have been the origin of the Noah flood, which could have, they find all over ancient Sumer, but at the same time they find these temples, and all the stories are different. They're not exactly the same, or even that close to the same. And there are some scholars, I'm not saying this is the truth, there's some scholars that believe that because the Hebrew people would copy their writings exactly, and if they made one mistake, they had to put it in a clay pot and put it away because it's sacred text. You can't destroy it. But somebody would be over their shoulder, and then they would have to count every letter on each line because it was so important to them for it to be perfect. Their belief is that God wrote this, God inspired this. It's possible that could have come first. There's a group of scholarship that thinks that that's a possibility because of the many different stories that are similar to Genesis that you find all over Sumer, Babylon and all that stuff.
Yeah, like the story, not people.
They're different. All of them are scattered and different. And the Jews made sure that it was the same. And it's possible that when they went into their exile, the Jewish exile, that they actually could have brought the stories with them. It might not have been the other way around. History turns on its head so many times that once we're so sure of something, we should not be so sure, because tomorrow we dig up something and then we test the DNA or we test the layers, and then wait a second, we were totally wrong about this. That's why human evolution is getting pushed back more and more and more. So we know that the Göbekli Tepe, that there's many of those, and the older ones are the much bigger ones of those carved humanoids that kind of almost look like the statues on Easter Island, because their hands are like this and they have belts around them, and there's a similarity. So people were carving. They said, well, at that time they were just hunter-gatherers. But they say, well, they couldn't have been, because they stopped and they built. And this whole area has got maybe about 30 of them or 40 of them. It's flooded with all these temples, and they're not quite sure why they buried them. But man was able to, and that pushed everything back. That's at least 12,000 years right there. But so if you get to that point where you can carve these things and erect these monuments, that means these people were humans for a long time. It pushes it back even further. But it was the recent discovery in Morocco, maybe about 2 or 3 years ago, that they had been looking at for a very long time, and they realized that it was a civilization. There were communities formed, and they were as close to modern day humans as we know, as we've ever found. Mm-hmm. And so it could be about 300,000 now. I remember when Hitchens was talking about it, they were thinking maybe 250,000, but let's just say 100,000, he said. But now this pushes it back even more, which is, so who are we to say until we find, the reason why we find things in Africa is because it's a very dry climate, and there hasn't been construction where we go and we dig things up and we build houses. In Europe, it's a very wet soil, wet climate. And we've built so many times that first the wet soil decays everything, and even bones decay. So you don't have the bones, and neither do you have the archaeological proof, because there's been so much digging and so much building and so civilization on top of civilization. So if you're going to find evidence of human evolution, you're going to find it in Africa. But the funny thing is it could have started somewhere else than Africa.
Yeah.
Just because it's preserved there because of the climate. Like India, in 100 years, they said things just disappear very quickly because of the climate. Africa is different. The humans could have developed in India. They say that the Vedas, because they mark the patterns, the movements of the stars in the sky, everything that they write, they say this is what the constellations were when this was happening on the ground. And they can go back tens of thousands of years. The Vedas may be so old because they found in Mohenjo-Daro, which was a settlement that they first thought the Aryans came in there and killed off the people from Mohenjo-Daro, because they dug up the cemetery and people were all buried in strange positions. And then they looked at it again, and they found that these people were buried hundreds of years apart, and there was no central government. It was like the people governing itself. And they also had running water and a waste removal system from this area. So they found a plaque, they found a tile that had the perfect seated lotus position, which is the hardest position in yoga to do. And this was found at Mohenjo-Daro, and this pushes it back. This is over 10,000 years old. And this means that if you've perfected this position, yoga had been developing for many, many, many years before that, because the system, yogic system and breathe, all that is so complicated. And the transcendental meditation that they can go into those positions for extended amounts of time without eating. This pushes the idea that it could be India that we've never thought of before, because we only know what happens around the Mediterranean. The historians have only gathered evidence of Egypt and the Greco-Romans, or even Asia, but the southern continent of India could be where humans evolved first, because of these strange things, and because of the climate, temples, they just crumble and they just build everything back up again. And so it's hard to find anything. But Mohenjo-Daro, and there's several other of these particular cities. It had about 60,000 people. It was a fully functioning city with a very modern planning. And there are many, now they found more than one of these. There's about 3 or 4. And it's near the river, where the river Sarasvati used to run. The Sarasvati was in full force about 10,000 years ago. And the Vedas, the Mahabharata, speaks about the Sarasvati River flowing in full force at that time. And this had stopped flowing about 8,000 years ago. So we know that if these people know that this river bed was in full force, this pushes back the writings of the Vedas farther back. And it's a very complicated, very deep religion with the writing is very complex. It's just knowing these things, we know that we don't know as much about history as we think we know, because of that and the constellations. And then there's Adam's Bridge, which they say was built by the god Rama came down and built that. And they say it's impossible for humans to have built it because they connected two continents and they built it with layers of different things. And they say that Rama made the monkeys magical, and the monkeys went in and built this because the humans could go into the water. And there's evidence of that bridge still there now. It's Adam's Bridge or Rama's Bridge. And you can see the different layers, and there's like no way. And people in India would say, we're not surprised. Oh, you found out that this is true? We're not surprised. And it's so we have to step back and say, who did this first? And it could be something, because people enter India to take India, except what happens is they end up getting absorbed into India. And it's the only country where Jews were never persecuted, where any religion can go in and they're not persecuted, and people just kind of accept everyone's faith. So it could be so old. It's mind-boggling how old, and that could be it. Yet, is anybody ready to say that it's India? Because we're so used to it being somewhere else and somebody else being the progenitors of civilization. You know what I mean? Someone else or white Western civilization. It could be, they know that the Aryans came in because the language from the east, the northeast, so it came in this way. And that's the language that the Vedas are written in. My sister is a Indian ethnomusicologist, and she has to go back to all these writings and actually take a look at them. And she had to learn Sanskrit, she had to learn Islam, she had to learn Hindi, she had to learn all this stuff. And she had to get the PhD, you have to go back and you have to read all this stuff in its original language. Her husband's a Brahmin too. So it's the depth of this is just, it goes on forever, and it's fascinating. And the religion is so complex and so deep. And all these things, Ayurvedic medicine, the spices that are healing, that's where it came over to the Americas. It's what Mexico, cilantro, onions, all the spices all came from India. There was tomato here, but all the stuff came from India. So,
but the tomato wasn't indigenous to the old world. It was indigenous to the America.
Mexico. I said they had the tomato. In Mexico, they had the tomato, but the onion, the cilantro, the spices came from India. But the tomato was in, and then when the tomato left Mexico and ended up in Italy, they sent them green. So when they landed in Italy, they opened up the box and they were golden color. They were yellow. So they called them pomodoro, which means apples of gold. So that's why a tomato is not called tomato in Italy, it's called pomodoro. And then they eventually turned red, but they kept the name. Yeah. And that tomato did go to India because there are like masalas and the palak, they will add tomato to it. So in turn, India ended up and they knew how to use all this. It's amazing.
Yeah, but it wasn't until the Columbian exchange, though, that the tomato came to the old world.
Right. It wasn't until then. Yeah, that's right. But people knew, unlike Ocasio-Cortez, who said that cauliflower is racist. Native people don't know how to use cauliflower. It's like cauliflower comes from Asia. It comes from South Asia. It comes from India. Use it. China uses it. They all know how to use it. All these new...
Also, Native Americans use it to make fry bread.
Right. It's like, and all these spices and onion, all these things came from India. And then the people of Mexico knew exactly what to do with it. In fact, they created a whole different cuisine that we don't even associate it with India at all. We think that this came from Mexico. So for her to say that indigenous people wouldn't know how to cook cauliflower, either you boil it or you steam it or you bake it, they'll figure it out. It's a vegetable. I mean, it's like what these socialists what do you call it? She's a SJW. They are actually insulting Native people.
Always.
Yeah, the Native Americans have a brand new cuisine. They had their own cuisine. And then when things started coming over from Europe, they used herbs, and they never had flour before. And they created this. I saw a cook made all these different dishes, the Native American dishes, which they took what they had and they took what the settlers brought over, and they created the most scrumptious cuisine. I'm going, where do I get this cookbook? This is so, they knew exactly what to do. And to say Native people don't know how to pick up an herb or a spice or a vegetable and not figure out how to do it is the greatest insult that these SJWs are actually giving people's, look, they were here living long before you were. They can figure things out.
That's what I
and they built pyramids down there. They can figure stuff out.
The progressivists have the narrowest, most parochial, most white Western-centered.
They're the ones who are putting them down. Oh, you can't do it. You need the welfare. The Republicans are going to take away your welfare because you can't. What do you mean? Why don't you just give them good schooling? Why don't you just give them a chance, or a trade school? A lot of white people can't go to college either. A lot of them are good in trade. A lot of people teach themselves. It's like this whole idea, you can't live without us because unless you get a handout, you can't do it, is the biggest insult we've given to minorities in this country. It's, and the Democrats keep feeding that line to them. What are you talking about? Ben Carson, for crying out loud. His mother was the youngest of 24 children. She didn't have a husband, yet she didn't have an education. He didn't realize that. And so she told her kids, you have to do your homework and I'm going to look it over. So she looked it over and pretended she understood. She would pretend she understood what she was looking at. And he said, because she did that, because she cared about our education, he became a brain surgeon, head of pediatric brain surgery, and separated the first conjoined twins that were conjoined by the brain. And his brother literally became a rocket scientist. He thought that there was nothing that was going to come of his life, so he would lie on the train tracks and let the trains go over him because he didn't think he had a future.
Yeah.
So if you think that somebody, because of a certain skin color, needs a handout for the rest of their lives, then you're wrong. You're wrong. It's
well, you know what I hate about this kind of like progressive like white grievance policy is that it never helps minorities in the end. Like you look at Zimbabwe when they abolished the apartheid-like regime there, it was formerly known as Rhodesia. What happened when it became Zimbabwe? They didn't go the way of like, you know, turning into a developed country. They went the way of like a Marxist dictatorship, and now it's like one of the poorest countries in the world.
Yeah, Venezuela. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anytime Marxism hits, that's the thing. It's this particular belief system that they sell to people, thinking, oh no, everybody's going to have health care and a home, and everybody's going to have something, and there's going to be no rich people. It's going to be all even. And, and you'll have leisure time. And
it's dumbness. And I think what
dumbness
last few months have revealed is that there is a rot of dumbness in our society.
And progenitor.
Oh my God. So dumbness. You made me lose my train of. Okay, so yeah, so when they gave out the $1,200 stimulus checks, I saw so many people online who were like, they had the ability to be sending us these checks all this time. They were lying to us. Like, okay, do the math. No, they didn't have the ability. They think that they could have just been, sustaining us on checks all along. That's the lesson the leftists have taken from this. I heard some advocate for reparations say that the estimate for reparations to the Black community is going to be $12 trillion.
Well, that's the Democrats. Do the Democrats have that money? Because they're Democrats. They're the ones who did this to the black people,
Yes.
so they're the ones who should pay.
Well,
Why should when 1/3 of the people lynched by the KKK were white Republicans?
yes.
Scallywags, they called them. Then you owe those white or their descendants because they were killed and nobody even knows they died. Nobody even knows.
Yeah.
In any case, it's going to be grandchildren paying for it if it's 12.
Yeah, they have no idea. They just think if money is printed. They have no idea that there is the world economy. And when people come over here, they trade money and then we buy stuff we have to trade with other countries. And if our dollar is worth nothing, they don't realize that we will become isolationists because nobody will want to trade in the American dollar.
Well, there was a socialist government in Weimar Germany that did hyperinflation or did mass printing of money for people, and it caused huge hyperinflation. And the historians say that's what kind of helped Hitler rise to power, or the H-man.
We should scoreboard for how many times H and N get dropped in our conversation.
He's so worried. Maybe if you didn't drink so much, nobody would be dropping any H or N words.
Oh, it's all the Pop-Tarts.
You say N word because it sounds, people think it's the other N word. The nationalist.
Like
the nationalist.
The word in my head.
So the socialists, call them socialists. Call it fascists.
Yeah, bad mustache people. But yeah, so I realize how dumb they are, and they seem to think that the economy is simply a sport for billionaires and stock traders. They don't understand that the economy is how they get food, and so that again, from the very beginning, when it was from the talking points, it was are you willing? They were arguing for the lockdowns. It's like, oh, are you willing to sacrifice your grandmother on the altar of capitalism? And then when the BLM protests were happening, it's like, well, weren't you telling us to stay home? And like, oh, I think this is a little more important than your haircut. So it's like it goes from.
Oh, there was a good video from a YouTube channel called Freedom Tunes, and they mentioned that.
I love Freedom Tunes. I haven't seen that video, but yeah.
You should watch that. It was almost exactly as you described it, right there.
Well, no, that was the talking point. This is a little more important than your haircut. And so, how about the people who are the hairstylists who need to pay for who need to feed their children? I think that's important.
I just think everything should be free.
Well, and also the economy shutting down. There's been many estimates to high. There's also been high estimates of people who have died from deaths from despair due to alcohol, drugs, committing suicide. So it's like okay, why do you want to kill people by keeping them locked down? This is like a weird social experiment we have never done before in human history.
It is unprecedented. Yes.
Yeah, unprecedented. Yeah, but even during the Spanish flu, there wasn't this to this extent.
Yeah. And so we've gotten back. These people are just completely economically illiterate, and I really you don't until you get to a kind of crisis like this, you don't understand how badly educated these people are.
Yeah. Also, we didn't have these kind of lockdowns during the 2009 H1N1 outbreak.
No,
I remember that. I was in high school when that happened. And my high school didn't shut down at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, and it's kind of sad because so many people I know are missing graduations, they're missing proms, they're missing weddings, because of this stuff. It's really sad.
Well, they're missing funerals for family members. I mean, yeah.
People can't go to church. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Felina has something new for us.
I don't have anything new.
We're just bitching about the lockdown.
Oh, yeah. It's like that's never going to end. It's like they want to keep us in our place.
Yeah.
Forever. I mean,
yeah. It's almost
I
like
think
does
right now
COVID really exist? I almost don't even. It's almost like, is it just a cold that's going around? Is it a flu? Because now they're saying the flu is more deadly than COVID. So what are we doing?
Yeah.
No.
yeah. But I don't know. A lot of people are fearful that this will be like 9/11, where one day you had one world and then another day you had a completely different world and things won't go back to the same.
I don't think it will.
No, we've crossed the Rubicon. Yeah.
Yeah. The second I saw Fauci and Burka, I knew before they opened their mouths. I said, "This is it. This is it." I just knew it.
Well, I mean, definitely. First off, the lockdown simultaneous with violent criminals being released from jail.
Yes. Why? So they won't get COVID? Yet we could be killed? So it's what the hell is going on?
Well, like I said,
even under that logic, the prison would be the safest place for them.
Yes,
because they're isolated and
it's like defund the police. It's like, okay, so all these mayors and governors across the country all got the same bad idea at the same time. No, there was some coordination here, and so that was like the dynamite, and then you had the fuse, which was the George Floyd death and the riots, and so it's like everyone cabin fever, everyone's locked in. The violent criminals are released from jail. Now let's just light the fuse,
It's to me, I think it was done on purpose.
Yeah,
it was totally set up. Yeah,
and I don't think it was. I think what they wanted was a continuing kind of there's a word I don't want to use, but a continuing sort of civil conflict. And I don't think they got. Yeah. I don't think they got what they would have wanted, because most Americans are pretty happy. Most Americans get along pretty well.
Yeah.
So, I don't think it. I think it was planned, and they did not quite get what they hoped they would have gotten.
Yeah, because you look at the dates, the administration's planning to reopen by August 31st, but August 31st, that's when it's gonna start getting autumn again, where it's gonna get cooler.
And that's when the flu and the cold and all that
COVID-19 the flourish in colder weather. So what would be the point of reopening by then? They're going to keep pushing it back and back.
Yeah. And stay closed, and you can't leave the house to go vote. So you better vote for home. And they knew that in California, they'll bring a stack of voting ballots to homes, and it's like these people aren't even living there, and you can just fill them out as all you want. Would you think it took 3 months for them to count the 2016 election? California, do you think it's Fred Flintstonesville and the monkeys are counting them? We see the monkeys going on a cartoon. No.
I also have the ballot harvesting in California, so yeah.
That was fake, just so they could say to Trump, "You lost by 2-3 million, whatever it was."
Yeah,
it took all that time to make up all these votes, and people in California, I hear them calling into shows saying that the Republican is winning, and they're winning, and then all of a sudden, a bunch of votes are found in somebody's closet or somebody's trunk. And then the Democrat wins. It just switches.
Well, why is it a coincidence that the Democrats are, after all these alterations to the voting process, with the ballot harvesting, vote by mail, they want to give a statehood to DC? Oh, is it a coincidence that Democrats are behind all these measures?
Yeah, and DC
because they're trying to turn the United States into they're trying to turn the United States, as much as they do have a lot of bitching about Russia, they want to turn us into Russia.
Party state, yeah.
They like communist Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like traditional Russia, but how it works in modern Russia is that you don't have so much a single party state like in the Soviet Union, but you have a dominant party, which is Putin's United Russia. That's what they want for because nominally in Russia there are other parties, like there's the Communist parties, there's the Liberal Democratic Party, there's the Fair Russia Party, but they're really small and insignificant compared to the United Russia Party. This is also how Mexico was actually ruled for most of the 20th century, from the time of the Mexican Revolution all the way up to the 1990s. It was ruled as a dominant party system by the Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI. And that's what the Democrats want in America.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, one party rule. They're going to get it.
Yeah, and if
they're going to cheat, and they're going to get it. Fear, lockdown, putting law-abiding citizens in jail, freeing the criminals.
Yes, that's
it's like burning down the country.
That's a narco tyranny. Is that the law-abiding have to suffer under more taxes and regulations, whereas as the lawless go completely
and that's how exactly it was in Mexico when it was under the PRI rule, or Institutional Revolutionary Party rule. You had kind of anarcho. See, in the Soviet Union, you just had pure tyranny.
Yes,
but in like Mexico, you had anarcho tyranny, where because the PRI regime made alliances with drug cartels, they would essentially use them as proxies to assassinate people and cause all kinds of hell. But the law-abiding citizens in Mexico, they were burdened with all kinds of rules and taxes to keep them in line.
And I unfortunately we see it in your state. I think California is the leading edge of a narco tyranny.
Yeah. You have people in like San Francisco shitting out in the public street. You have certain laws that, like, if you steal something, you're not allowed to, as long as it's not over $900
level. Yeah.
So,
much like New York State, I mean, maybe more than half the counties in California are red, and the people in like the Central Valley of California hate the coastal elites as much as people in Kansas do.
Yeah, because they're the ones making the decisions for the rest of the state. It's mostly the Bay Area and the Los Angeles area that's making the decisions for everyone else.
Yes. And so that's it. Kind of irks me when people disparage. Well, I mean, it hurts me when people disparage even urban areas, because you could find a lot of sane, rational people in the urban areas too. But I mean, there are a lot of people in red counties in New York and California who dislike these policies as much as anyone.
Yeah, I mean, like, California is actually, like, you look at it by county, it's mostly red, but
yeah,
because so much of the population centered around the Bay Area and the Los Angeles area, they pretty much control everything.
Yeah. And the ironic thing is, those the kind of measures to split California into three. I'm all for it. Well, actually,
so am I.
Yeah, because what would be the one of those three areas to flip red would actually be the one that's centered in San Diego. That's
really? Yeah.
I mean, compared to San Francisco and LA, yeah. If any of them were to flip red, it would be the part that's San Diego and like a whole bunch of desert, and you have LA and I think basically just the LA area, and then you have Northern California and like the Central Valley. So I mean, of course, San Francisco is always going to be a Democrat.
I've been wanting to get out of California for a while, because I see where the state going. It's going to hell in a handbasket.
which is a shame, because it's a beautiful state. But yeah,
it is beautiful. There's a lot of it's really unique in terms of its environment, because it has like desert, but it also has like it has kind of the same environment in NorCal where I live. It has the same environment as like Italy does.
Yeah. Well, that's I actually talked about. Was it with you? I was talking about when people talk about like desert, what's it, Bronze Age desert herders or something of the Bible. Well, Israel is just kind of like Southern California. It's not that different.
Like, it's Mediterranean weather.
Yeah.
It snows in parts of Syria, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I think Aleppo, it like snows heavily in December. Aleppo was a city in Syria.
Yeah. Well, it was very much in the news for a while, but the interesting thing, especially about like Southern California, is like I'm on the East Coast, so we have oak hickory forest, and we have pine forest, and we have gently rolling hills and creeks and stuff. And if you go like 50 miles in any direction, it's going to be basically the same. The whole topology and geography is going to be basically the same if you go 40 miles here or 40 miles there. In Southern California, like the Los Angeles area, if you go 10 miles away, you could go from the desert to like almost like a rainforest. It has
that's how diverse the environment is here in California.
Yeah, and so that's like really interesting to me that you could be like in a desert, and then like a few miles away you could be on the mountaintop looking down at 12 million people. There's really like no East Coast equivalent to that.
Yeah, because East Coast, the geology, it split off from Europe millions of years ago, and Europe is mostly deciduous and mixed forest, whereas East Coast is just like that. But here, where I live on the West Coast, there's mountains, there's all kinds of geologic formations due to the fact that there's a lot of geological activity.
Yeah. And what's it like? Like a lot of people don't know what's the biggest desert in the United States. Most people would say it's in Arizona or Colorado. No, it's actually in Oregon. In the eastern part of Oregon is the most remote part of the United States, and I think the biggest desert. And
and then if you go to the north, it's very, very forested. Not only forested, but it has the needle leaf, which is common to like Siberia and Alaska and whatnot.
So yes, how are you doing, Felina?
I'm hoping to get some sleep in. My sister's going to get angry at me for not calling the hospital back, for them reversing the DNA. I was supposed to call them back. So I didn't think we were going to be talking for this long. I thought an hour, 2 hours tops. And so I was going to call them back try to make some kind of decision on that, because I just didn't quite understand. And I was so tired. I was so tired today. I was so tired yesterday, and I hardly got any sleep. I just fell asleep with the lights on and the computer going. And I go, oh, and like I slept and then I didn't get back to sleep. Oh, and I don't know how long I'm gonna have to be with my father today.
Well,
this might not. This might not end, or it might end in a funeral, or I don't know, and that's just going to be more exhausting. It's like I didn't expect to be up all night long. I thought like a couple hours tops.
Well, I don't want to keep you from anything, but yes.
Yeah, same here.
You already did. Oh my god, I can only sleep a few hours. It's so exhausting, and then when you got your sister yelling at you, it doesn't help.
Yes.
She demands that you must, in the hospital, this nurse has a completely different, this is what your father said to you. What can I do? I was present.
Okay.
Another nurse will tell me, no, the guy nurse said, oh, no, it's best if you don't have it. If you have a DNR. It's like, oh God, one says completely different than the other.
So we are going on 11 hours
Fuck you. He's drunk, so I can say it.
Let's put a hard limit. We're not going to go over 11 hours, okay?
Oh, Jesus. Didn't you say that at 8?
No, I thought it was going to cut us off at 8.
You were hoping it would be over, but since it went on.
Have the ability to upload a 10-hour video. Well, no, 10 hours, I think, the maximum video for YouTube, because they have like those 10-hour music mixes and stuff.
Right, you'd have to cut this up. You'd have to cut this up. I think I'm getting a major headache.
Stream directly to YouTube. So I maybe we're only going to get the first 10 hours, but all
the best parts came after 10 hours.
In your extremely erudite discussion about ancient history, where I was eating my Pop-Tarts, and
yeah,
yes, I had to bow out of that discussion because I don't
drink alcohol. You could look. If you wanted to keep up with the discussion, you'd have to not drink alcohol and eat Pop-Tarts. That way your brain would be able to be quicker.
If I were up with the discussion, I would have to have done all of my life choices differently from the time I was 12 years old onwards.
Okay. All right. Let's do it. Come on. You have a functioning brain. You just don't. It just shouldn't be on alcohol when you're in a lively discussion, and your brain is supposed to fire. You know what I mean?
I am the picture of opportunity, okay?
Come on, Rob. You're not showing your best foot. G. Will is going to be very upset at you.
Hours.
What?
It's 11 hours.
No, look. G. Will's going to be very upset at you. You showed me your worst side tonight.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to tell him all about what you did.
What? I mispronounced the word? Is that my crime?
No, alcohol and Pop-Tarts are your crime. And bonbons. Whatever the hell you were eating.
Yeah, they were Hershey's things. No, my crime is having that crumb of chocolate on my lip for 15 minutes, yeah.
No. It's the alcohol, the Pop-Tarts, the bonbons. And then more alcohol. That's the crime.
No protein.
Then no protein. Look at this is way.
Yeah, I would love to know. Making it in the blender is just such a pain in the ass. It takes more than 5 minutes to do, which is why.
And do you just take a scoop and you put it in? You take.
Then I have to clean it up and put the
Clean what up?
The whole counter, and then I have to put the thing in the washing machine.
Why is the counter dirty? Why are you putting the scoop
going everywhere?
You put the scoop into the blender, and you go when it's in the blender. I don't have this problem.
Felina describes how to use a blender to deflating atheism.
It's so easy. It's just dry stuff, and then you put water in there or milk, and then
my imagination was Felina tilting off to the side. I think she's tilting off to the side.
There we go. I think my computer's getting tired.
It is going on 11 hours.
Yeah.
That's almost half a day.
That's right.
We want to be pessimistic, we could push it to 12, but we had 4 people watching for a while. Now they're back down to 2.
Okay, we're doing this for 2 people.
Yes.
Are these 2 people the king and queen or something like that? Or, I mean, are they like?
Oh well,
were they there at hour 1? Were they there at hour 1?
I'm sorry. Was that?
Were they there at hour 1?
I don't know that. I think.
Who are these 2 people?
Probably Child of Light and AM. They're the ones commenting.
Okay.
So,
well,
I'm sorry. I don't want.
Appreciated a show just for them. We put on a show just for them. That's pretty good.
Well, it will be viewed by 200 people later on. So yes.
Ah, that's what you're saying now.
Well, that's
This is almost a 12-hour show. Who's going to sit through a 12-hour show? What do you mean 200 people? Hey, we're
They can break it down.
hours. This is great.
There are coast to coast truckers who I think will need a little entertainment, and they'll learn about Etruscan history on their
Did we talk about Etruscan history?
something like that. I don't know. I was drunk at the time, so I wasn't really paying attention.
We're like talk radio.
Talk about
Like
Etruscan history.
it's like talk radio. It just goes on forever and ever.
I mean, we could talk about Etruscan history, but we're not going to.
You know, we're pre-Romans.
You'd have to keep it under 9 minutes, but I don't know.
They were pre-Roman, weren't they?
What's that?
The Etruscans were pre-Roman, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
We're
The
not.
Romans took a lot from the Etruscans. I think they came originally from Anatolia. They were from, and they were really good at jewelry making.
They were also extremely sexually degenerate.
And they built round tombs. And they're interesting people.
Yeah, because like if you look at their civilization, it's like the Roman Empire before Roman Empire.
Yeah. That's where the Romans took a lot of their ideas from the Etruscans. I think the women were equal in stature there, which is different than Rome. Women weren't like full citizens. They couldn't leave the house. I mean, they weren't. Etruscan women could own property and they were equal to men. It's a little bit different. And they first used the chimaruta herb, which is a magical herb and was protection. They found it in one of the tombs.
Well, okay, so the guy who gave me a super chat in one of our previous discussions has given me a super chat now, and he is extremely generous. But I have to think of the Napoleon Dynamite scene where he works on the farm, and he's like, it's like $1 an hour. But yes, he very grateful. He gave me $3.53. But if I were to amortize that would be like I think 20 cents an hour.
I tried to give you $5 or $10, but it wouldn't accept. It wouldn't. I don't know why it wouldn't accept.
Why are you giving me money? I owe you a car trip.
You owe me that's right, a car trip. Oh, you're a free bird. You're gonna play Free Bird on the radio. Does Robert know Free Bird?
What?
Robert, do you know the song Free Bird?
No, we had this.
I think I've heard it.
He thinks he's heard it. Oh, you would know if you heard it. It's the first time I heard it, I was a kid, and I was in the back seat. Obviously, I wasn't driving the car. All the windows were down, and then Freebird comes on the radio. And my father cranks it up, and he's speeding down the highway, and that cold air is just pushing at you as if you're going to go through the back window. And then the song like just revs up. It's like this. I'm going, this is awesome. I have to do this again all the time. And of course it was summertime, and it never happened again. Never happened. But it was it was like you were on a ride at the fair or something.
Yeah. See, I'd heard the song. I never heard this. I heard like the radio edit. I never heard the full song with the guitar solo. So there, Felina sent me a reaction video of someone listening. What was the song they were listening to? It was the Carpenters.
Yeah, the boogie time something or other.
Oh, it was the Carpenters, and so the Carpenters. I saw one of this black guy listening to Freebird for the first time, and he had, because I first heard the version.
He was amazing.
Solo like 4 years ago, and so when I heard that guitar solo, like my jaw was on the floor.
Yeah,
And he had the exact same reaction. He was like, he was just like, the whole thing was just like, and so
this entire group died in a plane crash, you know.
oh, pretty much.
Yeah. And that's sad. They were such good musicians.
Yeah.
Such a cool song. Oh, I didn't realize Deep Purple were good musicians either until was it 2 years ago? I discovered what Ian Gillan looked like. That's the guy. He was the original Jesus from Jesus Christ Superstar. He is gorgeous. I'm going, oh, my entire life I've heard his voice. His voice is fantastic. And I never knew he was gorgeous. Ah! I just thought, I'm not into Deep Purple. I'm not going to listen to any of this.
Well, it's funny. This isn't really the exact thing, but you know that country song, Tequila Makes Her Clothes Fall Off? Okay, there's a fairly recent country song called Tequila Makes Her Clothes Fall Off.
I don't listen to country, except for country.
I just imagine that the guy who sang this was an ogre. Tequila to make women's clothes fall off. I just imagined it like being this horrible ogre creature. But he was actually quite a good-looking man. But yeah, so that was surprising to me.
Oh, I see. Yeah, what a shock. Obviously, this guy is like almost 70 now, but he was between 1968 and 1974. He was very good-looking. So circa those years. Then he drank too much alcohol and did too many drugs. And then he hit a 4-octave range and he lost it.
Yeah.
Because of drugs and alcohol.
I can drink in moderation.
What a shame, you know. God, you can't go from that. You know what I mean? You don't know yet. You don't know what's going to happen to you yet, you know. You gotta slow down, otherwise and then you get fat. You start to gain weight from the alcohol.
I take my walkies where I consort with my woodland friends, and I'm not binge drinking like I used to. I used to go on Tuesdays to a dollar mug night and binge drink. I don't do that anymore. So I've slowly but surely getting in better shape. But it hasn't been quite as dramatic as I was hoping. But yes, I had a little bit of a belly, and so I'm.
Oh, see, good guess, huh? Good guess.
What's that?
Good guess of mine, huh?
Well, I'm not. Oh, like I'm not.
Careful as to how is your liver doing. Take some milk thistle. Start taking some milk thistle because it helps regrow your liver.
Okay.
And then eat a lot of cilantro because and it's like detoxify your body. You know, try to clean just cilantro. You put it in Mexican food. You know what I mean? Just eat lots of cilantro in Mexican food. It's delicious. Or Indian food. Oh yeah, so an Indian food, either one. Yeah.
And I'll drink my carrot juice.
Oh, and carrot juice. That's good. Carrot, beet, and cilantro is a good combination. Yeah.
So I think it's 10:58. So I think we better wrap it up here.
Okay.
We get to the 11-hour mark. Thank you to everyone who joined me, to the Fabulous Agnostic, to Christopher Lansdown, Wicked Felina, of course. Even though you say cruel, hurtful things towards me,
yes,
I'm so grateful that you could join.
I'm telling you to get you to stay healthy. It's a cruel thing. It's cruel to get you to be healthy.
Pray for your father.
Yeah, definitely pray for my father.
And Robert Fried.
Yep.
Someday we hope to see you. You're gonna be.
I know this genius is behind. I hear this genius voice, and I can hear the way you think, and I could tell you're a genius because there's a certain way geniuses think, the way ideas move around the head. So it's like, what does he look like? Let me see.
Well, it's going to be like the Deep Purple guy, and he's going to be so gorgeous that you'll melt like the Nazis in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
You forgot to say the N-word.
I know. I had to get it in one more time. So, 10, 38. Okay. So, everyone, thank you so much. I'm going to keep this going for about 20 more seconds. I'm just going to try to end this at 11 hours.
Exactly 11.
Thank
And
you
who's going to watch this entire
so
thing?
much. Thank you so much, Wicked Felina. Everyone, have a good night. God bless.
Peace.